More powerful winds are expected today, and that has fire crews on the lookout for any sign of trouble.
That's right. Gigi Graciette is live in Santa Clarita with more on those winds. Gigi.
We drove through Van Nuys, the San Fernando Valley here into Santa Clarita. No wind in the San Fernando Valley right now, which obviously is a good thing, and a very, very light breeze in this area. We're just off Golden Valley here near the 14 freeway, which normally is windy, and it's actually not as windy as it usually is. But wind, obviously, as Samada said, a huge concern. The National Weather Service classifying this latest wind event as a PDS. That stands for particularly dangerous situation. And I believe you're now looking at a fire that started last night in Ventura County. Ventura, also an area of concern. This fire started in the riverbed. Firefighters were able to keep it at just over 55 acres. It started near Santa Clara River near Ventura Boulevard and Auto Center and was called the Auto Fire. The cause is under investigation. Bringing it back here live, of course. Good Day LA will be keeping an eye on all the communities threatened by this latest wind event. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place for Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and Brentwood.
Let's get out to Stephanie Ramirez. She's with our sister station, WTTG, Fox 5. She is joining us now, helping us out this morning. She's in Santa Monica. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning again. We are by one of those checkpoints here with the National Guard. There's a Humvee behind me. It's hard to see, though, because there's no light in this area. It doesn't look like the homes have very mumuch power as well. I want to show you what it looks like, though, approaching these checkpoints. So this is South 26th Street by La Mesa, right off San Vicente Boulevard here. And you can see it looks like there's a layer of cones before you reach the checkpoint here. Law enforcement making sure you are supposed to be in this area before letting people through. I was also told if you are a resident inside within the perimeter, they do have some folks inside. They are letting them stay there for now, but if they come out, they are not allowed to return back in. Authorities asking folks to please heed the warnings, especially the curfew that is still in place until 6 o'clock this morning. They're taking things very seriously with this pivotal period. Now, here, we're looking at heavy, possibly hurricane-force winds now, sometime this morning, and then going into Wednesday. We know you guys are staying on top of that in the newsroom. Do want to let you know that authorities, they're saying that they're not seeing the same heavy fires that we saw last week, heavy flames, but there are hot spots past Topanga Canyon. Crews have been working hard to clear any brush from around the homes in those neighborhoods past there. Now, recovery efforts also continue. Authorities have at least 6 people missing. Sadly, we know at least 8 people have died, and LA County officials are warning that we are going to likely see those numbers change. Did find some 2 young men earlier this morning kind of driving around and spoke with them about how they're feeling about what's been going on. Listen to this.
It's pretty crazy, and that's really all I can say, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of sad, especially being a native from LA, California. It's just sad to see the city on fire, just burning alive pretty much. It's scary for a lot of people, definitely, but we're not impacted directly, unfortunately. But we just came up here to just check it out.
And we did, of course, warn them that authorities are warning folks to stay away from the perimeter evacuated areas. We are seeing cars speaking with the authorities if they are supposed to be in the area. Within or outside the perimeter, they're being let through, but really you have to show official badges for the most part to be let through this area here. Again, heed the warnings. We did also hear from the LA County Sheriff warning that 70 miles per hour, very hard to control a fire, but even lower than that, 40-mile-per-hour gusts of winds. That makes it difficult for aircraft, helicopters, planes to drop water, to drop fire retardant. And so they are just pleading with everyone, be prepared and be ready to move if necessary. But that's the latest here on the ground, guys. I'll send it back into you.
All right, thank you. The city of Los Angeles right now is looking to speed up the rebuilding process after the devastating fires. Mayor Karen Bass issued an executive order yesterday aimed at cutting red tape. The order creates task forces to develop a streamlined program for debris removal. It also establishes a one-stop shop to swiftly issue permits. The order directs building and safety officials to expedite approvals, instructing all city departments to report back in 1 week with additional areas of relief. And rebuilding is, of course, on the minds of thousands of families in the hard-hit Eaton Fire zone.
Mario Ramirez is live in Altadena with the latest on the situation there. Mario, good morning.
Good morning. We are in the middle of the destruction, and I will tell you, we've noticed that these fire evacuation zones have become more and more secure each day, not only with local law enforcement and sheriff's deputies, but with those National Guard, California National Guard members in those huge armored vehicles. Now, a lot of these streets here in the area still dealing with downed power lines, debris covering the roads, and a lot of mess out here. Parts of homes that are still collapsing because they've been left with nothing but a shell, like this one here on Beverly Way. Now, some of these homes have been lived in for decades, passing through multiple generations. The Eaton Fire in this last week has burned over 7,000 structures, displacing tens of thousands. And you know, people are still waiting for some information. There are 8 people confirmed dead and at least another 17 missing here in this fire zone, as crews will continue searching the rubble for human remains, unfortunately. And another particularly dangerous situation, as the National Weather Service calls it, with red flag warnings, has now gone into effect in LA and much of Ventura County. So the good news is, from where we are here on the south side, the southwest corner almost of the Eaton Fire, we don't see any major flames up in the mountains above Altadena. We don't see any huge plumes of smoke. That doesn't mean it's not burning, and those open flames, any open flames, pose a huge threat with those incoming winds. Live in Altadena, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Thanks, Mario.
All right, Mario, thank you.
Yeah, he's talking about that, you know, those winds.
Yeah, the open flames, and you add that with the incoming stronger winds, it could pose a big problem, especially when we get an ember cast that could spot downwind and create new fires. So really good to, at least at this hour, to see Mario's report that the winds where he is are currently on the lighter side, but we are anticipating stronger winds to make its way into Southern California once again. Strong Santa Anas, unfortunately. And we wanted to give you an idea of the highly variable wind conditions depending on your location. In and around the Palisades Fire, we're looking at winds gusting a range of 20s. About 28 miles an hour is what we're picking up as some of the strongest at this hour. And then we shift over to the Auto Fire, where that is the latest fire, and the fire department really has a good handle where weather conditions are cooperating. Winds a range of only 5 to about 8 miles an hour, but downwind, the offshore flow across PCH is now clocking in into the 20s. We're going to shift to where Mario is and around the Eaton Fire. It really depends, again, on where you are. About 5 to 8 mile an hour winds along the foothills, but in the higher elevations, we're starting to notice that winds are increasing into the 30s, and it really depends a lot where you are. As I pointed out, the basin, very quiet, but it is pretty cold to start due to the wind protected and wind sheltered areas. The IE under a frost advisory, believe it or not, and winds there on the light side. But the IE and Orange County are also going to be seeing winds picking up. Right now, a couple of the hot spots in terms of winds, right around 33 to about 37 miles an hour. And we take you to Weather 1, and this gives you some observed winds already. The gusts, Magic Mountain Truck Trail already reached 72 miles an hour. This was 3 o'clock this morning. And Sandstone Peak, the west end of the Santa Monica Mountains, clocked in at 60 miles an hour. That was right at midnight. So we're going to be looking at similar conditions throughout the day today. This is the window where we're going to be experiencing the peak winds all the way through at least the early part of tomorrow. The particularly dangerous situation, the PDS, is mostly for Ventura County and LA County, where the strongest winds are expected to occur, but critical fire weather across areas of the IE and Orange County as well. When you couple those gusty winds and the low relative humidity, again, fire, any new fire could become extreme. And take a look at our future cast. We have a window of opportunity later this week into the weekend. Saturday, there's a 10 to perhaps even a 20% chance that we might get some light precipitation. But we have, unfortunately, the latest rounds of strong Santa Ana winds bringing active and extreme fire concerns across Southern California once again. So always a reminder, when we're dealing with these winds and high fire danger, you want to pay attention to your phone for any new evacuation orders or warnings.
All right, we get through today, we get through tomorrow, and then potentially for some, hopefully some precipitation, or at least higher humidity levels will be great for us.
That will definitely help with the firefight if you see some of the increase in humidity.
Thank you, Samantha. We continue to hear stories from people who lost everything they own.
Yeah, coming up, you're going to hear from an Altadena family who lost their homes and their businesses. Welcome back. SoCal Edison is facing a new lawsuit for the deadly Eaton Fire near Altadena.
The lawsuits claim Edison's poor power line maintenance sparked the fire. Witnesses reported seeing flames near its equipment. Now homeowners, renters, and businesses are seeking accountability as SoCal Edison's parent company has seen its shares drop 12%. In a new statement to Fox 11, SoCal Edison denies responsibility, saying its lines were off before the Eaton Fire started. Here's part of that statement saying, quote, "Our hearts remain with our communities during the devastating fires in Southern California, and we remain committed to supporting them through this difficult time. SCE crews, contractors, and mutual assistance partners are dedicated to safely restoring power to our customers. SCE understands that a lawsuit related to the Eaton Fire has been filed, but has not yet been served with the complaint. SCE will review the complaint when it's received. The cause of the fire continues to be under investigation." For one family in Altadena, the Eaton Fire wiped out their homes and businesses, erasing 4 generations of hard work.
Despite their loss, though, they're determined to rebuild and reclaim their future. Fox 11's Chelsea Edwards has their story.
This family says they're not going anywhere. They're not letting developers come in and take over Altadena, and they plan to rebuild bigger and better than before, even though they've lost almost everything they owned.
This is all ashes here.
Ashes are all that's left of most of the Sage family's Altadena homes and businesses, 4 generations worth.
We lost 4 homes. We lost Easy Stop, which is the liquor store, Lindsay's Liquor. We lost Breakmasters. We lost 4 apartment buildings, and this got smoke damaged completely. We lived in one block, and now my family was separated.
So much heat.
As the Eaton Fire swept through their neighborhood, the extended family watched in horror as everything they've worked for over the last 50+ years burned to the ground.
I run down, I want to grab a hose. My son Rock goes, "Mom, get in the car, grab Grandma and Grandpa. The backyard is on fire. Get the hell out." A fire truck drove by. We ran to, we said, "Please, please, can you please help us put this fire out?" You know what they said to us? "I'm sorry, we have no water." I said, "You kidding me?" He goes, "We can only save lives. That's all we can do." And they drove away.
Thankfully, her son, daughter-in-law, and 3 grandkids' home on the border of Altadena and Pasadena was spared.
She'll be 4 in February. Oh my God.
But was then targeted by looters, one seen here scoping out their house days later.
Turned out later that night around 8:30 she came back and she started to break in. Neighbors called the police came by and was arrested. So I feel blessed, but at the same time seeing this, I can't fathom that we're going through our darkest times. Somebody wants to take advantage of that.
The National Guard stationed all around the vast burn scar as makeshift donation centers pop up on the surrounding streets. Business owners that remain open are doing everything they can to help their neighbors.
There's so many people that we know that are normal customers that lost their houses, you know, and then they come support us. So times in needs like this, we have to be there and support them.
This is what I'm wearing. Somebody donated me clothes.
This is all you have?
That's all I have. I have nothing. My crying hours from 6 to 8 in the morning. At 8 o'clock, I get up and get to work.
For those who lost everything, there's a lot of work ahead.
I'm going to rebuild my business, my son's business, my brother's law firm, my sister's business. We're going to rebuild our homes. We're going to rebuild our community.
Several GoFundMes have been set up for the family. If you'd like more information, head to our website, foxla.com. Reporting from Altadena, I'm Chelsea Edwards, Fox 11 News.
I have to admire their defiance and their resilience through all of this, such difficult times, and they know they will rebuild. They'll get through this.
Oh, so resilient.
Yeah.
They will rebuild. Good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bob. And to all our viewers, we certainly do appreciate you. Get ready for another round of strong Santa Ana winds. We could be looking at gusts later this morning, right around 60 to 70 miles an hour. Plus, we're already seeing some isolated areas clocking in at similar conditions. At this hour, we're following the winds. The offshore flow still with us, about 16 miles an hour or so in the Ventura County area. Lighter winds for much of the basin, and it's highly variable. Some areas, light winds to calm. Meanwhile, out towards the Inland Empire community, we are seeing winds slowly starting to pick up in some spots like Corona to about 13 miles an hour. But high wind warnings still in place and wind advisories. Also red flag conditions, critical fire weather where you couple strong gusts as well as low relative humidity. It could bring about extreme fire behavior. And a particularly dangerous situation has been issued once again by the National Weather Service for Ventura County valleys along the coast and portions of LA County as well, all the way at least through tomorrow afternoon. We are definitely still in the thick of it, and the peak winds are occurring now through at least tomorrow. Wildfire smoke is going to be a problem if you have upper respiratory issues or just about anyone for that matter. You stay indoors and limit your outdoor activity. Winds will continue to be an issue all the way again through tomorrow evening. We back off on those winds and a wind reversal. We're going to finally pick up some added humidity and even a chance of some light passing showers sometime Saturday, Sunday, and into Monday. We're hoping that all that comes into fruition, but for right now we are looking at a long duration, again, offshore winds creating fire hazards. Now, traffic conditions, a reminder to stay out of the fire zone. We continue to watch areas along PCH. Both directions still shut down from Malibu Canyon Road all the way through the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica, and yes, up and down Topanga Canyon Boulevard from Mulholland Drive to PCH, also shut down to traffic. Now, send back over to you, too.
All right, so I want to thank you. Donations for families are coming in from all over the country.
Coming up, we'll check on how things are going at a donation site in Arcadia. Also, the one thing one man wants you to remember in all of this. The devastating fires have left many families struggling. We've been seeing extraordinary outpourings of donations. At the YMCA in West LA, fire victims can pick from donations collected for them. The parking lot is full of everything from pet supplies to baby food to clothing to toiletries. The YMCA is also offering showers, Wi-Fi, and safe spaces. The power of social media is turning desperation into action. It started with a simple TikTok video posted by 3 Arcadia residents.
They were asking for hot food, but they sparked an outpouring of support, giving fire victims hope.
I woke up to a firestorm going on in the house. At the end of the day, you know, we all in this together. Not a drop of my faith is shaken because you can't take material things with you.
That's right. Community members have organized essentials like diapers, food, and clothes. The Santa Anita Raceway stepped up to offer its parking lot as a staging area. Social media has also helped spread the word far beyond the local area.
So I'm getting donations from Sacramento, San Diego, Arizona. Some lady said she drove from Vegas, got a hotel room that had a kitchen, and made tamales yesterday.
Strangers from all walks of life are coming together, turning tragedy into a powerful sense of community. Our breaking news coverage continues when we come back.
My entire childhood burned down. My dad had to evacuate every playground, every store, my grocery store, like everything just gone.
Right now, the community, although we're so far apart physically, I've never felt tighter with my friends and family and neighbors. We're all reaching out there for each other. We're running errands for each other, whatever people need. Everyone's just so selfless right now because everyone's in the same boat.
My music is a gift for the people.
morning. Thanks for sticking with us for our continuing coverage of the wildfires burning across Southern California. I'm Bob DeCastro.
I'm Brooke Thomas. Yes, thanks for joining us. We are continuing our coverage on the deadly wildfires. Let's start with a quick check on where two of our largest fires stand. First, the Palisades stands at nearly 24,000 acres burned. It is 14% contained this morning. Crews are focusing their efforts on protecting homes in the Mandeville Canyon area ahead of another round of potentially damaging Santa Ana winds today.
This is the latest on the Eaton Fire. Crews are concerned about gusty winds as well there. It burned over 14,000 acres. It is now 33% contained.
Let's get to Samantha for your forecast as we talk about these winds ramping up.
Yeah, good morning, Brooke. Good morning, Bob. And to all our viewers that have continued to be with us during our team coverage, we continue to watch those winds very closely. Another round of strong Santa Ana winds, and that is unfortunately leading to high winds and red flag conditions due to the fact that if a new fire were to spark, it's going to create extreme wildfire danger, and it could rapidly spread and grow and get out of control pretty quickly. So we want to get a good handle on it. If you see something, you say something. We're still dealing with those very strong gusts of up to 60 to 70 plus miles an hour. We're already seeing some isolated areas clocking in wind speeds of that range, and sustained winds 20 to 40 miles per hour. Power outages continue to still be possible due to the potential for power lines and down trees. Here's a look at our current wind situation. The offshore flow widely ranging, calm to now pushing about 60 miles an hour in Camarillo. Near the Palisades Fire, some locations already starting to notice an increase in winds, but at least for Malibu Hills, we're looking at winds right around 7 miles an hour. Much of the basin on the quiet side, and due to the wind-sheltered areas, believe it or not, a frost advisory in place for portions of the IE till about 9 o'clock. And when those winds really kick up, and right around 9 in the morning, the frost alerts will expire. Red flag conditions extend all the way into the IE as well as Orange County, and a particularly dangerous situation mostly for Ventura County valleys and the coast and portions of LA County due to the fact that those are the locations that could be experiencing the strongest winds. We have wildfire smoke, still a big problem for Southern California, and those winds do continue at least through Wednesday. We back off on the offshore winds, but then the onshore winds are going to bring in some increase in humidity and moisture, and that's good news for the firefighters, and a long duration of a break and even a slight chance of showers coming our way. Traffic conditions, a reminder to stay away from the fire zone. PCH continues to be shut down in both directions from Malibu Canyon Road, all the way through the McClure Tunnel in Santa Monica, as well as Topanga Canyon Boulevard, Mulholland Drive to PCH due to the Palisades Fire. Back to you, too.
All right, so I want to thank you. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place for Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and Brentwood.
Let's check in with Stephanie Ramirez. She's with our sister station from Washington, D.C., WTTG. They're helping us out this morning. She's in Santa Monica. Stephanie.
Hey, good morning again. We are at a military checkpoint off of South 26th Street, right off of San Vicente Boulevard. I want to show you guys the Humvee that's sitting here. We also have law enforcement and security. There was a wave of vehicles that just went by, and I was told those are all security members working. It looks like the Palisades Fire is behind us here. Otherwise, we are not seeing a lot of activity. We don't even see lights in the neighborhood right now, so it's not clear if they have power. Did speak with a younger man earlier this morning. Found him at a gas station as he was pumping up. He said he was headed home after visiting with friends, that's how he's been coping, and here's what that young man had to tell us.
Well, a lot of my friends' homes have been lost, and it's been really hard for them. Luckily, it hasn't happened to my house, but it could soon, so it's scary. So I'm just kind of being careful and kind of being grateful for, what I have. And yeah, but it's hard. It's really stressful. We filled like our suitcases up, and they're kind of like at the door, like all our valuables and pictures and stuff. So we're kind of ready to go.
And he lives just on the other side of the perimeter where we are located. The good news is, according to LA County officials, they tell us that the fire that they're seeing, the Palisades Fire, that it's not the same heavy flames that we all saw last week, but there is still heat. And so they are very much taking the warnings seriously, telling everyone, please take those warnings seriously as well. They've been working very hard to clear any brush around the homes and neighborhoods that are past the Topanga Canyon. But again, we're in that that pivotal moment where they warned Tuesday morning into Wednesday we could see hurricane-force winds. Right now, the Palisades Fire just about 14% contained, already burning nearly 24,000 acres of land. And that is just one part of the operation, trying to contain what is. The other part is the recovery effort, which we know is also a very serious one. We have at least 8 people deceased, killed in this, and we know that they are looking for at least 6 others still, 6 individuals missing. And so authorities are asking for that space. The curfew still in place until 6 o'clock. They're also asking for help. We do have some images to show you here. The FBI looking for help with information to find the person who operated that drone that damaged the Super Scooper aircraft. This was last Thursday morning. Any information, any tips you have, we have the link to how you can submit that information up online at foxla.com. Guys, here at the checkpoint, we were talking with the National Guard, and they were telling us that in the neighborhood, there are some folks right now in their homes, allowed within this part of the perimeter, but if they leave, they are not allowed to return, and they are checking IDs, even checked our IDs to make sure we are supposed to be where we are needed to be. But they're not playing around. If you're not supposed to be in the area, you get a warning. Make sure you leave, or else you could possibly be arrested. It's part of making sure they have as little or as less people in the line of danger as possible, but also making sure looting, that they're clamping down on that, which we know there's already been several arrests there. Guys, yeah. I'll send it back into you.
9 people have been charged so far and more than 30 people arrested just for being in that area. So they are very serious about this curfew, Stephanie. Thank you.
All right, Stephanie, crews continue to make good progress in the fight against the Eaton Fire burning in the Altadena area. That fire is now 30% contained, 33%, I should say.
We've got Mario Ramirez. He's live in Altadena with the latest on the situation there. Mario, good morning.
Good morning, and we're seeing similar checks with the National Guard and local law enforcement, similar to what Stephanie was just talking about here in the Altadena area. Dozens stationed at different streets here. Now, what's interesting is here in this neighborhood, you have massive amounts of destruction that have yet to be touched. This home here behind me on Beverly Way, completely burned down, but there are some homes still standing. You see right next door, this structure left untouched, but with the incoming winds, it is bringing worries about more damage. Now, we want to show you video here. Homes and family businesses that have been passed on for generations in this neighborhood are now gone. The extended Sage family we spoke with here in Altadena lost 4 homes, 2 liquor stores, an auto shop, and 4 apartment buildings. It's just one example of the devastation and impact on the local community and the families behind these small businesses. Now, this fire has destroyed over 7,000 structures, and it's about a third contained this morning. It broke out last Tuesday evening, rapidly spreading with similar Santa Ana winds that are moving through today. And while the fire swept through their neighborhood, the Sage family watched in horror as everything they've worked for over the last 50+ years burned to the ground.
I have nothing. Every memory, every memorabilia, my wedding pictures, my kids. Every time I think about it, I break down. I'm trying to stay strong. I am strong. I promised my dad, we're going to build, rebuild, rebuild, rebuild. And that's all we're going to do as Altadenians. We live here. This is our little country.
And we've heard so many similar stories, families like the Sage family that have been relying on donations and neighbors as well as government resources. We know FEMA is set to open 2 disaster recovery centers here in the area. The closest to this fire zone will be set up at the Pasadena City College, just a few miles from where we are. Now, back to those curfews. They are still in place here until about 6 o'clock this morning. As far as the conditions, we do still smell that smoke in the air, but we don't see any visible flames. We don't see any huge plumes of smoke, and the winds are fairly calm at this hour, as they have been for the last maybe 2 hours we've been here. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we've got to get through today and tomorrow, but we'll be monitoring things closely. Mario, thank you. All right, let's go to Samana with a look at the forecast. As far as these patterns go, the diurnal patterns, right? So they typically pick up in the morning, right? So if we were going to see a ramp up in some of the winds, we would likely see it in the morning?
Right, in the morning, going offshore when sun rises, and then we also see a reversal of winds. Diurnal just means the average wind conditions on a daily basis, both morning and night. And typically, yes, we'll see the winds push a little further onshore onshore and then offshore winds throughout the day. But we're talking about the prevailing winds that continue to be a big problem. High wind warnings continue to be in place. We are in this critical window where winds are expected to peak all the way through at least tomorrow. So we are definitely not out of the woods. Gusts could still range between 50 and 70 miles an hour. We're already starting to see that in some very isolated areas. But at this hour, winds are highly variable. It's good to see that where Mario is, that winds are on the calm side. And wind advisories continue to be in place, not just for LA County and Ventura County, but it is expected to impact the areas of the Inland Empire communities in Orange County. Sustained wind velocities, a range of 15 to 25 miles an hour. And not just is it a fire hazard, but unfortunately, it's going to impact your drive as well. So if you've got to get on the road early this morning, if you're driving those high-profile vehicles like campers and trailers, be extra cautious driving through those canes and passes, especially through the 15, the 10 corridor, the 5, as well as the 14. Peak wind gusts that we've already been observing. Magic Mountain Truck Trail at 3 a.m. this morning clocked in at 72 miles an hour. Sandstone Peak at midnight at 60 miles an hour. So just be extra cautious and pay attention to any alerts that you receive on your phone for any new evacuation orders or warnings. Turn back over to you two.
I just want to thank you.
We are continuing our live coverage on the deadly wildfires.
And still ahead this morning, we'll tell you how you can get free N95 masks across Los Angeles.
Coming up after the break, the entire Angeles National Forest has been shut down temporarily because of critical fire danger. We'll have that much more coming up.
.543 this morning, fire crews are on alert as another round of powerful winds is expected to return to Southern California.
Gigi Gracia joining us live from Santa Clarita with the situation there. Gigi.
Well, we drove in from Van Nuys where it was very still, which obviously is a good thing. And the wind here in Santa Clarita is at a bare minimum, and that is also a good thing. But we just learned that the Angeles National Forest, because of this critical fire weather that we are expecting, the National Weather Service calls it a particularly dangerous situation, PDS. The entire Angeles National Forest is now shut down until Monday. And we're talking about all entrances to the forest just because of the fire danger. And take a look at this. One of the areas of concern is Ventura County. And last night into this early morning hours, we saw a fire break out in the riverbed there. About 75 firefighters working very hard to keep that fire from spreading. It started in the river bottom near Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive. Thankfully, it did not spread. The fire is not contained, but we're told those flames are out now, and firefighters remain on the scene just in case. Now, Ventura County, just one of the many different areas of concern. They include Calabasas, Agoura Hills, eastern San Gabriel Mountains, Malibu Coast, and right here in the Santa Clarita Valley. That is the latest. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi. Thank you. Winds seem to be a little stronger there in the Ventura County area or the Santa Clarita area in LA, northern LA County. Samara?
Yeah, we're seeing, unfortunately, those wind conditions really coming together, and it really depends on your location where Gigi is at. So we'll continue to monitor that situation. And where Mario is at, winds were on the lighter side, but of course we are anticipating winds to gradually get stronger as we move through the rest of the morning and into the later part of today. We may get a little bit of a break from the winds later this afternoon, but the winds are expected to ramp back up sometime late tonight through at least Wednesday morning before we get winds backing off and the winds reverse. So we'll get more of an onshore push, and that's going to enhance the humidity, but that's not going to arrive until at least Thursday. And there's even a chance of some precipitation, some light showers that could take place in SoCal. Much needed. We'll take anything we can get sometime on Saturday, but we've got to get through this latest round of strong Santa Ana winds with red flag conditions that remain in place and extreme wildfire danger. With those strong winds, it could pose a threat to additional downed trees and power lines and cause power outages. So the particularly dangerous situation with the strongest winds happening right around the Ventura County coastal areas as well as interior valleys and portions of LA County. Keep that in mind. And critical fire weather for portions of the IE and Orange County. You combine gusty winds and low relative humidity, it could create, again, extreme wildfire danger. High wind warnings. You can see gusts could range of 50 to 70 miles an hour. Still very strong, but not as strong nor widespread as last week's windstorm. Wind advisories could push other locations to 45 miles an hour. They're the wind alerts for the Riverside and San Bernardino County areas and downwind through the Santa Ana Mountains. You've got to be extra cautious as driving through those canyons and passes, those crosswinds. If you're driving a high-profile vehicle, those campers and trailers, you may want to rearrange your travel plans. We're already clocking in wind speeds. These are observed the last 24 hours, and as early as 3 o'clock this morning, Magic Mountain Truck Trail clocked in at 72 miles an hour, those strong gusts. Sandstone Peak, the west end of the Santa Monica Mountains, at 60 miles an hour. So widely ranging in terms of how strong the winds are. The dry and offshore conditions due to this big area of high pressure, a little upper level support, and that's what's helping to create these stronger winds. And the breakdown, wildfire smoke due to the wildfires is going to impact much of Southern California. There's the onshore push set to arrive later this week with a slight chance of showers, and temperatures are really going to cool down. We have you covered traffic-wise as well. Taking a look at some of the fire zones, you definitely want to stay away, especially along PCH. Both directions still shut down from Malibu Canyon Road to McClure Tunnel to Painted Canyon Boulevard. Mulholland Drive to PCH also continues to be shut down. And to Gigi's point, the Angeles National Forest shut down due to, again, those winds and fire danger. Here's a look at some other traffic hotspots.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Call Jacob.
Llama Jacob. Tawagan si Jacob. Saan ba Jacob?
Call Jacob. Definitely. He is the real deal.
Call Jacob and Ronnie. Call Jacob.
let you know free N95 masks are now available across Los Angeles.
So the city is distributing hundreds of thousands of masks at public libraries, recreation centers, senior centers, and local nonprofits to help protect residents from poor air quality. Officials recommend wearing these masks outdoors if you smell smoke, see ash, or when the air quality is bad. To find a location near you, just go to our website, foxla.com.
Donations are pouring in at the Westside Food Bank in Santa Monica.
It's partnering with Santa Monica College to collect much-needed supplies for people devastated by the fires.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive is taking place later this morning from 9 this morning to 5. This is at Santa Monica College's Bundy campus. 3171 South Bundy Drive. They are looking for clothing like sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear and socks. And also, importantly, they're looking for baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothes, formula, and pacifiers, and also phone chargers. Also, if you just want to donate money, they will accept gift cards. Find the donation link on our website, foxla.com/links.
You can also join Fox to support families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation here would enable the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or you can scan that QR code. We'll leave it up there for a second for you. It's right there on the left side of your screen.
All right, let's check in with Melvin and Jen with what's coming up on Good Day LA.
Yeah, good morning. So, of course, firefighters, they are gaining a little more control over these wildfires, but strong winds are back in the forecast we've been talking about all morning long.
That's right. Our team of reporters and meteorologists will have the latest for you on the Southern California wildfire. With many people losing their homes due to the fire, are there enough homes for those displaced? Still ahead this morning, an expert will join us to break down what the housing market looks like right now.
All that and more coming up. Good Day LA at 6 starts right after the break.
morning and welcome to Good Day LA at 6 o'clock. I am Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers as we continue our breaking news coverage on the deadly wildfires this morning. Evacuation orders and warnings remain in place for Pacific Palisades, Malibu, and Brentwood.
Let's get out to Stephanie Ramirez from our sister station in Washington, D.C. She is live for us in the Pacific Palisades or Santa Monica this morning at a National Guard checkpoint. Stephanie, what does it look like? Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, not a lot of activity earlier, but now we've been seeing more vehicles go up and down. National Guard telling us that this is security. These are not just regular members of the public getting through. I'm going to show you that checkpoint behind us here. We're on West 26th Street and La Mesa Drive, right off San Vicente Boulevard. And yeah, we had to show our credentials as well to get through here. They were telling us that outside of the perimeter, there's warnings. You'll see cones to get through, and then once you get to a perimeter checkpoint, they're allowing residents to leave if they want, but you cannot go back in. This is a very serious time here in this neighborhood, especially, we know, with the warnings in place. Thankfully, the good news is LA County's fires update as of last night was that we are not seeing the same heavy flames in the Palisades fire that we saw last week, but they are still seeing heat. And as you know, we're just in that critical time period that they laid out Tuesday to Wednesday when we could see possibly hurricane force winds pushing the Palisades fire. Crews have been working very hard to clear brush around the homes, trying to protect Fernwood, Montanado, Topanga Oaks, and Sylvia Park neighborhoods should the heavy winds push the fire there. Now, this morning, we know the Palisades fire is at about 14% contained, burning nearly 27,000 acres. They want you to take these notices very seriously. The other side of operations includes canvassing the areas that are most impacted. The recovery effort involved here. We know at least 8 people have been killed by the Palisades fire, and they are still looking for 6 others. The curfew, guys, is also still in place until 6 a.m. this morning, with authorities making very clear if you are warned to leave an area and you do not, you could possibly be arrested. They're trying to make sure there's as little people in the way of possible danger as possible, as well as making sure to prevent looters. We know we've seen a lot of arrests in that area as well, in that part of the discussion. But right now, we are not feeling heavy winds. It's cooler out here, but we do know that the winds are moving this morning, and that's why they're making sure to warn people that if you're in the area of possible danger, make sure you're preparing sooner than later. Have your your papers, your documents, get your pet food together, medications, your credit cards, cash. Just be prepared earlier than later. That's the very latest here from the grounds. I'll make sure to send it back into you, but have another update maybe in about a half an hour or so. Guys?
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Yeah, more on those winds. Today is supposed to be the day when they start to really pick back up again, but how strong are we talking, Maria?
You know, very similar to what we've been experiencing, really, and we've had some key wind gusts overnight, which I'll talk about in just a few moments. But this is really going to be the pattern as we get to the remainder of today. Hang in there. First part of tomorrow, it'll still be quite gusty, and then things will start to wane. We've got a live look outside here. We're waiting on that sun to rise, but depending on where you are, it is either calm with those winds or it is on the breezier, gusty side. Here are some of the strongest winds, the peak winds that we saw overnight. Magic Mountain Truck Trail was one of the stronger ones near the San Gabriel Mountain, 72-mile-per-hour winds. So this is just as forecast. Sandstone Peak, this is on the western edge of the Santa Monica Mountains, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Fremont Canyon towards Orange County, the Santa Ana Mountains, 59 miles per hour. Banning, 55. Harupa Valley, where that quick fire erupted last night, had a wind gust of about 46 miles an hour. That's in the general range that we had talked about during this event, anywhere from 40 to 55, and then some areas getting up to 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Right now, as we take a pan look around with the current wind situations, we do have some gustier winds in Ventura County. This is what we talked about, too, yesterday, how the winds were going to shift a little bit coming out of the easterly direction, and that's what's impacting the Ventura County area a little bit more, 22 miles per hour there. A little bit lighter now through parts of Malibu and the coast, and the Palisades Fire, calm as well along the basin. Up in Ontario, parts of the Inland Empires where we're seeing some of those gustier winds through Fontana and that drive through the Cajon Pass. Today's high temperatures, boy, we got to get through the morning chill, though. It is chilly out there, so bundle up. 60s today, close to average, if not slightly below. 67 for downtown. Watch the air quality. We do have that wildfire smoke and air quality alerts still in place, so try to limit your activity outdoors. 63 in the valleys, 41 over the mountains, 50s in the high desert, and 60s as well in the Coachella Valley. We'll talk more about these winds, how much longer we'll have to endure them in just a few moments. In the meantime, let's check in on the traffic conditions out there. We've got Stu flying up in Skyfox. Heavy traffic here with trucks, and looks like Command Center here. Stu, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, Maria. You know, I must have dropped the ball because we came out to the Palisades Fire. That right there is the command post right there by Pacific Coast Highway. Pacific Coast Highway really starting to light up this morning with a lot of vehicles, but these are not just the ordinary folks like you and I. These are first responders making their way out to do whatever they're doing out there. So if they're fire trucks, they're looking for hot spots and may even be looking for those missing folks out there. They're also securing structures. That's something else that we haven't been talking too much about. All those burned buildings, some of them might still be in a precarious situation. They're out there making sure those are all solid. As far as the actual Pacific Palisades goes this morning, it's still in a lot of darkness. You see some bright spots out there, but those are basically crews. Some of them are utility crews. We did see a couple of those utility trucks making their way up the roadway, up that Pacific Coast Highway. But for the most part, we can see that it's going to be the first responders out there, law enforcement, making sure that those areas are safe. And I just got to throw this in before the sun comes up. It is because of the light breeze and the no clouds and no fog, no smoke. You look at that. That is actually the beginning of the celestial parade. You got the moon and those three bright spots right there. That's going to be Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. So if you're looking up in the sky this morning, take a peek at that. That's going to be happening. It's going to be all lined up on the 25th. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Oh, all right, Stu. Yeah, a reminder that the beauty still exists.
Yeah.
You know, but that is. I mean, if you see the shot, where it's all dark there, that just is eerie. That means that there's no homes left in that area. My goodness.
Oh, my goodness, yes. And crews continue to make steady progress against the Eaton Fire that is burning in the Altadena area. This morning, containment stands at 35%.
Mario Ramirez is live in Altadena with more on the fire and the recovery efforts out there. Mario.
Jen, Melvin, good morning. Fire officials say only about 30% of the damage has been assessed in this fire zone, and there are new concerns with that incoming wind that we could be looking at more damage. We hope that's not the case, and there are no spreading fires or new fires. But just take a look here. We're along a popular stretch of Lake Avenue where dozens of businesses were destroyed here in Altadena. What used to be standing here was Steve's Pet Store, a pet shop right next to the Bank of America that was seriously burned. And just take a look at some of these metal beams. Those flames were so strong as they passed through, they bent some of this infrastructure here, some of the beams that used to keep this house up. Now, a few things that will be happening in this area today. Search and recovery efforts will continue with cadaver dogs searching through some of the rubble, as there are at least 17 people missing in this fire zone. Utility crews, we've seen them here this morning. They're making their way through from street to street, trying to repair power lines. And fire crews as well are stationed throughout the area as the winds start to pick up. Now, current estimates put the damage costs around the wildfires at around $50 billion. And during this wind event last week, we know that these embers were whipping around, and we saw them carrying from home to home, business to business, and just completely destroying blocks, entire blocks here in the city of Altadena. So residents as well as officials are bracing for that new round of wind. They've been fairly calm here, the Santa Anas, but they will continue to increase. At least that's what we're standing by for. For now, that's the latest here in Altadena. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, and it's not just the embers, perhaps, that could be flying through the air with the Santa Ana winds. Of course, it's also the toxins that you have to worry about that was in the smoke. Thank you, Mario. So the progress that crews have made against these wildfires could be derailed today or undone by the expected return of powerful Santa Ana winds.
Gigi Graciette, live for us in Santa Clarita with more on this story. Gigi, how's it looking where you are?
No real wind here, Melvin and Jen, and obviously that's a good thing. And we were in the San Fernando Valley earlier, and things were also calm. But the National Weather Service is warning that this is yet another PDS. That's a new term they're using to describe particularly dangerous situation. And Jen, I just heard you talking about those embers. And when you have those fires where roofs actually collapse, they trap hot spots underneath them. And so you've got hot spots burning, even though you can't see any smoke, even though you don't don't see them. If those embers, if the ash rather were to blow away by those high wind gusts that we're expecting, they could send those embers flying and cause a whole new fire, and that is the concern. Now, overnight, take a look. We did see a fire in Ventura County in the city of Ventura. Oxnard Fire joining Ventura Fire to put this one out, limiting it to only about 55 acres. This fire started in a riverbed near Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive. Firefighters working very hard to keep that from spreading. Areas of concern this morning: Calabasas, Agoura Hills, Fillmore, the eastern San Gabriel Mountains, Malibu Coast again, and here in Santa Clarita. And we just learned the Angeles National Forest. Everybody is taking this new event even more serious than they normally do, and they take it very seriously, by the way. They have shut down the entire Angeles National Forest starting today through Monday. It is not scheduled to reopen to the public until Monday. It is closed because of the critical fire weather. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. Melvin and Jen.
Thank you, Gigi.
Thanks,
and we
Gigi.
also know from the press conference that happened yesterday that fire crews are stationed in staging areas throughout Southern California, bracing for this next round of wind, and that includes tanker trucks as well.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the genuine sentiment, is that they are more prepared naturally than they were last week, and
Right.
they are in key positions, and they are anticipating, you know, these winds and what's happening, and it seems as though they're keeping things under control.
And neighbor to neighbor, right? You can be vigilant as well. If you see something, of course, as we always say something.
Yeah, we have to, especially in those crucial first few minutes, because that's the time frame where if you don't get it in control within the first 15, 20 minutes, under these weather conditions, that's why we call it explosive fire growth potential. When we have these red flag warnings, it can explode and spread so rapidly and can happen in an instant. So I'm so glad that they're shutting down the Angeles Forest. I think we were just talking about that, Samara and I, how often these fires can be caused, 85% caused by humans, whether it's accidental or intentional, but we have to shut it down where these things can occur, especially during these weather conditions. It is so dry. We have had an abnormally dry start. It is the driest start to the winter season ever since we've started keeping records. Temperatures right now, I do want to point out, if you're getting ready, heading out the door, yes, it's breezy, and it is cold. We do have some cold air filtering in, especially in some of the wind shelter areas. It is really chilly, and we have those frost advisories and freeze warnings. 17 degrees in Lancaster right now, 50s in Camarillo. Look at Burbank, just 41, barely out of the 30s. Downtown LA still in the 30s this morning, 39 degrees, so it's cold. 10 degrees in Big Bear, 37 in San Bernardino, and out towards Temecula, it's 31. How much cooler is it than it was yesterday? And by the way, yesterday we were talking about how it was cooler than the day before. So it's 17 degrees cooler this morning than yesterday at this hour. 11 degrees cooler in Oxnard. Look at all the areas with those really chilly temperatures. And so the frost advisories are in effect for this portion of Ontario, Riverside, Temecula, also up into portions of the high desert, Lancaster. Very chilly indeed. Those advisories in effect until about 9 o'clock. The sun will be up by then. It'll start to warm things up. Strong Santa winds will continue. As we mentioned, we've been talking about this, red flag warnings and critical fire weather conditions because of the very dry conditions. Relative humidity values very low. Strong gusty winds still gusting, expected to be near 60, even 70 miles an hour. Not as strong as last week, but certainly well strong enough to fan and fuel these flames. Power outages certainly possible, and some more downed trees and some down power lines that could be possible, and some debris on the roadways. So be careful out there as you head out. I'll show you an hour-by-hour timeline look at our winds as we look ahead to the rest of the day and into tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Maria. So meantime, the Rams had to travel to Arizona for their playoff matchup.
And coming up, we're going to show you how they honored the victims of the LA wildfires. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Welcome back. Coming up on 6:15 this Tuesday morning, and LA continues to lift up its fire victims in the wake of these catastrophic wildfires. LA's 12 major pro sports teams have rallied around the city, collectively donating over $8 million toward relief efforts.
Meanwhile, the Rams are trying to provide something for the city to rally around as they face the Vikings in round 1 of the NFL playoffs. But their wild card matchup moved to Arizona due to the fire danger. Rams players showing support for the LAFD during warm-ups. Then pregame, Rachel Platten sang her hit fight song as Rams fans that made the trip to Arizona showed their love for the City of Angels. And retired Super Bowl champion Ram Andrew Whitworth addressed the crowd and everyone back here in LA.
We are strong. We will not be defined by this devastation. We will rebuild LA, hand in hand, together. For as long as it takes and whatever it takes, we will build it together. Los Angeles, I love you. We love you, and we are with you.
After he spoke, they held a moment of silence for all of the victims. There's a lot of love and compassion on display in Glendale, Arizona yesterday. The Rams did beat the Vikings 27-9. They advanced to the divisional round where they'll face the Eagles in Philly.
With everything that's gone on with our community, everything that these guys have gone through, I thought they epitomized and they represented the city the right way. You talk about sports offering a platform for people to come together, offer a little bit of temporary relief, and I thought the way that our team competed tonight was what it looked like. To stay connected, to stay together, just to fight the spirit, the resilience, all the different things that are great traits that this team has really built through the challenges that they've gone through over the course of this season, and I'm really proud of them.
There was definitely every excuse in the book to come out here and be lethargic and you know, woe is me and all that, but we knew you know, we weren't playing just for us, playing for people back home that needed something to you know, watch and enjoy, and I'm glad we could give that to them.
A big thank you to all of our sports teams for sure, not only just for their monetary support, the $8 million, but also to hear those comforting words and representing Los Angeles on a national platform like that. It helps in some small way.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, sports bring us together. They give us a sense of pride in our community, and they make us feel good. And I think just a needed break, perhaps, even.
Yeah, a lot of people watching the game on TV, and yeah, welcome. Right, we were so welcomed by Arizona. That was so nice. Good morning to you on this Tuesday. We've got another round of some strong winds, and as we await for that sun to rise coming up in about 45 minutes, we are seeing some of those colors, right? Those golden colors. Part of that is, of course, the particulate matter refracting from the sun's rays, which will give us a gorgeous sunrise, I believe, coming up. Now, you know, make you smile a little bit, I think. It's beautiful. However, the air quality not so beautiful, so keep that in mind as you plan to head out. The wind's not so bad here. There's pockets of some stronger wind gusts. Otherwise, we are anticipating some slightly stronger winds as we head into the rest of the morning hours and into the afternoon and evening. Here's what's going on. This is the view from space, the dynamics in place. We've got an area of high pressure here off the East Pacific, and then an area of low pressure to a south. It's this trough of low pressure helping to usher in some of that cooler air mass. Not as cold as what we saw last week. We don't have the same dynamics in terms of every level of the atmosphere being the same. We're still looking at a pressure gradient, however, not as strong, and we're still looking at those winds coming out the northeast. So that is why we have seen continued day after day of this offshore flow continuing to dry out the vegetation. It's just very dry, so critical fire weather conditions continue. That is why the red flag warnings are continuing as well. And in fact, through at least tomorrow evening, all the areas shaded in this pink color here with the gustier winds and low relative humidity values. Yet again, a particularly dangerous situation issued by the National Weather Service. I think that was because cumulatively speaking, it's just been so dry. And of course, these winds still gusting near 50, even 70 miles an hour. Different from last week when we were talking about 80, 90, even 100 mile per hour winds. So a little bit lower, but it doesn't take much to fan and fuel a fire. So here we are with the high wind warnings, particularly through parts of Ventura County, Santa Clarita Valley. We talked about the dangers here for new fires, and that's what kind of happened last night, right? We had a couple of new fires, one in Jurupa Valley, one up near Ventura, and getting a handle on that. Wind advisories, slightly weaker winds in Orange County, the Inland Empire nearing 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Here is our future gust. Let's time it out hour by hour at the 8 a.m. hour. 25-mile-per-hour winds in Camarillo, stronger here in Ventura, and of course our usual wind-prone areas through the canyons and passes and the mountains. At 2 p.m., similar conditions, in fact, a little bit stronger here, closer to 40 miles an hour in Camarillo, but lighter closer to the Palisades Fire. At Pasadena, there near the Eaton Fire, 5 to 10 miles per hour. 11 a.m., similar conditions as we get to Wednesday. And then by Thursday, things really look noticeably different. And then by Friday, more of an onshore flow. And as we head to the weekend, hopefully a deeper marine layer. I'll show you the extended outlook in just a bit. In the meantime, I'll send it back to Stu or to the set. Stu, hi, Stu.
Hey, good morning. We're trying to get back to some sort of normal.
Yes.
And we are over Whittier, and we're looking out towards, technically, that's going to be Mission Viejo way out there. And boy, what a beautiful morning it is. They got those clear skies, and everything is sharp and bright. But if you're coming from Mission Viejo and you're trying to get up here to Whittier, you're going to take that 5 freeway, and that's what we're looking at right there. Those headlights, those are going to be northbound from the 5 coming out of the OC into the LA. It actually is going to be freeway speeds. It looks like it's a little tight down there, but I'm telling you, it is freeway speeds till you get to about the 605. By the time you get over by the 710, though, it really does start to bunch up. You're going to have to give yourself a little extra time. Those southbound lanes, look at that. You got a lot of spacing between the cars, and they're moving along just fine. From the 605 down to the 91 and beyond, that's going to be on the 5. It's going to be a beautiful drive. Everybody getting back to work on this Tuesday. Sending it back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you.
Well, coming up, Mayor Karen Bass issuing an executive order to speed up the rebuilding process. We'll have details on that in just a little bit.
Also, you know, these high winds, firefighters bracing for more Santa Ana's today as they continue to battle several wildfires in LA. What that means for you when the winds will start to die down, we'll have more on that after a short break. Keep it here.
City of Los Angeles looking to speed up the rebuilding process after the devastating fires. Mayor Karen Bass issued an executive order yesterday aimed at cutting all the red tape. The order creates task forces to develop a streamlined program for debris removal, and it also establishes a one-stop shop to swiftly issue permits. The order directs building and safety officials to expedite approvals, instructing all city departments to report back in 1 week with additional areas of relief. And the White House held a briefing on Monday to discuss the federal response to the wildfires.
The president meeting with senior officials as Mr. Biden amends the California disaster declaration, allowing for our fire-ravaged state to receive additional disaster relief. The White House says the federal government will cover the disaster response for a period of 6 months. During the briefing, Vice President Harris asked this question to the U.S. Forest Service.
If, God forbid, the fires go beyond Los Angeles County, given the surge of resources into Los Angeles, what is your level of confidence that we'll be able to get the resources to any neighboring county in time?
I'm confident that we'll be able to get the resources. We have access right now to about 15,000 firefighters that are not currently being used, that's not needed. So if things got out of hand, and let's just say that the wind conditions blew the fires back out into the wildland, we do have firefighters pre-positioned in a lot of different areas to look at that initial attack. And I mentioned the 235 fires now that these same groups of people have been able to bat down to about 5 or 6 major fires.
So until more aid becomes available, Biden says fire victims can receive a one-time payment of $770, and this is how they can quickly purchase things like water, baby formula, prescriptions, and the like. And so for more information, you can find that at disasterassistance.gov.
Well, coming up, city and county officials are set to give us the latest updates on the Southern California wildfires.
Of course, we'll bring it to you live when it happens. That's set for later on this morning at 8 o'clock.
And as the damage assessment and recovery efforts continue here in Altadena, residents and officials are bracing for another round of powerful Santa Ana winds. We're live after the break.
right, good morning, everybody. It is 6:30 on this Tuesday morning. I'm Jen Lammers.
Now, Melvin Robert, we are continuing our coverage on the deadly wildfires. And with that, let's get a quick check on where our two largest fires stand today. First, the Palisades Fire. Nearly 24,000 acres have been burned. Good news, though, crews have made progress. It is now 17% contained. That's up from 14% just yesterday. Crews are focusing their efforts on protecting homes in the Mandeville Canyon area ahead of another round of potentially dangerous and damaging Santa Ana winds today.
And next, the Eaton Fire, same thing. Crews are concerned there about gusty winds. This fire has burned a little more than 14,000 acres and is now 35% contained. And as Gigi was mentioning earlier in her live shot, it's a good point, right? Some of the embers from the fires that we saw could be trapped underneath some of the debris and could still be hot.
Absolutely. We could still look at some long-range spotting from those embers because of these gusty winds, and that's why those critical fire weather conditions and red flag warnings remain in effect. Here's a live look outside right now. This is our Santa Monica camera. Beautiful start here, at least this view anyway, of the water, but you know what it's like beyond that along PCH. Still hard to grasp. The danger is still with us in terms of those gusty winds and the critical fire weather conditions. And as we look at the winds right now, it is breezy in some spots. There's pockets of gustier winds, and certainly we're looking at Camarillo here with some gustier winds in Ventura County. Yesterday, my concerns were in this area here, parts of the Santa Clarita Valley, and that drive on the 5 freeway with those gustier winds. The winds near the basin, a little bit lighter, protected by the San Gabriel Mountains. So this is more of a typical Santa Ana wind event in terms of where some of those winds are not quite as widespread, all the way to parts of LA County even last week. 20-mile-per-hour winds in Ontario, 17 in Corona, lighter winds out in Riverside at this hour. It is going to pick up a little bit as the sun is up and we get going with the morning hours. It is chilly out there. It's downright freezing, below freezing in Lancaster 17. We do have those freeze warnings and frost advisories in effect for portions of those very wind-sheltered areas. It's finally warmed up a little bit in downtown LA to that 41 degrees, same for Riverside, 50 in Palm Springs. So the Santa Ana winds will continue. We've got red flag warnings and very high wind gusts again expected, anywhere from 60 to even 70 plus miles per hour. Sustained winds anywhere from 20 plus to 40 miles an hour. Extreme wildfire danger will continue. That means rapid fire growth spread should a fire erupt, so stay vigilant, please, and do not cause a spark, which can cause a fire during these times. Power outages possible with some downed trees, debris on the roadway, so be careful as you're out and about driving. Let's head back upstairs to Stu now and see how the traffic is moving along at this hour. This looks not too bad here, Stu. Where are you? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everybody. This is going to be the 60 freeway. Hacienda Heights is where we are. Got a little truck trouble over there on the on-ramp. That's going to be for the westbound 60 coming off of Azusa. But you know what? Not causing any problems for the roadway. Take a look at that. From the 57 all the way out to the 605, if you're going eastbound or westbound, it's going to be a good drive. Freeway speeds are better. So if this is your ride, you've got it made. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Sue, thank you. So the forecast of powerful winds has fire crews all across Southern California on the lookout for any sign of trouble.
Yeah, they've staged themselves even in the valley where the fire wasn't able to reach last time. We have Gigi Graciette live in Santa Clarita with that story. Gigi, how's it looking where you are?
You know, it's just a light breeze right now. We're told by folks who live in Santa Clarita it was very windy last night, but Maria Quibon mentioned it is a chilly morning, and it's about 46 degrees here in Santa Clarita right now, but really no heavy wind, no strong wind to talk about, but we are under that red flag warning, those high alerts. Santa Clarita Valley, of course, one of the many areas of concern that reaches out to Ventura County, and let's go there right now because we have already seen a fire there, the Auto Fire, contained to just under 60 acres. Firefighters from Ventura City Fire and Oxnard Fire working hard to put this fire out that started in a riverbed early this morning. The cause still under investigation. No injuries to report. And because of the PDS issued by the National Weather Service, a particularly dangerous situation, take a look at this. The Angeles National Forest has now been shut down temporarily. The entire forest is closed until Monday, not open to the public because of the critical fire weather. So stay alert. And yesterday we were at the city and county briefing, and the sheriff and fire department reminding folks to please turn on those emergency alerts on your cell phone. We know a lot of folks turned those off when we got all those erroneous messages. I got them too, at least 4 of them. Ben, a lot of people turned the alerts off, and if you did, please turn them back on because they could really help warn you when you need to evacuate. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Gracia. Back to you.
Good advice there. All right, thank you, Gigi. And crews continue to make steady progress against the Eaton Fire that's burning in the Altadena area, and this morning containment there stands at 35%.
Mario Ramirez is standing by for us in Altadena with more on the fire and the recovery efforts in the community. Good morning.
Good morning. We know power is still out here in the area. We've seen it throughout the morning. Utility crews making their way here through Altadena. But you see here behind me, the sun starting to rise over some of the destruction. This is a home here on Beverly Way, and the next 3 homes down this street completely burned down. We can say the same for the opposite side here on Beverly Way. Nothing left but rubble. Maybe some walls, a chimney you can see still standing there. Homes and family businesses that have been passed on for generations in this neighborhood are gone. Take a look. We spoke with the extended Sage family here in Altadena, losing 4 homes, 2 liquor stores, an auto shop, and 4 apartment buildings. It's just one example of the devastation and impact here on the local community and the families behind these small businesses. The Eaton Fire has destroyed over 7,000 structures, and it's about a third contained this morning. It actually went up to 35%, up from 33. It broke out last Tuesday evening, rapidly spreading with similar Santa Ana winds that are moving through today. And while the fire swept through their neighborhood, the Sage family watched in horror as everything they've worked for over the last 50-plus years burned to the ground.
I have nothing. Every memory, every memorabilia, my wedding pictures, my kids. Every time I think about it, I break down. I'm trying to stay strong. I am strong. I promised my dad, we're going to build, rebuild, rebuild, rebuild. And that's all we're going to do as Altadenians. We live here. This is our little country.
And so many families have been relying on donations and neighbors as well as government resources. FEMA setting up 2 open disaster recovery centers here. The closest to this fire zone set up at the Pasadena City College, just a few miles from where we are, back out here live. We mentioned those curfews earlier. It's now been lifted from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. We continue to see National Guard and local law enforcement securing this entire neighborhood in Altadena. And as for the conditions, we felt a very slight uptick in the winds, but no major gusts or winds that we're feeling at this hour. For now, live here in Altadena, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. Yeah, there's something about, because you're seeing now a lot of videos emerging on social media of people saying goodbye to their homes for the last time, walking down their staircases for the last time, going through their hallways for the last time. There's just something about that that like grips you. Oh, it really does. In a position that nobody should ever find themselves in.
I think that that's the challenge and the heartbreak of the situation, is that all these people are forced into this new normal, that they've been forced into a new normal that they did not ask for, right? And then having to pick up the pieces, and even that woman's just genuine emotion of when you think about, like, she lost her wedding pictures, she lost the pictures of her children. I mean, it's so much more than just the structure of your home. It's all the things that were inside of the home and the memories that were created in that home. Folks are going through a lot.
You're going through a lot, but I will say there is a level of resilience that I have seen from these fire victims that is just remarkable.
It is not to diminish the grief. I read this article just yesterday. You know, I'm going to share it on my social media, but it was a really profound article. It was written by a survivor of the Lahaina fires. And this one family really kind of drew a parallel to, it is not the same, I know, but it is a death. It is a loss and a grief that is very similar to losing someone. You know, your home is your memories, and there's all of that, years of that, and that loss is tremendous. tremendous. And so I'm going to share it on my social because it just kind of encapsulates what a lot of people, I think, are feeling. But it also had some really great advice about how to move one step at a time, 1 hour at a time, you know, during this time. And I can relate to some of that, going through some of my own loss and grief. And it's really kind of a triggering thing for many people. But all I can say is that we can understand, and we see you, and we're here. We're here, and we support you, and here to help in any way we can. You know, in the meantime, we still have the danger that's out here, so we can also help and support by being vigilant and being aware of these winds and the hot spots and this particularly dangerous situation. So we really need to be alert to what we're doing and not to cause any spark that can cause a fire, because under these weather conditions, that means that fire can spread rapidly or can explode with these winds that are gusting still in some areas. I mean, we showed you some of those peak winds overnight, 70 miles per hour in some of those mountain locations. So that's going to continue today. These wind warnings, and in fact, through tomorrow for a lot of these wind-prone areas for the mountains below the passes and the canyons. The wind advisory areas, portions of Orange County, perhaps in the basin, nearing 40 to 45 miles an hour. And again, similar conditions out through the Inland Empire. This is the driest start to the winter season on record. We've had only 14/100th of an inch of rain since October 1st. We beat the old record. Look at this. In 1918, guys, it has not been this dry since 1918. And guess what? It is going to continue. I don't see any real measurable rain. This is one of our computer models. I'll get to Stu in just 1 second, but I just wanted to show you how prevalent this big ridge of high pressure is. It is blocking these storms and the storm track well to our north. Now, there is some hope. Saturday, maybe a deeper marine layer, and perhaps we can squeeze out some moisture, some drizzle that will help just a little bit to add some humidity to the atmosphere. I'll show you the 7-day forecast in just a couple minutes. In the meantime, let's head back upstairs to Stu. Stu's got to look at our traffic and the conditions out there as we wait for that sun to rise. Hey, Stu.
Hey, good morning, Maria. Good advice, though, from that book from the survivor from the Maui fire. Let's take a look at the 57 freeway. Those are the southbound lanes right there. You're really starting to hit the brakes about Brea Canyon as your off-ramp. By the time you hit Lambert, you're really slow and go. There it is, and it stays that way all the way down to the 91. Now, on the reverse side, the northbound on the 57 from the 91 out to the 60, wide open. So southbound, give yourself a little extra time. Northbound, you got it made. Other traffic hotspots, we got them. Let's see them right now.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. So yeah, you don't just get some lawyer. You get an army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Welcome back. 6:45 this morning and new today. Containment of the Palisades Fire is up to 17% at this hour. That's up from 14% yesterday. But, you know, strong Santa Ana winds are expected through Wednesday, which could renew some danger.
With that, let's get out to Stephanie Ramirez, who is standing by for us in Santa Monica this morning, and she is at a National Guard checkpoint. Stephanie, good morning. What's it look like out there?
Good morning. Sure, we're at South 26th Street, guys, not far off of San Vicente Boulevard, where I want to show you this is the checkpoint here where people all morning have been coming up. Now, officials are only letting those with proper clearances. A lot of workers, security people coming through, but those who live in the neighborhood, they are being turned around. One woman who didn't want to go on camera, she was too frazzled, but she was saying that her gas alarm was going off in her home. National Guard members, the law enforcement members here, not allowing her to go back in because of the security measures put in place already. So she was very upset, not knowing what to do with that. Just a very still frustrating matter for those. We are happy to hear, though, there does seem to be some progress. The Palisades Fire, it was at 14% contained this morning, but we are learning within the past hour or so it's now moved to 17% contained. Authorities, though, are saying we are in that critical period where Tuesday morning to Wednesday, hurricane force winds could push that fire further, and so crews have been working very hard to clear any brush around the homes that could potentially be in the fire's path. The other part of that work is the recovery effort. We know at least 8 people killed in the Palisades Fire alone, 6 people still unaccounted for. I apologize, I did want to play you an interview. We did speak with 2 young men in the neighborhood who told us their perspective. They were driving around this morning. Here's what they had to say.
Well, a lot of my friends' homes have been lost, and it's been really hard for them. Luckily, it hasn't happened to my house, but it could soon, so it's scary. So I'm just kind of being careful and kind of being grateful for, you know, what I have. And, yeah, but it's hard. It's really stressful. We filled, like, our suitcases up, and they're kind of, like, at the door, like, all our valuables and pictures and stuff, so we're kind of ready to go.
Hey guys, just want to also let you know the FBI is still looking for help trying to find that drone operator who damaged a scooper plane when that work was being done to attack the Palisades Fire. This was last Thursday morning. We have the link on how you can report any information on our website, foxla.com. Do want to make sure everyone knows, though, they're still warning people stay away if there are any evacuation orders or warnings in place. They want as least amount of people in a possible path of danger as possible. But they also want to prevent looting from happening. The curfew did end at 6 o'clock, but they're still, as you just saw, turning people away if they do not live in this neighborhood. But we're told if a resident inside leaves, they cannot go back in either. No escorts are happening at this time as well, guys. It's the very latest here in Santa Monica. I'll send it back into you.
Yeah, Stephanie, I know you've seen a number of people getting turned away at the checkpoint. What are they actually saying to them? And are they giving them any timeline as to when they're going to be able to actually get inside their homes? I know at a news conference yesterday there was no timeline set just yet.
Yeah, we have not heard of any timeline. It's as long as they're getting information firsthand. I can tell you when we first got in, they immediately checked our credentials to make sure we are who we say we are. Those being let in, we did see some private security folks as well as security folks with marked vehicles. We did see one gentleman who was trying to get in who works at the school grounds. At first, they told him no, but then when he explained who he was and what he was doing, they did let him go by. But then we did see just a few neighbors that were being turned around trying to get in there to check their property. So that's still not being allowed. Unfortunately, we don't have a time frame for that, but just a heads up, you can tell you're approaching a checkpoint. Obviously, if you live in the neighborhood, but if you don't, you could tell by several rounds of cones on the street leading up to that checkpoint. So be prepared to make sure you have your identification to show who you are. Guys.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. Did you mention that if somebody hires a private security firm, they can actually go up there?
The security we see are being allowed in, but that security has to prove who they are. So it's not just like you can go in and say, hey, I'm security. Right. They're asking for identification
yeah, you have
as
to
well.
show your credentials and all that. Okay. Stephanie, thank you.
Lots of complexity there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah.
You know, maybe a lot of those homes hire, you know, their security company like ADT or NCS. So perhaps they have the ability to go in and do a little survey on their home as part of.
Which would make sense.
You know, yeah, right? If they can't go themselves, then why can't another official then go and survey the home? Yeah.
Of course, if you don't have the privilege to have private security,
that's what I'm saying, right? If
there's that piece too, right?
You're out of luck if you don't have the ability to hire a security firm like that.
But I mean, if homes have the
if
security,
they have the security system,
security system, and they're patrolling certain homes, then maybe that's one of the reasons why they're able to go in. Not 100% sure, but perhaps you can contact if you have an alarm company and you have that security feature. Yeah, maybe check into that. Okay, let's talk about the wind situation right now. Definitely still got these winds coming out of the northeast. Notice the arrows coming from that northeasterly direction, pushing the air toward the southwest, and some of the gustier locations. You can see the brightly colored spots here, parts of Bakersfield up towards the Central Valley, and you've got some here, some gustier winds near Ventura County and parts of the Inland Empire. Otherwise, it's mostly calm. You saw from different live shots that we've been showing you out in Santa Monica, where Gigi's at, or Mario, the winds are just relatively light. They are due to pick up again, though, the latter part of this morning into the afternoon. Heavy smoke out there. This is impacting air quality, so there is that air quality that remains in effect. I got another call from a coach asking about kids and practice outside. I would say leave it to the family, but I would not recommend it because of all that fine particulate matter. Very toxic materials were burning for a long time, and they still are, and that is going into the atmosphere. So please protect the kids, the little kids, if you're pregnant, the elderly, anyone who has sensitivity to their respiratory issue. 61 in Anaheim at the 10 a.m. hour. Notice those winds coming out of the northeast. Just a quick look at our 7-day forecast. We got a couple of days of really strong gusty winds. You'll notice the winds start to weaken Thursday, Friday, and then there is much cooling for the weekend. Marine layer and perhaps that 10% chance for some showers. All right, let's head back up to Stu and see how the roads are looking now. I think the sun is getting ready to be up higher in the sky, and I think this is the moon. I know it was full yesterday. I can't remember how much of it is. Well, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty full to me, Stu, so thank you.
It does look pretty full, right? I mean, it is a good moon, and I think it's actually, somebody at the desk asked me, and I realized I didn't know either, but isn't it the wolf moon, or is the wolf moon tonight? I'm not 100%, but I am 100% that is the 91 freeway right underneath us right there. And it's moving along pretty good. As I take a look right there, that's going to be the 605, but take a look over here. This is where all the problem spots are. So basically between the 710 and the 605, if you're going east or westbound, give yourself a little extra time. No crashes to talk about. Just a little slow and go action out there. So the 91, slow through the Long Beach area this morning. If that's your drive, give yourself a little extra time. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Stu, you'll be happy to know that, yes, in fact, it is the wolf moon. And it's a waning moon, you said, Maria? It's a waning moon.
According to Samada and our data here, 99.3%. Waning gibbous.
Okay. We'll break that down for you further, everybody, as far as what that means in just a little bit, because I'm not too sure about some of that terminology
I don't know my
either.
moons.
But I'm going to research during the break.
Yep.
Okay, but in the meantime, we're going to let you know that we're going to continue our live coverage on these deadly wildfires.
Yes, after the break, we're going to tell you where you can get free N95 masks across Los Angeles, because as you know, the air quality out there is not the best. We're going to have a lot more when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody. Free N95 masks are now available all across Los Angeles.
Yeah, the city is distributing hundreds of thousands of masks at public libraries and local nonprofits to help protect residents from poor air quality, especially with these new winds coming up. Officials recommend wearing these masks outdoors if you smell smoke, if you see ash, or when the air quality is bad. To find a location near you, just visit foxla.com/links. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. The 7 o'clock hour is coming up next as we continue our coverage of the deadly wildfires across Southern California. Keep it here.
Welcome to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lammers. Thank you for joining us as we continue our wildfire coverage. It has now been 7 days. 7 days of shock, of confusion, 7 days of loss, and 7 days of newfound strength all over Southern California. And we have to say, we do appreciate you trusting us as your station for coverage and information on these wildfires all week long.
Yeah, we sure do. And crews are bracing themselves in case high winds help to fuel the wildfires burning in our area. And with that, let's get out to Stephanie Ramirez. She's from our sister station in Washington, D.C. to help us this morning. Thank you, Stephanie, for coming down. She's live for us in Santa Monica with the latest from there. Hello.
Absolutely, guys, and you all have been doing wonderful work informing the community. This morning, we've been by a checkpoint here. I want to show you the National Guard with 2 Humvees out. This is South 26th Street by La Mesa Drive, right off San Vicente Boulevard. And all morning, what we've been seeing are some residents being turned around, but workers being allowed to go past this morning, and just hearing the frustration from some of the residents who cannot get through. Absolutely heartbreaking. Also hearing the stories from some of the workers. We'll be able to play you some of that in about a half an hour or so. But at this checkpoint, they're still warning folks, if you live within the residential community here, they are allowing folks to leave, but once you leave, you cannot go back in the area itself. It's been dark all morning. The community, a neighbor told me, does not have power. Now, with the Palisades Fire, the good news is we are seeing some upgrade here from 14% contained to 17% contained. They've been working very hard to remove any brush around homes. This is the critical period that officials have been warning about Tuesday into Wednesday morning, possible hurricane force winds pushing the fire, and so they've been clearing that brush around homes, as I said. Authorities are also working on the recovery front. We know, sadly, in just the Palisades Fire alone, at least 8 people have passed away, 6 people still unaccounted for. I did speak with a young man who was walking around this morning and asked his thoughts on what's going on. He told me he was just coming back from hanging out with friends, actually, as part of coping with what's been going on.
It's pretty crazy, and that's really all I can say, to be honest. I mean, it's kind of sad, especially being a native from LA, California. It's just sad to see the city on fire, just burning alive pretty much. It's scary for a lot of people, definitely, but we're not impacted directly, unfortunately, but we just came up here to just check it out. And
what's going to happen today, kind of on pins and needles, hoping that it does fare better than what happened last week, for sure, guys. So we're in Santa Monica again, South 26th Street, and you can see folks being turned around if they don't have the proper credentials, but security is being allowed through, as well as workers as well. Guys, that's the very latest here from the grounds. I'm going to send it back into you for now.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Let's go over to Maria as we watch things out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to juxtapose, right, the beauty of the start to our Tuesday with the full moon, or at least it was full yesterday. This is now about 99.3% full. It is the waning gibbous. It was a wolf moon, and really mostly fair skies. What you can't see right here, though, is all of that fine particulate matter in the atmosphere. So please be mindful of the air quality concerns and that smoke alert that is in place. Extreme fire danger, not just for us, as you can see here, it goes up and down the coast all the way up to the Central Valley, and then all the areas here shaded and circled around that purple line. That's where the potential for dangerous situation is really highlighted, and the extreme weather conditions. As we look at the fire snooper, we do like this. This is the kind of tool that the meteorologists on site that are working directly with the fire departments here, this shows us where the hot spots are. So the yellow circles here showing you where some of those winds are starting to get stronger, and then the yellow, rather the red dots, that's where we go, and we see some of the stronger winds, and those are the winds that are flirting with the red flag warnings. 41-mile-per-hour wind gust here at Miller Ranch, and then some of the yellows where some of those winds are starting to get a little bit stronger, 27-mile-per-hour winds at Clear Creek. If we take a look at the WSI 1, or Weather 1, if I should say, we're going to fly around and see what those current winds in other areas are doing, and we're really looking at some variable amounts. Some pockets of heavier winds. These are sustained winds, not the wind gusts, but as forecast, anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. Some areas as strong as 30 to 40. Very quiet conditions right now near the basin, even parts of Orange County, Huntington Beach, not really much in the way of wind. Up in Ontario, parts of that 210 freeway getting some gustier winds, sustained nearing 15 to 20 miles an hour. And those wind gusts today, even this morning, potentially could get up to that 40, 50, even 60 miles per hour. Some isolated areas are seeing those wind gusts up to 70 plus. And I'll itemize some of those peak wind gusts in different spots overnight in just a bit. 41 in Burbank currently. It is chilly. Downtown LA, the same, 41 as well. So bundle up. Make sure the kids have their sweatshirt or hoodie on. 16 in Lancaster, very chilly there. 10 degrees in Big Bear. 17 degrees cooler right now than it was yesterday at this hour in San Bernardino. 11 degrees cooler in Riverside. Santa Monica, even cooler today than yesterday. Those are the areas starting with the freeze warning up here in the high desert. Frost advisories elsewhere here in the blue for Riverside, Temecula. Just a quick look at our highs. It'll be close to average, mostly in the 60s. Look how chilly in the valleys in the Inland Empire, only around 63. All right, let's head back upstairs to Stu in Sky Fox. Thanks for mooning us earlier, Stu. That was nice with the moonshot.
Thank you, Maria. I appreciate that. Yeah, the Skybox is always there for a nice moonshot. Hey, let's take a look at the 710. This is going to be in the city of Commerce. From the 60 to the 5, it's a great drive. Moving north or southbound, you can see it right there. But if you're going to stay on that 710 southbound past Commerce and making your way down to the 105 down there, you might want to give yourself a little extra time. No crashes to talk about, but it's really high volume this morning. Seems like a lot of folks are making their way southbound on that 710. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Stu. Thank you very much. Well, everybody, crews do continue to make good progress in the fight against the Eaton Fire, which is burning in the Altadena area. The fire now stands at 35% contained.
Mario Ramirez is live in Altadena with the latest on the fire and the recovery efforts. They've searched a number of homes out there, Mario.
Yes, and the search will continue, unfortunately, for human remains in some of the rubble. Now, officials a week later still don't have a full scope of the damage, and what we can see here on the ground, massive destruction. Just take a look here. We are on Beverly Way, just off of Lake Avenue, and you've got 1, 2, 3. This entire block was wiped out by the fire, and I mean, there are still cars that are torched here lining the street. So a few things that will be happening in this area today as we show you this scene here. Search and recovery efforts continuing with cadaver dogs searching through some of the rubble, as there are at least 17 missing in this fire zone. We've seen those utility crews making their way from street to street trying to repair power lines, and fire crews, of course, still stationed throughout the area as the winds start to pick up. Now, current estimates put the damage cost around the wildfires at around $50 billion, and during this Santa Ana wind event, we know that these embers were flying around. Eventually, they started more fires making their way from one structure to the next, and basically leaving entire blocks here in this neighborhood destroyed. Now, before we go, I do want to have Brian Shaw here behind the camera just pan up and show you the mountains there, the San Gabriel Mountains. We are not seeing any smoke, any active flames, but of course, that doesn't mean that the fire is out, and those winds are bringing another round of concerns during an already tense and heartbreaking time for so many people. We'll keep you posted on the conditions. That's the latest here in Altadena. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
And as far as we know, we haven't really seen any aerial tankers doing any of the dumps this morning, from overhead. So that's also a good sign that a lot of this fire has been under control. Thank you, Mario.
Thanks, Mario. Well, still ahead this morning, L.A. looking to speed up the rebuilding process after the wildfires and how they plan to do it. We'll tell you in a bit.
And you know, every time there's a disaster, they're there to help. This time, right here in Los Angeles. Meet the people working Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen when we come back. right, welcome back. Let's get up to Stu now. He's over the Rose Bowl, and look at this. It looks like firefighters and first responders are getting this morning briefing as they do every morning. Stu, do we see National Guard out there as well?
You know what? I don't see any National Guard out here, but this definitely is going to be the Rose Bowl area, and it is going to be morning briefing. You can see all those folks down there. Those are the bosses. They're going to be passing it down to their crews. You can see they've got their big map up there, and it can take a little bit of a look, but it's basically going to be that Altadena neighborhood and the mountainsides or the Mount Wilson behind it. Let's take a look at some of what the resources really look like out here at this command post. This is pretty impressive, to say the least. And a lot of these folks are actually camping out here. You can see that little campsite right there. Believe me, those are all the firefighters and the first responders. That's where they're sleeping at night. So you really got to give them props for all the effort that they're putting out there, making sure that the area is safe. Right now, it's a lot of just hot spots and making sure that everything is where it should be. Again, we also didn't talk too much about the fire aftermath. You have those homes that are halfway standing. Fire department and first responders, those are the ones that are going to make sure that those half-standing buildings are going to be safe for folks to make their way in there later on to start scavenging through and seeing what they can find. But right now, though, this is going to be the command post, like you said, out here at the Rose Bowl. And these folks for the Eaton Fire, they're getting ready to get their daily duties and what they have to do and their to-do lists. And believe me, they're going to get it done. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Sending it back to you on the studio.
Wow, looking at those tents, too. This is where their home has been the last few days.
Just breaks your heart. The Altadena community is such a diverse community. 58% of that community is people of color, 18% black folks, according to census data. And also the thing about the Altadena community is that it was such a haven for black homeowners. And it was one of the few places in LA, in the county, that black folks could own homes. And about 8 of 10 African Americans living there own their homes, which is close to double the national rate of home ownership. And it's a really important community and a very historic community. And I on a personal note, I think that that's a story that's not being communicated out enough about the historical significance of Altadena as it pertains to people of color. So, you know, it's just such an extraordinary loss for so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really, really is. And Mel, it was 1 week ago, right, around 10:30 in the morning when we first heard about a brush fire that cropped up in Pacific Palisades. Who would have ever thought that it would result in the total devastation that it did? And Mayor Karen Bass is taking steps now to help people who've lost their homes in these fires, and there have been so many.
She has signed an executive order to clear the way for fire victims to rebuild their homes. Coco McAvoy, live for us in downtown LA with more on this. Good morning to you.
Good morning, and we are less than an hour away from the media briefing where Mayor Karen Bass and other city and county leaders will give an update about the wildfires and the windstorm. But we also expect Mayor Karen Bass to talk about that sweeping executive order that she issued to help rebuild. And let's really talk about what this means, that plan and what it entails, because it also talks about businesses and lays out the foundation for how businesses can rebuild. The order will coordinate debris removal from impacted areas, clear the way to rebuild homes as they were, which means expediting the permit and inspections process. It will also make 1,400 units of housing available. The order also instructs city departments to report back in 1 week with a list of additional relief needed from state and federal regulations, along with state and federal funding needed for recovery. Mayor Bass is facing scrutiny for her response to the wildfires, and here's what she had to say in a past briefing about that criticism.
My focus is on us being prepared as a city for tomorrow. As you began, we could face another very difficult situation for thousands of Angelenos. When we are past this period, there will be an evaluation of everything that went on. And at that point in time, we will see there is not agreement as to whether or not the budget was cut. All of those issues will be resolved when we are clear that Angelenos are safe and we are ready to rebuild our city. Thank you.
And I really just gave you the nuts and bolts of this executive order, but we do expect Mayor Karen Bass to speak more in depth about this executive order today during the press briefing, which will start at 8 o'clock this morning. I'll send it back to you.
There somehow seems to be
thank you.
still confusion as to whether the budget was cut or if it wasn't cut. All right, Maria,
yeah,
you're in for some more wind, unfortunately.
Yep. And after this event, I think we'll get down to some of those questions that you're asking, right? But in the meantime, the winds are still blowing. In fact, the current winds right now, notice the arrows coming from that northeasterly direction down to the southwest, and some of the hot spots, some of the windier areas through parts of Ventura County here near Oxnard and on past the 5 freeway headed into Bakersfield. The peak wind gusts that we saw clocking in during the overnight hours, we did get up to, as forecast, some of the mountain locations like Magic Mountain Truck Trail. This is up in the San Gabriel Mountains, 72-mile-per-hour wind gust here. Sandstone Peak, this is on the western edge of the Santa Monica Mountains. We did get a wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Fremont Canyon in the Santa Ana Mountains out in Orange County, 59-mile-per-hour winds. Banning, 55. And in Jurupa Valley, where that one fire did get going yesterday, 46 miles per hour, or last night, I should say. It got handled very quickly with those new fires. Here's what's going on in the upper levels of the atmosphere. At least this is a view from space. We've got an area of high pressure here in the East Pacific, just west of the Bay Area, and then an area of low pressure, or a trough of low pressure that's pulled off, bringing to some cooler air actually from the north. That's why it's kind of a chilly start to our Tuesday, but it's that difference in pressure between these two systems that is helping to drive the winds. Not as strong. We don't have as much of that upper air support or that really cold air mass that came in last week, so the winds aren't quite as strong as last week. That being said, they're still quite gusty, as you saw some of the key wind gusts that we saw last night, still getting up to near 70 miles an hour. All these areas here, shaded in the pink color, I'm talking about that critical fire weather conditions. So we've got dry relative humidity values combined with these strong winds gives us this critical fire weather, meaning if a spark were to start a fire, it could spread rapidly or explode under these weather conditions. That's why we stay vigilant. Please, if you see something, say something right away. And for goodness sakes, don't do anything that could cause a spark, which could start a fire. Here is the area under the high wind warnings. Thousand Oaks, out towards Piru, Santa Clarita Valley, parts of Canyon Country. This is where the strongest winds will be this morning into the afternoon. We'll see some lulls in the wind, I would say later this afternoon, but they will pick up again a little bit later tonight. And then really we'll start to see a weakening by tomorrow into Thursday eventually, and then Friday back to an onshore flow. In the meantime, these winds in Orange County and the Inland Empire gusting near 40 to 50 miles per hour this morning. Temperature-wise, it will warm up some later this afternoon, but generally below average, 66 in Burbank, 59 in Santa Barbara. Remember the smoke, the air quality really unhealthy out there. Large part of Los Angeles, even through parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire. So limit your exposure to the outdoors. We'll be right back after this quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. In the wake of those catastrophic wildfires, LA's 12 major pro sports teams have rallied around the city, collectively donating more than $8 million toward the relief efforts there. And meantime, the Rams are trying to provide something for the city to rally around as they face the Vikings in round 1 of the NFL playoffs, but their wild card matchup moved to Arizona because of the fire danger. Rams players showing support for the LAFD during warm-ups, and then pregame, Rachel Platten sang her hit fight song as Rams fans made that trip to Arizona, showing their love for the City of Angels. And retired Super Bowl champ Andrew Whitworth addressed the crowd and everybody back here in Los Angeles.
We are strong. We will not be defined by this devastation. We will rebuild LA, hand in hand, together, for as long as it takes and whatever it takes. We will build it together. Los Angeles, I love you. We love you, and we are with you.
After he spoke, they held a moment of silence for all the victims. So much love and compassion on display in Glendale, Arizona last night. The Rams did beat the Vikings 27-9. They advanced to the divisional round where they'll face the Eagles in Philly.
With everything that's gone on with our community, everything that these guys have gone through, I thought they epitomized and they represented the city the right way. You talk about sports offering a platform for people to come together, offer a little bit of temporary relief, and I thought the way that our team competed tonight was what it looked like, to stay connected, to stay together, just to fight the spirit, the resilience, all the different things that are great traits that this team has really built through the challenges that they've gone through over the course of this season, and I'm really proud of them.
There was definitely every excuse in the book to come out here and be lethargic and you know, woe is me and all that, but we knew you know, we weren't playing just for us, playing for people back home that needed something to you know, watch and enjoy, and I'm glad we could give that to them.
Yeah, because think about it, some of these guys have lost homes themselves. They certainly have friends and family who might be in similar situations.
Yeah, sports just give us, they bring us together, give us a sense of community, a sense of pride, and I think in this case, Jen, a little bit of a break.
A little bit.
You know,
a little bit of a mental break. Yes, it's deeply needed.
Yeah, well, still ahead this morning, Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen has arrived in Southern California. We'll show you how they're helping fire victims.
They always answer the call there, and thousands of people have lost their homes to the fires. And coming up, we have a real estate expert joining us to talk about navigating the real estate market during a crisis.
Welcome back, everybody. Let's get a check of the weather now. Here's Maria.
Right, I wanted to show you something pretty here. We've got some snow, you guys.
Ooh.
I know, excited about this. This is up in Big Bear, a local resort. It's so cold. It was in the teens just an hour ago, and they've been making snow during the overnight hours. We did get that fresh snow, a week or so ago, and we may get some snow this weekend. Hopefully, the models are pointing to just a 10 to 20% chance at this point, but hey, we'll take what we can get, and perhaps some new snow above 5,000 feet. Certainly possible, which would be nice and welcome. I'm just hoping we can get a little bit of rain as well from the system that we're watching, because that would help us out a lot for mitigating fire danger. The winds are blowing right now, not too bad at this hour, thank goodness. They've been generally staying between 5-10 miles per hour, some pockets of stronger winds closer to 20 to 30 miles an hour. The gusts are going to increase as we get through the morning hours, and we still have those critical fire weather conditions, of course, through at least tomorrow, and those wind warnings. That means the fire danger is staying with us. The wind alerts and fire alerts are still there. The wind gusts still could get up to 50, 60 miles an hour, even in some isolated areas to 70 miles an hour, especially up in the higher elevations. Relative humidity values very low, single digits. The power outages could still happen. I know getting those alerts from the power companies saying, as a precaution, shutting down power with these winds picking up. And of course, the travel will be impacted by these winds because of the blowing dust, debris on the roadways, and those big rigs. Please, you might want to postpone that travel. We look to the humidity because right now it is starting to really dry out as the day gets going. As we fast forward to this afternoon, it'll be drier even. That's what's contributing to the fire danger. As we get to tomorrow, we get to recover a little bit in the morning hours, and then at noontime you can see how it does get into the teens, and then single digits in some of the desert locations, and then by tomorrow evening we start to recover a little bit as well with a little more humidity, more recovery, and hopefully a deep marine layer will return by Friday into the upcoming weekend. All right, there's my weather for now. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we need some moisture in the atmosphere. My goodness, that would help a lot.
Absolutely.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. So let's talk about award season in a way, on how they're pivoting and shifting.
A lot is
now.
Right, a lot has been changing.
Right, because they are also sensitive to the current situation with the wildfire. So the 2025 Grammy Award show is going to proceed as planned for February 2nd. However, and this is where the pivot comes in, organizers are making it a fundraiser with the goal of raising money to support wildfire relief efforts. The show is going to broadcast live from the Crypto.com arena, where Beyonce is the leading contender with 10 nominations. Others nominated for multiple Grammys include Taylor Swift, Charlie XCX, Post Malone, Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, and Chappell Roan. The Recording Academy has already pledged $1 million, with over $2 million distributed to those in need. Organizers say that the event will honor first responders and highlight music's power to heal and unite us during these tough times.
Okay.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
So they're still going to have the show.
Still going to have the show.
And there's going to be a component to the live show where you can
absolutely
donate money.
And now people are looking at the SAG-AFTRA, foundation and the SAG Awards to maybe do the same thing, to maybe create a telethon, especially with all these actors that are going to be at the award show.
So like a double-edged kind of, I mean, a double kind of feature, if you will.
A two for one. Absolutely. Still having the awards, but then making it also a fundraiser, because SAG-AFTRA has already donated $1 million themselves to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation. So now this is another platform for them to use. So this was something I was looking forward to watching last night. Jimmy Kimmel Live resumed taping after canceling shows since last Wednesday. So last night he came back, and many viewers were waiting to hear Jimmy's top of the show monologue.
It's been terrible. It's been a terrible. Everyone who lives in the city knows someone, most of us, multiple people, families, friends, colleagues, neighbors whose houses burned down. And the truth is, we don't even know if it's over. We had 100-mile-per-hour winds fueling this nightmare. As of tonight, the winds are back. And I think I speak for all of us when I say it has been sickening, shocking, awful experience. And I also want to thank our local news reporters who reminded us how important local television, radio, and newspapers are.
He thanked first responders, as you saw, local news, and of course saying that the entire city has been affected in some way by these devastating fires. And I think it was important that he also stressed that this week has been scary, stressful, and strange, because you're also seeing people who don't live here saying, oh, Hollywood, oh, Hollywood. Hollywood is more than just the actors.
Right.
It's producers, it's writers, it's the crew that are also affected.
But it's also the average Joe.
And the average Joe, Altadena, Pasadena.
Yeah, it really is.
People who have had the same home in their families for generations.
That's right.
Going through this loss. And as Maria put it earlier this morning, it truly is a loss that you are mourning.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And all the different stages of grief around that loss.
Yes.
That so many people are going through and are contending with during this time.
I just remember, you know, because it was a week ago, right? At 10:30 in the morning when we first heard the word brush fire, and we were all just collectively holding our breaths, hoping that it did not come down to this. And it did. In ways that we can't even imagine, in ways that so many of us are still trying to process.
Of course. And some people lost their jobs as well, too. People who worked in a lot of the businesses that were burned down now don't have a job.
Right. People who were out there, and I have to really applaud our reporters and our correspondents that I've seen on the ground, a lot of whom have been suffering personally on their own, but they're working around the clock, right?
Oh, yeah.
To keep people informed.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
There are so many people who we need to show our gratitude to.
Oh yeah, people that have shown up.
Yeah.
The first responders, the reporters who braved the conditions to bring the story. And I think also I was yesterday, candidly, I had therapy yesterday, and one of the things I was talking about, my therapist was talking to me about, was this concept of vicarious trauma, and that, you know, even though some of us were not directly impacted by that and we didn't lose our home, but watching the coverage and knowing other people and having friends and family, and there is a feeling of just the vicarious trauma where, you know, you're just sad and carrying the emotion as a result of watching, because it's been a heavy time.
Because you can be okay, but be sad.
Yeah.
It's like, yes, I'm okay, I'm safe, but I'm sad.
Yeah.
If you have a beating heart, you are feeling for these people out there.
Oh my God, deeply. My
That's a fact. All right, let's get over to Stu for a check of our traffic. Good morning, Stu.
Hey, good morning, Jen. Good morning, Melvin. Good morning, everybody. We're taking a check of the traffic, and we're also going to take a pulse here of the Los Angeles area. And you know what? We're coming back to life. Take a look at that. That's going to be the southbound 405 freeway. Yes, it is. It's slow and go from about Sherman Way all the way through that Sepulveda Pass up to the Mulholland area. But also remember, they still have closures out there. Mulholland is closed, and also Sunset Boulevard. But if you keep on pushing through that southbound 405, it does open up once you get into the West LA area. Northbound wide open. Other traffic hotspots, yes, we got them, and we're going to share them with you.
Jacoby & Myers has been protecting the hardworking people of California for over 50 years, and we've recovered more than $2 billion in settlements for our clients' injuries. If you've been injured in an accident, Jacoby & Myers will fight for the justice you deserve.
And welcome back. I'm meteorologist Maria Quaban. Wanted to show you this very popular app right now. I've been using it for some time, but a lot of people are now aware of Watch Duty, and it really does itemize the fires that are burning right now. But I wanted to bring your attention to this because there are no air assets that we're seeing right now. So they're going to have a press conference coming up here in the next hour. But this is a good indication. To me, it's telling me that the winds are starting to calm down a little bit, and they're starting to give our air assets just a little bit of a break maybe, and then they'll start back up again once the morning gets going. As I'm looking at our weather snooper, this is our fire weather snooper. This is what those meteorologists and firefighters use on the ground out in the field to notice where the hot spots are wind-wise. We're getting some yellow dots here on the map. That's just indicating winds that are flirting with red flag conditions. And we've got one red dot here on the map where there is some stronger wind here, gusts near 47 miles per hour at Miller Ranch. As we take a look at the bigger picture with the extreme fire danger, we're not the only ones. The fire danger continues up north into parts of the Central Valley, and then the areas circled by the purple line here, or at least outlined by that purple line, is where we're looking at that particularly dangerous situation, parts of Ventura County and on up to the inland areas heading up to Bakersfield. Let's go to Weather 1, and then I'll show you all of the weather alerts that are in place right now, including, it's a very chilly start. We have some freeze warnings here and frost advisories to start in some of those wind-sheltered areas in the high desert. We do have those high wind warnings until tomorrow, at least at noontime, for a lot of our mountain locations. Air quality alert with that smoke being a big problem and unhealthy air quality. And we have, of course, our fire weather warnings, or AKA red flag warnings, across the region. Just want to remind you about the evacuation game plan here. So when we have red flag warnings, when we have these fires break out, you need to evacuate, right? So just a reminder about staying up to date with forecasts, and I'm proud of you for staying tuned here to Good Day LA and Fox 11, because we have the very latest information. Have that plan in place with your family. Make sure you communicate where you're going to go if you haven't already. And of course, all your essentials. Make sure that supply kit is prepared. Not just your people and your pets, that's first and foremost, but all your paperwork, your prescriptions, some of those pictures, really the key. Take pictures around your home. Take some videos of that before you leave. Your computer and, of course, your plastic. And we're talking about your cash and the money. The difference between an evacuation warning versus the order to leave. The warning means you get ready to go. Gather all your important information. Make sure your cars are parked the right way. The order, of course, means you have to leave now because of that immediate threat to you and your life and your property. So that's the difference between the two. A lot of people now waiting it out under the warnings and, you know, waiting to get back to their homes. The chance for rain, there's a little bit. We could hope for this weekend, 10 to 20% chance as we look ahead to Friday into Saturday, Sunday. And I say that with a qualifier. I think that deep marine layer will be back. I don't see any big major significant storms, so we're calling for that slight chance. Definitely some cooler temperatures as we head there. But we've got a couple of days of really strong wind still and that danger, and then things will start to relax as we get to the end of the week. I do think this will be a slightly longer period where we can recover, but there is a model that we're watching, a chance for some offshore winds to return by late Monday into Tuesday. So we'll wait and see if that materializes. In the meantime, still that fire danger, at least through tomorrow, for all areas. So stay alert and stay vigilant. Back to you.
Amrit, thank you very much. Well, everybody, this wildfire, as we've been reporting, has destroyed more than 1,000 homes. And while so many people wait to hear from their insurance companies, they're also looking for somewhere to live.
That's right, and that's another issue altogether. Is there a lack now of inventory? And what's going on with, you know, listings going up in price since this disaster? We've seen that happen. Is that legal? We have so many questions, and here to answer as much as he can is John Grauman. He is principal at Grauman Rosenfeld. Good morning, John. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So the first question is, you know, hundreds if not thousands of people were in the situation have all found themselves homeless all at once. So what has that done to the housing market that you're seeing so far?
Yeah, the reality is this is all unfolding very rapidly and in real time. So it's really too soon to too soon to tell what type of long-term effect this might have on the housing market. The immediate demand right now is for short-term housing, while displaced families are just looking to get a roof above their heads, try to regroup, reassess, and determine where they go next. In terms of where the housing market may go from here, to your point, as you were saying earlier, the housing market has always been at the mercy or the fundamental of just supply and demand economics. We've seen obviously a ton of that supply now go away. We are seeing the demand rapidly increasing. So theoretically, this could lead to a more active, more competitive housing market. But in the face of a natural disaster like this, there are obviously so many different variables that families have to consider, like where their kids are going to go to school, how long it may take to rebuild. So a lot of things to take into consideration. It's just a little bit too soon to tell at this point.
You also have a lot of people naturally as a result of what happened who are looking and seeking places to live, looking for rentals, long-term rentals at this point. And then another thing too, John, is people that are hiking up rent prices, capitalizing on people's extraordinary loss in this moment of tragedy. Horrible.
Yeah, look, there's always going to be some bad actors out there that are looking to take advantage and exploit a situation like this, which I agree is unconscionable. But I want to remind everyone that it is actually illegal to increase the price or rather to price gouge in the face of an emergency like this. California Penal Code 396 very specifically states you cannot increase the price of a commodity, which includes real estate, by more than 10% after an emergency has been declared.
Yeah, that's right. But unfortunately, we have seen that happen. We've heard reports of price gouging up to 45% from people who are just looking for, even if it's a place to stay for 3 months, 6 months at a time because they lost everything.
Yeah, and those people should be reported. Unfortunately, the only way to police that is to report those bad characters. But mostly I'm seeing an outpouring of support from a community that recognizes that there are so many people in need right now. It has certainly sparked a conversation amongst a lot of homeowners who have been sitting on the sidelines for the last 2.5 years while we've been in this high interest rate environment. I'm getting a lot of phone calls from people asking, is now a good time for me to lease my house? Is now a good time for me to list my house for sale? So you got to remember, we're coming out of the holidays where it's particularly dormant anyways. We usually don't see inventory, even in a regular market, start to ramp back up towards mid-January as we approach the spring. So I think this is going to give sort of a boost to that inventory, and we will see more options come on the market in the weeks and months to follow.
And just a quick question. Who do you report that to?
That is a great question, and honestly, I'm not sure the answer to that. I've never faced a situation like this before. You can certainly speak to an attorney about it, and I can get back to you guys. Perhaps you can post something about that later.
Copy.
For people who've just lost everything, it can be a really overwhelming sense of, I guess you're unsettled, you're confused, you don't even know where you're supposed to begin. So what are those first steps that people have to take if their home is a total loss?
I would start with the basics. Start with contacting your insurance carrier and contacting your lender. You want to file a claim with your insurance carrier, and you want to find out what your ALE is. That's your additional living expenses. So that's the amount that's allotted per your policy that is for things like short-term housing. But you have to be careful because it is going to vary from policy to policy, and there is going to be a cap on it. So for example, if you have, let's say you're used to spending $10,000 a month in living expenses and you apply that, but you only have a $100,000 cap, you could burn through that in a span of just 10 months. And obviously the time to rebuild your home is likely going to take much longer than that. So I would start with filing a claim, finding out what your ALE is, and then contact your mortgage servicer and just find out what their forbearance policy is. It's probably going to vary again from each lender. It may vary depending on the severity of loss, but the forbearance is essentially another way of saying deferring your payment, right? While you're going through this process of rebuilding your home, what policy they have or how much are they willing to work with you to defer that payment. I think we're going to see a lot of circumstances similar to the 2008 mortgage crisis where there are various loan modifications and banks having to work with homeowners to try to find a way to pave a path forward.
I mean, and that path forward is going to be long. I think that that's another part of this conversation too, is that even if you might have insurance, it's going to take a little bit. Even putting your house on the market, it's going to take a little bit, right?
Absolutely. This is, I hate to say it, guys, this is a long road ahead.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like we had 1 or 2 homes lost. Obviously, entire communities were lost. Entire neighborhoods were lost. We're going to need to rebuild the infrastructure within those communities. And insurance companies generally aren't set up for mass loss like this. They're set up for the occasional claim. So it's going to take some while to work through this, but I'm confident that we as a community, as an industry, are going to bind together and try to help people get through this as quickly as we can.
As we look at, you know, really an entire community has been decimated. Multiple communities have been decimated as we look live. This is the Palisades right now. You have to think, and it's so early to even talk about the rebuilding process, but in the months to come, what do you think that's even going to look like in some of these communities?
I think right now the focus is just on cleanup. Right now, we just need to sort of clean the slate and see what we have to work with. And I'm sure you guys have heard and read various reports recently, as I have, that many of the toxins and, for example, asbestos has gotten into the soil. It's gone airborne. It's gotten into the neighboring trees and so forth. So, you know, we're going to need to really wipe the slate clean and have a fresh canvas to start painting on before we can move forward. And then it's going to be a matter of, you know, each homeowner working individually with their insurance carrier to see what that timeline looks like and whether or not people want to stay to rebuild or whether they simply need to move on with their lives and perhaps move to, you know, an adjacent community.
Right.
All right, John, thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for your invaluable perspective. We'll talk to you soon. And also, everybody, we were talking with John about, you know, what do you do if you notice that a landlord maybe is hiking up a price, which is illegal? You call local authorities. That's where you report that, or the Attorney General. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. The devastating fires have left many families out there struggling, as y'all might imagine, but we've also seen extraordinary outpouring of donations. At the YMCA in West LA, fire victims can pick from donations collected for them. The parking lot is full of everything from pet supplies to baby food to clothing, even toiletries. The YMCA also offering showers, Wi-Fi, and a safe space.
And donations are also pouring in at the West Side Food Bank in Santa Monica.
Yeah, it's partnering with Santa Monica College to collect much-needed supplies for people that have been devastated by the fires.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive takes place later this morning from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's at Santa Monica College's Bundy campus. 3171 South Bundy Drive is the address. They're looking for clothing like sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear and socks. I want to make a note to hammer down about the underwear. It needs to be new, not used. I was at a place over the weekend and they were saying that people are dropping off underwear.
Oh, no.
Not that's necessarily, but just it needs to be new and packaged, right? Also, baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothes, formula, and pacifiers. Blankets, also phone chargers are also needed. If you want to donate money, they will accept gift cards. Find the donation link on our website, foxla.com/links.
Don't be giving out your used drawers. Also, we want to remind you, join Fox's support of families impacted by these California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. Visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen. We'll leave it up for just a little bit longer so you can screen that code. All right. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, our wildfire coverage continues. So we are waiting for an update from fire officials. They've been doing these daily updates at 8 o'clock in the morning. We're going to bring it to you, of course, live when it happens, and we will be right back.
It's the Palisades that you're looking at, everybody, as we're going out to break. We see the plumes of white smoke, quite the different scene from last week. We'll see you in a little bit.
morning and welcome to Good Day LA at 8 o'clock as we await a daily briefing from fire officials and city leaders.
That's right. We're continuing our breaking news coverage on the deadly wildfires. Let's get a quick check on where our two largest fires stand. First, let's go to the Palisades Fire. Nearly 24,000 acres have burned and now stands at 17% contained.
Next is the Eaton Fire. It's burned a little over 14,000 acres and is now at 35% contained. Let's go to a live press conference right now where city officials are updating us on the nature of these fires. There we go.
At the Eaton Fire, and it remains estimated at 14,117 acres with 35% containment. We know that over 7,000 structures are damaged or destroyed, and we have 3,235 firefighting personnel assigned to the incident. 30% of our damage inspections for the Eaton Fire have been completed. Impacted residents may visit recovery.lacounty.gov to view maps showing damage assessments. Please note that the maps are being updated daily. Severe fire weather conditions will continue through tomorrow. The worst winds are predicted today for the late afternoon and into Wednesday. Please be assured that the Los Angeles County region is prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in the LA region critical. I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are going to prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power lines. I know that this is a challenge, but it is necessary for our collective safety. I ask that our unhoused neighbors not have warming fires. Anybody who's a person experiencing homelessness should be seeking shelter through the County of Los Angeles or the City of Los Angeles. Additionally, we have checked the water system in the Eaton Fire area, and it is operational, meaning that we have water and we have pressure. Repopulation will not occur until all areas are safe, period. Resources are available for residents impacted by wildfire at lacounty.gov/emergency. And I'm happy to report that the LA County CL-415 Super Scooper that was damaged by the drone will be available for response starting at 11 a.m. today. Lastly, I ask all residents in the fire danger areas to develop your own wildfire preparedness plan. Go to fire.lacounty.gov/RSG for Ready, Set, Go, and get set to leave early if you receive an evacuation warning or order. And please double check to make sure that your cellular device does not have your emergency alerts silenced. I would now like to introduce Jerry Magana, Deputy IC, CAL FIRE, Incident Management Team 2.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. My name is Jerry Magana, representing the incident management teams for the Palisades and Eaton Fire. I just wanted to once again thank the partners and cooperators for all of their continued teamwork with these incidents. We couldn't do it without each other and without the support of the community. As mentioned, for both fires, I just wanted to continue to stress the fact that it is important that the public stay informed on the process and what is happening each day on these incidents. With all of the press briefings that are given, a ton of information is being put out there. Just please make sure that you are aware of the information for your impacted area. As a whole, for both incidents, DINS inspections continue and will be thoroughly processed to get the latest information out to you so that you have the ability to gather that information and move forward within your process. You saw our operations continue for both incidents, and we will continue to update our cooperators and partners with the latest and greatest information. And today you'll also be hearing about the disaster recovery centers that are being opened. More detail to follow, but we just wanted to make sure that you as the public are getting all the information that you need to move forward in the process, and that all of us up here on this stage are working together for you to get you the information that you need. Please stay patient with our process. We will get you in as soon as we can. Thank you.
Chief Crowley. Yeah, Chief Crowley. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Kristen Crowley, Los Angeles City Fire Department Fire Chief. Mayor Bass and I recently conducted an aerial survey of the impacted areas. Our focus was on evaluating the size, the scope, and the complexity of these fires to gain a full understanding of its total impact on our communities. This assessment was essential as we begin planning and prioritizing resources and support needed to make sure that we can facilitate in the recovery efforts here and now. Our goal is to address both the immediate challenges and the long-term needs of those infected by these devastating events. Yesterday, I also had the opportunity to meet with our international partners from Mexico to express our heartfelt gratitude for their assistance. The outpouring of support from both near and far, I tell you, is absolutely remarkable. I also had the opportunity just to take a moment to talk with people, and I cannot tell you how many times everybody has been asking about our firefighters and our first responders, and they're asking, how are they holding up? I visited our field resources, the Emergency Operations Center, our Department Operations Center, and I tell you, our firefighters and first responders are standing strong. They hold their heads up high, and they will continue to work hard for you. Thank you for your care and concern, and I tell you, our thoughts and prayers holistically are with everybody that has been impacted by these fires. I will now provide just a brief update on the Palisades Fire. This fire is now at 23,713 acres with 17% containment, with 5,200 personnel that are assigned to the incident. Firefighters will continue to work tirelessly throughout the day to increase containment lines, prevent further spread, and address any flare-ups. The Hurst Fire, 799 acres at 97% contained. Now, to all of those who have lost so much and to those who still have not returned to your homes, know that everybody involved in this incident in the Los Angeles region is focused on you. I want to express my heartfelt gratitude to the community that has given so much back to those impacted as well as to our LAFD. And thank you to the LAFD Foundation that provides vital equipment and funds critical. They fund critical programs, tools, and equipment to help the LAFD save lives and protect property. You heard Chief Maroney say it already, but I think it's very, very important that I reiterate these points. Life-threatening and destructive and widespread winds are already here. For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles. I urge, and everybody here urges you to remain alert as danger has not yet passed. Please follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay and prioritize your safety. Thank you. I would like now to introduce our next speaker, Los Angeles County Sheriff Luna.
Good morning, and thank you, Chief. Our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department personnel deployment stands at approximately 1,300 this morning. And again, remember, we are working different incidences throughout the county, primarily the Palisades Fire for the county portion of it, and then the Eaton Fire as well. Many of our deputies haven't had days off. They're on 12-hour shifts. So I really appreciate all their work and their time away from their family. We have approximately 234 officers from the California Highway Patrol. Sean DeRee, the commissioner of the CHP, was kind enough to give us more bodies as of yesterday. We also are being assisted by 16 agents from the Drug Enforcement Administration, and they're not working narcotics. They are here assisting us, and we're getting calls from a lot of our law enforcement partners, so we're very grateful that they're here to assist us. We have well over 600 National Guards personnel that are deployed to not only the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department areas of responsibility, but the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena, Santa Monica, and other places as well. Evacuation orders, we have approximately 88,000 residents that are still under evacuation orders, and regarding evacuation warnings, we have approximately 84,800 residents that continue to be under warnings. There is a decrease in these numbers, but as our fire partners have stated, it is still very dangerous for the next 24 hours. So we're keeping a very close eye. That's why we have not downgraded the number of personnel. If fire tells us you've got to go here because the wind's blowing this way and we need to do evacuations, that's where we are going. I just want to remind everybody that the last time we had to evacuate people under an order, our deputies very heroically saved many people's lives, and they had to rescue people, and a lot of the people that were rescuing who waited till the last minute to leave the order or the evacuation order, many of them had significant burns on them. I just want to reiterate that when we're giving you warnings, that's the time you should probably think about going. Actually, we recommend you go. Don't wait till the order's given. We don't want you to impact your own life or the life of your loved ones. Repopulation conversations are absolutely active and ongoing. I don't want to get too much into that. I don't want people to start thinking everything's okay now. Everything's not okay yet. We'll get there. We'll get there together. But again, the wind's blowing and it's going to continue to blow. Curfew is still in effect. It was in effect last night. It's going to be in effect tonight again, starting at 6 p.m. all the way to 6 a.m. This is for the impacted evacuation order areas. If you do not live there, have any business there, say this every day, don't go. Why am I repeating it? Because we continue to make arrests for this violation. I don't want to make more arrests, so please stay away from there. We understand that our residents want to go back to their homes, but this is a disaster area. Chief Maroney mentioned it. As soon as it is rendered safe, we will try and prioritize getting you back home. We understand that is important. Regarding arrest, we had a few more arrests overnight. Our total, when I give totals, this is for the LA County Sheriff's Department area only, and doesn't count LAPD, Pasadena, and other agencies. We are up to 39. That's 33 in the Eaton Fire area and 6 in the Palisades area. Eaton, we have 9 curfew arrests and 2 for drone incidences. Please do not fly drones in these impacted areas. And 11 were for burglary in that Eaton area. For Palisades, we have 6 arrests, 3 for curfew, and 3 for burglary. Last night's total arrest, 1 arrest for curfew violation and carrying a loaded weapon. Again, I'm repeating this, and it keeps on happening. If you are carrying narcotics and a gun, you shouldn't do it anyways. You shouldn't absolutely go into these evacuation order areas where there's a curfew with those items, because you are likely going to get arrested by our deputies. They're being very proactive, and you're going to get arrested. Blue collar versus white collar crimes. You've heard it over and over, we're not just looking for burglars and looters committing crimes on the street, but we're also focused on anybody who's involved in any kind of scam. Whether you're asking for donations for pets or whatever you think you're doing to make money off of the poor people who've been involved, we're telling you, don't do it. If you think you're a victim of this, notify us immediately. Moving on, search and rescue operations. Based on our grid searches, this is information that when we concluded last night with our search and rescue teams, we have searched approximately 3,654 properties in the Altadena area thus far. Yesterday, we searched 1,800 properties in Eaton. We also have been working with teams that are coming in to work on the Palisades to begin searching for remains as well. So this operation continues. It's active, not easy work. The good news was that no other remains were found yesterday. Hopefully that happens again today. We don't want the death toll to continue to go up. So the death toll stands at 21 for the sheriff's areas. Does not include LAPD or Pasadena. That is a total of 16 in Eaton and 5 in the Palisades. We are actively working 24 missing person cases, 18 in the Eaton area, 6 in the Malibu area, all adults. As I conclude, to get any updated information, lacounty.gov for emergencies. That is updating on evacuation orders, evacuation warnings, road closures, and for all of our community members who desperately want to get back into their houses, as we back off of orders into warnings, look at that website. That'll give you the most updated information. And donations, Emergency Network Los Angeles. I continue to be absolutely amazed with our community. All the positives, they want to donate, they want to help. That's where you go. Thank you very much. And I'm introducing the Los Angeles Police Chief, Jim McDonald. Oh, before you come up, just one quick thing, because I'm being asked this question. If a lot of you are concerned seeing police cars up and down our freeways and their lights and siren on, don't let that alarm you. Whether it's sheriff cars, LAPD cars, CHP cars, we're responding in tandem as they're being requested by the incident commanders to respond to several different locations. Those are your tax dollars at work, our men and women working their butts off. They're getting to one place to another as quickly and as safely as possible. Now Jim McDonald's coming up.
Thank you. Sorry, Jim.
It's okay.
Well, good morning. I just want to let everyone know that as we enter into another period of dangerously high winds, we remain deployed and ready to assist with any additional evacuations should that need arise. While peak winds are not expected to be as strong as last week's wind event, they still pose a tremendous threat. And if you're asked to evacuate, please listen to all evacuation orders, as they are meant as a life-saving measure. As has been the case over the last few days, LAPD is focused on maintaining your safety and the safety of your properties as we move forward. As far as deployment goes, LAPD officers are still performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires, and we ask for your continued cooperation, especially with our officers who deployed at various checkpoints throughout the evacuation zones. We understand the frustration and your desire to see your homes firsthand, but until CAL FIRE tells us that the impacted areas are safe for repopulation, we can't allow you to return. For the upcoming 24-hour period, LAPD will continue to deploy approximately 750 officers to the impacted areas with support from the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and the National Guard. They have 200 soldiers assigned to the Palisades event, and we're certainly grateful for their support. We're supporting the fire area with these badly needed resources while continuing to respond to calls throughout the city. I'd like to thank our LAPD officers and everybody who's represented by those who are standing here today, who are working on overtime away from their homes and families, going the extra mile to keep Los Angeles safe. On the missing persons front, we're still actively investigating all reports of missing persons and have dedicated resources to these efforts. As of this morning, we have 34 people reported missing. 21 of them have been found safe. Of the 13 remaining, 2 have most likely been found deceased but have yet to be positively identified. 11 remain unaccounted for. In total, 3 fatalities that are fire-related. 1 fatality died at a hospital but was not reported missing. On the arrest front, we've made 14 arrests. Failure to obey curfew were 3 of those. Impersonating an officer, 1. Impersonating a firefighter, another. Unauthorized entry to a closed emergency area, 2. DUI, 1. Vandalism, 1. Possession of ammunition and burglary tools, another 1. Burglary, 2. And conspiracy to commit burglary, 2 additional. We have 3 noteworthy arrests throughout the, although outside the fire zone, very significant to our efforts as we continue to battle fires that threaten our community. On Sunday night, our North Hollywood officers responded to a call of a possible arson suspect who was using a barbecue lighter to light fires. Officers arrived on the scene and the suspect was arrested for an outstanding felony warrant for arson and booked into Van Nuys Jail. On Monday, 2 additional arrests related to the fires. The first took place at 5700 Van Nuys Boulevard at approximately 16:30 hours. Our West Valley officers responded to a radio call for an arson suspect who had ignited a nearby brush. Upon arrival, LAFD was at scene, extinguishing the fire, and directed the officers to the possible suspect, who was taken into custody there. The suspect was booked for arson, again at Van Nuys Jail. Our second arrest took place at 11820 San Vicente Boulevard in West LA area. Officers responded to a radio call of an arson suspect at the location who had ignited a nearby trash can, which was extinguished by the LA City Fire Department. Citizens directed the officers to the suspect location, where he was then taken into custody without incident. Video from local businesses showed footage of the suspect starting fires in that area. He was booked into our jail for arson. On looting front, excuse me. Looting is not just a crime against property, it also takes away any sense of security from evacuated residents, and certainly it's not being tolerated at all. LAPD officers are working around the clock to prevent looting in impacted areas and will identify and apprehend those responsible. However, we cannot do this alone. We need your help. And as you heard from the accounts I gave you, it was residents of our city and county who have stepped forward, made observations of people lighting fires, called the police, we responded, and were able to take them off the street. So thank you for those who have been involved in that, and I ask for your vigilance as we move forward. We're asking all members of our community to join us in this effort by reviewing your personal security footage, whether from Ring cameras, home security systems, or any other recording devices. Even seemingly small details can make a big difference in our ongoing investigations. If you notice anything suspicious or potentially connected to these incidents, please report it to us immediately, and you can do so anonymously through Crime Stoppers by calling the LA Crime Stoppers at 800-222-TIPS, or by visiting lacrimestoppers.org. You can also provide information regarding the Palisades Fire by submitting tips by texting ATFLA to 63975, and then follow the link to be able to create a report. Our collective safety depends on the partnership between police and our community. Together we can ensure that those responsible for these crimes are brought to justice and that our neighborhoods remain safe. Sheriff Luna talked about the curfew. Likewise, in the city, the curfew order will remain in place tonight from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And unless you're public safety personnel or disaster workers, you have no business being at these locations. And if you are in those areas, you are subject to arrest. As I've mentioned, we've already made a number of arrests for individuals who are not listening to these orders, and we want to be very clear about that we will find you if you're out there and you will be arrested. Please allow our teams to focus on the recovery efforts. Enforcing a curfew helps us identify individuals who have no businesses in these areas, and also protects public safety personnel who are operating in darkness and often very, very difficult conditions. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department is committed to the recovery recovery efforts, and for however long that will take, we will continue to work alongside our other partners to make sure that our community has the resources that you need to recover and ultimately rebuild. Thank you for your patience and cooperation during this difficult time. Now I'd like to introduce LA County Public Health Chief Deputy Director, Dr. Anish Mahajan. Doctor.
Good morning, Anish Mahajan, LA County Department of Public Health. I want to begin by sharing our heartfelt condolences and extending our deepest sympathies to those who have lost their homes and endured profound devastation caused by the fires. Please remember that you are not alone, and we stand with you during this incredibly challenging time. To our first responders, we are deeply thankful for your remarkable courage and relentless efforts in the face of such overwhelming adversity. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge each of our county supervisors, as well as the mayor, for their steadfast commitment and compassionate guidance, as well as the county and city fire departments, along with the many partners whose exceptional teamwork has been invaluable during these difficult times. Now, the impact of the wildfires has been far-reaching, leaving individuals and families not only grappling with the losses of their homes and cherished belongings, but also facing urgent health and medical challenges. Many have been displaced, separated from their usual health care providers, and are in need of essential medications. In response, Public Health will be establishing a Medication Access Assistance Service Center at each of the disaster recovery centers starting today. There will be 4 to 5 nurses and 1 physician from each site from Public Health, along with a paramedic team from EMS. Nurses at the sites will assist families with information, education, referrals for clinical health concerns, including getting access to medications for those who lost their medications in the fire by helping them connect with their pharmacy or their usual provider. If refills are unavailable or if they face challenges in connecting, the nurses at each site will connect with the physicians and pharmacists that we have at the Department of Public Health telehealth service to provide new prescriptions to bridge families until they can connect with their usual source of care. For patients needing assistance with treatment for opioid addiction, the Medical Assist Therapy, the MAT consult line at 213-288-9090, that's 213-288-9090, is able to offer these prescriptions and operates 7 days a week from 8 a.m. to midnight. I'd also like to say a couple of words about the high winds that we're expecting in air quality. The South Coast Air Quality Management District has issued a wind-blown dust advisory due to the strong winds that we're going to see starting this afternoon. High winds may disperse the ashes from the Palisades, Eaton, and other fire burn scars. Wind-blown ash from burned structures may contain higher air toxic levels. If you see the ash, take precautions to reduce your exposure. If you're in the area that's impacted by the ash, you should wear proper respiratory masks, such as an N95 or a P100 mask, to help protect you. These masks are specifically designed to reduce the exposure to harmful fine particles found in the ash and smoke, which can penetrate deep into your lungs and cause serious health problems. And remember, ash is not just dirt, it's hazardous fine dust that can irritate or harm your respiratory system and other parts of your body where it lands. Also note that cloth masks, medical masks like the regular blue ones, bandanas, they do not provide adequate protection against ash and fine particles. They're not designed to filter out these hazardous materials. You really need to wear an N95 or a P100 if you're seeing the ash in your area to protect yourself. In closing, I want to once again express our deepest gratitude to the first responders who've shown incredible bravery and dedication during this crisis. Their tireless efforts are nothing short of heroic, and we're deeply thankful for their service. At Public Health, we remain committed to providing support to all those who are affected by this tragedy, whether through guidance, resources, or community collaboration. We're with you during these challenging times. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce LA County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger.
Thank you. It has been 7 days since my constituents' lives were devastated by the Eaton Fire. 7 days. At the most recent in-person community meeting we held for Eaton Fire survivors, we had hundreds of people attend. Also, more than 50,000 people joined on live stream. This speaks to the scale and impact of this devastation. All eyes are on FEMA at this moment. We know, value, and appreciate FEMA's partnership. They are the agency who is there for people in their time of darkest need. it is of the utmost importance that we be very clear about what support and help FEMA can realistically provide. For wildfire survivors, they need nothing less than clear and transparent answers about how they will be supported through the recovery process. I want to thank Bob Fenton, FEMA Administrator for Region 9, for being here today. I thank you for speaking to my constituents so they can plan the way forward. I also want to make sure survivors know disaster resource centers open today. Disaster resource centers are staffed by local, state, and federal officials who are there to help those impacted by these fires. The east side location is Pasadena City College Community Education Center, located at 3035 East Foothill Boulevard in Pasadena. The west side location is UCLA Research Park West, 10850 West Pico Boulevard in Los Angeles. Both locations will be open from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. today, and then starting tomorrow morning and moving forward, they will open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Details can be found at recovery.lacounty.gov. With that, I'd like to turn it over to LA City Mayor Karen Bass.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Barger. Let me just say that yesterday, as the chief mentioned, we did an aerial tour, and I was able to see, it's one thing to see it on television. It's another thing to see it from air. The massive, massive destruction is unimaginable until you actually see it. So I think of the families, I think of the community members that have experienced that, and I just have to say that we are going to continue to stand with you. But while we're preparing for the next couple of days, we also want to move into the time when we prepare for moving forward and rebuilding, but making sure that we can get people's lives back in whole. I have to say that when the aerial tour was finished, and I had an opportunity to speak to the firefighters, including our chief, firefighters who've been on the job for 25, 30 years, to say to me that in their entire careers, they have never seen destruction like this. They have never seen wind so fierce. In Los Angeles, in California, we don't know hurricanes. But imagining a dry hurricane and thinking about what they went through and their lives on the line. From the air, we could see people on the ground clearing brush and doing everything that they needed to prevent the next tragedy. So everybody wants to know how to help first responders. Well, the way you can help first responders, and you've heard this from other speakers, is to be prepared. So if you hear that your area is under a warning, then get packed right away. If the order is to evacuate, then evacuate immediately. But as was recommended earlier, evacuate if you have the warning, because if you remember a few days ago when the fires were at its worst, people had difficulty getting through traffic. So thinking of moving forward, yesterday I signed an executive directive to begin to lay the foundation policy-wise for the rebuilding effort. We're going to make it through these next few days, but we want to begin to think about how we rebuild the massive destruction that I saw from the air. We don't want people burdened by red tape and bureaucracy. So my executive directive addresses that. It addresses streamlining the debris removal. It talks about actually immediate action that we can take to make 1,400 units of housing available immediately. Again, that was stuck in the process, but given what we're dealing with now, that process has to go. And then establishing a framework to secure additional regulatory relief and resources. As was mentioned, the assistance centers will start today. the first ever disaster recovery center for victims of the Palisades and Hurst fires will open, which will help people who have lost vital records, birth certificates, driver's license, Social Security, etc. Help those who have experienced loss or damage to their homes apply for disaster relief loans, and provide referrals. We heard the public health officer say that nurses will be available at the disaster recovery centers, but also mental health counselors will be as well. So for more information, you can go to lacity.gov. So the center opens at 1 p.m. this afternoon at the UCLA Research Park, and starting tomorrow will be open from 9 a.m. until 8 p.m., 7 days a week. And that's a commitment that every single day we will be addressing people putting their lives back together. So I want to thank UCLA Chancellor Julio Frank. I want to thank Gary Michelson. The South Coast Air Quality Management District is recommending that Angelenos wear the well-fitting medical-grade mask while outside. The City of Los Angeles has distributed hundreds of N95 masks throughout Los Angeles in public libraries, recreation centers, and senior centers, and local nonprofits, and we encourage families to pick up their masks today. And finally, I want to acknowledge the thousands of Angelenos who have come together all across the city to help. I'm sure you've seen on the nightly news, hundreds, thousands of people just showing up with providing resources and supplies for victims. But I also want to thank Disney, Netflix, the Wasserman Foundation, Hilton Foundation, Annenberg, SNAP, and so many others for donating millions of dollars to relief efforts. The California Community Foundation's effort has resulted in $14 million and over 20,000 donors. LA, we stand together. We will do what we need to do to be safe over the next couple of days, and then we rebuild. We will rebuild Los Angeles and make Los Angeles the world-class city that we are. And with that, let me introduce Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Thank you very much. As you heard, the Palisades Fire updates include 5,100 personnel in the Palisades alone. We are giving this fire everything we've got. This is a particularly dangerous situation from now through tomorrow. The strongest winds will be this evening, and we ask everyone to get prepared now to evacuate. The libraries in Los Angeles County have FEMA staff available until 5 p.m. to provide assistance. If you have received a denial on the FEMA website, do not get discouraged. Come to one of these locations in person to get help. Our disaster recovery centers, as you have heard, are open from 1 to 8 p.m. today at UCLA Research Park West and Pasadena City College as well. LA Department of Public Health is providing medication access assistance at the disaster recovery centers starting today for those who lost medication in the fires. All Santa Monica, Malibu Unified School District schools, Malibu schools will remain closed. All Santa Monica campuses will be open today. I've been in touch with Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negretti this morning, and she is closely monitoring the situation. Topanga Post Office has been relocated to Santa Monica Post Office. Residents can pick up their mail at 1653 7th Street. For more recovery information, go to recovery.lacounty.gov, which is launched and making improvements, adding resources each and every day to provide the assistance you need and deserve. With regard to power and public health updates, over 20,000 households are facing power outages due to public safety power shutoffs. Please take this moment now to charge your phones, your batteries and devices to make sure you have backup. We'll work to restore cellular access, but know you may be without power. Please plan ahead. Tune in to radio given some of the power outages that we're predicting. please use your resources. It is unlikely that power will be restored in the Topanga area during the red flag conditions, so please be prepared. Los Angeles County Department of Public Health is providing N95 masks at all LA County libraries. Do not drink water warnings for Waterworks District 29. Please know that bottled water is being distributed at Malibu Equestrian Park. Do not drink water warning for 90272 zip code and the area north of San Vicente. Bottled water is being distributed for this region at the Westwood Recreation Center and adjacent to the Brentwood Country Club. Our LA County emergency proclamation will be ratified at our board meeting later today. This cuts red tape for the county to provide resources as well as to receive state and federal assistance. It prevents price gouging. This includes on rent and housing options, which we know have been impacting people's ability to have shelter. It also includes other ways people are taking advantage of this disaster, and these will not be tolerated. This proclamation also declares a local health emergency to ensure continuity of critical health services and ensures continuity of education for our displaced students. It also creates opportunities to secure financial support and resources for those impacted. To stay informed about the emergency, you can go to emergency.lacounty.gov for the latest updates. And I want to echo the gratitude for all those who are on the front lines, as well as their families who are supporting them, waiting for that call. We are giving them all of the support that we have to ensure they come home safely. We are grateful to the volunteers who are showing up, as well as for the additional proclamation by our Governor, Gavin Newsom, expanding a special session to provide $1 billion to augment the FEMA response, as well as $1.5 billion to bolster state preparedness efforts. We are in constant communication with the White House, Congress, and our state legislature. All levels of government are aligned to support our community members. We especially appreciate FEMA being on the ground to provide assistance, and together we will rebuild. Next up, FEMA Administrator Region 9, Robert Fenton Jr.
Well, thank you. Just first, I'd like to talk about some of the actions that we're doing to support LA County, LA City, and all the communities impacted. Our first area is focusing on the response and making sure that all the resources are here that are needed to support the firefighting and ensuring that we're reimbursing all the costs incurred with that effort at 100% as the President directed. The second area we're focused on is really helping those individuals that have been impacted by this fire, and that's really where I want to focus my comments in the discussion today. FEMA's assistance is now available for individuals and households impacted by the fires within the LA County area. FEMA has expedited delivery of serious needs assistance. We've already had over 40,000 applications and provided over $8 million. The serious needs assistance is a one-time payment program to help survivors cover costs such as water, food, infant formula, gas, etc., that you may have had since having to be evacuated for the fire. Other forms of FEMA assistance include help with transportation costs, medical bills, personal property, and even, unfortunately for some, funeral costs. FEMA will also help with temporary housing, which includes rental assistance, hotel rooms, and other resources, home repairs, and displacement assistance. I encourage every head of household to apply to FEMA assistance. Not every member of the family has to apply, just the head of the household. And if you're renters, where there's multiple renters for a property, as long as you're each on our renters, you could each apply individually. If you have been evacuated and received damages from this fire, go ahead and register at the disasterassistance.gov website. You could call us at 1-800-621-3362, or you can use the FEMA app to register. If you're affected by the fires and have insurance, you should contact your insurance company and file a claim first before coming to FEMA. After you receive your settlement, contact FEMA if you have unmet needs. You need to submit your insurance documentation to receive any FEMA assistance beyond the serious needs assistance if you were insured. FEMA assistance is not a substitute for insurance and cannot cover all the losses caused by disaster. FEMA assistance is intended to really cover your basic needs and help jumpstart the recovery process. Thankfully, to recent legislation, now changes have occurred that allow FEMA to assist those that are underinsured. However, our maximum grants are $43,600, and there's two different categories for those. So that is the maximum assistance we can provide. There's other federal agencies, such as SBA, that could do low-interest loans, and there'll be other forms of assistance to help with some of those unmet needs. We have FEMA staff at various sites across the community to help you apply for FEMA assistance and are embedded in the first two local disaster recovery centers opening today at 1 p.m. Again, if you're going to go to the recovery center and seek assistance from FEMA with your application, I'd ask that you start the process and register online so our individuals can help you with your application and bring your registration number and any identification you have. I'm working closely with the state of California and local partners to assess the ongoing situation and determine what other FEMA support may be most effective to the communities that have been impacted by this fire. One of the things I wanted to address, and the sheriff talked a little bit about it earlier, is fraud. And unfortunately, we see it common after disasters. Why we hope the best from people, unfortunately, there's some out there that have other objectives in mind. And so please go ahead, and if you hear of fraud, communicate it. Anyone representing FEMA will give you identification if they are talking to you about your application. And we recently launched a rumor webpage on our disasterassistance.gov webpage, and you could go into it and just search common rumors. And there's a list of rumors that are out there right now. I just want to address a couple of those. One of them is that we will provide vouchers to help you with housing. All the assistance we provide is financial assistance, and it'll be directly deposited into your account. So we don't provide vouchers. There may be other organizations, nonprofits, that may provide some type of voucher, but we don't at FEMA. Another rumor was that we will cover 100% of the uninsured costs. Again, we provide up to 2 grants at $43,600. Is the maximum assistance we can provide. The state, if you receive a max grant, adds $10,000 to that. There's other federal agencies that can provide assistance above that, but we will only help those that are underinsured, and we can't duplicate benefits from those that are insured. The 100% in the President's declaration was specific to emergency costs for fighting the fire and for the debris removal, which we'll be focusing on in the days ahead, as the mayor outlined in some of her executive orders. And then everyone needs to go ahead and submit an application in order to receive assistance, and needs to make sure they have a registration number, and if you need help, should go to those recovery centers. Lastly, we continue to financially support all the costs associated with the response to the fires, and we have every federal agency here with us available to support any needs that the state, the county, or the local communities affected in the city have. With that, that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, and Chair Catherine Barger thanks the following elected officials for being here today, showing up and showing their support. We have Los Angeles County Supervisor of the 1st District, Hilda Solis, Los Angeles County Supervisor of the 2nd District, Holly J. Mitchell, Congressman George Whitesides, and State Senator Sasha Renee Perez. This is the end of our press briefing. We will do one-on-one briefings. There will be a press gaggle for City Mayor over here on my left. And for other one-on-ones, please approach and we will connect you to the appropriate speaker. Thank you.
And you just heard a news conference from public officials, also fire officials, and FEMA, because now that aid is available to all those fire victims. These next 24 hours, they're underscoring this, are going to be very important, and they're going to require the help of nearly everybody to keep Los Angeles safe as we prep for another major wind event that's happening later on tonight, is when those winds are supposed to really pick up.
Yeah, one of the things that officials did share, though, is that Super Scooper plane that was damaged by a drone. It had some damage to the wing. It's supposed to be back up and running, operational today by 11 a.m., which is really good news, because that's really a huge support. And also, you know, they gave us an update on there's 5,200 personnel still assigned to the Palisades Fire. The Hurst Fire, 799 acres have burned. It's at a 97% containment. And really just driving home that you really need to develop your own wildfire preparedness plan and get your stuff in order if you are in one of those areas that's under an evacuation warning. As much as you may not want to leave your home or your neighborhood, it's important to just be prepared in case you have to.
And the idea that there's expected to 20,000 customers are supposed to have these power safety shutoffs.
Yeah.
So be prepared for that. Charge your devices while you still can, and also keep vigilant as to, looking at your Ring cameras. They're asking people to do that. If you see any suspicious activity, to call Crime Stoppers, because they've made a number of arrests since Sunday for possible arson.
And if you are somebody out there that is that is struggling or that has been impacted by this, you can go to recover.lacounty.gov, recover.lacounty.gov, and they've got local assistance there and disaster recovery centers listed there as well.
And they also updated us on some numbers for the Palisades Fire and the Eaton Fire. So we're going to start first in the Palisades, where nearly 24,000 acres have burned since the fire started 1 week ago today. It is now 17% contained.
Next, the Eaton Fire. This fire has burned over 14,000 acres, 35% contained. Crews gearing up for potential problem spots, though, as gusty winds do return. And with that, let's check in with Maria on those winds. Hi.
Yeah, hi, good morning. The winds are still fairly gusty in some spots. We're still picking up pockets where the winds are a bit stronger. And we're going to continue this trend and this pattern through the day today into tomorrow, and then things will really start to diminish. In the meantime, we're picking up some winds near 20-mile-per-hour winds here in Camarillo. These are sustained winds, so wind gusts are actually closer to 40. 9-10 miles per hour in Oxnard. Not too bad. Still relatively calm considering where we were just a few days ago, and certainly as what we experienced last week in Orange County. Not too bad either. Less than 10 miles per hour there in Santa Ana. 22 miles per hour though in Ontario, so slightly stronger wind gusts here through parts of the 210 and that 15 driving up through the Cajon Pass. The red flag warnings are still in effect, and in those areas where it's not windy, it's actually quite chilly. In fact, parts of San Bernardino where it is not so windy, the air temperature is actually quite cooler. 18 degrees cooler at this hour than it was yesterday. 12 degrees cooler in Burbank, 1 degree cooler up in Lancaster. We still have some freeze warnings and frost advisories that are in effect for another few minutes here through parts of Ontario and Riverside and Temecula. Freeze warning here in Lancaster. So a chilly start, especially where there is no wind. We've got a little bit of that colder air mass moving in from the north. Not too much, not quite as much as what we saw last week, certainly with the strong winds out of the northeast, aided by that incredible pool of cold water coming in from Canada. Right now it's 20 in Lancaster, so still below freezing. 58 in Ontario, 59 in Santa Ana, 53 in Corona. Highs today will range from about 67 for downtown LA. Remember the air quality smoke alert that's out there still, so limit your exposure to the outdoors as much as you can. 68 along the coast, that's very similar to the Coachella Valley, about 41 in Big Bear. We'll talk more about the red flag warning, show you where those wind warnings are, and then itemize sort of timeline those winds in just a few moments. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So every week at this time, we bring you Tasty Tuesday. It's our thing. But today we have a very special edition amid the LA fires.
One restaurateur is answering the question, what's for dinner? For all the displaced families out there, Marissa Hermer joins us live now to talk about her efforts. Hello there. Good morning to you. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
So I mean, first question, you actually were evacuated. So how are you and your family holding up?
Depends when you ask.
Yeah.
Sometimes we're playing a game of wiffle ball on the beach and taking like a little brain break from this atrocity, and sometimes we're sobbing and hopeless and don't know what comes next.
It's the full range of emotions for people in all the various stages here as many people are moving through this.
Yeah, it's, we're trying to wrap our arms around that that all of these, the pendulum of these emotions is what is necessary. It is also exhausting. It is to be like hopeful and galvanized and strong, and we can do this, to I don't have the answers to any of my children's questions. Matt and I don't have a next step yet, because how can we possibly make a decision when we don't know anything?
Is your home still intact?
I'm on the fire line, so the homes, I'm between Palisades and Santa Monica. So the next 24 hours are critical. Matt's home is a couple streets behind me, so we're more religious than we've ever been.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But in the midst of all the confusion and the uncertainty that you as a family might be facing, you're actually doing stuff to help other people. So tell us how you give, we cook, they eat. How does that work?
Yeah, I think, when you don't know anything, I and a lot of my friends, we're just leaning into what we do know. And Matt and I know how to cook dinner. We know how to serve people. And it actually gives us some sense of control in a landscape where we have no control. In the pandemic, we set up a program called You Give, We Cook, They Eat, where we fed frontline workers and first responders. And so Tuesday evening, when I was driving with the kids and the dogs down to Laguna, where we're evacuated, I was wondering what's for dinner. Like everyone around the world wonders what's for dinner. And it's harder to figure out what's for dinner when you don't have a kitchen, or Matt and I, we can't get into our kitchens. And so I realized we have kitchens at Shea Mia and at Olivetta, and a lot of people want to help. Like we cannot be helpless here, and we are not helpless. And so we've been able to raise quite a lot of money. And if you text 707070, if you text dinner to 707070, those funds are going to feed families, displaced families, and first responders and frontline workers. I mean, we're able to feed, we're able to make about 500 meals a day. And today we're delivering to displaced families. In the hospitals, a lot of patients are being discharged and they don't have a home to go to. So we're delivering to them in their hotels. Because of our connections to the Palisades, I'm able to find out where a lot of these displaced families are. So if you go to our Instagram site, Shamia_Melrose, and if you say you want to be a driver, if you say you are a family that can receive food, and also especially because when you're a displaced family and your home's burned, you might not even be able to think about dinner. So you can nominate another family who needs dinner, and our drivers will show up at your door with dinner. So we're in contact with everyone. We need more families. We need people to nominate families. We're delivering to the fire stations and to their outposts. And it's something that, look, I'm not a hero. I'm not an angel. We're doing the only thing that we know how to do right now, and that gives us some sense of calm.
Thank you, Marissa. Thanks for everything that you're doing, especially during this extraordinary time. We're thinking of you. We're sending you big hugs and
you
lots
might
of
not
love.
think you're an angel, but you are certainly an example for so many other people out there who are going through this, and for your kids as well, because they're witnessing firsthand, the generosity from their mom.
So you text dinner.
We all are. My real estate agent friends are working around the clock trying to find housing for people. My friends who have contacts with wellness brands and beauty brands are setting up supermarkets so that you can go and just grab what you need, because, we went out with the clothes on our back, and if we're lucky to have our homes, we can't go back there. And a lot of us don't have homes, and we need help.
Yeah. Thank you, Marissa. Thank you so much. We'll be right back, everybody.
Good morning and welcome to Good Day LA. It is 9 o'clock. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. Thanks for joining us. Gusty winds could be proving a big problem for firefighters. Late last night, 2 more fires broke out. A brush fire in Ventura County burned 55 acres in the Santa Clara riverbed near Oxnard. This was dubbed the Auto Fire. It broke out at around 7 o'clock last night, fanned by the strong winds there. The flames prompted evacuations in the river bottom area, but didn't threaten any structures. Thankfully, firefighters did manage to stop the fire's forward progress.
Another scare in Riverside County where wildfire near the Santa Ana River had firefighters scrambling last night. The Clare Fire broke out near Clay Street and Van Buren Boulevard. This happened along the boundary separating Carupa Valley and Riverside. Crews quickly did respond. They did contain the fire. An evacuation warning was lifted.
Now check on our 2 largest fires in this area. First, the Palisades. Nearly 24,000 acres have burned. It's 17% contained right now, and crews are focusing their efforts on protecting homes in the Mandeville Canyon area ahead of another round of potentially damaging Santa Ana winds today.
Next, the Eaton Fire. Same situation here. Concerned about those gusty winds. This fire has burned a little more than 14,000 acres. It is 35% contained. Speaking of those winds, let's go straight to Maria and she'll fill us in.
Yeah, some good news actually for the most part. I think winds are favorable for firefighters right now. Nothing too strong, and it looks like they were able to make some forward progression. The stronger winds right now really concentrated through parts of Ventura County up towards Bakersfield. There's also little pockets of gustier winds in the parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire at this hour. We did look at some of the peak wind gusts that occurred overnight and early this morning, and they did get strong, as forecast, getting up to about 70 miles an hour, 72 miles an hour to be exact. One of the strongest ones at Magic Mountain Truck Trail. These are the mountains there at San Gabriel Mountains. Sandstone Peak on the western edge of the Santa Monica Mountains got a wind gust of 60 miles an hour. Fremont Canyon in the Santa Ana Mountains in Orange County, 59, Banning, 55, and Carupa Valley, where that little fire did break out yesterday evening, that wind gust closer to 50 or in the upper 40s there, miles per hour. Strong Santa Ana winds will still be with us today. Pockets of some moderate to strong winds, and we're still looking at those high wind gusts close to 60, even 70 miles an hour possible. That wildfire danger, of course, still very high, extreme, in fact, with those red flag warnings in effect, and that means rapid fire growth potential. If we were to get a spark, you would get a fire, and it would spread rapidly under these very windy conditions. In the meantime, temperatures are cool. 65 in Burbank, 60 in Las Vegas, 66 in Palm Springs if you're headed there. Again, we've got a slew of advisories and alerts. We'll go over them in detail, but it does include those high wind warnings and red flag warnings. I'll send it back to you.
Maria, thank you. The search continues this morning for dozens of missing people in the wake of the devastating fires. The official death toll stands at 24.
But LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says 24 individuals remain unaccounted for at this point, and mostly in the Eaton and Palisades fire zones. Fox's Stephanie Ramirez is live in Santa Monica this morning with the very latest. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning. And earlier this morning, we were at a checkpoint at South 26th Street showing the National Guard and 2 Humvees not letting members of the public into the red zone. Now, with the sun out, we've been able to move in a little more just to show you what we're seeing with just within this red zone here. You can see the garage here saying thank you, firefighters and police and National Guard. Use pool water if needed. There's another message on the sidewalk here. But as authorities just said, still very dangerous time. Now that we know the heavier winds are expected this afternoon into tomorrow, we've been talking with folks who are very frustrated trying to get to their homes. This morning when the curfew was in effect, and again, the National Guard turning those folks away, they were only allowing people with certain credentials, first responders, people working security or doing any kind of maintenance work. But they also had to show identification. You just can't say you're here to do something and they're going to let you in. Guys, I also want to talk about the fire, the Palisades Fire especially, hearing some good news this morning, because earlier this morning we were noting and reporting that it was about 14% contained, but as you mentioned, it's now up to about 17% contained. Still nearly 23,000 acres of fire destroyed, land and homes and businesses destroyed. And so that's why officials have been working extra hard with the threat of hurricane-force winds pushing that fire even further. They've been working extra hard to make sure they're clearing the brush around surrounding homes that could potentially be in the way. way of that threat. That is on one front. The other front is still that recovery effort that you just mentioned. We know at least 6 people are still missing in just the Palisades fire alone, and then we have at least 8 people who lost their lives sadly in this. I did speak with a worker this morning who was there 1 week ago when the flames were encroaching. He spoke with us this morning trying to get back to the property that he works at. Here's what he told us.
It was really bad last week, last Tuesday. Can describe it. Sorry.
It's still emotional.
But right now we're okay. We're trying to bring it up together, put things in order, do the cleanup, and we don't have a power in the house. We don't have internet. We don't have water because pipe is broke. So I need to fix it and trying to come back to normal. There's something that we have to do it, regardless what happened before. Our life has to keep going, regardless what the problem is.
Hey guys, speaking of that bravery especially, just want to show you, there is a postal worker here. We also saw trash trucks come through. It is very jarring to see those services still moving with the emergency that is happening within this area. Do have some good news. The Super Scooper airplane, in the press conference, it was announced that that plane is going to be back in action at 11 o'clock this morning, but also want to note the FBI is still asking for help trying to find the drone operator responsible for the damage. I'll send it back into you.
Yeah, Stephanie, that's what's really fascinating when you look around and you notice that life is still going on. At the same time, we're in this emergency situation. It's this strange juxtaposition. And just as that man said, you have to keep going. He hasn't even had time to really process the loss.
Absolutely. A lot of brave work happening.
Thank you for that. So you did report that the containment there at the Palisades has grown. Same situation in the Eaton Fire. That containment line has grown to 35%, but the progress does come a little too late for so many families there. I mean, they are going out there. They're finding that their homes are a total loss along with all of their possessions.
That's right, and Mario Ramirez is live out there in Altadena with the very latest on the fire and the recovery. What are you seeing, Mario?
Yeah, talking with a family who was in their home for over 50 years before it burned down. I'm talking with Coach A.D. Adonis Jones, as well as his wife Denise and daughter Rochelle. Now, I want to start with you, Coach A.D. You've been in this home for over 5 decades, and it's been a week since the fire started. You all evacuated. How are you processing what's been happening here?
It's still a nightmare. You know, it's still a nightmare. The process is really, really tough. It's like, where do you go? You know, what do you do? The things you lost, like I said, I still can't imagine this happening to anybody, but it happened to us. So the best thing to do, we're dealing with it. But the process is tremendously draining. It's just unreal.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are still trying to figure out what's next, what to do at the current moment. So this was a beautiful home. We have pictures that people will be seeing before and after the devastation. Of course, you lost the structure, but what memories are you holding on to at the home, Denise?
You know, I've been raised there since childhood, so just all memories. I mean, the good, the Christmases together, the barbecues, the family gatherings. It was where everybody came together, our whole family and friends, you know. And we still have those memories. We don't have the structure, but we have the memories.
And what do you want people to know about this community dealing with heartbreak right now?
It's a beautiful community. Like I said before, we're all like one big family. We know everybody knows us, and even if we don't know them, you know, it's always, hi, how you doing? You know, smiles. It's, the community is family, you know? Yeah.
Rochelle, you started a GoFundMe already, over $50,000. Are you surprised by the support here from the community?
I wouldn't say that I'm surprised by the support, because it's a community that's like tightly knit, and just different people love on one another, and there are still beautiful people in the world that are out there that are helping. And it just like, it really just really means a lot to me that somebody would come and support my parents during this time, somebody loving on them just as much as I do.
Thank you so much for talking to us. I know it's a difficult time, and we're hearing so many stories like this. We will continue to hear the stories of devastation and heartbreak here in Altadena. For now, live, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
So many stories, Mario. Thank you. SoCal Edison is facing new lawsuits near Pasadena over the deadly Eaton Fire. The lawsuits claim Edison's poor power maintenance sparked that fire. Witnesses reported seeing flames near its equipment, and now homeowners, renters, and businesses are seeking accountability. SoCal Edison's parent company has seen its shares drop 12%, and in a statement to our newsroom, SoCal Edison denies responsibility, saying its lines were off before the Eaton Fire started. They say, quote, "Our hearts remain with our communities during the devastating fires in Southern California, and we remain committed to supporting them through this difficult time." SCE crews, contractors, and mutual assistance partners are dedicated to safely restoring power to our customers.
All right, coming up, Orange County businesses are coming together to support fire relief efforts, so Amanda will be here to explain how you can check them out.
Hey there, Amanda. Hi, ladies. So, you know, I've had a lot of people reaching out to me all over from LA, Riverside County, San Bernardino. They want to help, and they have a lot of efforts going on. So these wildfires have affected many areas around us here in LA, but Orange County is lending a helping hand with many of their businesses.
Tuesday, January 14th, they're having the
Orange County Wildfire Relief Fundraiser.
And it's all day. It includes over 100 locations, from bakeries to whale watching to restaurants to coffee shops. All you have to do is go there to spend.
Thank you, Eric, from Locale Magazine. They provided a link which gives so many options. There has to be one near you, from Brea to Newport Beach to Costa Mesa, San Clemente. So there are 100+ locations, including, we have a list, Wahoo's, Farmhouse at Rogers Garden, a familiar spot we know of, Sunbliss Cafe, Coffee Dose Cafe, Sauced Barbecue. Well, that's in El Segundo, but they also have a location in Orange County as well. So you go like you would normally. You go to have your lunch or dinner, and they're giving 20% of the proceeds from today at all of these locations to help relief efforts here in LA.
Nice.
So, thank you, Orange County, for lending a helping hand. If you end up going to one of those and you want to send me a picture, go ahead, I can feature it. You can go to foxla.com and click on the Seen on TV links for that full list. Okay, if you bought tickets to The Weeknd this month to see him in concert, The Weeknd has canceled his upcoming local concert. He made the announcement on social media yesterday. He's canceled his Rose Bowl concert that was scheduled for January 25th. And on top of that, he's postponed his new album that was supposed to drop on January 31st out of respect and concern amid these LA fires, saying, quote, "My focus remains on supporting the recovery of these communities and aiding that it's incredible people as they rebuild."
Well, they're using the Rose Bowl, too, as a staging center for so many of these fire resources. So it would be hard to find a venue and switch it around at last minute.
Pasadena, you know, directly affected by this. The Rose Bowl, an iconic venue, and I'm really happy that they're using their space to help so many right now.
Yeah.
They have a lot of space,
A lot of space, yeah.
All right, Amanda, thank you. So coming up, concerns are growing over price gouging, of course, during these fires. How LA County DA Nathan Hoffman is responding to this.
Plus, a new interactive map gives homeowners a look at the conditions of their property in the Palisades and Eaton evacuation zones. We'll show you how it works.
And welcome back to you, meteorologist Maria Quaban, tracking the winds, of course, as they continue to strengthen a bit this morning. Right now, the heaviest or the stronger gusts are concentrated here in parts of Ventura County. Camarillo, Oxnard, we're talking about 15 to 25 mile per hour winds. Those gusts are a little bit higher, closer to 40 miles an hour. Some stronger winds if you're driving into the Tehachapis up towards Bakersfield. Quieter winds in the basin right now, and even a large part of Orange County. There's Corona that's a little bit stronger, San Bernardino, as well as some riverside communities there, getting some of those east-northeasterly winds. Here's the big picture. Area of high pressure in the East Pacific. We've got a trough of low pressure here just to our southwest, and together these two systems are creating this pressure gradient. Not too strong, though. It is creating and giving us this wind out of the northeast. So the dynamics are not like what we saw last week when we had those ferocious winds closer to 80, 90, even 100 mile per hour wind gusts. We do have the critical fire weather, though. That continues. We have had such tender, dry conditions outside with our fuels and our brush. So critical fire weather continuing because of those gusty winds combined with low relative humidity values. And it's a particularly dangerous situation here, considering that we have just had this consistently since last week, Tuesday. High wind warning still in effect for a large part of Ventura and LA County mountains out towards the San Gabriel Mountains as well. Those wind gusts still potentially near 50 to 60, even 70 miles an hour. Slightly weaker winds, but gusty nonetheless, and still dangerous through parts of Orange County and the Inland Empire and San Diego. Those gusts nearing 50 miles an hour. Just a reminder about having that evacuation game plan in place with your family, particularly during this time when we have these red flag warnings. The difference between the evacuation warning and the order, the warning, that means there's a potential threat to life and property, so you want to gather your go bag. And the order basically means that threat is immediate or imminent, so leave now. The 7-day forecast coming up just a bit. We'll talk about the chance for some showers in a few moments. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. While many are looking to help those impacted by the wildfires, some people, unfortunately, are looking to make a quick buck. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says that he is aware of price gouging and scams related to the fire recovery effort. The DA's office says it is investigating reports of price gouging for housing, medical items, and other supplies. California law prohibits raising the cost of goods and services over 10% during an emergency. By the way, that law does cover hotel rooms and rental housing. Penalties include fines up to $10,000 or up to a year in jail or both. If you suspect you're being taken advantage of, you can call that number 1-800-593-8222, 1-800-593-8222.
All right, let me show you a really great resource. LA County has rolled out and released a new interactive map to help residents assess damage caused by the devastating Eaton and Palisades fires, so users can search specific addresses to see how their property was impacted, or click on the homes along their street. Okay, so it'll show you different dots here: red, green, black. So some highlighted in red shows the home is considered destroyed, with more than half the property damaged. So all you need to do is click on that red icon and see right here. You click on it and the photo attached right here shows you the extent of the damage. So you can see this one is completely destroyed. Again, that's the red dot. And you can go through this and click on others as well.
The map also shows homes which are highlighted in orange there, meaning major damage. Yellow means minor damage. Green, impacted. Basically, it is affected somewhat. And black, no damage. The data based on preliminary inspections and will be updated as more information does come in. To use this tool yourself, you just visit our website, foxla.com/links. Then you will click on LA County Recovers. LA County Recovers, and you can get that information.
It's a really useful resource. All right, in response to the Palisades fire, the LA Fire Department has issued parking restrictions, and they apply to Topanga State Park and West Ridge Canyon Back Wilderness Park as well. There are also warnings issued for surrounding areas, and the move is aimed at ensuring emergency vehicles can access critical areas quickly and safely. Fire crews are still battling hot spots and working to prevent the flames from spreading as strong Santa Ana winds pick up throughout the week. So authorities are urging residents and visitors alike to adhere to these restrictions to help prevent and protect lives and property.
More help on the way for families affected by the wildfires. Yesterday, LA County Parks began offering some free care camps for kids and teens impacted by the Eaton Fire. Camps run weekdays through January 31st, providing a safe space for kids to learn and to play while parents focus on recovery. Programs are available for ages 5 to 17 with meals and snacks included. There are currently 4 camps located. Okay, so here they are. You've got the Pomela Park. This is in Duarte. You have Arcadia Park, that is right there, the LA County Arboretum, Crescenta Valley Park, and Descanso Gardens. Probably a screen grab for this would be most helpful. Or, of course, this is all on our website as well. For more information on how to register and times, that's right, go to our website, foxla.com, and you can get all that information there.
All right, coming up, LA City and County officials update the public on their emergency response. We'll have the very latest information coming up after the break.
Good morning and welcome. Coming up on 9:30 on this Tuesday morning, I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. We're continuing to monitor the 2 largest fires in our region.
First, the Palisades Fire. Nearly 24,000 acres have burned since the fire began 1 week ago today. It is now 17% contained.
Next, the Eaton Fire, which has burned a little more than 14,000 acres and is 35% contained. Crews are bracing themselves in case high winds help fuel the wildfires burning in our area.
Be prepared and leave when you're told to. Those are the 2 key messages officials want to hammer home this morning.
We are preparing for another round of powerful winds and fire danger. Coco McAvoy is live in downtown LA with the very latest. Coco.
Good morning. These are really the big takeaways from the media briefing that just wrapped up about 30 minutes ago or so. As you mentioned, the Palisades Fire now stands at 17% containment. The Eaton Fire is at 35% containment. We have learned that there are 24 confirmed deaths. And the big concern for today is that we're expecting heavy winds. And the worst time is this afternoon into Wednesday. Of course, that's increasing our fire danger once again. We're told that the winds combined with low humidity and fuel moisture will mean that fire threat is high for the LA region. And that means in wildfire-prone areas, there could be power shutoffs to prevent fires. LA City Fire Chief Crowley also says they are planning ahead for potential fires, meaning they are strategically placing fire engines in areas that aren't yet impacted by fires, but are wildfire-prone. Therefore, firefighters can respond quickly if they need to. We've also learned there have been 3 arson arrests outside of the fire zones, too, so that continues to be a concern as well. LA Mayor Karen Bass signed an executive order to speed up the rebuilding process, and she spoke about that during the briefing, but she was also asked about if there was anything she or other leaders could have done to make this situation better beforehand, and here's how she responded.
Let me just say that while I'm in the midst of it, I'm not looking back. However, and I have said this on a daily basis, when we are past this, which I am hopeful and prayerful that we are talking about another couple of days and no longer than that, we are going to do a deep dive and evaluate everything.
But right now, there's not one thing you think you would have done differently.
I do not think that now is the time to do this. I am worried about saving lives today. I am worried about people getting the information. If they've received a warning, they should begin to pack, and frankly, I would suggest that they evacuate even with a warning.
And speaking of evacuations and packing, they also mentioned during the media briefing that it's very important that people do have those notifications set so that they can be prepared in case they do get an evacuation notice today. LA Mayor Karen Bass also says that she personally invited President-elect Donald Trump to come survey the damage. He's also received an invitation from Governor Newsom and LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. LA Mayor Karen Bass says they have not yet received a definitive answer, but they are hoping that he will come to survey the damage after the inauguration. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Coco, we'll see on that. Thank you so much. Now, the progress crews have made against the wildfires could be undone today by the expected return of those powerful Santa Ana winds.
Let's go to Gigi live right now in Santa Clarita with that story. Gigi, I see there it is windy where you are.
Well, in all fairness, we're off the 14 freeway here off of Golden Valley. This area known to be windy, but we're definitely starting to feel these wind gusts pick up this morning. The National Weather Service is calling this a PDS. That's a new term you're going to be hearing a lot of. It stands for particularly dangerous situation, and the wind warnings are in effect until noon tomorrow. Areas of concern include right here, the Santa Clarita Valley and Ventura, to mention just a few. And take a look at this, because last night and into this morning, Ventura City and County firefighters were at the scene of a brush fire that started in the Santa Clara riverbed near Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive. Oxnard Fire also called in to assist. At one point, that wind sending embers flying, and that caused a spot fire in the River Ridge Golf Course. That was quickly put out. The fire held at just over 55 acres. Yet another reminder, though, of the danger of fires starting during a wind event.
I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are going to prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power lines.
For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles.
And because of the critical fire weather, the Angeles National Forest announcing it is temporarily closed starting today through Monday. Again, the entire Angeles National Forest off limits until Monday because of the danger. Reporting live in Santa Clarita, I'm Gigi Graciette. We'll send it back to you.
Gigi, thank you. Let's go up to Stu in Sky Fox over Palisades and see what's going on down below. Seeing a lot of white smoke there, Stu.
Yeah, another little hot spot popping up out here. This is going to be in the Topanga Canyon area off of Latuna Canyon Drive. And that smoke you see right there, that's actually at an area that's already been burned out. There's a home down there on that side of the road, a home up over here as well. We did see some first responders down there, not fire department though. We see some law enforcement walking around, just kind of walking the perimeter. Nobody seems to be too agitated about it, but if the law enforcement is there, then I can guarantee you that fire department knows about it as well. But this is just one of those little tiny hot spots that we have been so concerned about. A little bit of wind and then one of those embers, it'll just catch on. But it is just one tiny spot out there, and in an area where there is so much devastation, they just kind of pop up every now and then. We were watching another one over here in the Palisades proper area. That one kind of just put itself out. There's a little bit of vegetation sometimes between some of these hillsides, and it'll catch on fire just because of the winds, and then but it has no fuel to burn, so it just kind of burns itself out. As far as crews go, we've been looking at them on those hillsides. They are down there. They are definitely in these barren areas, and I'm sure what they're doing is they're working to get those containment numbers up. They literally have to go around this entire burn area, and basically make sure that the fire is unable to get out of this area and into where the vegetation is. So those numbers, we did hear they are starting to climb a little bit. Hopefully they'll get those numbers up a little bit higher. As far as the hillsides go, when those winds kicked up a little bit this afternoon, late morning before we went in for fuel, we saw what we thought was a fire breaking out, but it actually was that ash starting to blow off those hillsides. You can kind of see it off there in the distance. They kind of see that haze in the air, and that is basically the ash starting to move around down there off those hillsides. But as far as the wind event goes, it's still we are still having one, but as far as those high winds, we're not seeing that as of yet. But of course, you know, Maria says it too, could change at any minute right now. But this is the Palisades Fire at this very moment, and there's still, so many crews down there basically making sure that those little hot spots like the one we saw in Topanga are taken care of, and taken care of quickly. I'm Stu up in Sky Fox. Back to you all in the studio. Yeah, that blowing ash is going to be a big concern as health officials say that the air quality might certainly change where you are. And in just 30 minutes or so, the LA County Board of Supervisors is expected to ratify a local emergency declaration. The board chair, Catherine Barger, signed the declaration last week, but it still needs to be approved by the full board. So these proclamations allow immediate access to resources and funds needed to fight the fires and support the impacted community. The board is also expected to ratify a curfew order from 6 in the evening to 6 a.m. for evacuation zones and consider a motion that would establish two specific funds: the Business Interruption Fund for owners impacted and the Worker Recovery Fund for those who may not qualify for unemployment benefits, like independent contractors or self-employed workers. Federal investigators are in Southern California to investigate the cause of the Palisades Fire. The ATF's National Response Team will operate in two teams. One will look into the scene damage, the debris, and the burn patterns. The other will gather surveillance video, digital evidence, and witness statements. Investigators tell us they are very confident in what the ATF teams are here to accomplish.
This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will bear fruit.
At that same press conference, LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced more arrests related to the fires. Yeah, yesterday Nathan Hochman announced the arrest of 10 people, 9 for looting and 1 for arson. So here's how it breaks down. 3 people were charged for breaking into a home in Mandeville Canyon last Wednesday morning into Thursday. DA Nathan Hochman says they stole more than $200,000 in property. All 3 of them are repeat offenders. So under the 3-strike rule, 2 of them could face life in
prison if convicted. The other faces up to 22 years since it would be his second offense.
In Altadena, a man and a woman accused of burglarizing 2 homes. They're each facing 2 counts of burglary, which carries a maximum of 12 years in prison if convicted. 4 others arrested for breaking into another home. Hockman says most of that property has been recovered, but did not elaborate on the possible prison time for those guys.
And the last arrest involves a case of arson out of Azusa. This video from the DA's office shows the arrest of a man at Pioneer Park for starting fires there. This man faces 9 years in prison. Hockman stressed that this arrest is not connected to any of the major wildfires we've been covering. He also said he expects to announce more arrests and promised suspects would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Coming up, a California insurance lawyer is joining us after the break to talk about the steps homeowners can take to get some control over this situation.
How to make sure that you are not taken advantage of by your insurance company. That's next.
And welcome back to you, meteorologist Maria Quaban. We've got some winds that we're tracking right now, and we're also looking at the future. So this is one of our computer models, and notice how the winds have strengthened a little bit. These are wind gusts, so closer to 30 miles an hour here in Camarillo. So the concentration near Camarillo, Ventura County, up near Santa Clarita Valley, our local mountains here, all the way into parts of the Inland Empire. As we get to the afternoon hours, similar numbers here, so moderate to strong. and then a little bit stronger as we get through tomorrow afternoon. Similar numbers in the upper 30s to near 40 miles per hour in Ventura, Santa Clarita near 25 to 30 miles an hour. It'll be Thursday. I think you'll notice that the onshore flow will start to return, and you'll feel that cooler sea breeze, and then definitely a bigger drop in the wind velocities by Thursday evening. And then by Friday, deep marine layer should roll in. And in fact, looking ahead to the weekend, there's just a very slight chance. It's there on this computer model here, about a 10 to 20% chance possible for some very light showers or sprinkles. We'll take it. We'll take the drizzle if it comes. But the bottom line is we will get some more moisture in the atmosphere with a marine layer moving in. Temperatures will also cool down quite a bit. In the meantime, temperatures will be close to average in the 60s today. Wildfire smoke is an issue. Remember that. The air quality alert that is in place, if you are in and around the fires, particularly, even if you're not around the fires, all of that toxic material is up in the atmosphere and is lofting down as far as parts of the South Bay and Orange County. So just be mindful of that, especially if you've got any respiratory issues. 35 eventually in Big Bear, those gusty winds there, as well as the deserts. 52 in the high desert, 65 in Palm Springs today, warming up to the 70s by the end of the week there. Stay safe. Back to you.
Maria, thank you. The wildfires have leveled homes, as you have seen, leaving thousands of residents with many more questions than answers at this point.
Yeah, especially how can victims ensure that their insurance company pays them what they owe? Let's bring in insurance lawyer Michael Cohen this morning to kind of get things straight for us and answer some of these tough questions. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so what are some of the immediate steps that victims should take with their insurance companies? Because the need is immediate for a lot of these families.
Right. One of the first things, and it sounds trivial, but it's actually quite important, start with find a notebook or a notepad to keep detailed notes of everything to do with your claim. Start with that, because everything going forward, you need to have it in one place. Like the couple you had on earlier from Altadena, and they talked about losing everything. People are disoriented. They've got too much to worry with. They're worried about their children, how they're going to rebuild their lives. And you need to have one place where all the information is contained. For example, every time you talk to the insurance company, you want to keep detailed notes of that. So get one notebook or one notepad where you keep track of everything to deal with this loss. The second thing that I urge homeowners to do is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to your insurance company. I've had people call me and said they're worried about if they contact the insurance company too soon or if they should wait until they know more. The answer is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to the insurance company so that you can start the claim process. Don't wait for something or don't wait for more information. Now, there's a couple of important provisions in the law that people should know about when they're talking with their insurance companies about their claims. Because this was an officially declared emergency, there are some provisions in California law that help homeowners by getting more money into their pocket sooner rather than later. So when you're talking to your insurance company, one thing that you should do is ask for an immediate advance for the additional living expenses. The additional living expenses is part of the homeowner's coverage. And if your home was burned to the ground, it's called a total loss. But if your home was burned to the ground, then what you need to do is ask the insurance company to advance at least 4 months of the additional living expenses portion of your insurance. That's what the law requires, California law requires, at least 4 months of an advance. Now, if your home wasn't completely destroyed, for example, if your home was near the fire and maybe it's contaminated by smoke, or if you aren't allowed to go back to your home because the authority said that you can't go back there yet, California says that the insurance company must provide at least 2 weeks of your additional living expense in advance, and they have to give you more depending on what's called good cause, meaning if, for example, the authorities said that you need to be gone longer, you can't get back for another week or 2 weeks, the insurance company is obligated by California law to provide you that additional time and additional money for your additional living expenses. So that's one thing that homeowners should ask about up front when they first communicate with the insurance company is how quickly can they get that advance on additional living expenses. There's another provision in California law that's also very important that helps get money to people's pockets sooner rather than later. Ask your insurance company to give you at least 30% of your contents limit. Contents is your stuff, your furniture, your clothing, everything inside the house. That's all part of the contents coverage in the homeowner's policy. And because this was an officially declared emergency, California law requires the insurance companies to offer at least 30% of the contents limit without any kind of detailed inventory or anything like that.
Wow.
So you should ask for that 30% as soon as possible. Ask them how quickly they can get that in your pocket. Now, for this to happen, your house has to be a total loss, and it has to have been furnished at the time of the loss. But for most people, that's not a problem if they had a total loss. It's a little bit different if your home wasn't burnt to the ground, but if I were a homeowner affected in any way by these wildfires, I would ask for that 30% because I'm aware of at least in a few instances where some insurance companies are providing that 30% even to people who didn't lose their home completely, which is great. I'm glad the insurance companies are doing the right thing in that instance.
And we
the
just
last
showed
thing to
you.
keep
Yeah, we just showed all the tips you're mentioning right there. And the last one, as you were going to mention, are keep receipts, right? That's so important for detailed records. Thank you so much for all of this important information. People can see it right there on the screen. Take a picture of that and make sure that you use all of this useful information. Thank you so much, Michael Cohen. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Jose Andres, World Central Kitchen sends its network of chefs all over the world to feed people after a crisis.
Yeah, they do amazing work. Bob DeCastro in Tarzana with more on these efforts.
For many, many years, World Central Kitchen has responded immediately after there is disaster, and this time it is no different. Their chefs, their cooks, their whole operation have fanned out all across the fire zones here in Los Angeles County. You could see all of the first responders here. We are in the Palisades along PCH, and one of the folks responding and feeding these first responders is Chef Daniel Shemtab. He's going to show us a little bit more. You brought out the truck, the lime truck. People are familiar with the green truck. How has it been over the past couple of days? Just responding to what has been just an incredible amount of first responders and firefighters out here on the front lines.
It's been really intense. I mean, we've scrambled to put things together. My team got up at 1 a.m. this morning to be able to get out here and help, and I think it's just been really impactful. There's something about feeding people and giving nourishment and giving hospitality that is deeply innate in the lime truck and in me and in our business, and so I think being able to offer that to other people and being able to just help the people helping others, it feels ultimately really good.
You personally have been affected by the fire, and sorry that you lost your home. It's got to be terrible. You and your brother. It has to be a surreal experience to lose your home in that way and to still jump out here and try to help out.
Losing my house is terrible. My wife is 7 months pregnant. We're trying to build our life together, and we just moved into our home less than a year ago, and it was to start our family, and my brother lives in the neighborhood, our parents-in-law, our brother-in-law. So we're all here, and we had this dream, and it kind of got ripped away from us, and I went into deep depression. I mean, I couldn't even be alone for more than like 10 minutes, and I couldn't focus on anything, and I started to realize that the only way I might be able to get out of this is by starting to help others and starting to appreciate and have gratitude for this amazing community. I mean, the way that LA is banded together, the way that World Central Kitchen getting me out and cooking on my food truck, that's the first time I smiled in a week, was when I was making food and I was sweating and I was stressed out, and it felt all that energy, and time went by and I just felt good for the first time in so long.
Check out the lime truck, their website. We also have a link to the website for World Central Kitchen on our website, foxla.com. If you'd like to donate and help out, this is going to be a long process in its recovery. They also have volunteer opportunities as well.
All right, great work that they do, and will continue to do, that's for sure. Coming up at 10, we will speak to an Altadena resident who was evacuated from the Eaton Fire, how he is grappling with the situation. And welcome to 10 a.m. 1 week ago, this all began, and we continue with our coverage right now. Let's start with the Eaton Fire. The Eaton Fire has burned over 14,000 acres. It is now 35% contained. Crews race to hold the fire lines ahead of those strong Santa Ana winds.
And firefighters are focused on protecting homes, of course, and critical infrastructure. The threat of reignition remains high. SoCal Edison is facing a new lawsuit for the deadly Eaton Fire. The lawsuits claim Edison's poor power line maintenance sparked the fire. Witnesses reported seeing flames near its equipment, and now homeowners, renters, and businesses are seeking accountability as SoCal Edison's parent company has seen its shares drop 12%. In a new statement to Fox 11, SoCal Edison denies responsibility, saying its lines were off before the Eaton Fire started. In a statement saying, quote, "Our hearts remain with our communities during the devastating fires in Southern California, and we remain committed to supporting them through this difficult time. CSC crews and contractors and mutual assistant partners are dedicated to safely restoring power to our customers. CSC understands that a lawsuit related to the Eaton Fire has been filed, but has not yet been served with a complaint. CSC will review the complaint when it is received. The cause of the fire continues to be under investigation."
New information within the past hour from officials at their daily wildfire briefings. The official death toll as of this morning stands at 24, but LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says 24 individuals remain unaccounted for, mostly in the Eaton Palisades fire zones. 34 people are missing from those reports. 21 of them were found safe. 2 likely have passed away, but leaders are urging everyone to stay vigilant during these critical hours.
Severe fire weather conditions will continue through tomorrow. The worst winds are predicted today for the late afternoon and into Wednesday. Please be assured that the Los Angeles County region is prepared. The anticipated winds, combined with low humidities and low fuel moistures, will keep the fire threat in the LA region critical.
The city of Los Angeles is looking to speed up the rebuilding process after the devastating fires. Mayor Karen Bass issued an executive order yesterday aimed at cutting red tape, and the order creates task forces to develop a streamlined program for debris removal. It also establishes a one-stop shop to swiftly issue permits. The order directs building and safety officials to expedite approvals, instructing all city departments to report back in a week with additional areas of relief.
President Biden expanding federal aid for the disaster. In addition to the federal government covering the disaster response for 6 months, the White House also announced federal funds will support 100% of eligible costs for debris removal and urgency protective measures. That will also be in effect for 6 months until more aid is available. Biden says fire victims can receive a one-time payment of $770 so they can quickly purchase items like water, baby formula, and prescriptions. More information can be found at disasterassistance.gov.
President-elect Donald Trump is planning to visit Los Angeles as soon as next week. The Wall Street Journal is reporting his team is planning carefully to avoid disrupting recovery efforts. The fires, which have killed 24 people, could become one of the deadliest disasters in U.S. history. Governor Gavin Newsom invited Trump to see the devastation despite their public differences. Trump has criticized Newsom's leadership, while Newsom accuses Trump of politicizing the crisis.
All right, let's talk about the weather now, because the winds are, of course, top of mind and the big concern. 22-mile-per-hour winds currently in Oxnard. Some of the higher velocity winds are there in Ventura County. Also, that drive up to the Tehachapi. Some gustier winds through parts of the Santa Cruz Valley is where some of those winds are blowing pretty hard. Out towards South OC and parts of the Inland Empire on your way down to San Diego, that's where we're seeing some of those stronger winds. Peak wind gusts that we saw clocked in early this morning. Just as forecast, Magic Mountain Truck Trail, that's one of the mountains there in the San Gabriels, 72 miles per hour. Sandstone Peak, this is on the western end of the Santa Monica Mountain, 60 mile per hour winds. Fremont Canyon in Orange County, 59. Banning, 55 miles an hour. And then Jurupa Valley out in the Inland Empire, 46 mile per hour winds. Temperatures right now starting to warm up, but it's still on the cooler side. Definitely sweatshirt weather for us. 55 in Burbank, that's chilly. 59 in downtown LA, 63 in Santa Ana. Up in Lancaster, it's warmed up from the teens this morning to that 39 degrees. High temperatures today will range mostly in the 60s, between 63 in the valleys to about 67 for downtown, 68 along the coast. Windy conditions, of course, up in the mountains as well. 41 in Big Bear eventually, and the Coachella Valley, 68 degrees. I'll talk more about the red flag warnings, how much longer they'll be in effect, along with the critical fire weather conditions in my complete forecast. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, sounds good, Maria. Thank you. 10:05 coming up. We'll let you know about parking restrictions in wildfire zones and the surrounding areas.
Plus, the latest on price gouging and scams targeting fire victims.
And there are those closures still in place related to the fire. Good Day Late Traffic, sponsored by the law offices of Larry H. Parker. Let's take a look at the real-time traffic map here. We do have some incidences, but no signalers here on the board. But just a reminder about that closure here related to the Palisades Fire. PCH is closed on both directions here between Malibu Canyon Road to the McClure Tunnel, Topanga Canyon Boulevard North, between Mulholland and PCH. So you want to stay away from that area. Palisades fire closures include the off-ramps off the 405 freeway. This is off Sunset Boulevard. Sepulveda as well is closed, that off-ramp, along with Skirball Center Drive. And out towards the Eaton Fire, just this one off-ramp here, west and east side of Windsor Avenue. So you want to find an alternate route. If you are headed to the Coachella Valley, here's a live look, one of our Caltrans cams on the 10 westbound. Both sides look good. This is right off Bob Hope Drive if you're headed to Palm Springs. All right, let's take a look at some of our other traffic hotspots.
For over 50 years, Larry H. Parker has fought the insurance companies to recover over $2 billion in settlements for people just like you. And we only get paid when you win. Call the offices of Larry H. Parker. We'll fight for you.
that at 10:10 almost here coming up. Many are looking, of course, to help those affected by the wildfires. And then there's some who are looking for a way to make a quick buck and really taking advantage of people. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman is saying that he is aware price gouging is happening and scams related to the fire recovery effort are something you need to look out for. The DA's office says it's investigating reports of price gouging for things like housing, medical items, and other supplies. Now, California law prohibits raising the cost of goods and services over 10% during an emergency. That law also covers hotel rooms and rental housing. Penalties include fines up to $10,000 or up to a year in jail or both. Now, if you suspect you're being taken advantage of, you can call this number. There you see on your screen. It's 593-8222, 1-800-593-8222, and you can report anything that you feel is being done unfairly.
And in response to the Palisades Fire, the LA Fire Department has issued parking restrictions, and they apply to Topanga State Park and West Ridge Canyon Back Wilderness Park. With warnings issued for those surrounding areas, the move is aimed at ensuring emergency vehicles can access critical areas quickly and safely. Fire crews are still battling hot spots and working to prevent the flames from spreading as strong Santa Ana winds pick up throughout the week. Authorities are urging residents and visitors to adhere to these restrictions to help protect lives and property.
LA County Parks are now offering free care camps for kids and teens impacted by the Eaton Fire. Camps run weekdays through January 31st, providing a safe space for kids to learn and play while parents are able to focus on the recovery effort. Programs available for ages 5 to 17 with meals and snacks included. There you see that full list in front of you. There are 4 camps currently, so they are located Pomelo Park in Duarte, Arcadia Park, the LA County Arboretum, Crescenta Valley Park, and Descanso Gardens. For more information on registration and the times and how you can get involved, go to our website, foxla.com, and you can get that there.
All right, for an update on the Eaton Fire, let's go straight out live to Jessica Dupneck in Altadena with the very latest. Good morning, Jessica.
Good afternoon. We are standing in one of the hardest hit neighborhoods here in Altadena, really reduced to rubble. These are the scenes that we've been looking at the last week or so. This neighborhood just absolutely, as I said, down to rubble. Now, I want to check in a little bit with the numbers here on the Eaton Fire. We just actually left the Rose Bowl, the staging area for these fire crews. 3,200 fire crews working on this Eaton Fire. And you can see in this neighborhood, very, very active here in Altadena. Now, this is actually beyond the checkpoint that's being manned by the National Guard. Not only are there a lot of firefighters in this area, you can see behind me that there are power crews working to restore the power for those remaining residents whose houses are still intact for when they return. As I said, we are behind the checkpoint. Now, some 3,600 structures have been checked for possible remains of folks that have lost their homes in this fire, and they continue to do urban search and rescue in these neighborhoods. There are 16 deaths as a result of the Eaton Fire, and 24 people missing. That number actually raised today, so they're still looking for 24 people that are missing, and it's very active here, and that is part of what's going on beyond the checkpoint. Now, I want to talk, listen to some sound here from some folks who were directly affected. The people is really what this fire is all about.
I have nothing. Every memory, every memorabilia, my wedding pictures, my kids. Every time I think about it, I break down. I'm trying to stay strong. I am strong. I promised my dad, we're going to build, rebuild, rebuild, rebuild. And that's all we're going to do as Altadenians. We live here. This is our little country.
And that rebuilding is already underway. As I said, the power crews behind me active in this area trying to restore power to the folks who still have homes intact here. And for those that don't, you heard the woman there saying we want to rebuild. Now, talk a little bit about some of the arrests that have made in the evacuation zone. As of this morning, 33 people have been arrested. One new one overnight. Everything from using drones to burglary. So they're taking it very seriously, not only looking for a possible folks folks in these structures that have been decimated, but also making sure there's no looting going on and that kind of thing. So there is a lot of activity here in Altadena. For now, reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
All right, Jessica, thank you. I think I got your name right, and we do welcome you, and thank you for your coverage and helping our station during this tough time. And you're visiting from Detroit, right? Our sister station at Fox there.
Right, yeah, this is the first time on the ground. I landed at 1 a.m., so seeing this in person is a lot different than just seeing it on TV, and really just the scope of everything and what needs to be rebuilt. But it really is inspiring, as I said, seeing at the Rose Bowl just how many firefighters and first responders are out here working around the clock. So it's a true labor of love.
Thank you so much for your work and your reporting. We'll check back in with you throughout the week. So up next, Amanda will be here with the story of a late-night host opening a donation center right on the back lot of his show. We'll be right back and tell you about that.
And welcome back to you, meteorologist Maria Poban. We're taking a live look outside right here. This is, I believe, our Mount Wilson camera, kind of looking down towards the valley. What I want to point out is that haze. Yeah, that air quality is really unhealthy, you guys. I know that, you know, sometimes the AQMD, the air quality alert is in place, and sometimes it says moderate to good, which is sort of our benchmark, but it doesn't pick up the toxic materials that have been burning, those types of particulate matter firefighters. So I just caution you about spending any extended amount of time outdoors, and certainly limit any physical activity. Don't go for a run or do a workout. We've got the winds that are still with us. High pressure is in the East Pacific, an area of low pressure down to our southwest, and it's that difference in pressure between these two systems helping to bring us those winds out of the northeast. Not the same dynamics, though, that we had last week, so that's the good news. The winds aren't quite as gusty as it was. We were talking about 90, 100 mile per hour wind gusts even at that point last week at this time, but this time generally have been gusting near 45 to 50 miles an hour, but occasionally some of those wind-prone canyon areas, we've clocked in some gusts nearing 60 to 70 miles an hour. So the danger's still with us. We've got the red flag warnings that are still in effect for those critical fire weather conditions, dry conditions, gusty winds combined, really translating to those critical fire weather conditions. High wind warnings still in effect for a large portion of Ventura County. This is where we are picking up some of those gustier winds in Ventura and parts of the Santa Clarita Valley. So if you got a high-profile vehicle, you do want to watch out here, maybe delay your travel, but it is posing some hazardous driving conditions with some debris on the roadways. And with these types of winds, we're still experiencing those power outages for precautionary measures, but also some downed trees or power lines certainly possible. Gusts to about 50 miles per hour in Orange County and parts of the Inland Empire in San Diego. Temperatures today will be on the cooler side, below average. 65 in Burbank at around 2 p.m., similar in Palm Springs, but a lot of sunshine. 60 degrees in Las Vegas, same for Santa Barbara. The timeline here as we fast forward and notice the arrows continuing consistently coming from that northeasterly direction. We'll get to the 60s, 65 in Santa Clarita eventually, same for Simi Valley and Burbank, 67 in Pasadena, to eventually above freezing in Big Bear. There is snow up there. They've been making snow because of the very cold temperatures during the overnight hours. We'll talk more about the winds, when we can say goodbye to them, coming up in the extended outlook. Back to you.
Wow, a snow day sounds really nice right now. Just 2 hours away, Big Bear.
So different.
Members of all communities and all counties all over Southern California have really been stepping up to help those affected by these wildfires. And members of the Magic Castle are organizing that fundraiser that is going to bring a little magic to those affected by wildfires. So they have collected money and essentials and even toiletries for people in need. And they asked people to bring items to the club for distribution day, which is today. Today, the Magic Castle is going to transform its parking lot and will be distributing sandwiches, chips, and cookies to all those in need. It's right down the street from the LGBT Center, which is also collecting items, and they have a relief drive this Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon. We're really seeing businesses all over step up, whether it's a community center, the Magic Castle, and even our local car washes. So if you're wanting or needing a car wash, Sunday Car Wash in Highland Park is donating 100% of proceeds to a very important cause. So today and tomorrow, they're giving to Babies wildfire relief efforts. The Highland Park location is located at 5128 North Figueroa Street. They're open until 7 p.m. So they're open right now until 7 p.m. 100% of proceeds from every wash sold go to Babies wildfire relief efforts. If you're a business or a member of a church and you are having a community donation drive, you can send me an email to amanda.salas@fox.com, because we have so many viewers from all over who are asking, how do I donate if I'm in San Bernardino? How do I donate if I'm in Riverside County? So I want to get the word out for locations all over.
That's great, because there's so much happening, it's almost overwhelming.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's got to be a spot in your neighborhood close to you.
All right, thank you, Amanda. Up next, powerful winds expected in Los Angeles, as Maria's been reporting. We'll check in with Gigi.
And we're feeling them pick up here in the Santa Clarita Valley, one of the areas of concern during this critical fire weather watch. We'll have that and much more coming up after the break.
Welcome back. Jose Andres, the World Central Kitchen, as we know, sends its network of chefs all over the world to feed people after a crisis.
Bobby Castro reports from Tarzana.
For many, many years, World Central Kitchen has responded immediately after there is disaster, and this time it is no different. Their chefs, their cooks, their whole operation have fanned out all across the fire zones here in Los Angeles County. You could see all of the first responders here. We are in the Palisades along PCH, and one of the folks responding and feeding these first responders is Chef Daniel Shemtab. He's going to show us a little bit more. You brought out the truck, the lime truck. People are familiar with the green truck. How has it been over the past couple of days, just responding to what has been just an incredible amount of first responders and firefighters out here on the front lines?
It's been really intense. I mean, we've scrambled to put things together. My team got up at 1 a.m. this morning to be able to get out here and help, and I think it's just been really impactful. There's something about feeding people and giving nourishment and giving hospitality that is deeply innate in the lime truck and in me and in our business, and so I think being able to offer that to other people and being able to just help the people helping others, it feels ultimately really good.
You personally have been affected by the fire, and sorry that you lost your home. It's got to be terrible. You and your brother. It has to be a surreal experience to lose your home in that way and to still jump out here and try to help out.
Losing my house is terrible. My wife is 7 months pregnant. We're trying to build our life together, and we just moved into our home less than a year ago, and it was to start our family, and my brother lives in the neighborhood, our parents-in-law, our brother-in-law. So we're all here, and we had this dream, and it kind of got ripped away from us, and I went into deep depression. I mean, I couldn't even be alone for more than like 10 minutes, and I couldn't focus on anything, and I started to realize that the only way I might be able to get out of this is by starting to help others and starting to appreciate and have gratitude for this amazing community. I mean, the way that LA is banded together, the way that World Central Kitchen getting me out and cooking on my food truck, that's the first time I smiled in a week, was when I was making food and I was sweating and I was stressed out, and it felt all that energy, and time went by and I just felt good for the first time in so long.
But check out the lime truck, their website. We also have a link to the website for World Central Kitchen on our website, foxla.com. If you'd like to donate and help out, this is going to be a long process in its recovery. They also have volunteer opportunities as well.
Such great work that they're doing. All right. Thank you, Bobby. So be prepared and leave when you're told to. Those are the two key messages officials want to hammer home this morning.
Yeah, we are preparing, as you know, for another round of powerful winds and fire danger. Coco live for us right now in downtown LA with that. Good morning, Coco.
Good morning. We do know that firefighters have made slight progress in containing both the Eaton and Palisades fires, but the big concern for today is the fact that we are going to continue to get these heavy winds, with the winds really ramping up this afternoon into Wednesday morning, and that, of course, increases our risk for fire danger once again. The winds combined with low humidity and fuel moisture means that fire threat is high for the LA region. That means in wildfire-prone areas, there could be power shutoffs to prevent fires. We have learned that there have been 3 more arson arrests outside of the fire zones too, so that continues to be a concern as well. LA Mayor Karen Bass signed an executive order to speed up the rebuilding process, ordering things like expediting permits and inspections and immediate debris removal. But LA City Fire Chief Crowley also says they are planning ahead for potential fires today.
Threatening and destructive and widespread winds are already here. For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles. I urge, and everybody here urges you, to remain alert as danger has not yet passed. Please follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay and prioritize your safety.
And Speaking of those evacuation warnings, Chief Crowley also talked about how important it is to make sure that you have the notifications set up on your phone. So if you do get a notice to evacuate, to make sure to do so as quickly as possible, because they talked about the fact that with the last couple of fires, there were some people that did wait to evacuate, and unfortunately they did suffer some burns when they were rescued by fire personnel. So again, we do have this elevated fire threat through Wednesday morning, so it's something for everyone in the LA region and beyond to be mindful of. I'll send it back to you.
See, that is always the issue, right? When people wait and they don't evacuate when told to do so, not only are they putting their lives on the line, but also the firefighters and everyone else who's running in to help them. So this is what we always worry about, Coco.
Exactly, and that's really what they were talking about, too, is the life-saving measures that were taking place with the Eaton and Palisades fires. And they did say that, you know, the law enforcement officers did end up putting their lives at risk in order to rescue some people who did stay behind. And we did hear from some of the people, and we do understand how difficult it is for someone to face the possibility of losing absolutely everything they've worked so hard for. But, you know, law enforcement really wants people to be aware, and if you get that evacuation warning, to please evacuate.
All right, Coco, thank you for the update there. And really, as we continue to watch the winds, the progress crews have made against the wildfires could be undone today by the expected return of those powerful Santa Ana winds.
And we're seeing it where Gigi Graciette is live in Santa Clarita with more on the precautions being taken to deal with this higher fire threat and the winds that are picking up. Gigi.
Sandra and Roxia, we're at Golden Valley, just off the 14 freeway. This is an area that is known to be windy, but we're definitely feeling the wind gusts pick up this morning since we got here very, very early in the morning. Now, the National Weather Service, you may have heard this new term they're using to describe these wind events as a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, and this one remains in effect until noon tomorrow. Areas of concern do include the Santa Clarita Valley and Ventura, to mention just a few. And take a look at this, because last night and into early this morning, Ventura City and County firefighters were at the scene of a fast-moving brush fire that started in the Santa Clara riverbed near Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive. Oxnard Fire was also called to assist, and at one point it was precisely the winds that sent embers flying and causing hot spots, including one at the River Ridge Golf Course that was quickly put out, and the fire eventually held to just over 55 acres. The cause under investigation, but suspicious because, again, it started in a river bed. Now, this is just another reminder, though, of the danger of a fire breaking out during a wind event.
I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are going to prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power lines.
For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles.
And given what we saw, the Angeles National Forest not taking any chances either, temporarily shutting down the forest starting today through Monday. Again, the Angeles National Forest, the entire forest closed to the public. They simply don't want to take any chances with something as simple as a car accident. We see a lot of cars over the side there that could spark a fire in a high wind event. Reporting live in Santa Clarita, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All these things to be mindful of, Gigi, including don't be out there using a leaf blower, right? We've been reporting about that. It doesn't take much under the conditions to spark a fire.
Exactly. And, you know, I just want to rally home that point again that Coco McAvoy made about the critical, the evacuation orders, that alert that we get on our phone. They cannot hammer that enough, because so many people frustrated that they got multiple fake or erroneous, rather not fake, erroneous alerts, shut those alerts off their phone. And that's really important, because if your neighborhood is in danger, you're going to get an evacuation warning alert, and then you're going to get one if it's a mandatory evacuation if you're really in danger. And that's priceless. That will give you the time you need to get to safety. So please, if you turned off your alerts, turn them back on. Supposedly, the problem has been corrected. Mine is on. I never turned it off. It's worth getting an erroneous alert here and there for the price of safety that could bring folks.
If something like an emergency happens in the middle of the night and you're asleep, that alert is what's going to wake you up.
All right, Gigi.
That's what the chief of LA County Fire said yesterday. He said, if we send out an alert at 3 o'clock in the morning, it's because we want you to wake up.
Right. That's exactly right. Okay, Gigi, thank you so much.
So federal investigators are in California right now. In Southern California, they are investigating the cause of the fire, the Palisades Fire in specifics here. So the ATF's National Response Team, they're going to operate in two teams. One is going to look at the scene, the damage, the debris, the burn pattern. The other is going to gather surveillance video, digital evidence, and witness statements. Investigators tell us they are confident what the ATF team will accomplish.
This is the same group that was responsible for investigating the Aliso Viejo bombing, the same group responsible for investigating the fire on the Conception boat that resulted in the death of 34 people. They get the job done, and I'm confident their investigation will bear fruit.
At this same press conference, LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced more arrests related to the fires.
That's right. Yesterday, Hochman announced the arrest of 10 people, 9 of them for looting and 1 for arson. So here's how it breaks down. 3 people were charged for breaking into a home in Mandeville Canyon last Wednesday morning, this was, into Thursday. DA Nathan Hochman says they stole more than $200,000 in property. All 3 of them are repeat offenders. So under the 3-strike rule, 2 of them could face life in prison if convicted. The other faces up to 22 years, since this would be his 2nd strike.
In Altadena, a man and a woman accused of burglarizing 2 homes. They're each facing 2 counts of burglary, each carrying a maximum of 12 years in prison if they're convicted. 4 others arrested for breaking into another home. Hochman says most of that property, though, has been recovered, but he did not elaborate on possible prison time for them.
And the last arrest involves a case of arson out of Azusa. This video from the DA's office shows the arrest of a man at Pioneer Park for starting fires there, and this man faces 9 years in prison. Hochman stressed that this arrest is not connected to any of the major wildfires we've been reporting on. He also said he expects to announce more arrests and promised suspects would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. The district attorney's office and several other law enforcement agencies in the area are expecting to announce more arrests in relation to these wildfires.
So even if you don't live, say, in a fire zone, you're likely feeling the impact of the smoky air across Southern California, depending on where you are. The question is, how can you stay safe when you've got dirty air pretty much everywhere?
That's right. Dr. Ravi Kavashervi is the Chief Medical Officer for Blue Shield of California, and he spoke with us last night.
If you can, the best thing that you can do to protect your health now that will also protect it later is anything where you can minimize that exposure to smoke. And so that includes, beyond staying indoors, covering up and wearing a mask. And you're right, now we are standing up centers, and centers are being stood up, essentially clean air centers. So folks who need additional resources can go to those clean air centers and receive additional help.
Free N95 masks are now available across LA. The city is handing out hundreds of thousands of masks at public libraries, recreation centers, senior centers, and local nonprofits to help people and protect them from the poor air quality. Officials recommend wearing the masks outdoors if you smell smoke, see ash, or when the air quality is bad. So to find a location near you, you could go to our website, foxla.com.
The devastating fires left so many families, of course, struggling. We've seen an extraordinary outpouring of donations, though, at the YMCA in West LA. Fire victims can pick up donations collected for them. The parking lot full of everything from pet supplies to baby food to clothing, toiletries. The YMCA also offering showers, Wi-Fi, and safe spaces.
And happening right now, Santa Monica College's Bundy campus is hosting a donation drive until 5 o'clock this evening. This is at 3171 South Bundy Drive. They are looking for clothing like sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear, as well as socks. Also, they want baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothes, formula, and pacifiers. Blankets and phone chargers are also needed as well, so if you want to donate money, that's another option. They will be accepting gift cards. So find the donation link on our website, foxla.com/links.
Speaking of Fox, join Fox to support a family impacted by the California wildfires. Your donations enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people who are recovering from this disaster. Go to go.fox/Red Cross to support. That's go.fox/Red Cross to support all the efforts. Or you can just scan that QR code right there on the screen. All right, 10:42 still to come. We will talk with an Eaton Fire evacuee from Altadena.
He's heading back today to help his neighbors, and he's joining us coming up next.
Okay, so let's talk about the winds and see the one of the computer models that we like to use here as we look ahead in the timeline. Right now, we're picking up some winds that are slightly stronger, near 30 miles an hour in Camarillo, 20 in Santa Clarita, 22 in Tujunga. Out towards our mountain locations, our usual windy-prone areas are still picking up some of these stronger wind gusts. Santa Clarita Valley, that area up towards the high desert, some stronger gusts. The basin, LA Basin, largely quiet, although some breezy conditions still near 10 to 15 miles an hour as as we fast forward to about 1 p.m., you can see that we have some strong winds still. It's going to be consistently like this as we move ahead. Tomorrow night, we'll start to see the winds ease up, and then by Thursday, you'll notice the sea breeze coming in, so more of an onshore flow. And it does create a different kind of breeze, so this is what firefighters will have to contend with in terms of the direction of what's left over in some of those flames. But the good news is with the onshore flow, that will add more humidity into the atmosphere, and of course will cool temperatures down. And even looking further into the weekend, perhaps the chance for showers. Right now there's an area of low pressure offshore that's helping to give us that cooler air mass from the northwest. But as we look ahead to Friday, an area of low pressure to our north will increase the onshore flow, and that's when we get that return of the sea breeze and the marine layers you can see here. We're kind of backing down a little bit on the real measurable precipitation, but perhaps the marine layer will be deep enough to where we can squeeze some light drizzle from it, and we'll take it. That will help at least to mitigate some of that fire danger. Otherwise, the percentage of showers going down to about 10% or so as we get to Friday and Saturday and Sunday. There is a small chance that by next week, Monday night, Tuesday, we could get another round of offshore winds. I don't think it'll be nearly as strong. It may not even require any wind warnings. However, just to give you a heads up of how that northeasterly flow will still give us drier conditions and, of course, increased fire danger. In the meantime, today and tomorrow, gusty winds, that smoke alert in place, so very unhealthy air quality. Watch what you're doing outside, and try to limit your exposure to the outdoors as much as you can until those fires are completely contained. Up into the mountains, 35 degrees today in Big Bear, 52 in the high desert, to that 65 in Palm Springs. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So as people prepare for the possibility of evacuating their homes this week, others haven't been home since last week.
And they don't know if there's even a home to go back to, so just imagine that. Our next guest forced to leave his home last week because of the Eaton Fire, Angel Castellanos. He's a familiar face here on Good Day LA. Oftentimes, Angel comes in to do some travel segments, and it's all lighthearted and fun, but it hasn't been for the last week or so for Angel, his family, and all of his neighbors there in Altadena. You're looking live right there. Not live, excuse me, video that Angel shot live at the time of his neighborhood. And right now he's in Venice, and he is safe, but he's waiting to hear back and see if, you know, what the situation is like in his neighborhood. Angel, good morning to you.
Good morning, Araxia and Sandra. Thanks for having me. I know you mentioned normally we're talking about fun stuff like travel, but it's tough when the story turns personal.
It is. It is.
That's right. We're so sorry about your situation. You had to evacuate. Tell us what that process was like and the moments leading up to everything that happened last week.
Well, we lost power. We knew the high winds were coming, and we lost power at about 5 p.m. on Tuesday. And thanks to a local Altadena Facebook group, I was alerted about the fire, and I looked in my backyard, and the whole Eaton Canyon area was just in flames. I live about a 7-minute walk away from where the fire originally started. So it was just super, super scary. So we just gathered our things, and most of our neighbors do have things ready to go because we live in that area. But the fire was coming fast and furious. And then I evacuated about 4 miles east to Monrovia. And then at 5 a.m. on Wednesday, I had to evacuate there, return home to again water my house because I still did have water at the time. And what I saw was complete devastation. It was a war zone. Various neighbors' houses were on fire, and the fires completely surrounded our neighborhood. And that was the scary part about this particular incident, is that the winds were so fast and furious that the fire was just coming from everywhere.
So your home is standing then, as far as you know?
As far as I know now, and I've been using the resources from the recovery.lacounty.gov, letting me know that my house is still standing, and some satellite images. But I haven't had eyes on my house since last week. When I went by originally, when the National Guard locked my neighborhood down, I asked the local sheriff, and he knew exactly where my house was. He gave me a little bit of peace of mind, saying that he walked by my house, but I haven't been in my neighborhood since last week. I don't know what the damage is. I don't know if it's been looted. And I'm sure the toxicity in my area is just really super high as well.
Right. There could be smoke damage we're talking about. There could be surrounding damage around the home. So, yeah, it is very disconcerting and hard for you now. Are you allowed to go back? What have you been told? Do you feel like the communication has been good in terms of people like you who have had to evacuate and what officials are saying?
Well, every day there's a town council and an Eaton Fire hearing that gives us some information, and the sheriffs and local services do a really great job of that. But I've been relying on the Watch Duty app to let me know if I'm still in the evacuation zone. And unfortunately, I'm still in the mandatory evacuation zone, which means I cannot go back home. So in my neighborhood, there's National Guards posted almost on every street corner, and you can't go north of New York Drive, and that's the neighborhood that I live in. So I'm really grateful for the people who are reporting to that Watch Duty app and those daily reports and daily briefings that we have around 4 o'clock in the afternoon to let us know what's going on.
Interesting you mentioned the fact that you grabbed your to-go bag, and many people who live in these areas have one ready to go. That's great in the sense that they're prepared. What did you have in your to-go bag? I'm just curious, because sometimes when I think about it, if I had to get something at that moment, what would I take? And when you're on a deadline like that, you scramble, you get overwhelmed, and you might not take anything, really.
Yeah, it's super quick because panic starts to set in. So it was in the firebox, we have birth certificates, our passports, our real social security cards, Grandma Ruth's pearls, and in a separate filing cabinet, we have, tax documents and corporate documents for our business. And those were the immediate things to go. And then I really don't have any clothes packed up, let's say. So it's mostly the important things and family mementos and things like that.
Well, Angel, we thank you for sharing your story. We hope you could get back in to check on your home and your loved ones and your neighbors, and just know that there's an outpouring of support for you and the entire community, people wanting to help. So if you need anything, just let us know.
Appreciate you guys, and we appreciate you supporting Altadena for sure.
Yeah, of course, and we look forward to welcoming you back into our studio to do fun segments in the near future again, Angel. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back. Update here, this Saturday's 40th annual Kingdom Day Parade in Leimert Park has been postponed because of the wildfires. We're going to let you know when organizers decide of a new date for this parade.
Walmart and Tyson Foods are offering free meals to support families affected by the fires. The meals are available at Walmart on Big Dalton Avenue from 11 o'clock this morning to 4 o'clock this afternoon, starting today through Sunday, January 19th. And a candlelight vigil will be held today at Nickerson Gardens in Watts to honor fire victims and celebrate the legacy of William Nickerson Jr. The event will support families affected by these recent fires, including the Eaton Fire, which claimed the life of Rodney Nickerson, William Nickerson Jr.'s grandson, and the vigil starts at 5 o'clock.
All right, our team coverage will continue of the wildfires, of course, because the winds are coming back to our area. After a short break, we'll be right back.
Okay, let's get a quick check on where our two largest fires stand right now. First, the Palisades Fire. Nearly 24,000 acres have burned there. The good news, though, crews have made progress. It's now 17% contained.
As far as the Eaton Fire, this fire has burned a little more than 14,000 acres. That one 35% contained, and we welcome you to GDLA Plus with all of that. And we go directly to Maria right now. She's keeping track of those winds because the winds are going to be the issue once again.
Absolutely. The most critical component when it comes to fighting fires, and we look at the winds being pretty consistent this morning, really isolated in this area as far as some of the stronger velocities. Parts of Ventura County out towards the Santa Clarita Valley, we're getting some of those stronger wind gusts. Otherwise, sustained winds nearing 20 to 30 miles an hour is forecast, and then gusting closer to 50, even 60 miles an hour. But some areas could strengthen a bit more to near 60 to 70 miles an hour. Sustained winds not too bad at this hour, mostly on the lighter side, 10 miles per hour hour here near Corona and the Inland Empire. But mind you, when you talk about cumulatively speaking, we've had day after day now since last week Tuesday of these breezy to very strong and ferocious winds last week Tuesday to moderate to strong consistently since then until now. Very high fire danger. So those red flag warnings will continue at least through tomorrow. We have those high winds as well, gusting near 60 to 70 plus miles an hour still expected through the afternoon today and then again through tomorrow. Extreme wildfire danger, of course, and when we get these red flag warnings, that means conditions are present that if there was a spark, there was a fire, it could spread rapidly and it could explode in its size. Power outages are possible too because of these stronger winds, and that could give you some power outages, down trees or power lines, and some debris on the roadways. So you want to be mindful of that and those hazardous driving conditions that's out there. High pressure in the Pacific, lower pressure to our south, and it's that difference in pressure between these two systems really helping to drive those winds out of the northeast. At this point, these dynamics are not at all the same in terms of the ferocity of the winds that they're producing for us this week instead of last week. We don't have that upper air cold support that we had last week and at all levels of the atmosphere. So although it's gusty at times, not quite the same as last week. So thank goodness firefighters able to take advantage of these weather conditions. Heavy wildfire smoke, though, is the issue. Air quality alert still in place through at least tomorrow morning. We've got a wide area here from Santa Clarita, Ventura, south into Orange County, San Diego, with the unhealthy air quality. I'll show you the extended outlook in just a bit. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. So be prepared to leave when you're told. Those were the two key messages officials wanted to hammer home this morning as we prepare for another round of those powerful winds and the fire danger Maria was just telling you about. Coco McAvoy is live in downtown LA with the very latest. Coco.
Good morning. Firefighters have made progress containing the Eaton and Palisades fires, but as you mentioned, there are concerns today with the heavy wind that we'll be getting, with those winds really ramping up this afternoon into Wednesday morning, and that, of course, increases our fire risk in the LA region. So a lot of concern there. And as you mentioned, evacuation orders, people want to make sure that you do take those seriously if you end up getting a notice. In wildfire-prone areas, there could be power shutoffs to prevent fires. LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley also says they are planning ahead for potential fires, meaning they are strategically placing fire engines in areas that aren't yet impacted by the fires but are wildfire-prone. We have learned there have been 3 more arson arrests outside of the fire zones, too, so that continues to be a concern as well. L.A. Mayor Karen Bass signed an executive order to speed up the rebuilding process, and she spoke about that during the briefing this morning, but she was also asked about if there was anything she or other leaders could have done to make this situation better beforehand.
Let me just say that while I'm in the midst of it, I'm not looking back. However, and I have said this on a daily basis, when we are past this, which I am hopeful and prayerful that we are talking about another couple of days and no longer than that, we are going to do a deep dive and evaluate everything.
But right now, there's not one thing you think you would have done differently.
I do not think that now is the time to do this. I am worried about saving lives today. I am worried about people getting the information. If they've received a warning, they should begin to pack, and frankly, I would suggest that they evacuate even with a warning.
Yes, evacuate even with a warning. That's really what LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley talked a lot about during the briefing this morning as well. She wanted to make sure that people do have those notifications set up on your phone. So if you get an evacuation notice or even a warning at this point, they are telling people to make sure to pack up and leave. I'll send it back to you.
All right, an important message that we need to reiterate throughout the morning and throughout today. Coco, thank you. Now let's check in with Gigi Graciette in Santa Clarita as we watch for the return of those powerful Santa Ana winds. Gigi, tell us and show us what conditions are like right now.
Well, Roxy and Sandra, I just got off the phone with the National Weather Service and asking them about the wind gusts that we're starting to feel here in the Santa Clarita Valley. And they told us that the wind is blowing. They've been wind gusts of up to 30 miles per hour. And pretty much that's some of the gusts that we've been feeling here in Santa Clarita. Of course, Santa Clarita, one of the many areas in this critical fire watch weather that we're in right now, one of the many areas of concern. But right now, you're looking at Ventura. Let's move to Ventura, where last night and into this morning, Ventura City and County firefighters were at the scene of a brush fire that started in the Santa Clara riverbed near Ventura Road and Auto Center Drive. Oxnard Fire was also called in to assist. At one point, the wind was blowing so hard it sent those embers flying. That caused a spot fire in the River Ridge Golf Course. That was quickly put out. The fire eventually held to just over 55 acres. Another reminder, though, of the dangers of a fire starting during a wind event. And you just heard Coco McAvoy mention it. Some folks may see their power shut off, but officials telling us it's because of the wind, and they're just trying to keep everybody safe.
I ask all Los Angeles County residents in wildfire-prone areas to understand that the necessary public safety power shutoffs are going to prevent our next fire from starting if we have down power lines.
For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles.
And today we learned that the Angeles National Forest has temporarily closed through next Monday as a preventive measure during this critical fire watch weather. And bringing it back here live, you can just see this wind continue to blow in Santa Clarita. We're off the 14 in Golden Valley. This is a normally windy area, but we are getting those wind gusts. The National Weather Service telling us of up to 30 miles an hour. And I just want to reiterate very quickly something that LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley said yesterday at yesterday's fire briefing. She said if you receive a evacuation warning, which usually means be ready to leave at a moment's notice, and you have pets, you have maybe somebody with special needs that might require extra time, don't wait for the evacuation order. If you get a warning, then you might just want to pack up and leave right away. Reporting live in Santa Clarita, I'm Gigi Graciette. Back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you. Good advice there. Now, containment of the Eaton Fire has grown to 35%, but the progress comes too late for many families, unfortunately. Jessica Dupnack is joining us live from Altadena with the very latest there. Jessica?
It's clear the headline today is really those winds. We talked to fire crews here in Altadena. They said they woke up this morning and that was top of mind. Those winds very closely mimicking the winds that contributed to the devastation here in Altadena. Looking at just a neighborhood that was absolutely reduced to rubble. Now, we are beyond the checkpoint right now where everyone has been evacuated in this area. That checkpoint being manned by the National Guard. We were allowed to come through and take a look at what's going on here. Now, it's kind of a two-prong approach to what's going on. There's a lot of power crews that are in the area, and they're actually trying to restore power and rebuild. As we've heard so many residents talk about, they want to start that process because there are still homes that remain here in Altadena. So a lot of power crews, and sort of the other part of what's going on beyond this checkpoint is the search and rescue efforts. We spoke with the assistant fire chief of Los Angeles Fire about what that specifically entails. Some 300 urban search and rescue crews here searching through the rubble, hoping to bring some peace to some of the families. We're talking about 16 deaths that are related to the Eaton Fire, and they are actively investigating 18 missing persons cases. I'll let that assistant chief pick it up from there.
So we have our USAR teams here. We have several USAR members. There's about 300 USAR members here. We have anthropologists embedded into our groups. We have canine search dogs that are also embedded in our groups to help us do the search.
But what do you say to the families that are kind of waiting patiently to see if their loved ones could be found?
We're working hand in hand, partnered with Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and they're kind of the lead agency on that. And so they will be making all the notifications, and we're just making sure that we can give them all the correct information after our searches, that they can pass that on to the family members. So be patient with us. There's a lot of destruction. There's a lot of homes that are destroyed that need to be searched.
When you're standing in the middle of it, it really seems like almost a task that can't be completed. We're watching some of these crews search in almost a grid fashion through all of the rubble, using tools, trying to bring some peace to these families. Now, there is a virtual meeting with officials here in town at 4 o'clock later with an update on some of the numbers. We will continue to follow this story, of course. Reporting now in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
All right, Jessica, thank you. We appreciate that. And we will, of course, have more of our continuous fire coverage after the break.
Live look right now, 11:14 is the time. This is our Mount Wilson cam, and in the distance, there you see it. You can see the smoke. You definitely can see that smoke. All right, this story right here, Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen sends its network of chefs really all over the world to feed people during times of crisis. And Bob DeCastro has more on these relief efforts from Pacific Palisades.
For many, many years, World Central Kitchen has responded immediately after there is disaster, and this time it is no different. Their chefs, their cooks, their whole operation have fanned out all across the fire zones here in Los Angeles County. You could see all of the first responders here. We are in the Palisades along PCH, and one of the folks responding and feeding these first responders is Chef Daniel Shemtab. He's going to show us a little bit more. You brought out the truck, the lime truck. People are familiar with the green truck. How has it been over the past couple of days, just responding to what has been just an incredible amount of first responders and firefighters out here on the front lines?
It's been really intense. I mean, we've scrambled to put things together. My team got up at 1 a.m. this morning to be able to get out here and help, and I think it's just been really impactful. There's something about feeding people and giving nourishment and giving hospitality that is deeply innate in the lime truck and in me and in our business, and so I think being able to offer that to other people and being able to just help the people helping others, it feels ultimately really good.
You personally have been affected by the fire, and sorry that you lost your home. It's got to be terrible. You and your brother. It has to be a surreal experience to lose your home in that way and to still jump out here and try to help out.
Losing my house is terrible. My wife is 7 months pregnant. We're trying to build our life together, and we just moved into our home less than a year ago, and it was to start our family, and my brother lives in the neighborhood, our parents-in-law, our brother-in-law. So we're all here, and we had this dream, and it kind of got ripped away from us, and I went into deep depression. I mean, I couldn't even be alone for more than like 10 minutes, and I couldn't focus on anything, and I started to realize that the only way I might be able to get out of this is by starting to help others and starting to appreciate and have gratitude for this amazing community. I mean, the way that LA is banded together, the way that World Central Kitchen getting me out and cooking on my food truck, that's the first time I smiled in a week, was when I was making food and I was sweating and I was stressed out, and it felt all that energy, and time went by and I just felt good for the first time in so long.
But check out the Lime Truck, their website. We also have a link to the website for World Central Kitchen on our website, foxla.com. If you'd like to donate and help out, this is going to be a long process in its recovery. They also have volunteer opportunities as well.
There was Bob DeCastro reporting. Great story there of all the efforts. All right, coming up, Amanda joining us with a look at how Hollywood is handling the devastation with the fires.
We're taking a live look right now. 11:20 is the time. There it is, Pacific Palisades. Look at that coastline. It is unrecognizable. It took me a second.
Wow.
That's why, until we really zoomed out, because you can't really make out what you're used to seeing.
And they're saying a lot of the debris is going into the Pacific Ocean there. And for some surfers along the coastline to really be mindful of the storm drainage as well as the debris that could be in the ocean right now. So you want to check your water levels. It might not be safe to go in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good point. Good point. Well, welcome back to Good Day LA. The 2025 Grammy Awards show is going to proceed as planned for February 2nd. However, there is a pivot. So organizers are making it a fundraiser with the goal of raising money to support wildfire relief efforts. The show will broadcast live from the Crypto.com arena, where Beyonce is the leading contender with 10 nominations. Others nominated for multiple Grammys include Taylor Swift, Charlie XCX, Post Malone, Sabrina Carpenter, Kendrick Lamar, and Chappell Roan. The Recording Academy has already pledged $1 million, with over $2 million distributed to those in need. And organizers say that the event will honor first responders and highlight music's power to heal and unite during tough times. Also, from the Recording Academy to SAG-AFTRA. SAG-AFTRA is also stepping up to help members impacted by the fires. The union has pledged $1 million to its foundation for relief efforts and temporarily closed its LA office. Staff currently working remotely to support members. SAG-AFTRA President Fran Drescher says that the union aims to ease suffering and help members rebuild after this crisis. Some members are urging that next month's SAG Awards pivot into adding a telethon component within the show to help raise funds. You know, I don't know if they have my email handy, but it's amanda.salas@fox.com. I have been getting so many amazing emails from everyone all over the community. I am still on the hunt, though, looking for a place in San Bernardino County that is having an active donation drop-off. I've gotten a couple emails this morning from viewers asking where they can drop stuff off. So if you are in San Bernardino County, if you have an organization, a church, a school, and you're accepting donations, will you please send me a note? Speaking of, we got this note. Looking for comedic relief right now? You know, sometimes laughter can be the best medicine, and you can get some laughs while giving back. There's an upcoming comedian and a venue doing just that.
My heart goes out to all the families that lost their homes in this fire. This Wednesday, January 15th, I'll be doing a comedy fundraiser for Eaton Fire relief. As a single mom, I need you to be there. We need your support, okay? Do not be my unsupportive ex-husband.
So this Wednesday, tomorrow, January 15th, comedian Zhao Ying Summers headlines a special fundraiser at the Ice House in Pasadena. The show starts at 7:30. All proceeds will support the Eaton Fire Relief and Recovery Fund. The Ice House will match every donation made.
I love that when you see. Yeah, but I love that when you see all proceeds. I mean, you know, because you know that a big chunk is going towards people who need it instead of, you know, just 10% here or 20% there.
Right, exactly. All proceeds. We love to see that. And, you know, in the midst of battling the wildfires, LA firefighters got a special visit from a legendary late-night host and a familiar face on Fox 11. Take a look at this. Comedian Jay Leno stopped by to serve barbecue meals to firefighters coming off the line. The department says that they are grateful for his kindness and the support of the community. Okay.
I heard he pulled up to the checkpoint in his vintage fire truck.
Oh my God. He has a fire truck too within his collection.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
And they couldn't turn him away.
Oh, well, yeah.
Wow. He was there to help as
I wonder where he got a vintage fire truck.
You know, he has so many cars, right, in his collection.
What doesn't he have?
Right.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have many garages full of all of these vintage cars?
Warehouse full of cars. He actually did an interview with us live one time. All the cars were in the background.
All right, it's great to see so many people helping out, and we, of course, will have more fire coverage after the break. Welcome back to DDLA Plus. We're going to check in with Maria because we are keeping a track on the winds that are going to be a big headline this evening.
The most critical component in fighting this fire. We've also been really checking in on the progress of the fires. We use this app called Watch Duty, and it has shown us really since last week what kind of air assets have been flying. And right now, I'm not noticing any. So that in a way is good news that they are starting to really fight this fire from the ground and gaining that containment. I've been keeping an eye out on the Fire Weather Snooper app, and this is what meteorologists on the ground working directly with LAFD and fire departments there really keep tabs on some of the hot spots. And I've seen some of the red dots pop up now. This means that the winds are getting gustier, and this is where we're seeing those red flag warning wind gusts in Santa Clarita. That area, just checking in, 35-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Still not too bad, right? As we pan around to La Cañada, Flint Ridge, we've got a wind gust here near 36 miles an hour, and out towards the Oxnard area in Ventura, that's nearly 40 miles an hour. If we go to Weather One, I can show you some of the other outlook here, the outlooks for the winds. This is our future wind gust model, and you can see that we're going to be consistently hovering around that 30 to 40 mile per hour wind gust range in the usual wind-prone areas. There are some pockets where isolated wind gusts, especially if the higher elevations are just below the canyons and passes, we can pick up another 50 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So that can be quite dangerous, and that's why those red flag warnings are still in effect. We got to get through today. We'll get through tonight and tomorrow, and then we'll notice that difference on Thursday. The onshore flow will return. I think some of us will really notice by tomorrow night, but by Thursday, the sea breeze will kick in. We will change direction in terms of those winds, so firefighters will have to adjust their attack. But this is the good news. We'll get that more moist air mass moving in, and that will help significantly, and of course, give us a break from these drying Santa Ana winds. In the meantime, high wind warnings are in effect. We've got high red flag warnings all through SoCal, and we also have that air quality alert, of course, for the smoke. It's that haze that you see out and about, and it's that fine particulate matter that we can't see with the naked eye that's really important to remember. And so I would just limit your exposure to the outdoors when you can. As far as the rain outlook, I know we're asking, when is the rain? January is typically the second wettest month of the year, and look, we've had no rain at all, and the chance is dwindling a bit to just 10%. I'm holding on hope that the marine layer will come in quite deep by Friday night into Saturday, that we can squeeze some drizzle out of it. So there's still that slight chance. I like getting the hope up because you never know, but it's in there. Temperatures will be close to average today, and then it will cool down when we get that stronger onshore flow as we get to the weekend. But just watch that wildfire smoke. High wind warnings, red flag warnings will continue. So, of course, that fire danger and extreme fire weather behavior will continue as well the next couple of days. So hang in there, guys. Stay vigilant and stay alert. Back to you. Oh, Stu. Hey, Stu, you know, a quick question for you. I just showed the Watch Duty app where we get to see the assets. Typically, you're not seeing any activity or air assets right now, right, overhead?
We do not see anybody overhead fighting the fire from any kind of aircraft, and that's one of the reasons why they actually let us come in a little bit lower than we have been. We're at about 8,000 feet right now. No, we're at 5,000 feet right now, so that's about 3,000 feet lower than we have been, and that's probably because the air assets are not here fighting that fire. We're back over the Palisades, showed you that damaged neighborhood right there. There's that one of the schools that was destroyed, but you know, I'm sure I'm not alone when I was wondering, because whenever I think Pacific Palisades, me personally, I always think of Meditation Lake. Now, I know I'm not calling it correct. That's not the actual name of this facility right here, but that's what I've always used to describe it. And it's one of these areas that is open to the public. You can come in, and it's just this peaceful, relaxing, wonderful place where you can just go and enjoy, meditate, and just walk around and check out all the specialized vegetation. Some of the Dalai Lama, some of his ashes are actually here, as well as I understand, and now don't quote me on this, but also Gandhi. But I also know for a fact that Tom Petty is actually here as well at the lake. So the lake is still standing, the actual buildings around it, everything everything seems to be unscathed, and that is, you know, it is just one of those gems out here in the Pacific Palisades that definitely did survive the fire. But you just pan just a little bit, not even probably just next door. You can see right there, I believe that was an office building. That is completely leveled, and of course all that other devastation out here. But as it stands right now, no active fire at all, and not even a little bit of smoke. And these light winds, Maria, this is definitely going to help that firefight indeed. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
At the same time, you don't want people to, you know, take down their guard, because we are expecting another wind event, as Maria has been saying. So be prepared and leave when you're told to. Those were the two key messages officials wanted to hammer home this morning as we prepare for another round of those powerful winds and fire danger, of course. So Coco McAvoy is live in downtown LA with the very latest on how people can prepare. Coco?
Good morning. LA City and county leaders held a press briefing this morning to give an update on the wildfires, and we did learn that firefighters have made progress with both the Eaton and Palisades fires. But as you mentioned, the big concern today is the weather, the heavy wind that we are expecting to get this afternoon into Wednesday morning. And those winds combined with low humidity really increases the fire threat for the LA region. And that means in wildfire-prone areas, there could be power shutoffs to prevent fires. We have learned that there have been 3 more arson arrests outside of the fire zones too, so that continues to be a concern as well. LA Mayor Karen Bass signed an executive order to speed up the rebuilding process, ordering things like expediting permits and inspections and immediate debris removal. LA City Fire Chief Crowley also says they are planning ahead for potential fires today.
Life-threatening and destructive and widespread winds are already here. For this significant wind event, we are taking an aggressive lean-forward posture, and the LAFD has staffed all available resources, strategically placing fire patrols and engines in the unimpacted high fire risk areas in the city. We are carefully managing our operations to ensure that we can quickly respond to any new fires, in addition to the increased call volume across the city of Los Angeles. I urge, and everybody here urges you, to remain alert as danger has not yet passed. Please follow all evacuation warnings and orders without delay and prioritize your safety.
And remaining alert really is the key message here, especially during this significant wind event that continues through Wednesday morning. And they really wanted to stress to make sure that you have those notifications set on your phone as well. So if you do get an evacuation warning, they are telling you to leave immediately, and make sure to have that go bag packed as well. I'll send it back to you.
All good advice. Coco, thank you so much. People need to be prepared, have the warnings on their phones in case that does come up later this evening.
I know a lot of people were frustrated when we were getting those false alerts.
Oh, multiple, yeah.
So many people turn them off.
Yeah, right.
But the danger is, as they mentioned, if it happens in the middle of the night, that is going to be your lifeline.
Absolutely.
So containment of the Eaton Fire has grown now. We're talking 35%. Jessica Dupnack is joining us live from Altadena with the latest. Jessica.
Yeah, we're standing amongst the rubble, one of the hardest hit areas here in Altadena. Take a look behind me. It's actually a pretty busy scene out here. It's hard to believe, but the rebuild is already starting. You can see a lot of power crews up and down the streets here in this neighborhood, and they're working to get power restored for when people come back. As you're looking at all of the destroyed homes, but there are homes that are still intact, and the motto out here is really to rebuild and rebuild as quickly as possible. Now, we are behind the checkpoint that is being manned by the National Guard, along with those power crews out here. There is an urban search and rescue that's going on, kind of a grid search among the thousands, 3,000 plus structures that have been destroyed. They're taking a pretty systematic approach with the urban search and rescue, trying to find remains of folks. 16 deaths have been attributed to the Eaton Fire, and they're dealing with 18 open missing persons cases. So that is also going on here behind the barricade, again being manned by the National Guard. Now, the headline today, of course, are those winds. We talked to one of the assistant fire chiefs for LAFD here on the ground in Altadena about what they're thinking and how they woke up this morning knowing what that forecast would bring. Take a listen.
because the model of the winds were exactly the model of the winds that started this fire, or that help contribute to this fire. And so it's a little concerning, but we do have some contingencies in place to be ready for it.
More prepared now than before?
I wouldn't say more prepared. I think sometimes Mother Nature does this thing and we just kind of, get in there where we can and do what we can. So we are prepared as we were prepared before, but we do have more resources here than we did before, so I will say that.
The assistant fire chief doubling down that they were prepared before, but what makes the difference is having these thousands of fire crews nearby staging at the Rose Bowl where we were earlier today. Pretty amazing to see the scope of firefighters from all over. We talked to the assistant chief a little bit about the mental health of these first responders having to work in these awful conditions, not getting a lot of sleep, not eating well. They said they're all looking out for each other, checking in, taking breaks when needed, because obviously there's still a lot of work to be done. Reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
And Jessica, that is an important factor, the mental load and the mental health of all these first responders that are going in and seeing the devastation day in and day out for 12-hour shifts, sometimes even more. And the tiring nature of it all, it does get overwhelming.
Yeah, you definitely sense a brother and sisterhood among the crews out here. It's pretty seamless. They might have different names on their trucks, but they're really all one in this mission. And I have to say, some of the firefighters we spoke with, lots of hellos, how are you, that kind of thing. So the mood is relatively positive despite what the challenges are ahead.
All right, Jessica, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. All right, coming up, a California insurance lawyer is joining us after the break to talk about the steps homeowners can take to get some control over the situation. We'll be right back.
Lidia, thank you. The wildfires have leveled homes, as you have seen, leaving thousands of residents with many more questions than answers at this point.
Yeah, especially how can victims ensure that their insurance company pays them what they owe? Let's bring in insurance lawyer Michael Cohen this morning to kind of get things straight for us and answer some of these tough questions. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so what are some of the immediate steps that victims should take with their insurance companies? Because the need is immediate for a lot of these families.
Right. One of the first things, and it sounds trivial, but it's actually quite important, start with find a notebook or a notepad to keep detailed notes of everything to do with your claim. Start with that, because everything going forward, you need to have it in one place. Like the couple you had on earlier from Altadena, and they talked about losing everything. People are disoriented. They've got too much to worry with. They're worried about their children, how they're going to rebuild their lives. And you need to have one place where all the information is contained. For example, every time you talk to the insurance company, you want to keep detailed notes of that. So get one notebook or one notepad where you keep track of everything to deal with this loss. The second thing that I urge homeowners to do is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to your insurance company. I've had people call me and said they're worried about if they contact the insurance company too soon or if they should wait until they know more. The answer is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to the insurance company so that you can start the claim process. Don't wait for something or don't wait for more information. Now, there's a couple of important provisions in the law that people should know about when they're talking with their insurance companies about their claims. Because this was an officially declared emergency, there are some provisions in California law that help homeowners by getting more money into their pocket sooner rather than later. So when you're talking to your insurance company, one thing that you should do is ask for an immediate advance for the additional living expenses. The additional living expenses is part of the homeowner's coverage. And if your home was burned to the ground, it's called a total loss. But if your home was burned to the ground, then what you need to do is ask the insurance company to advance at least 4 months of the additional living expenses portion of your insurance. That's what the law requires, California law requires, at least 4 months of an advance. Now, if your home wasn't completely destroyed, for example, if your home was near the fire and maybe it's contaminated by smoke, or if you aren't allowed to go back to your home because the authority said that you can't go back there yet, California says that the insurance company must provide at least 2 weeks of your additional living expense in advance, and they have to give you more depending on what's called good cause, meaning if, for example, the authorities said that you need to be gone longer, you can't get back for another week or 2 weeks, the insurance company is obligated by California law to provide you that additional time and additional money for your additional living expenses. So that's one thing that homeowners should ask about up front when they first communicate with the insurance company is how quickly can they get that advance on additional living expenses. There's another provision in California law that's also very important that helps get money to people's pockets sooner rather than later. Ask your insurance company to give you at least 30% of your contents limit. Contents is your stuff, your furniture, your clothing, everything inside the house. That's all part of the contents coverage in the homeowner's policy. And because this was an officially declared emergency, California law requires the insurance companies to offer at least 30% of the contents limit without any kind of detailed inventory or anything like that.
Wow.
So you should ask for that 30% as soon as possible. Ask them how quickly they can get that in your pocket. Now, for this to happen, your house has to be a total loss, and it has to have been furnished at the time of the loss. But for most people, that's not a problem if they had a total loss. It's a little bit different if your home wasn't burnt to the ground, but if I were a homeowner affected in any way by these wildfires, I would ask for that 30% because I'm aware of at least in a few instances where some insurance companies are providing that 30% even to people who didn't lose their home completely. which is great. I'm glad the insurance companies are doing the right thing in that instance.
And we
the
just
last
showed
thing to
you,
keep
we just showed all the tips you're mentioning right there. And the last one, as you were going to mention, are keep receipts, right? That's so important for detailed records. Thank you so much for all of this important information. People can see it right there on the screen. Take a picture of that and make sure that you use all of this useful information. Thank you so much, Michael Cohen. We'll be right back.
N95 masks are now available across Los Angeles. The city handing out hundreds of thousands of masks at public libraries, recreation centers, senior centers, and local nonprofits to help people protect themselves from the poor air quality. Officials recommend wearing the masks outdoors if you smell smoke, see ash, or when air quality is bad. To find a location near you, just go to our website. We'll get you hooked up, foxla.com. SoCal Edison is facing a new lawsuit for the deadly Eaton Fire near Altadena. The lawsuit claims that Edison's poor power line maintenance sparked the fire. Witnesses reported seeing flames near its equipment. Now homeowners, renters, and businesses are seeking accountability. As far as SoCal's concerned, the parent company has seen its shares drop 12%. A new statement to Fox 11 says this: SoCal Edison denying responsibility, saying that its lines were off before the Eaton Fire began. Here's a quote: "Our hearts remain with our communities during the devastating fires in Southern California, and we remain committed to supporting them through this difficult time." SCE crews, contractors, and mutual assistance partners are dedicated to safety restoring power to our customers. SCE understands that lawsuit related to the Eaton Fire has been filed, but has not yet been served with a complaint. SCE will review the complaint when it is received. The cause of the fire continues to be under investigation.
The White House held a briefing Monday to discuss the federal response to the wildfires. The president meeting with senior officials as Mr. Biden amends the California disaster declaration. He's allowing for the fire-ravaged state to receive additional disaster relief. The White House says the federal government will cover the disaster response for a period of 6 months. During the briefing, Vice President Kamala Harris asked this question to the U.S. Forest Service.
If, God forbid, the fires go beyond Los Angeles County, given the surge of resources into Los Angeles, what is your level of confidence that we'll be able to get the resources to any neighboring county in time?
I'm confident that we'll be able to get the resources. We have access right now to about 15,000 firefighters that are not currently being used, that's not needed. So if things got out of hand, and let's just say that the wind conditions blew the fire back out into the wildland, we do have firefighters pre-positioned in a lot of different areas to look at that initial attack. And I mentioned the 235 fires now that these same groups of people have been able to bat down to about 5 or 6 major fires.
Until more aid is available, President Biden says fire victims can receive a one-time payment of $770 so they can quickly purchase things like water, baby formula, prescriptions. More information can be found at disasterassistance.gov. And in response to the Palisades Fire, the LA Fire Department has issued new parking restrictions. They apply to Topanga State Park and West Ridge Canyonback Wilderness Park. With warnings issued for surrounding areas, the move is aimed at ensuring emergency vehicles can access critical areas quickly and safely. Fire crews are still battling hot spots and working to prevent the flames from spreading as strong Santa Ana winds pick up throughout the week. Authorities are urging residents and visitors to adhere to these restrictions to help protect lives and property.
LA County Parks now offering free care camps for kids and teens impacted by the Eaton Fire. Camps run weekdays through January 31st, providing a safe space for kids to learn and play while parents focus on recovery. Programs available for ages 5 to 17 with meals and snacks included. There are currently 4 camps. They're located at Pomelo Park in Duarte, Arcadia Park, the LA County Arboretum, and Crescenta Valley Park. So Descanso Gardens as well. If you can just take a screen grab of that information right there, or just go to our website, we will get you linked up. You can get information, registration times. Just check it out on foxla.com. All right, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we have some information on how you can help fire victims. There's so much need out there.
Welcome back. Walmart and Tyson Foods are offering free meals to support families affected by the fires. The meals are available at Walmart on Big Dalton Avenue from 11 o'clock this morning to 4 p.m. this afternoon, starting today through Sunday, January 19th. This effort aims to help those in need during these challenging times. Stop by if you or someone you know could use a hot meal. And a candlelight vigil will be held today at Nickerson Gardens in Watts to honor fire victims and celebrate the legacy of William Nickerson Jr. The event will support families impacted by these recent fires, including the Eaton Fire, which claimed the life of Rodney Nickerson, William Nickerson Jr.'s grandson. William Nickerson Jr. founded Golden State Mutual Life Insurance, and the housing complex bears his name. The vigil starts at 5 in the evening.
Donations pouring in at the Westside Food Bank in Santa Monica. It is partnering with Santa Monica College to collect much-needed supplies for people devastated by the fires.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive taking place later this morning. It already started, actually. It started at 9 a.m. It goes until 5 p.m. That's at Santa Monica College's Bundy campus. The address is 3171 South Bundy Drive. They're looking for clothing, sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear and socks. That's key, by the way. They don't want the used stuff when it comes to undergarments. Also, baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothing, formula, and pacifiers. Blankets and phone chargers are also needed. If you'd like to donate money, they will accept gift cards. Find that donation link, again, if you go to our website, foxla.com/links.
And join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. Your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. So visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts. Again, that's go.fox/Red Cross. Or scan the QR code right there on your screen.
Thank you for being with us in this hour. We're going to take a break, but our fire coverage continues right after this.
What a day, what a day. John Murray.
Hello, hello. It's a great day. We're live out of New York City. It's Tuesday, and we got a lot of good show today.
Oh, we sure do.
Yes, we do.
Man, I'm telling you, when I tell you, I was up late last night, y'all. Okay, it's more than me. Late last night, but I don't know what you were up late for, but I was just waiting for a special announcement from, my prompter's not working. I was waiting for what announcement was I waiting for? I was waiting for
the Beyonce announcement.
I was waiting for the Beyonce announcement. And I stayed up and I stayed up, and y'all remember Beyonce had posted a video and she was teasing that she was gonna do something on January 14th, 2025. She was on her cowboy Carter horse. She was waving a flag. And then all we saw was the numbers 1/14/25. And when I tell you I was up late, I wasn't in my robe. I wasn't in my little t-shirt. I was dressed in my silver sequin cowboy clothes. And I was waiting. I took a nap from 10 to 11 so I could be awake for the announcement. But when I tell y'all at 11:57, she announced that she is delaying her announcement. She did. Beyonce said that the announcement is postponed due to the Los Angeles wildfires. And of course, and so she's donated $2.5 million to the relief efforts. And most of the Beehive understood, but some of them, they don't even care. Somebody wrote, "Can you just give us a jingle or something?" Now, I understand Beyonce, she thinks it's inappropriate timing, and she does not want to overshadow, what's going on in Los Angeles. And I believe that Beyonce is absolutely right. The only thing that I say is, Queen Bee, can you give us some kind of date? Like something that I could look forward to. In the world today, this is just was keeping me up with joy. Even if you take that poster and you cross out 1/14/25, put any number on there, 312. I don't care, 9762. It doesn't have to mean anything at this point. You don't even have to stick to the date. Just give us something to look forward to. And and Mama Tina, radio silent. If y'all don't give Mama Tina back her phone so we can find out what's going on, because you can always count on Mama Tina. She'll tell you what's going on. So we can find out what's going on. But anyway, other than that, Beyonce, we absolutely understand. I believe you made the right choice. We're behind you. But if somebody, Mama Tina, can you DM me and just let me know? Just give me a date. I don't care. Tax season, 4/15. It don't. Oh, my goodness.
Sherry, you know what I would like to see Beyonce do? It was 40 years ago when they did the USA for Africa movement with Michael Jackson, Quincy Jones, and Lionel Richie got everybody together after the American Music Awards and did We Are the World. Yeah. I'd like for Beyonce and Taylor Swift and everybody to get together and do something that powerful to aid California and everything that they're going through. Pull together all the pop and hip-hop stars and do a song, donate the proceeds to California, because we're going to have to help rebuild that town. Yeah, I think that would be great, too. Rebuild that town. That's a big town. It's a lot of rebuilding that will have to be done for California. That would be great to see a We Are the World with the artists, of today, the Taylor Swifts, Beyonce, the Glorillaz, it's just like scissors. Yeah. It would be Kendrick Lamar. Maybe him and Drake could get back a little friendship together just to come back. Yeah. But to raise proceeds. Yeah. We don't have those anymore, because we used to have those kind of fundraisers. If anything could make those guys make peace, world tragedy certainly should be able to. Yeah, I definitely agree with you, John. That's a great idea. Such a great idea. Oh, my goodness. Let me tell y'all something. If you want to get in a good workout, a good workout is going ice skating. And I have to tell you, I went ice skating over the weekend, and I am still sore. I took my son Jeffrey and his brother Jalen to the Rockefeller Center skating rink. All right, so we went skating at Rockefeller Center. And I thought I could use all of my skills as a roller skater and that they would translate into ice skating. They did not. Let me tell you that. They did not. I got out there on that ice with that one blade, and I grabbed that wall. I grabbed that wall, and I held on to that wall as I skated along the wall, holding on to the wall. And I wasn't the only one. There were so many people holding that wall. But what I don't like, you can't hold the wall and just stand there. You gotta hold. I kept telling people, y'all gotta move. If you're gonna hold the wall, you still gotta skate. But here's the thing. You don't realize until you get older that this ice is slippery. It was so many people go. I finally got off the wall and I got in the middle and I was doing my little skating in the middle. But it was so many people bypassing me and they were pinwheeling and they were going. Yeah, so I'm trying to, look, this was the worst, trying to videotape myself and ice skate at the same time.
But people were pinwheeling next to me. And I got to tell people, when you go roller skating or ice skating, the one thing you can't do is pinwheel, because your body will go where your arms are taking it. So if you do like this, your body's going to turn. So I kept trying to tell people, you know, while I'm skating around, because they're pinwheeling into me. So I was trying to tell people, if you feel like, even when you're roller skating, if you feel like you're going to fall, don't go backwards. This is what you have to do. You got to bend forward and just kind of stand there. Now, you look dumb as hell. I'm not going to lie. You look dumb. But it's better because it'll make you stop and it'll slow you down, and you'll know how to fall forward to land on your, your hands. But this right here is when you hit heads and all of that. So I was skating, and like I said, I saw people falling around me, dropping like flies. And then, and as I saw this, I said, Sherry, you need to get off this ice.
We want to welcome you to a special edition of the Fox 11 News at noon. I'm Roxy Carpadian.
And I'm Sandra Endo. We are watching weather warnings that are in effect for fire-prone areas in Southern California. We're live with you all afternoon and staying on top of any breaking developments. As you see right there, an aerial shot from Skyfox. Let's go straight up to Stu with the very latest on the situation right now.
Well, you can see those fire trucks making their way through that devastated Palos Verdes area and some of those neighborhoods. Now, all of them are coming from a command post that's right here off of Pacific Coast Highway. They get their orders, and then they basically make their way out to these neighborhoods. They're probably looking for hot spots and maybe some other types of incidents out there. Also checking property to make sure that the portions that are standing will be safe for others to get there later on. We're also starting to see a lot of infrastructure trucks down there. You can see some of these vehicles right there. I venture to say, well, those are actually the fuel trucks for the fire trucks that are down there. But then we also see a lot of the DWP trucks down there, and also water trucks, and they are starting to work on those utilities as well. As I kind of pan out, you can get a real kind of sense of the devastation. Now, we have been talking about this from Skyfox since about the first time we got to peek through that smoke to see some of these homes and some of these neighborhoods. Today, we're actually about 3,000 feet lower than we have been because air attack is here, but they aren't utilizing any of their aircraft. So they allowed us down about 3,000 feet, which is good. It's anything helps, and we can still get a better look at all those homes down there. It is still amazing to me when I look down there and you see. And the two things that really jump out at me are the fact that of that total devastation, where there are neighborhoods that are completely flattened, but then there's neighborhoods like this where homes are gone, and then right next door, other homes are standing. We've actually saw in one spot with that trailer park that's right there off of PCH, we thought that all the trailers were gone. There's actually one still standing. Now, I'm doing this because I do have some children of my own and some of my grandchildren, and I'm just going to say this out loud, is for all the children out there that have lost some things inside their homes, and one of those things might be stuffed animals. I have it on really good authority that all the stuffed animals got out of all the homes and they are safe someplace wherever they stuffed animals go. But you got to think that every time we pan through these neighborhoods, you see this. And these are homes, and we've talked about this in the past, the devastation, the loss that goes on down there, the personal items that will never be recovered. And people say that all the time. It's like, well, property can be replaced. Some things can be replaced, but they might not be that same thing that you had lost to begin with. Now, of course, we do know that there were lives lost out here in the Palisades as well, but considering the devastation, I think that those numbers remain relatively low. One would be more than enough, but we still hear about they are still doing searches down there. Hopefully those numbers will not get any higher. We haven't seen anything particularly like that, but getting back to that infrastructure right here, and then I'll toss it to Maria for some weather, is you can see the infrastructure is here. And there is something interesting as well. We're not on the ground, but those underground vaults right there, we've been watching as they've been taking the parts parts of the underground vaults, the transformers, and they actually bring them back to the command post area, and then they're basically taking them and going through them. I'm kind of curious what they're actually looking for, if they're looking for some sort of evidence of failure or possible or something else. But the winds right now seem to be very light. We know that there's that possibility that they are going to kick back up again, but you can see that shot right here, and I'm going to end with the shot of the burn area, because we did see that earlier in the morning when it was late morning, when those winds were really starting to push a little bit. We saw a lot of dust coming off these hills, dust and ash. Right now it's pretty clear out here, and I think that is a pretty good sign. Sending it back to, I'm Stu in Skybox, sending it over to Maria.
You know what, Stu, actually Star Harvey is stepping in to take over for Maria, and we do want to talk about those winds, of course. So Star, we talk about PDS weather situation. What does PDS stand for? This is a term we're going to be hearing a lot.
Yeah, so PDS does stand for particularly dangerous situation, and it is what we use when we are talking about the most extreme events across the weather department in terms of our fire weather. I can tell you that the last season, before what we are in now, the last time we saw one of those issued by the National Weather Service was back in the year 2020. We usually see them one every 5 to 10 years. We have seen 4 of them issued just in the last 3 months. And so just as Stu said there, we are seeing our winds coming a little bit calmer across some of the area, not everywhere. I can tell you that our weather headlines is going to continue to be the fact at the very top that we do still have that red flag warning in place, but also the high wind warnings and watches. We're expecting those winds to still kick up out of the northeast anywhere from about 20 to 40 miles per hour, and they are associated with gusts that could range anywhere from 60 to 70 miles per hour, and in some cases in those isolated areas we could see them get even higher. So obviously that does put us in the continuation of the extreme wildfire danger, where we could see that rapid growth or the spreading if we do get any more of those embers flying around, or the likelihood of new fires starting. We have continued to talk about the possibility of our outages with these high winds pushing across the area, but not just power outages and some of those down power lines. We are also talking the likelihood of some of those down trees, which could pose issues. At the top of our wind peak moving across the area in just the last 24 hours, we've clocked in a lot of our area that does go into those ranges. The numbers that we discussed at the very top of our list here, Magic Mountain Truck Trail. This is going to be up in the Santa Clarita, Valencia, Saugus area. We have Sandstone Peak right behind that at 60 miles per hour and so forth. You do see those miles per hour kicking up anywhere from about 46 and close to 60. Our current winds, we do have a little bit of a break across some of the areas, but not everywhere. Still checking in on this bullseye here, this contoured area. So we do see winds going across the Ventura County area anywhere from about, I'd say, 10 to close to 25 miles per hour. Across the Grapevine area, moving you over into Santa Clarita. Winds still kicking up there. I did see Gigi out there with winds at about 15 miles per hour. And these are our sustained winds, not those gusts where we just see those bursts of winds pushing out at us. Across the Malibu Hills, Santa Monica, Los Angeles Basin, Beverly Hills, moving over into Burbank and portions of the San Fernando Valley, we do see winds coming in at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. And over towards areas east of Santa Monica, we do have still some winds at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. And another area I do want to continue to watch is going to be the Inland Empire region through today. So we have our winds kicking up, but we also have problems in our humidity. We have a very dry climate right now. We are looking at numbers that have been this way over the last several days, anywhere from about 10 to 20%. And this is desert-like dryness here, and we are talking about a good portion of the area. We have Pasadena at about 12% right now. Burbank at 14%, Buena Park at 11%, and we do have a lot of those teens on the map. And this is going to continue not just for our Tuesday, but into our Wednesday as well. So tomorrow, here's a future cast. So I went ahead and got us to the next few hours where we do still show those areas off across portions of the 101, but also pushing up towards the 5 corridor, the 14 freeway, up and across our San Gabriel Mountains, our Santa Susana Mountains. We're continuing to to watch, and we are not letting up in the advisories because if you take a look here, the contour still stands across a good portion of the area, with the exclusion of portions of Los Angeles, the South Bay, stretching down towards portions of Orange County. This is a look at our winds, our future gusts getting us into tomorrow morning, and we're not expecting things to lighten up wind-wise until we make it to the end of tomorrow. So that is going to continue with our red flag warning. Red flag warning is in place until 6 p.m. tomorrow, but that PDS, particularly dangerous situation, is continuing through tomorrow at noon, and it is going to be for all of our highlighted regions here, but also the circled out areas. Those are the areas that we are continuing to keep our eyes on because these could be our biggest problem areas. We have a few watches and warnings in the wind department. For all of our highlighted area, we're seeing a wind advisory, and this advisory is going to continue through tomorrow as well, where we could see our winds get very high across the area. Our air quality has been impacted through these events, but I can tell you, just as you heard with Stu there, we are seeing some improvements. And I know this is probably really hard to believe, but I did check in on one of our sensors across the Los Angeles area. This is downtown to be exact. We have some good air quality across the area, but we have sensors placed all over the region, and a lot of these sensors are coming in at the good zone, and we have a few of those moderates out there as well. But all in all, today, not too bad in comparison to where we have been. We do, however, have an air quality alert in place, and rightfully so. It's going to be all of our gray contoured area here. This is going to be, of course, for that mandatory wood burning ban, but also because we are likely to see some of that dust moving around the area with our winds coming across the region. Temperatures right now, we have a lot of 50s and 60s on the map along our coast. 63 in Santa Monica, 68 in Long Beach. We have 67 in Santa Ana, 64 in Pasadena. And just checking in on our 7-day forecast, we do have a very slight chance of precipitation towards the end of our week. And I can tell you, we definitely are looking forward to it. And our wind, our red flag warnings are still in place through tomorrow. Back to you.
All right, Star, thank you. And we do go to the mayor's office where Mayor Bass will be speaking. So family, let's listen in.
Consumables, those kind of things. As you go through the application process, then, if you're insured, you should go to your insurance company, which could help you with most insurance policies. Will not only help you with home, but alternate living expense. If you're uninsured, you should keep on going into FEMA. FEMA could give you the two grants that I talked about. One is called Other Needs Assistance, which is a grant up to $43,600 that helps with personal property costs, medical and dental, transportation, funeral costs, and miscellaneous costs. The second grant is called Housing Assistance. And for the homeowners, it would help with repair, replacement, and lodging expenses reimbursement up to $43,600. In addition to those two grants, if you continue to be displaced longer and your house is destroyed, or whether it's a homeowner or a renter, you could get rental insurance, rental assistance from us, where we will provide rental assistance for you based on the family composition and size of your house for up to 18 months. And if we get to a situation where rentals are not available, we also have other forms and other programs where we either bring in housing or we lease with apartments and create housing that way. This is a decision when we start getting to temporary housing and more of the longer-term housing needs that people have until we rebuild. These are decisions that we'll work out with the local community to see what fits best for the displaced population they have, and we'll turn on those programs as needed. Those temporary housing programs do not impact the $43,600. I think what's key is that individuals that are insured have to go to their insurance company first. If they're underinsured, they could then come back to us and seek additional assistance for the underinsurance. The other rumor that I talked about this morning had to do with the 100% cost share waiver of the president. So the president waived 100% of the costs for the firefighting costs and for debris removal, which is going to be important to start the rebuilding process. He's done that for 180 days. That 100% doesn't apply to our grant programs. So our grant programs to individuals are already 100%. It's a direct grant, but up to that cap of $43,600. The good news is in the state of California, when you get a max grant, adds $10,000 on top of the house repair grant. So that's what you get from FEMA. In some cases, it may not make you whole, but it's meant to jumpstart recovery. And then other programs such as SBA and other programs will help you to make those next steps along, working with philanthropy, nonprofits, and other organizations.
You did mention CBS Mayor on price gouging. California bans price gouging on rentals, so a landlord can't ask for an increase that surpasses 10%. But a prospective tenant can offer whatever they want. So realtors tell me that what they're seeing, rents are doubling, rents are tripling, and that is completely legal. For Californians who are being priced out of their neighborhood because they can't outbid their neighbors, what do you say to that? What do we do to get ahead of that?
Well, first of all, anybody that would take advantage of the desperation that people feel right now, I just think is shameful. In the last couple of press conferences that we did, the 8 a.m. press conference, our DA was there, and he was very clear, and I've also spoken to our city attorney. Both of them are very clear that they are going to be on the lookout for this type of thing. I also want you to know that the city council is meeting right now, and I know they're going to take up this issue. And so it's something that we really have to go into, because we just can't allow that to happen. First of all, the rents are too expensive to begin with, and the idea that somebody would gouge folks at this point in time, I think, is shameful.
But it's not gouging. It's legal if the prospective tenant offers to pay more, if they bid it, if the landlord doesn't get them to do that, if they do that.
You are. You know, I mean, I think that that's an important legal issue that needs to be looked at. Possibly nothing. But I know one thing in my executive directive that I signed yesterday. It turns out that we had 1,200 units of housing that was ready to be occupied, but was stuck in the bureaucracy. So one of the things that my executive directive does is gets that online. So hopefully we should have 1,200 units of housing available in the next week or so. So looking for those things that get stuck in the bureaucracy. I mean, first of all, you know that I've been trying to deal with the bureaucracy from the beginning, and I feel like we've moved the needle forward a little bit, but not enough. And so this crisis that we have now that we're dealing with, we've just got to be able to get past this red tape. It hurts people. Thank you. Yes, Josh.
This began about a week ago. Some of our viewers, people who have lost their homes, that are evacuated, they've told us that they feel as though you've been in the background. We know that you've been into the fire zone. We haven't seen you in the fire zone. We haven't seen you with evacuees. We haven't seen you with people who lost their home. We haven't seen you at the checkpoints. What is your response to that? Is this tragedy just too big?
Oh, no. Let me just tell you, I don't always bring cameras with me where I go. But I have met with evacuees. I have been in the fire zones. So, but I've also been trying to do everything that the city needs to respond to this as well. And so what are they telling me? Oh my God. I mean, the absolute devastation. I met with a family a couple of days ago. And, you know, I mean, when people are in the middle of grief, they're angry, the shock. Just when I went up, for example, yesterday in the helicopter, and you could see the devastation, it's unimaginable. And so to sit and talk to a family that left, didn't even plan to, you know, they thought they were going to leave for a little while. They didn't think that the fires were going to consume their property in the way that it did, and they're left with nothing. And so to me, when I am talking to people like that, you know, there's actually a woman here that I just talked to who lost her home, and she's here volunteering. And she's from Palisades, and she said that, you know, I asked her how long did she live in her house. 44 years she left in her house. She's left with nothing right now. She's staying with one of her adult children.
And what is your plan to combat the misinformation?
Well, you know what? I know. Oh, my God. I mean, all you need to do is just add in the Internet. The misinformation, the disinformation. When Mr. Fenton was talking this morning, I'm not sure he mentioned it, but he has a whole web page now that is basically rumor control. So as you know, and you've heard a lot of claims of different things, it's really important to me personally to not get stuck in that, to be a person person that is telling what is actually going on so people get real information, first and foremost, so that they stay safe. But it's something that we have to do all the time, because in people's emotion and grief and anger and shock, it is not that surprising that you would have a lot of misinformation. So thank you. I appreciate it. Go ahead.
I have a question related to the folks who are insured and then also are asking for assistance from FEMA. You mentioned there's unmet needs. What kind of unmet needs are these folks facing, and will those be able to be resolved with FEMA or other agencies?
Yeah, so let me first start out with piggyback on the mayor's rumor. So if you go to FEMA.gov and do a search of common rumors, we have a whole site now that's capturing all the rumors we're seeing, and we're answering it with the correct information. So go on there if you have a question about some of the misinformation or rumors. With regard to assistance, I think that we've all seen in California a struggle with insurance companies. And even though a lot of people have insurance, and we are seeing a high level of insurance on this disaster, we know a lot of Californians are underinsured. And so one of the key changes to our legislation last year was we were not able to help those that were underinsured before. Now we can. So we can help those that have no insurance. Those that go to their insurance company are underinsured, they could come to us and get assistance, further assistance for that are uninsured. However, I expect there'll be even additional needs above that. And that's where SBA comes in, Small Business Administration, the state's funding, philanthropy, nonprofits, working with businesses. They will work with those individuals through case management. And one of the things FEMA does is provide a case management grant to the state to help with that, including crisis counseling grants to help with the mental anguish of this event, to help work with individuals on what is their recovery plan, what assistance do they need. And it's a very individual situation for each individual. Everyone is going to have different issues and different needs, and we need to work them individually through that over time to help them get back to full recovery.
But do you have any examples of those unmet needs that those folks who may be underinsured and also are needing FEMA?
Yeah, as far as examples of underinsurance, how much they're underinsured?
The unmet needs you mentioned.
Well, I think the unmet needs is there's many people in hotels right now. They're going to need further assistance to stay in hotels. The evacuation orders are still up, so we could offer displacement assistance for that. We also could put individuals directly in hotels. Some people don't have the cash flow in their bank account to cover costs out of pocket right now, eating out, consumables. This
Essentially, we have over 70 governmental agencies and nonprofits as a part of this. You've done the walk around with the mayor and Mr. Fenton, and you see what's here. It's a tremendous capability that's been set up, and as the mayor said also, we're not out of the woods yet. We still have some very precarious weather that we're dealing with. You know, the city is at high alert. The Emergency Operations Center is still at level 1, its highest level of activation. So we're still standing ready, leaning forward. You know, we hope that nothing happens, but hope is not a strategy.
As
As we move into the rebuilding phase of this, there are some critics that question the city's competence at building housing before this even happened and at dealing with the fires and wonder whether the city can really handle this. What do you say to critics?
What I say is that the city can handle it. The city will handle it. We have come together before. As I mentioned, I was here in 92. I was here in 94. We did it then. We will do it now. And we have the extra burden, excitement, opportunity of the World Cup coming. And you know that prior to this tragedy, we were focused on getting ready for the world to come. We have to take care of Angelenos first. I know we will have LA strong. We will stand together. We will stand unified. I have just been, I mean, it's very heartwarming to see the thousands of people that come out who have been offering supplies and goods and everything that people might need. I am completely confident that we will be able to do this because we will be correcting deficiencies in our bureaucracy in order to expedite the building. Let me just say, I can take a couple more questions, but we actually need to, I'll come to you next, but we actually need to clear out because the public is ready to come in. Yes.
Are you worried with the emergency alerts ongoing, people might need fatigue, they might not heed warnings?
Of course I'm worried about that. And I'm worried about people trying to put out the fires themselves. You know, people have been caught and injured in doing that. That's why, even though this is the recovery center and this is talking about the next phase, I just appeal to Angelenos. We are not out of this crisis yet. We still have another 24, 48 hours. And so, Angelenos, please be safe. Please heed the warning. If you get a warning, go ahead and pack up, and I would advise that you leave. Don't wait to evacuation. Yes.
Are you concerned that the president-elect will put conditions on the federal relief?
You know, I want to have a completely open mind to that and to the president-elect. I will tell you that I have talked to a member of his administration. I have joined in with the governor and the supervisor in terms of inviting him, and I know that the administration is looking, hopefully, to next week, shortly after the inauguration, that he comes. And then I also know that in the confirmation process, you know, a number of his appointees are also my former colleagues in Congress. Thank you very much, everyone.
All right, there you've been listening to Mayor Karen Bass in the mayor's office, along with another spokesperson discussing some of the aid that's coming in to help families who are in immediate need right now. It was more of a Q&A session, it seemed like, with reporters.
A little less formal, answering more questions. It was interesting to hear the FEMA official talk about some of the aid that's available, specifically for homeowners needing aid. So FEMA is providing $43,600 for homeowners. That's available. Depending on your situation, of course, case by case, it's different. Also, rental assistance is available. We saw a lot of those multi-unit complexes being burned down in the Palisades area. So if you are a renter in those areas, you are eligible for up to 18 months of assistance. So rental assistance is available through FEMA. Also, he was talking about the underinsured. A lot of people do have insurance, and fire insurance is expensive here in Southern California, but that may not cover everything. So for those underinsured, the FEMA official there was talking about coming to them. The federal officials do have assistance for those who are underinsured, and not everything is covered. So clearly there are more steps being done to really help these people in need. A lot of people feeling the pain right now and needing the federal government to step in to really help with the situation right now, because the need is immediate.
There's that short-term relief that you need immediately, the long-term relief, all things that need to be taken care of. And again, immediately you're seeing so many people in the community step in to try to help in any way they can. I think sometimes it's our human nature, right? You want to do something, you don't know what to do, so you find a way to make something happen, and that's what you're seeing, Amanda.
Yes, thank you, Roxia. So I'm seeing a lot of the different counties, San Bernardino, Riverside, and Orange County wanting to give back, and today the OC is giving back in ways that are easy, accessible, and even fun. OC Wildfire Relief Fundraiser was an initiative brought to us by Locale Magazine, and the owner of the magazine, Eric Hale, is joining us live. Hi, Eric. It's Amanda.
Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Hi.
Good talking to you.
Thank you so much for joining us, Eric. So about 200 restaurants in Orange County and even beyond are participating in today's fundraiser, from Brea to Newport, Costa Mesa, Corona del Mar, Aliso Viejo, right?
Yeah, we have not only restaurants, there's whale watching, there's tiki boats, hair salons. You can get a coffee, get an ice cream, or go out to dinner, get lunch. There's so many businesses that have just added on to this, and it's literally stretches all across Orange County.
It does, and all you do is basically what you would normally do on any given day. You grab a coffee, you go out to dinner, and the restaurant takes a portion of those sales from today and donates them.
Yeah, specifically, each restaurant is going to do 20% of their entire daily sales and donate that directly to the LA Regional Food Bank. So we're going to get an idea of what the total was between all of those businesses and be able to report that. But all you have to do is go eat there, and the restaurants and the businesses are going to do the rest.
They take care of the rest. What are you hearing? Because you're very tapped in to Orange County and OC giving back. What are you hearing from the Orange County community in terms of wanting to help their neighbors here in LA?
I've heard a lot more than just talk, I guess. There's been a lot of action. We had a fundraising drive on Friday and Saturday that sent about 16 trucks up to LA, but there's been so many other businesses just collecting everything from baby supplies to bottled water, getting things to firefighters like Starlinks and battery chargers. There's just been a real effort from the Orange County community. And I think the important thing is, you know, sometimes there's that curtain between Orange County and Los Angeles, but in a moment like this, we're all part of LA.
The curtain is wide open, and we are seeing spots even in Long Beach, El Segundo, and Woodland Hills step up too at certain locations that are also a part of this fundraiser. So you don't necessarily have to live in Orange County, correct?
That's right. There are a few locations, HQ Gastropub up in Woodland Hills. There's a few in Long Beach, but scattered all over Orange County. But yeah, even if you want to drive down, or if you're on the perimeter of Orange County, come in, you know, have dinner tonight, make a reservation. It's a great way to support local businesses, to have them full on this Tuesday. But they're going to do the real heavy lifting, which is feeding everyone and then giving 20% of their total daily sales, not profits, back to the LA Regional Food Bank.
And hey, it's an excuse to say, I don't feel like cooking tonight. Let's go out to eat for a good cause.
And yeah, so you can fill your heart and fill your stomach at the exact same time.
Oh, I love that. Well put. So the best way for our viewers to access this list is you have a website. Which website should they go to?
Well, if they go to our Instagram page, Locale Magazine, so it's at Locale Magazine.
Locale Magazine.
They go to our link in bio. Not only do we have a list of the restaurants on a spreadsheet, so it's ever updating.
Right, it's active.
We also have a map there, so they can click and see a map and see what's closest to them.
Thank you so much, Eric. I know as of yesterday there was over 100 businesses, and as of this morning there's now 200. So give our gratitude to all of those businesses for lending a helping hand.
I do have to give a real special shout out here to Jill Cook. She's from Trattoria, Trullo, and Aliso Viejo. She got this ball started.
In your video.
And they just added and added and added, and a lot. I mean, all of the credit has to go to her. We're happy to get on board and support this, but she was the impetus of all this.
Well, thank you, Jill, and thank you, Eric, for joining us, and thank you, Orange County, for helping us out right now. Like you said, the curtain opens, and we're all SoCal.
And I think doors are opening too for a lot of those displaced residents who need rentals, perhaps Airbnbs, hotels, and also homes.
Right.
A lot of people are going to Orange County looking for that property. So thank you. Yes.
So if they're down there, you know, for a complete list of those Orange County businesses that are participating in today's fundraiser, go to foxla.com/links, or as Eric mentioned, you can follow Locale Magazine online.
All right, very good. Amanda, thank you. That was very helpful. Let's go and check in with Star right now, keeping track of the winds out there and when we expect to see things pick up and what you need to be mindful of today.
Yeah, you know, things that we do need to be mindful of are going to include things like our power outages, those down tree limbs, but also traveling. If you're going to be moving through any of these areas where we are forecasting that particularly dangerous situation, you just want to be aware of what's happening. We do do continue with the fire danger, and again, we are expecting our northeast winds to gust to anywhere from about 45 to 70 miles per hour. We've already clocked in some of those numbers a little bit earlier today with our top gusts moving across the area, and our relative humidity in those zones still coming in at about 8 to 15%. So it does continue to put us in our dangerous situation until at least that red flag warning does expire tomorrow. Temperature-wise right now, we are coming in close to seasonable for some of the area. We have 63 in Santa Monica, Santa Clarita and Burbank at 62. Oxnard, you're at 63 degrees. Up in Lancaster, 52, and Riverside at 64. Taking a look into our winds right now, we are seeing winds backing down just a little bit, and I went ahead and took a further look out, and it does look like pushing into our afternoon, we'll get a small break of those winds being calmer, but picking right back up tonight, moving into tomorrow morning. Currently keeping my eyes on this highlighted area right here. So this is across portions of Ventura County, Camarillo, moving through Oxnard, Sylmar, close to Santa Clarita at about 15 miles per hour. Beverly Hills, Malibu Hills, Santa Monica, winds going at about 5 to 10 miles per hour through Fullerton, Long Beach, Huntington Beach. Portions that this PDS are not impacting, winds are calm for you getting through your Tuesday afternoon. Ontario, as well as San Bernardino and Riverside, you also have some calm winds here on the map. Humidity-wise, just as we're forecasting with that PDS, they are anywhere from about 8 to 15%. We do have some areas where we have the 20 percentile going on. That's going to be portions of Long Beach and, yes, us here in LA as well. But this humidity value is going to continue to be an issue through portions of tomorrow as well. So going ahead and getting us into where I see some of our future casts coming in at around the 4 o'clock hour. This is where we start to see some of those areas getting a break. And it's not going to include the San Gabriel Mountains here. We do still show those purples on the map, and those purples are just indicating that our winds are going as high as 35 miles per hour or even higher for some of those areas. Getting us into tomorrow morning, I see things picking back up and stepping out of the map here to actually show you what I'm talking about. Santa Clarita, 36 miles per hour there. Camarillo, 31 miles per hour. Tahunga, 39, and over even into portions of our Inland Empire. We did have some of those purples popping up, just letting us know their winds are gusting at least 35 miles per hour. Our red flag warning still in effect for today. Unfortunately, it does not expire as of now until tomorrow, 6 p.m. We're keeping our eyes on these PDS areas. This is our particularly dangerous situation. It has been in effect since 4 o'clock this morning and does continue through noon tomorrow. It's not just going to include portions of, I'd say, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Santa Paula. It's also going to stretch over into portions of the San Gabriel Mountains and, yes, up towards, I'd say, Valencia, portions of the 14 freeway. We do still have a wind advisory in place, and this is going to be for a good chunk of the area, and I'll be back to break down specific spots on our map. Our air quality for today coming in the good zone, and I know that's so hard to believe because we do still have these issues in place, but our air quality number clocking in at a 55 in the Los Angeles area. And checking in on our sensors across our region, we have a lot of green on the map here. We do have a few spots that are coming in at a moderate. Still want to urge you to wear your mask, close your windows, do not be outdoors if you don't have to be, and always making sure to not have any of those strenuous activities happening. And of course, if you do suffer from any of those respiratory issues, if you have elderly or the young in your family, making sure to check in on them. Air quality alert is in place for all of our gray highlighted region here. This is going to stretch all the way up into portions of Santa Clarita, through portions of Los Angeles, out and through portions of Orange County as well. A quick check-in one more time on our 7-day forecast. We are expecting that wildfire smoke to still impact some of us, even though our air quality is looking a little bit better. Red flag stretching through at least again tomorrow, which does leave us with those windy conditions. Even though you're not getting that wind in your area, does not mean that we are not seeing some of those heavy and gusty winds pushing across other portions of our region. Going into, I'd say, at least through the ending of this week, temperatures will be in the 50s and 50s, I'd say, for at least towards the end of the week for our coastline. LA, Inland, Orange County area temperatures in the 60s. Down along the valleys and the Inland Empire, temperatures in the 70s. And I'll be back. Our models are not wanting to push this light shower chance across the area, but I'm going to do some more digging just to see if we do have it. But as of now, there's a look at what we are dealing with across the area. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you guys.
All right, Star, thank you. Let's go straight up to Stu in Skyfox, looking at that devastation still along PCH. Stu?
Hey, good afternoon. And yeah, you know what? We keep talking about the Palisades, and the devastation is mostly in the Palisades, but it did extend out to Topanga Canyon. And what we're showing you right here, this is going to be off of Malibu, Pacific Coast Highway right there in the shot. You can see there's probably literally miles of homes that have been destroyed along the coastline. Starting all the way up here, this would be the most northern part. This would be up in the Malibu area, and it's on both sides of Pacific Coast Highway. Now, the highway is still closed, and if you are seeing some vehicles down there, going to be a little bit of a tight shot there. Those are all first responders and or media or, people that are allowed to be on Pacific Coast Highway. But you can just see how this just continues and continues, home after home after home, and then we see that unusual fire behavior where there is literally one house standing out here. Clearly it has some damage to that home, but still standing by itself. Was that some sort of special construction? Maybe newer construction? We just can't really tell. But then you go along and then you have a section where the homes are basically untouched. Now, we know that a lot of these homes that were on the shoreline, that after they had collapsed from the fire, they made it into the shore or into the ocean out here, and that debris still floating around down there. That was one of the reasons why they're talking about, if you are swimming even in the Santa Monica area or farther down, they want you to take some precautions, because we don't know exactly what is the debris or what is inside that in the ocean right now that came from these homes. But this entire time that we've been panning out here in the Malibu area, now still in the Malibu area, I just looked at my map, these were all homes. These are all foundations of homes that are now gone, and it just continues on. The utility trucks that are down there, they are making sure that when the power does come back on, there won't be any injuries to anybody on the ground when they start energizing some of those power lines, because there are no homes on the other end of them. So they're basically doing disconnections to those areas, making sure that power lines that are down are rehung in the area, and or some of them are actually even underground as well. This is some of the spots where it gets a little complicated. You can see the power people down there. They're clearing out some of the debris and the damage from their actual power lines. But there's a lot of activity that's still happening out here, and when people wonder why they cannot get back inside to see their homes, it is one of those, it's double-edged. I really do feel for the evacuees. I've often said in the past, I would be very hesitant to leave my home in a fire situation, and I know that goes against everything that we've been saying to people, because most of the time, it's just one of those, you need to go, and then, the fire passes, and then you're spending 2 weeks in a hotel, and your home is fine. But this is a little bit different. Now, I would actually venture to say this is a lot different, what's going on out here. There's so many homes that are damaged, neighborhoods that have been leveled, and there is so much danger still out here. And for most of, it's sad to say, I don't relish saying things like this, but for most of these people, I don't really understand why they want to make their way back to their homes. You want to see that realization that, okay, the house is gone, maybe I can go through some of the rubble, but for the most part, there's nothing here. It isn't like you can go home. It is basically what we're showing you right there. These houses are completely leveled. There is nothing left out here. Sure, there might be something that you can dig through the rubble, and I heard Billy Bush talking about the female friend of his saying that she was looking for a jacket or was trying to find a jacket. Odd things do survive in these fires, but for the most part, the reason why they're keeping everybody out of these neighborhoods is because power lines are still down. Walking through that rubble still is dangerous. Sometimes there are some walls that are still standing, but just because you're standing right now doesn't mean that if you lean against it, it's not going to collapse. And injury, that is really what it's safety. They don't want you to come back into these neighborhoods because they want everybody to be safe. They don't want to see anybody get injured, and heaven forbid something even worse than an injury happen to you. So heed the warnings for everybody out there, and if you are watching right now and your house is gone, definitely you have my condolences, and I feel for you and anybody else, family members that are involved as well. But to be angry that you cannot come back in right now. I think it's one of those ones where, in this case, they really are doing everybody a favor by saying, you know what, we want to make sure everything is safe before we allow the public back in.
There is one thing, though, Sandra, you and I were briefly talking about it yesterday. As far as safes are concerned, I wonder if safes survived this intensity of the fire, and maybe one of the reasons people might want to go back is perhaps they have or own one of these safes and they have valuables in there. I could understand that, but I don't know the reality of a safe surviving a fire like this.
I was looking at that because people have a false sense of security, right? You have a personal safe in your home, you put your documents in there, your valuables, your heirlooms, but I heard stories of safes being totally disintegrated in the fire. I Googled fireproof safes, and they are pretty much durable for half an hour under the temperature of 1400 degrees, but for half an hour. Given the fact that these fires were raging for hours all throughout the night, I'm not sure that a lot of these fireproof safes actually made it through. I know that a lot of people do want to go back for a sense of closure, right? There may not be much to salvage, if at all, but they want to see their property. They want to get that sense of closure, but that will happen in due time. As you mentioned right there, Stu, and you can see those utility crews trying to make way through the streets. They need that open streets, you know, the openness of no traffic to be able to get through there with the big machinery. You know, they're dealing with a lot of utility issues. So eventually will be the time for residents to come back in to take a one last look at their property. But clearly, looking at this devastation, there might not be much left behind.
Yeah. And, you know, and just touching on that with the safe and some of these structures, you know, these are very large homes that are out here in multiple stories. And, you know, if you had the safe on the top floor, if you had it on the bottom floor, you know, when it becomes a pile of rubble that looks something like this, you know, home right here, you know, we don't know what it looked like to start with, but you could venture to say that that was definitely a very large house. And, you know, to find that safe, and, you know, that is one of the reasons why they have law enforcement out here too. That's, you know, I'm sure the looters are thinking about the same thing. Just going to kind of wander through there and see, oh, maybe I can find something. But yeah, definitely. I mean, there are legitimate reasons why people want to come back to their properties. There's no doubt about that. Closure, I think, probably is the biggest one. I think that, you know, even if you're watching, you just, you know, the reality probably for a lot of folks, I know myself. You know, the reality, I have to see it to really believe it. And that's just how I am. And I think a lot of people are like that. And, yeah, it is going to be devastating, and there's going to be a lot of really sad moments for so many people, you know, out here in the Palisades area. And especially, you know, when we go, like, this is, you know, I would call this more not the heavily populated part of the Palisades. I'm going to make that wide turn right there. And, you know, these are the heavily populated areas. These are the ones where we've been looking at where the, you know, the whole neighborhood is gone. And just to think that all these people are going to come back, and, you know, there's a positive side to this as well, but this is going to take years in the making. It's going to be, this is all going to be rebuilt at one time. So there's going to be a lot of new down there. There's going to be a lot of happy again and fresh starts, and we can look towards that. But right now, as you pan through there, you know, these people, I couldn't imagine, you know, being single, it's probably going to be difficult enough. It's like, all right, well, I just got to take care of me. I need a bed. I can sleep in my car. But if you're part of a family and you now you have the responsibility of your children, your grandchildren, you know, your spouse, and you know, and finding lodging, and, you know, the limited space that we have in Los Angeles to begin with, it just amplifies and amplifies. And I listen to these press conferences, and they're talking about the money, and yes, the money definitely helps. But it's, you know, I don't think that they're handing you a cashier's check at the relief station. I think that everything is going to take time, and time is what a lot of these folks, I mean, unfortunately they need, but that's something that they just don't really have, because the bills are going to start piling up. And you just, you know, like I said, I definitely feel for everything that I'm seeing down there. And, you know, the children, you know, that's the thing too. We saw the Eaton Canyon fire. I'm trying to think of her name, but she went into that family that she knew, and the kids, they were, you know, they were children, and you know, basically was like, oh, this was my bedroom, and it was very kind of light. But I think a lot of the children are gonna, you know, this would, if I was a child, I would have been devastated.
Well,
I would have just been like, because your sense of security is gone.
Yeah. It takes time sometimes too. When you go through a traumatic situation, people are so different. They handle things so differently. Someone might be reacting and expressing how they're feeling at that very moment. Other people, it might take weeks, months, and even sometimes years for you to fully process what happened and to actually react to what happened.
Right.
So it just depends on the person, and it's understandable. Like, I don't know how I would react if I were faced in this situation, right? So you just never know how people are feeling and what gives them a sense of comfort, what gives them that sense of closure, what helps them get through something.
And I can imagine for a lot of homeowners, despite the fact that everything is leveled and in debris right now, they do want to sift through it just because they're holding on to hope. You do hear those stories of finding a gem in the middle of all this, right? That plaque from an urn. We heard a story, I think it was at the Eaton Fire. A family went back and did find a plaque from their father's urn, and it said, I am here. So they were able to find that in all of this. And then I heard personally of a story of one family member who was able to find an engagement ring way down in the debris that was safe. And so there may be a diamond in the rough somewhere for a family member, something that meant a lot to these families that they can find. But you also think about the toxicity of the ash and how unsafe it is to dig through all of that. You think about the metal and just the splinters and, you know, just walking on top of that, and, you know, the necessary equipment you need to sift through all that.
Or protective gear even.
Protective gear, gloves, masks, and it won't be an easy task for sure, given the fact that so many people who are going to be coming back will have all those memories stored in their minds as well. So again, there's a reason why this is still an evacuation zone. There's a reason why officials don't want you to come back yet. You saw that big heavy equipment we just saw right there, Stu, of the cranes and the utility crews. So that's a big reason why. It's not safe, coupled with the fact there's work to be done, and it's just going to come in phases. There will be time, though, in the near future for them to return.
That little boy that you're talking about, that was Susan Hirasuna. She knew the family and went back with them because the kids actually asked the parents to go back. The children wanted to see what had happened. And as we're looking at this, as you're panning, or we're panning throughout, I'm just reminded of the quote that little boy said. He said something like, everything's lost its color. And it had, and it has, right? All right, let's see, we are approaching the 1 o'clock hour here of Good Day LA, our continuous coverage. Actually, at this point, it's Fox 11 News. We are bringing you coverage of the wind, the weather, the damage, the very latest on the fire situation, because those winds are something that we're concerned with. So our coverage actually from 1 a.m. to now, 12 hours in, we've had changing of shifts in the guard, but we're here for you, and we ask you to stay with us because we have you covered throughout the morning. I'm Roxy Carpadian, by the way.
And I'm Sandra Endo. We do appreciate you joining us for all of these important updates. There are weather warnings in effect for fire-prone areas, as you know, so certainly we're going to keep you up to date. The winds are coming. They're here now in some areas. And we're going to talk about the containment of the Eaton Fire. That has grown, thankfully, to 35%. But of course, the progress comes too late for many families. So Jessica Dubnak is joining us from Altadena. She's live there with the situation on the ground. Let's see if we can see, wow, just the devastation behind you, Jessica.
Yeah, it really is unbelievable to see it on this ground level, just the twisted and melted metal. And it's not just one or two houses, blocks and blocks. Now, we're standing behind the checkpoint here that's being manned by the National Guard and sheriff's deputies. There is a lot of activity in this neighborhood today. If you can believe it, the rebuild is really already starting. You're taking a look at power crews that are in the neighborhood trying to restore power, all part of that early rebuild, because as much devastation as there is, there are still folks whose homes are intact and will eventually return. Now, what's going on beyond this checkpoint, sort of a two-prong approach today, getting some of the power restored and those power poles upright, but also search and rescue efforts. The urban search and rescue team, some 300 people, including anthropologists, going through the rubble and looking for remains of folks that may be missing. Now, we have reported that 16 people have lost their lives as a result of this Eaton fire. Another 18 missing as of this morning. So that is part of what's going on here on the ground. Now, of course, the headline all day today, we've been following those winds. The firefighters here on the ground have been following those warnings as well, because they very closely mimic the winds that contributed to the Eaton fire. Take a listen to the assistant fire chief at LAFD, what he had to say about kind of tracking and monitoring those winds today.
So we have our USAR teams here. We have several USAR members. There's about 300 USAR members here. We have anthropologists embedded into our groups. We have canine search dogs that are also embedded in our groups to help us do the search.
But what do you say to the families that are kind of waiting patiently to see if their loved ones could be found?
We're working hand in hand, partnered with Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and they're kind of the lead agency on that. And so they will be making all the notifications, and we're just making sure that we can give them all the correct information after our searches, that they can pass that on to the family members. So be patient with us. There's a lot of destruction. There's a lot of homes that are destroyed that need to be searched.
A couple other points that we talked with the assistant fire chief there about the winds and how they are monitoring that situation. They are doubling down, saying that they were prepared before, but saying they're even prepared more now. And that's because just the influx of resources here to the area, staging at the Rose Bowl, 3,000 plus firefighters rotating in shifts. We asked that assistant chief just about the mental health of the first responders. I mean, you're talking a weekend, really working around the clock among this devastation, not a lot of sleep. And the toll that takes, the assistant fire chief just saying that they're rotating shifts, they're making sure and taking care of one of another. They might have different names on the sides of their trucks, these fire departments, but they're really one common goal here. And I have to say, despite the devastation, it really is a labor of love with these crews, both the power crews and the firefighters working together to get people back into these neighborhoods as quickly as possible. But as you can see, there's a lot of work to be done. Reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
Jessica, thank you. And it's going to take quite some time, a lot of families still waiting to get back in, as we've been reporting. All right, let's check in with Star with the very latest on the weather and the possible winds that these communities could be feeling soon.
Yes, wanting to remind you all that we will see winds give us a little bit of a break over the next few hours, but pushing into the late half of our afternoon and overnight and even into tomorrow morning, we are expecting things to pick right back up. Temperature-wise right now, we're not doing too bad. Across the area, you'll see our numbers anywhere from the 50s through the upper 60s. We have some upper 60s along our coastline. Inland, Ontario here at 65, downtown LA 66, Pasadena at 65, and up in Santa Clarita 62 degrees. Here's a look at our winds right now. We still have our eyes here across this bullseye. It's literally been the area throughout today where we are tracking some of those gustier winds. This is our sustained winds going through the Ventura Camarillo area, stretching down through Oxnard, Sylmar included in this as well, at about 15 to 25 miles per hour, out towards Santa Clarita at about 13 miles per hour, up and through portions of the Moore Park area, Simi Valley. We're seeing some of those gustier winds as well. Los Angeles Basin, calm winds currently at about 5 to 10 miles per hour across a good portion of the area, over and through portions of the Inland Empire, keeping our eye on you as well. Specifically there, Corona going up at about 20 miles per hour. Riverside, you're just at about 3. Our humidity values have been an issue throughout our fire event or fire weather here over the last several days. We are seeing them in that PDS area, particularly dangerous dangerous situation at about 8 to 15%. And that's what a big portion of the area is looking like. Pasadena just at about a 13% for you, 11% as well in San Bernardino and Buena Park. What this just means for you at home is the amount of moisture that is out there in our air. And you can see there is not much there. We are talking, again, desert-like dryness across a big portion of our region. Getting us into the 4 o'clock hour, wanting to show you things picking right back up across portions of the San Gabriel. We are tracking those winds near that advisory level. So 37 miles per hour across some of the region, up and through portions of not just the 5 corridor, but also the 14 freeway. Santa Clarita at about 24 miles per hour, up and through Camarillo, winds gusting as well. I'm going to push us through when I'm expecting things to kick back up a little bit later this evening, pushing overnight and into tomorrow morning, where we see a lot more of the region covered in this purple area. So stretching out across the Inland Empire, up and through portions of the San Gabriels, but also into our high desert, and yes, over and through the San Fernando Valley and in Oxnard as well, where we're seeing those winds go across this map, at least this model, 35 to 50 mile per hour, which does put us in that criteria for the advisories that are in place right now. Moving into, I'd say, Thursday is when we really start to see things calming down for us across the area. Checking in on the Palisades Fire, I did see the winds there currently going at about 5 to 15 miles per hour, still dealing with some gusts across the area. Temperatures in the low 60s, humidity values still really dry, anywhere between the teens. Seen it at about 16% and still just under that 20 percentile of being contained there. Over in Eaton Canyon, winds are on the calmer side right now. We're seeing them go at about 2 to 10 miles per hour. These are the sustained winds. Those gusts still going upwards of 10 to 20, and our temperatures are in the mid 60s right now. Humidity values still dry, fitting into that criteria for putting these alerts out. And of course, we do have it at about 35% contained. I went ahead and checked to see if we were receiving any type of precipitation over the next several days or so, and models are indicating no. We do continue to see this area here offshore. We've been watching it. It is just going ahead and moving around offshore, but not really driving into our region. Getting us over through the last half of our weekend, pushing into this weekend. We are still showing things still dry across the area, unfortunately. And of course, if we take a look at how much water we have received for this water year, not much. We are talking under a quarter of an inch, 0.16 inches to be exact. And I want to go ahead and take a look at the last water season where we had a surplus. We've seen our models bringing in close to 13 inches of rainfall. And again, another model here just to back up what I'm saying. We are showing if this is our 7-day outlook, if we were going to see any type of precipitation there, it would look like what's going on across portions of the middle portions of our country, where we would see a lot of green highlighted across the West Coast here. We are pretty dry on that outlook, and another model still indicating in the next 6 to 10 days here, the West Coast, we are trending drier than normal, where we do show these oranges and browns, and that's exactly what we are getting here across the area. So that is what our models are saying. No precipitation in sight, at least not for the next several days or so. We still have a few more days before we do get through our red flag warning. Our air quality still ranging from the good through the moderate, and these are our sensors across the area. If you're wanting to check in on your specific area, all you got to do is go to airnow.gov and you can pick up on what your air quality is. And still, with our air quality looking like this, us here, we are going to advise you, if you don't have to be outdoors in the element, don't do it. We do still have all of that dust blowing around locally, and then even if you are going to be out there, make sure to have your mask on. You always want to make sure to play it safe. Red flag warning still in place through Wednesday at 6 p.m. But this particularly dangerous situation, this is going to be across the 118 freeway, so the portions of the San Fernando Valley, the 101, moving up and through portions of Ventura County. You are included in this, and it's going to be over and across the I-5 corridor as well, moving up north there. We have a secondary area that is going to be included in this dangerous situation, at least until noon tomorrow. So I'll be back with some of those wind advisories, just putting into perspective what this all means for you, and then also with another explainer for you that are just now tuning in and are not familiar with that PDS situation that we do have going on. Go ahead and toss it back to you.
A lot of info there, Star. Thank you. And power outages are also a concern as well, so be mindful of all of this. Let's go back to Stu up in Sky Fox. Stu in the Sky Fox Fox crew giving us a wide aerial shot there of Pacific Palisades and the coastline.
You know, this is the reason why people come to California. This is the reason why that property is so expensive. It still has that beauty. We heard that one lady talking about it, and they're going to have to rebuild it. Skyfox right about the middle of the fire area. But I'm just going to do like a pan right now, and we're going to stay up high. Not all of those homes are destroyed down there, but a good majority are. And this is what that 23,000 acres of burn area looks like. All those brown hills out there, those were green just about a week ago. And as you continue panning, I can just keep going. Now we're in the Malibu area. That green that you see out there, that would have gone all the way to the shoreline just about. That's going to be Topanga Canyon. And I keep going, and this is where it made its way into that Topanga Canyon area. Now, that might have been some of the previous burn, but there was still some active fire there on this one as well. And then it kind of stopped somewhere over here just before the Pepperdine school. So it gives you an idea of all the area that had burned out here. And again, this is massive, and it's just one of those things where if you're on the ground, you see that devastation. Yes, it is heartfelt, it is powerful, but when you get up in the Skyfox and you actually see all of this area that now is void of any kind of vegetation, we're praying for the rain. I'm hoping that it comes in a little bit of maybe just some time between now and when we get it, because we want some of that dirt to basically get solid again and also have maybe some vegetation growing on there before we have any of those heavy rains come into this area. But it gives you kind of a feel of what burned out here. And of course, anybody that was living out here or in Southern California, we all saw it. We saw that smoke plume. We saw that glow at night. It was ominous for sure. And this is what is left over. This is what they're going through right now. Every now and then you see crews up there on those hillsides looking for those hot spots. And there is that reservoir that everybody was talking about out here that was supposed to have water in it but didn't. And, so that is the actual reservoir that they're talking about. And, just next to it, this was an apartment complex out here, or townhomes. And it's gone. This entire area is gone. And this is the devastation that you continually see throughout the area. Some of those trees are still green. Somebody actually asked me why the trees are still standing as the fire made it through some of the neighborhoods. The trees might still be standing, and hopefully some of them come back, but a lot of them are really, truly just burnt. They are just kind of sticks or dead trees that are in the area. Earlier on, we did see a large, they're still here. This is going to be some of the some of the guys on the ground making their way through that through the burn area. And then sad to say, there's a VW Convoy bus that is burned out right there. I mean, that to me says California, and with the devastation and the fire trucks right there, that really says Palisades Fire to me, ladies.
Oh gosh, it is really heartbreaking to see in that perspective too. I didn't see the reservoir like that with that big aerial shot there.
Yeah, I hadn't seen that.
Yeah.
It's interesting. People ask questions that you're like, oh, I hadn't thought about that about the trees. Other people often want to know, well, how do you explain a home just being there among all the debris and that home standing still? We don't know, we don't know the material that home was made in. It could have fire could have just jumped. It's just strange how things can happen. Also, just because the home is standing, it doesn't mean it's not damaged or destroyed. You can bet there's a lot of toxins in that home, and it might be a home you can't move into once again. So a lot more to come on that. In the meantime, just a short while ago, LA Mayor Karen Bass held a news conference, and she talked about the fire danger because of the next round of powerful winds that Star's been mentioning, Maria, Sylmar, throughout the day. Here's what she said about this specifically.
We're still not out of this emergency. We know in the next 24, 48 hours, it is possible that there are fires that expand, that we have additional problems within the city, and Jim can go into that in a little further detail in a minute. And so my message to Angelenos is that everybody needs to stay safe. Please, please, please listen to instructions. If you are told that you are in a warning zone, it would be advised that you actually take that opportunity to leave. Get packed, get everything ready. If you wait until evacuation then you might get caught up in traffic or you might have some other issues. And you know that a number of people who stayed behind for one reason or another have been severely burned. Some of them didn't survive. I believe that our Sheriff Luna gave some very graphic examples of people who didn't evacuate in time. Everybody wants to help the first responders. Everybody talks about the first responders. If you want to help the first responders, then please follow directions.
And the other big takeaway is if you did, by any chance, turn off the alert system on your phone, because many of us were experiencing getting the faulty or the false alerts because there was a glitch in the system, which, by the way, has since been fixed. Please go back and turn that back on, because if you get a warning in the middle of the night, and that is your only lifeline, basically, the difference between life and death, you want that to be on.
You want those alerts to go off, so
Absolutely.
Please enable it to make sure it is working. And a new disaster recovery center opened today in Westwood, and this was at the corner of Westwood and Pico Boulevards, and Mayor Bass was there to talk about some of the resources available. We asked her about the enormous challenge of rebuilding our city.
There are some critics that question the city's competence at building housing before this even happened and at dealing with the fires, and wonder whether the city can really handle this. What do you say to critics that
What I say is that the city can handle it. The city will handle it. We have come together before. As I mentioned, I was here in 92. I was here in 94. We did it then. We will do it now. And we have the extra burden, excitement, opportunity of the World Cup coming. And you know that prior to this tragedy, we were focused on getting ready for the world to come. We have to take care of Angelenos first. I know we will have LA strong. We will stand together. We will stand unified. I have just been, I mean, it's very heartwarming to see the thousands of people that come out who have been offering supplies and goods and everything that people might need. I am completely confident that we will be able to do this, because we will be correcting deficiencies in our bureaucracy in order to expedite the building.
And today, Governor Gavin Newsom signed an executive order to quickly assist displaced students in the Los Angeles area and bolster schools impacted by the firestorms. The executive order issued by the governor will do the following. It will suspend a number of state rules to allow displaced students to attend school outside of their district. It will make it easier for schools damaged or destroyed in the fires to use temporary facilities. It will also help schools avoid penalties for not meeting minimum school year requirements, and it will direct state agencies to work with schools with destroyed or damaged schools to develop a plan for serving displaced students and rebuilding.
And speaking of displacement and all of those homeowners impacted with all of this, earlier we spoke with a wildfire insurance expert who has some helpful tips. Here's our conversation.
One of the first things, and it sounds trivial, but it's actually quite important, start with find a notebook or a notepad to keep detailed notes of everything to do with your claim. Start with that, because everything going forward, you need to have it in one place. Like the couple you had on earlier from Altadena, and they talked about losing everything. People are disoriented. They've got too much to worry with. They're worried about their children, how they're going to rebuild their lives. And you need to have one place where all the information is contained. For example, every time you talk to the insurance company, you want to keep detailed notes of that. So get one notebook or one notepad where you keep track of everything to deal with this loss. The second thing that I urge homeowners to do is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to your insurance company. I've had people call me and said they're worried about if they contact the insurance company too soon or if they should wait until they know more. The answer is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to the insurance company so that you can start the claim process. Don't wait for something or don't wait for more information. Now, there's a couple of important provisions in the law that people should know about when they're talking with their insurance companies about their claims. Because this was an officially declared emergency, there are some provisions in California law that help homeowners by getting more money into their pocket sooner rather than later. So when you're talking to your insurance company, one thing that you should do is ask for an immediate advance for the additional living expenses. The additional living expenses is part of the homeowner's coverage. And if your home was burned to the ground, it's called a total loss. But if your home was burned to the ground, then what you need to do is ask the insurance company to advance at least 4 months of the additional living expenses portion of your insurance. That's what the law requires, California law requires, at least 4 months of an advance. Now, if your home wasn't completely destroyed, for example, if your home was near the fire and maybe it's contaminated by smoke, or if you aren't allowed to go back to your home because the authority said that you can't go back there yet, California says that the insurance company must provide at least 2 weeks of your additional living expense in advance, and they have to give you more depending on what's called good cause, meaning if, for example, the authorities said that you need to be gone longer, you can't get back for another week or 2 weeks, the insurance company is obligated by California law to provide you that additional time and additional money for your additional living expenses. So that's one thing that homeowners should ask about up front when they first communicate with the insurance company, is how quickly can they get that advance on additional living expenses. There's another provision in California law that's also very important that helps get money to people's pockets sooner rather than later. Ask your insurance company to give you at least 30% of your contents limit. Contents is your stuff, your furniture, your clothing, everything inside the house. That's all part of the contents coverage in the homeowner's policy. And because this was an officially declared emergency, California law requires the insurance companies to offer at least 30% of the contents limit without any kind of detailed inventory or anything like that.
And his last tip, keep receipts for pretty much everything, right? Yeah. You got to keep that trail, the paper trail. Thanks to Michael Cohen for his helpful information. So Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen, as you may know, sends its network of chefs all over the world to feed people after a crisis.
It brings out a lot of celebrities, too, and Bob DeCastro has more on these efforts from the Palisades.
For many, many years, World Central Kitchen has responded immediately after there is disaster, and this time it is no different. Their chefs, their cooks, their whole operation have fanned out all across the fire zones here in Los Angeles County. You could see all of the first responders here. We are in the Palisades along PCH, and one of the folks responding and feeding these first responders is Chef Daniel Shemtab. He's going to show us a little bit more. You brought out the truck, the lime truck. People are familiar with the green truck. How has it been over the past couple of days, just responding to what has been just an incredible amount of first responders and firefighters out here on the front lines?
It's been really intense. I mean, we've scrambled to put things together. My team got up at 1 a.m. this morning to be able to get out here and help, and I think it's just been really impactful. There's something about feeding people and giving nourishment and giving hospitality that is deeply innate in the lime truck and in me and in our business, and so I think being able to offer that to other people and being able to just help the people helping others, it feels ultimately really good.
And I love it because you guys give, I mean, obviously this is gourmet food. They're getting a true hot meal. It's something a little different than peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or turkey sandwiches that they might get. Not that nothing's wrong with that, but you guys give them really some warm comfort food.
Yeah, I mean, I think who doesn't want to eat delicious, homemade, awesome food? And, you know, we put a lot of thought and practice into it. And, you know, no matter how fast, like this, you know, the other day we served 500 people in 95 minutes. It was insane and it was so busy. But every taco had to be perfect because someone who was affected by the fires or someone who was responding to those fires was going to have that taco. And you want them to feel good. I get goosebumps when I eat delicious food, and I want to give that to others.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about people who have been affected by the fire, but you personally have been affected by the fire. And sorry that you lost your home. It's got to be terrible. You and your brother. It has to be a surreal experience to lose your home in that way and to still jump out here and try to help out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Losing my house was terrible. My wife is 7 months pregnant. We're trying to build our life together, and we just moved into our home less than a year ago, and it was to start our family. And my brother lives in the neighborhood, our parents-in-law, our brother-in-law. So we're all here, and we had this dream, and it kind of got ripped away from us. And I went into deep depression. I mean, I couldn't even be alone for more than like 10 minutes, and I couldn't focus on anything. And I started to realize that the only way I might be able to get out of this is by starting to help others and starting to appreciate and have gratitude for this amazing community. I mean, the way that LA is banded together, the way that World Central Kitchen getting me out and cooking on my food truck, that's the first time I smiled in a week, was when I was making food and I was sweating and I was stressed out, and it felt all that energy, and time went by and I just felt good for the first time in so long.
And you're telling me you lost your mother a short time ago, and all the mementos that you had all collected together, all the memories of those were lost with the fire.
Yeah, I mean, so it was, and that's what's so crazy. My brother lives on Coastline by the villa, and I live in the Palisades, like, past the village. And for both of us to split all of my mom's stuff and have it be gone, and no, my brother was out of town and I couldn't get any of it, and so it sucks. I mean, it sucks to lose all your stuff. There's no way around it. It's just material, it's mementos, it's things that you've collected, but they're all gone.
What's your message to folks out there who are dealing with depression, and rightfully so, and having a tough time of this? I mean, you've moved forward, you've tried to do the best you can to keep yourself busy, give an impact to the community. What would be your message to those folks out there as you deal with them also firsthand?
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, I mean, I think there's two things. I think the first is be okay with receiving. I think that was the hardest thing for me, was to get anything from friends. I got socks, I got a jumpsuit, that I needed, and all of these clothes, and it was so hard for me to accept charity. And I think people want to give, and it's okay to take. And I think that's really hard for us. And I think the second part was giving back. I think it works twofold. When you give back, you get. And I think for anyone who's feeling really depressed, know that this too shall pass, and if you can do something for someone else, I think you'll start to feel better. That's what really helped me, and I guess that would be my message to others.
Chef Daniel Shimtab, we're going to watch for you. We're going to watch for the green truck roaming the streets.
The lime truck, baby.
And we're going to watch for what's next for you. I know great things are going to come from you and your positive attitude, and we really appreciate you.
And is it possible to share one more thing? So this week, the lime truck and my footwear brand Snibs, we're giving away free shoes and meals. You just sign up on our website. I want to do so much this week and give back, and it's mobilizing. The World Central Kitchen, they're this amazing organization. Everything is happening last minute, so just be patient with us, and if there's anything we can do for the community, just message us. We want to give back so much right now.
Okay, so here you go. Check out the Lime Truck, their website. We also have a link to the website for World Central Kitchen on our website, foxla.com. If you'd like to donate and help out, this is going to be a long process in its recovery. They also have volunteer opportunities as well. Back to you.
A point that he made that I think is important is it was hard for him to accept help and charity. Yeah. And I think that's something many people probably will feel. And, and there comes a point where, you do need the help.
Right. Even though they need it, they don't want to take it. And he said taking is okay.
Yeah, I think that's an important message.
And it's okay to receive it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
All right. Speaking of a lot of people out there giving, but then there are some people who are there looking for a way to make a few extra bucks along the way, right? Taking advantage of people who are victims of these wildfires. They want to make some money on the side. Well, LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says, don't do it. You as a community have to be aware there is price gouging going on. There are scams happening which are related to fire recovery. The DA's office says it's investigating reports of price gouging for housing, medical items, other supplies. And California law does prohibit raising the cost of goods and services over 10% during an emergency. The law also covers hotel rooms and rental housing. Now, penalties for doing something like this includes fines up to $10,000 or up to a year in jail, or possibly both. And if you suspect that someone is taking advantage of you, you need to report it. You can report to local officials, or you can also call the number right here I'm about to tell you, 1-800-593-8222. 1-800-593-8222.
All right, in response to the Palisades Fire, the LA Fire Department has issued parking restrictions, and they apply to Topanga State Park and West Ridge Canyonback Wilderness Park. And these warnings issued for surrounding areas, as well as a move aimed at ensuring that emergency vehicles can have access to those critical areas very quickly and safely. Fire crews are still battling those hot spots and working to prevent the flames from spreading as strong Santa Ana winds do pick up throughout the week, especially in the overnight hours. Authorities are urging residents and visitors to adhere to these restrictions to help protect lives and property.
All right, let's check in with Star. Star is making her way over to the weather wall. She's super busy. All of our weather people have been so busy this morning because we are watching the winds, of course. PDS, I'm trying to remember the name. That was particularly dangerous situation. There you go. Okay. Particularly and practically. We're being practical about it. So Star, these winds, what are we talking about gust-wise?
Yeah, so we did have our warning just canceled out with the National Weather Service. That's what I was checking on there. So we do still have that wind advisory in place where we are tracking our gusts to get upwards of 60 miles per hour, and those sustained winds could get as high as, I'd say, 50, and particularly dangerous situation. That's what you both are talking about. And for everyone at home that still is not familiar with this, this is what the National Weather Service does reserve for the most extreme events, like the one we are in now, but also what we've seen, I'd say, the last two previous months. So back in December, but also November, and before we've seen the ones unroll here for the last, I'd say, 3 months consecutively, was back in 2020. And so for the last season here, we've seen the Mountain Fire from last year, Franklin Fire from last year as well, and most recently the Palisade, but also the Eaton Canyon fires. And again, our red flag warning is still in place, and I wanted to bring in some areas that are not under this warning. This is going to include some of our Los Angeles basin here, but also stretching down and through portions of the South Bay, but also down and through portions of Orange County here as well. If you're in Buena Park, Garden Grove, Santa Ana, you are included in this warning. Now, areas that are not included, we do have the San Gabriel Mountains that are included, San Gabriel Valleys. We do have some of the area not included in this warning. Pasadena, Altadena, Arcadia, Dorothy, Temple City, portions of the area where we did see, or where we currently see, our Eaton Canyon fire burning not included in this red flag warning. Taking you over to Pacific Palisades, where we also have our Palisades Fire burning, we do include you in this warning throughout the next 2 days here. We also have portions of Brentwood, portion of Bel Air as well, and if you are on the Westwood Village side, Century City, Beverly Hills, not included in this warning. And then taking you to that PDS, the particularly dangerous situation. So the areas that we are really keeping our eye on and have been since about 4 o'clock this morning and will continue to at least until noon tomorrow are our pink circled areas here. So this is going to include areas along the 118 freeway, so a big chunk of the San Fernando Valley, moving up and through the 5 corridor, the 14 freeway, so Santa Clarita included in this, Thousand Oaks, Moore Park, Oxnard, Camarillo, you are included in this PDS, and again, we'll continue to check in on it. Wind alerts here also through tomorrow at noon. Again, that high wind warning has been canceled. We do still have our wind advisory where we could see those northeast winds 30 to 50 miles per hour, and our gusts coming down to just about 60 miles per hour. The one that we did see cancel had those winds getting as high as 70. So a little bit of good news there. Still, we are expecting our winds. They are calmer across some of the area right now, but we do see them pick right back up later this afternoon, definitely pushing into tonight and through portions of tomorrow morning as well. And so just as I broke down for you, red flag warning in place with portions of the area still under that advisory level for our winds, northeast winds. We are expecting them to still move at about 60 miles per hour there. It does give us the chance for that extreme fire danger, not just the rapid growth of it, but also the likelihood of that spreading for as long as we are in these advisories. We want to also to make sure if we're going to be out there to check in on those downed trees, report them, but also those downed power lines. We have an air quality alert in place. This is going to be for our harmful particle pollution. And again, we are expecting not just that dust to flow around some of those burn areas, but a big portion of the areas. So we do have the San Gabriel Mountains included in this, portions of the Inland Empire stretching down through Orange County. While you're not in that red flag warning, wanting to let you know that your air quality may be impacted. Santa Clarita included in this as well. For us here in the Los Angeles area, downtown to be exact, your air quality is in the good zone. Our 7-day forecast still letting you know we'll have some of that wildfire smoke impacting some of our air quality alerts, and so it is going to put us in that range for where we will be watching it for you. Windy and breezy conditions for as long as we have this red flag warning in place, not due to expire until tomorrow. Temperature wise, a lot of us clocking in the 60s today for our highs. That's going to be the case at least until we get to the end of our work week. I can tell you that we will have a cool and moist trend moving into our region, and again, that's not expected until the back half of our week. We were tracking the chance for some precipitation. I went ahead and looked at all of our models. I'm talking model on top of model, and I'm just not buying it. So although we could use it, it's not looking like that's going to be the case. But the good news is that we are getting really close to this red flag warning expiring across the area. For now, back to you guys.
Thank you, Star. We'll take any good news right now. Our hearts continue to go out to the residents of Altadena who have had to face the devastating reality of losing their homes and their schools and their church. That includes the community of St. Mark's. Their school and church are no longer standing due to the Eaton Fire, but the members and families of St. Mark's are standing together, and they're standing strong. Joining me now is the head of the school, Jennifer Talbert. Hi, Jennifer. Thank you for joining us. I am so incredibly sorry for you, the school, the church, and for all of the families affected by this devastation. Our hearts are heavy with you.
Thank you. It's been a devastating moment for our community, as you can imagine, and we just appreciate the support of you and others who are standing with us as we move through this tragic time.
Absolutely. I know that you had a very emotional meeting this morning with your faculty for the first time since the fire. How did that go?
You know, as you can imagine, it was an emotional gathering. We have not seen each other for over a week. Many of our faculty and staff, families have lost their homes, including me. I lived across the street from the school, and my husband and I lost nearly everything. And so to be together in a space was an opportunity for the beginning of healing. To hang on to one another and the hope that we are finding. And there are many stories of hope, even amidst the devastation that we're facing. The fact that our preschool building is still standing, when I reference that, you know, we just clap and cheer because we know that that gives us signs of hope that we are still standing and we're going to move forward together.
Absolutely. You have to find your faith within all of this. What did St. Mark's mean to Altadena? I know it's a generational staple for decades, bringing both comfort and community. How are you all seeking comfort right now?
Well, as you just mentioned, churches and schools are the center of communities, and we know that we're a place of gathering, we're a place of support, sustenance for communities. So the fact that we lost both a church and a school is significant. We are finding strength in the outpouring of support. People want to help us get back on our feet. And so I'm just overwhelmed by the daily outreach of people who want to see us through. We believe in our ability to make it through this tragedy together, and we hope that people are going to fight with us to save our church and school. So we're finding strength in that, and we're also finding a lot of strength in each other. This is a community who has seen hard times, and we've made it together.
And you will make it through again. Not only did you lose your home, I'm so sorry, you lost your place of work, worship, and a place that brought you personal comfort and joy as well. Where are you okay? Are you staying with friends? Are you all right, you and your family?
We are. You know, we were able to evacuate with, you know, the clothes on our back and our cat. We're staying about an hour out, surrounded by our family and friends. So we're okay, and we're just blessed to be alive and have each other. Things can be replaced, and what we know is that people are what makes our community.
And makes it strong. I know a family that was directly affected by these fires. They lost their home and their young son's school. And they told me that the St. Mark's community has really been so supportive with leaning on each other, even having text chains and WhatsApp groups. Dozens of the families don't have a home or school now for their kids, but they're just helping each other get through it just day to day.
It's incredible. Our parent association and our parents have bonded together. Some of them are staying in Airbnbs together, still making play dates, still bringing homerooms together, still having birthday parties. This is the St. Mark spirit, and our parents are standing strong with us as we rebuild, and we're completely committed to rebuilding our campus so that we are back church and school once again.
I can see why you are the beloved leader of St. Mark's. What are the next steps for the church and the school, and how can we, as your neighbors, help you? I've had viewers reach out to me on email and social media wanting to help. How can they help you?
Thank you. So first and foremost, it is our highest priority to get our kids and our community back together in person. And so I am working around the clock with my team to locate space to house our program. And Carrie on the church side is doing the same. People can help first and foremost by providing financial support. We are going to need it to get back on our feet, to first transition to a new facility and then plan for the long term. So stmarks.org is our website.
Right.
We're encouraging everybody to give generously. We can also use technology, art supplies. We know that that's going to be important for our children as well.
That's right. All those supplies are going to come in handy. And what is your message to not only St. Mark's, but to Altadena right now?
My message is that God is still smiling on our community amidst the devastation. There are stories of hope. There are stories of resilience, and we have to find those in a moment like this. St. Mark's is strong. We will be back, and we thank everyone for fighting with us as we rebuild back our community.
And we will keep fighting with you. You said stmarks.org. That is saint-marks.org. Important to include that right there. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for taking the time to speak with us today. We are sending you so much strength and support as you navigate these next steps.
Thank you so much for having us, and be safe and keep the faith.
We will. Thanks to people like you and the community of Altadena, which is so strong. Again, I want to put the website up there. It's saint-marks.org. A lot of people are wanting to see their money go directly to a good cause.
Yeah.
This is a worthy cause.
I'm so struck by people's stoicism, their resilience, but also their positivity.
I know.
I mean, this just happened days ago, and they're so positive.
So positive.
Each and every one of them.
They haven't lost they might have lost their home, their school, but they have not lost their faith, and that inspires all of us.
Well, and it's also helpful because what can you do? You have to move forward, right? Realistically. So they're very cognizant and mindful of that. So it helps. It helps in the process.
And I've learned so much history about Altadena, and I learned about this community with St. Mark's and how generational it is, and they just have a beautiful spirit about them.
Wow.
That's great.
A spirit that can't be broken, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right, Amanda, thank you. So we're talking about job losses that are going to hit hard after these wildfires as well.
Yeah, there are lots of resources out there, though, for you to turn to. And Fox's Austin Westfall is live in Pasadena City College with some much-needed information. Austin, good morning. Or good afternoon at this point. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, guys. Take a look behind me. What we're seeing here are several agencies. We're talking FEMA, we're talking Cal OES. We do know that they're helping out with just about everything possible. FEMA out here helping folks who have lost property. The city is out here, Cal OES, helping people with everything from dealing with any transportation issues to tax issues to animal issues. There's a variety of services being offered by a variety of agencies out here. This is very, very busy, and it's gotten busier. We've been out here for about a half hour at this point. Lots of people sitting down, waiting in line. It looks like the majority of people here are in line for help from FEMA. I know you guys were speaking with FEMA a little bit earlier today. This is more or less the main hub in the Pasadena area as far as FEMA is concerned right now. They were, and I'll just try to make this as clear as possible, because a lot of people in the area were familiar with FEMA being set up at the Pasadena Convention Center. I've just been told this morning that they're still open over at the Convention Center, but they are moving most of their efforts, FEMA's efforts, over to this facility. This is the education center that's on the Foothill campus of Pasadena City College. This is not the main Pasadena City College campus. This is the Foothill campus, and this is their education center here. We're right outside their education center. That's where all of this is taking place. All of these agencies in an effort to help anybody with whatever they might need. One other agency that's here is the Small Business Administration, and I do have Kevin here standing by. Kevin Wynn, we're live right now, and if you will here, basically, you guys are out here, you've been helping folks. For people who are watching in the area, perhaps they don't know what to do with their small business, how are you guys helping?
And not only do we help small businesses, but we help homeowners and renters and private nonprofits. In fact, the majority of those loans, 80% of our loans do go to homeowners and renters, and I'll talk about that after businesses. For small businesses in the community, we offer up to $2 million for their physical loss of the damage from the destruction of the fire. We also offer economic injury disaster loans, which are a big thing in communities that have suffered from this because the entire community is starting to suffer. We offer those economic injury disaster loans for people that are seeing a lot of non-foot traffic into their businesses as well. Those go up to $2 million as well. The interest rate on the business loans and the economic injury disaster loans are 4%, terms up to 30 years, 1 year deferral of interest or payments, and we encourage them to come down to this center to apply. Now, for the homeowners and renters, we offer up to $500,000 for folks that lost their home, had any kind of damage whatsoever. Come on down and apply, or they can apply online as well, sba.gov/disaster. We also have an 800 number, 800-659-2955. We work in very good partnership with FEMA here at this center. They'll sometimes will send folks over to us, and we'll get those low-interest disaster loans after they do a one-on-one consultation. We'll get that application down to Austin, Texas, or excuse me, Fort Worth, Texas, where they'll process it within 10 to 14 days, get that money into their account, get them on the road to recovery. It's a great program, very easy to apply. Like I mentioned, they can also apply online, sba.gov/disaster.
Speak to the scope of the amount of help you've had to give to people. We've seen the Eaton Fire burn scar. We've seen how much destruction has been wrought. Can you speak to me about how much business you guys have seen? How busy have you been? Have you seen anything like this before? This isn't your first fire.
No, I've seen plenty of these things. This is going to be a billion-dollar disaster very easily. It's much like Katrina, which was a $6 billion disaster, like the Northridge earthquake in this area, $10 billion disaster. The scope is magnificent. 12,000 damaged or destroyed structures, including businesses and homes and rental apartments. But the big thing is also going to be those economic injury disaster loans, because the community is going to start suffering as a whole, because folks are going to then start funneling their disposable income into buying products that they can get their home rebuilt, buying personal property possessions, beds, dressers, things along those lines. They're totally wiped out. They have nothing but a slab of concrete, so they've got to buy all this stuff. Therefore, the local businesses, restaurants, places like that aren't going to see the revenue that they used to have. That's why we encourage those economic injury disaster loans for small businesses. Come on in and apply. Very easy. Like I said, we have two criteria: creditworthiness and repayment ability for both the businesses and the homeowners and the renters. Simple program. Come on down to the Pasadena Community Education Center, as you mentioned the location. Apply with SBA. Register with FEMA, 800-621-3362. Get on the road to recovery.
Is there anything people need to know? This is something I was covering a lot yesterday in South LA. I was talking with so many people who didn't necessarily own a small business, but the place they worked at was destroyed, and they don't have a paycheck as a result of that. Do you have any advice for people that are in that situation?
Yes, call FEMA, 800-621-3362. Get in there, program as well. But that's the basic thing we can say for them. There's a lot of volunteer organizations active in disaster in this community as well. Apply with, I think Cal OES may have some kind of unemployment program. Usually FEMA opens up the tap on that. I can't speak to FEMA's programs, but if they apply with FEMA, there's a whole plethora of programs that FEMA offers for folks.
All right. Kevin Wynn out here with the Small Business Administration. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Austin.
So again, guys, it's getting busier and busier out here. It's been open. I believe it opened at 1 p.m. today. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be hanging out here this afternoon. We'll try and talk with Cal OES. They're out here as well. FEMA, a couple other agencies. For now, I'll send it back to you.
It's incredible. And the hours it goes until, Austin, if you can still hear us, let us know. So it started at 1. It looks like it's packed, it's busy, and hopefully they'll go on until at least the evening to service all those people's needs.
And speaking of people who have been impacted by all of this, you know, we're hearing story after story. And Melvin and Jen earlier this morning caught up with restaurateur Melissa Hermer on how she's giving back to the community after she herself has been impacted by the Palisades fires.
So every week at this time, you know, we bring you Tasty Tuesday. It's our thing. But today we have a very special edition amid the LA fires.
One restaurateur is answering the question, what's for dinner? For all the displaced families out there, Melissa Hermer joins us live now to talk about her efforts. Hello there. Good morning to you. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
So I mean, first question, you actually were evacuated. So how are you and your family holding up?
Depends when you ask.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we're playing a game of wiffle ball on the beach and taking like a little brain break from this atrocity, and sometimes we're sobbing and hopeless and don't know what comes next.
It's the full range of emotions for people in all the various stages here as many people are moving through this.
Yeah, it's, we're trying to wrap our arms around that that all of these, the pendulum of these emotions is what is necessary. It is also exhausting. It is to be like hopeful and galvanized and strong, and we can do this to, I don't have the answers to any of my children's questions. Matt and I don't have a next step yet, because how can we possibly make a decision when we don't know anything?
Right. Is your home still intact?
I'm on the fire line, so the homes, I'm between Palisades and Santa Monica.
Yeah.
So the next 24 hours are critical. Matt's home is a couple streets behind me, so we're more religious than we've ever been.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. But in the midst of all the confusion and the uncertainty that you as a family might be facing, you're actually doing stuff to help other people. So tell us how you give, we cook, they eat. How does that work?
Yeah, I think, you know, when you don't know anything, I and a lot of my friends, we're just leaning into what we do know. And Matt and I know how to cook dinner. We know how to serve people. And it actually gives us some sense of control in a landscape where we have no control. In the pandemic, we set up a program called You Give, We Cook, They Eat, where we fed frontline workers and first responders. And so Tuesday evening, when I was driving with the kids and the dogs down to Laguna where we're evacuated, I was wondering what's for dinner. Like everyone around the world wonders what's for dinner. And it's harder to figure out what's for dinner when you don't have a kitchen, or, you know, Matt and I, we can't get into our kitchens. And so I realized we have kitchens at Chez Mia and at Olivetta, and a lot of people want to help. Like, we cannot be helpless here, and we are not helpless. And so we've been able to raise quite a lot of money. And if you text 707070, if you text dinner to 707070, those funds are going to feed families, displaced families, and first responders and frontline workers. I mean, we're able to feed, we're able to make about 500 meals a day. And today we're delivering to displaced families, In the hospitals, you know, a lot of patients are being discharged and they don't have a home to go to. So we're delivering to them in their hotels. Because of our connections to the Palisades, I'm able to find out where a lot of these displaced families are. So if you go to our Instagram site, Shamia_Melrose, and if you say you want to be a driver, if you say you are a family that can receive food, and also especially because when you're a displaced family and your home's burned, you might not even be able to think about dinner. So you can nominate another family who needs dinner, and our drivers will show up at your door with dinner. So we're in contact with everyone. We need more families. We need people to nominate families. We're delivering to the fire stations and to their outposts. And it's something that, look, I'm not a hero. I'm not an angel. We're doing the only thing that we know how to do right now, and that gives us some sense of calm.
Thank you, Marissa. Thanks for everything that you're doing, especially during this extraordinary time. We're thinking of you. We're sending you big hugs. And
you might not think you're an angel, but you are certainly an example for so many other people out there who are going through this, and for your kids as well, because they're witnessing firsthand, you know, the generosity from their mom.
So you text dinner.
We all are. You know, my real estate agent friends are working around the clock trying to find housing for people. My friends who have contacts with wellness brands and beauty brands are setting up supermarkets so that you can go and just grab what you need, because, you know, we went out with the clothes on our back, and if we're lucky to have our homes, we can't go back there. And a lot of us don't have homes, and we need help.
All right, that was an interview Melvin and Jen did earlier this morning. Just another example of what people are doing and how they're trying to cope through this really, really tough time.
Yeah, exactly. And the tough time is coming in terms of our weather. So let's go back to Star, who could tell us a little bit about the winds that we're expecting any hour now.
Yeah, I can tell you that high wind warning that we had in place has been canceled. We do still sit with the wind advisories, and of course our red flag warning due to expire not until tomorrow. So we do have those PDS situations there, and with that we're still expecting winds to move at about 45 to 70 miles per hour. And yes, we do still have our humidity levels sitting under 20% for a good portion of that area. So still watching for not just those power outages, but also those downed tree limbs and things like debris and dust moving across the area. We also want to point out the fact that because we do have these high winds, traveling may be an issue out there, especially for those of us in those high profile vehicles. Checking in on our fire weather potential. Going to go ahead and roll this map here, but wanting to point you towards these areas that do have the contouring. So the yellows, the oranges, and the reds popping up on our screen. These are the areas that we are particularly watching. So it's going to be across portions of, I'd say, Agora Hills, Thousand Oaks, Camarillo, Santa Clarita, moving up and through Oxnard, Ventura County, but also across portions, I'd say, of the San Gabriel. So that does mean south of the area, and you'll see here contoured on our map, the Inland Empire area, so portions of it at least. Riverside, your winds are picking up just a little bit. We just broke down on that map there some of the winds, and you'll see them picking up across the area. So that 101 freeway going out north there. Camarillo coming in at about 23 miles per hour. Again, these are our sustained winds. These aren't even those big pushes of winds that we do consider our gusts. We have Oxnard at about 13 miles per hour, as well as Ventura County coming in a little bit strong as well at about 15 to 16 miles per hour. Calmer around the Los Angeles basin, and we say anywhere from about 5 to 10 miles per hour. That's the case across portions of Long Beach, stretching down through Orange County, Seal Beach included in that as well. Ontario, 6 miles per hour. Riverside, 9 miles per hour, and up and through our mountains, we do have some winds gusting across the area as well. Even if you did not see your area here on the map, it's very likely that you do have one of those microclimates where the winds are still breezing through. I myself am up in the San Fernando Valley and out this morning. Winds are really just whipping off across the region. We also have that low humidity value, and again, it is the reason why we do have a lot of these warnings in place, like our red flag warning, not just the windy conditions, but also the dry conditions. In that PDS area, all of the area out to, I'd say, stretching upwards of Santa Clarita through Agora Hills, Hidden Hills, through Camarillo. Those are the areas we're really keeping our eyes on, and up and through portions of the 5 corridor. We have our humidity values at about 8 to 15%, but across a lot of the area, we're still under about 25% for that moisture that the air is allotting it to hold. Our Tuesday winds, this is a look at a little bit later this afternoon. I said that winds would pick back up, and we do see those purple contoured areas there. This is going to be across the San Gabriels. We're expecting winds to be an issue through tonight, and yes, rolling into portions of tomorrow morning as well. I'll be back with another look at your forecast, but for now, I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you, ladies.
All right, Star, thank you. And this is a live look right now at Mount Wilson. And off in the distance, you can see the smoke, the smog, the fogginess of it all, right? The air definitely is not in the best quality at this point. No matter where you are, you smell some sense of it.
That's right, and especially with these winds picking up in the overnight hours, as Star was mentioning, you really want to be mindful of the air quality, as well as firefighters, of course, keeping a watchful eye on those hot spots, perhaps the smoldering areas that are in and around Eaton Canyon area, the Eaton Fire zone, as well as the Palisades Fire. So that's something they are aware of. They have their resources there, as we've been hearing from fire officials and city officials all day long, that they are prepared, they're pre-positioned for this wind event that's coming up.
And it can be deceiving depending on where you are. If you're not in the immediate impacted areas and you're looking from afar, in the beginning, a week ago, because this is a week ago now, hard to believe, but it is, you could see the flames really, no matter where you were, right? Now it's at the point where sometimes it looks clear and it's deceiving. It looks quite deceiving because you think, oh, okay, we're in the clear, and that is
happening on air and online as well. So we want to give you the very latest in terms of the information out there. There's new wildfire warnings as we deal with another round of these strong winds.
Tens of thousands of people have their power shut off. Just under 90,000 people in Los Angeles County remain under these evacuation orders, and the death toll stands right now at 24 people, and many more people still listed as missing.
And containment of the Eaton Fire has grown to 35%, but the progress comes too late for many families. Jessica Dupnack is joining us live from Altadena with the very latest, and you're looking at the devastation firsthand for yourself, Jessica, in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. And it isn't just contained to a block or a few homes. This goes on and on pretty much in every direction. Now, you talk about those winds. That's really been the headline today. And it's not just us keeping an eye on those winds. Fire crews in this area are. If you remember, those winds are very similar to what really invigorated this fire and created the destruction you see around me. Take a look at some video of what we've been looking at in this area of Altadena today, sort of the epicenter of one of the hardest hit areas of this Eaton Fire. And what's going on here today, kind of a two-prong approach beyond the barrier that's being manned by the National Guard and sheriff's deputies. They're trying to rebuild, and part of that is getting the power up and running for the folks that still do have homes that are intact here, and of course the folks that will eventually want to rebuild. A lot of Edison crews up and down the streets working since we got here early this morning, and they'll be working, I would imagine, throughout the night. Now, another effort that's been going on is some 3,000 structures that have been destroyed by this Eaton Fire in this area of Altadena, specifically search and rescue efforts, urban search and rescue crews, about 300 of them going systematically looking for, unfortunately, the remains of folks that could not make it out in time. 16 people lost their lives as this point as a result of the Eaton Fire, another 18 or so missing. We talked to the assistant fire chief of LAFD earlier today. Take a listen.
So we have our USAR teams here. We have several USAR members. There's about 300 USAR members here. We have anthropologists embedded into our groups. We have canine search dogs that are also embedded in our groups to help us do the search.
What do you say to the families that are kind of waiting patiently to see if their loved ones could be found?
We're working hand in hand, partnered with Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and they're kind of the lead agency on that. And so they will be making all the notifications, and we're just making sure that we can give them all the correct information after our searches, that they can pass that on to the family members. So be patient with us. There's a lot of destruction. There's a lot of homes that are destroyed that need to be searched.
And as we stand here kind of behind the checkpoint, you can see folks driving up to the National Guardsmen asking if they can go survey the place where they once lived to see if their home's intact, to see what is even left. Many of them, of course, being turned away. Now, there is a virtual news conference or community meeting right around 4 o'clock to give us an update on the Eaton Fire and get some of those latest numbers. And some of the community members can actually ask questions. And I know there's a lot of folks in this area that have a lot of questions, and one of them being, when can we return, whether it's to something like this or to an intact home. I can assure you that crews are working around the clock, whether it be the power crews or firefighters, but it is a huge undertaking. It's going to take a while. Reporting live in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
Just patience for all of those family members who want to go back in that zone. I know, understandably, they want to check on their property, but it just depends when.
Yeah, it's all for safety too. So speaking of safety, we are watching the WindStar because that is a concern. We're talking about the PDS warning here, and you can explain what that means.
Yeah, you know, this warning that we do have, wanting to stress that it is rare, and it's not just yet expired. So we just got a few more, I'd say, days until tomorrow where we do see this warning expire before we start to see things turn around across portions of the area, weather-wise at least. This is a particularly dangerous situation. It is issued by the National Weather Service, and it is reserved for some of those most extreme events. For instance, the one that we are in currently. Before we got to the fires happening this month alone, or this week alone, the last time we had anything like this issued was back in December with the Franklin Fire, and previous to that was in November with the Mountain Fire. And forget about this year. The last time we had it was back to, I'd say, or last year. The last time we had it was back in 2020. We usually see these PDSs issued once every 5 to 10 years. And just a reminder, we have seen it happen 4 times in the last 3 months. Our red flag warning stretching across a span of the area. You'll see it's all of this pink highlighted area. I've had a lot of people confused on where those border lines are that are of the exclusion. And so wanting to give you a look at everyone not included in this. It does include portions of Los Angeles. So we're going to see stretching down the 105, Inglewood not included in this, portions of Gardena, Torrance, Hawthorne, over and through Downey, Graham, Lakewood, Whittier not included in this. It does include portions of the South Bay, but also up and through Orange County. So Seal Beach, Huntington Beach, portions of Newport Beach as well. And the good news, a little bit if I can find it, is going to be the fact that although the San Gabriel Mountains are included in this warning, we do have portions of the San Gabriel Valley not included. That means Pasadena, Altadena, currently where we do have that Eaton Canyon fire burning, stretching through Arcadia, Duarte, Temple City, and then back over towards Pacific Palisades. Unfortunately, you are included in this warning. The only good news there is that we are expecting this advisory to expire tomorrow afternoon, or excuse me, tomorrow evening in the 6 p.m. hour. We're still keeping our eyes on that particularly dangerous situation, those areas. It's going to include a big portion of this chunk here that is contoured, and not just the yellow, the oranges, but especially the reds. This is going to include portions of the Santa Clarita area, but also portions of Oxnard, Camarillo, Agora Hills, Hidden Hills, all the way through the 101 freeway there and up and through portions of the 5 corridor as well. So 23 miles per hour in Camarillo, that's our sustained winds. We are calmer across the Los Angeles basin at about 5 to 10 miles for most of us. Fullerton at about 5 miles per hour as well. I'm keeping my eyes on the Inland Empire. We're still seeing our winds move at about 16 miles per hour in Corona. Riverside just at about 9 miles per hour. We did have a high wind warning in place. It has expired or canceled. We do still have our wind advisory, and this is all of our gray, or excuse me, beige highlighted region here. It's including Santa Clarita through, again, the Agora Hills area, Riverside, the Inland Empire, wind advisory, because we're expecting our winds to still be breezy out there, so about 30 to 50 miles per hour, and we could see the gusts, those big pushes of wind, get anywhere upwards of 60 miles per hour. So we have some areas that are looking really calm for this portion of of our afternoon, but a little bit later, I'd say within the next hour or so, we are expecting a few hours or so. We're expecting things to kick back up, especially across the Santa Susana Mountains, but also our San Gabriel Mountains. Look at that area there, the purples. The purples are the areas that you want to keep your eye on, because it does let us know that winds are going as high as 35 miles per hour or even higher than that. And you'll see that reflected in tomorrow morning when we are expecting winds to still be strong out there. This is the 10 a.m. hour through Camarillo, up and through Santa Clarita, Oxnard. Winds are getting really close to about 45 miles per hour there in terms of gusts. We have our advisories expiring by noon tomorrow across some of the area, but we should be done with most of them at about 6 p.m. tomorrow. So looking forward to Thursday. I have a set really early there. That's when we are seeing things really look a lot better around here. So we're not just keeping our eyes on the winds, but also our humidity, because it does play a portion of the problems that we have, into the problems that we have. We are seeing our humidity values extremely dry, no moisture really feeding into our climate here. So we have things at about 8 to 15 miles per 8 to 15%. And I, of course, want to check in on our fires. We have the Palisades Fire. The wind conditions over there, not too bad. We have our sustained winds going anywhere from about 5 to 15 miles per hour, gusts at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Temperatures are in the low 60s. Humidity values there at about 16% and still only 17% contained. And of course, our Eaton Fire conditions are looking a little bit better, and reminding you the area not included in that red flag warning. Our winds are still gusting a little bit at about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Temperatures are in about the mid 60s. Humidity values still in the teens there, so still fairly dry with about 35% containment across the area. Now, I have been checking model after model after model because we want to see precipitation across the area, but our models are indicating it's not happening. We do keep our eye, forecasters, meteorologists across the Los Angeles County, on this area offshore here, and I've been wanting to see it move a little closer, but it just keeps bouncing around here offshore, pushing us not just to the ending of our work week, but also into our weekend. Models are just not putting it together for us here. It is indicating that we are not supposed to see any water for the next several days, precipitation-wise. If we take a look at this water year, that's been the setup. Since October is when our water year starts, and it does extend through September. We have received less than 1/4 of an inch of rainfall, and to be exact with you, we've only received about 0.16 inches. That's not the case last year and the water year before that, where we saw a surplus of water come in and through the area here. And so with that surplus, it's what allowed for a lot of this vegetation to grow, which has placed us in the problem that we are in right now. Another model here, just wanting to break it down for you at home so you can see what I'm seeing behind the scenes. Our QPF here, our Storm Prediction Center, still saying no rain put out across the area. I've even checked past the next 7 days. I went ahead and looked at the next 6 to 10 days, and still we are trending drier than normal. You see all these browns and oranges here. That is what we have stretching across the west coast here, but specifically down into the Los Angeles County area. We are coming in this orange color here, which does put us on the drier side. Air quality, it is still impacted. We do have our sensors picking up on good to moderate zones. We have sensors placed all and around the region here, and it is just saying that it is not so bad out there. That does not stop the dust from blowing around or for those harmful particles to float around in our air. And so with that, we do have an air quality alert. This is going to be for all of our gray highlighted region here, stretching as far as our low deserts through portions of Santa Clarita, portions of Los Angeles here included in this, Long Beach, stretching down through Irvine and portions of Orange County as well. Temperature wise, we are not doing so bad, right around where we should be for this time of the year. Our temperatures are clocking in the 60s and a few 70s across our coast. Inland temperatures more so ranging between the mid to upper 60s. Getting into the back half of this week, we are expecting a cool trend to move across the area. Of course, I'll be back with more details on that, but wanting to go ahead and toss it back to you guys. When I come back, I will pick up on some more of those hot spots when we are talking about winds to see where things are looking. But for now, back to you guys.
Star, thank you. And you know what? Something that's coming up at 3 o'clock, we are anticipating a news briefing regarding the situation in the Pacific Palisades. So when that news briefing gets underway, we will take you there and have you covered there.
That's right. And earlier this hour, Stu Mendel was checking out how things were looking from Sky Fox. Take a look.
Well, you can see those fire trucks making their way through that devastated Palisades area and some of those neighborhoods. Now, all of them are coming from a command post that's right here off of Pacific Coast Highway. They get their orders, and then they basically make their way out to these neighborhoods. They're probably looking for hot spots and maybe some other types of incidents out there. Also checking property to make sure that the portions that are standing will be safe for others to get there later on. We're also starting to see a lot of infrastructure trucks down there. You know, you can see some of these vehicles right there. I venture to say, well, those are actually the fuel trucks for the fire trucks that are down there. But then we also see a lot of the DWP trucks down there and also water trucks, and they are starting to work on those utilities as well. As I kind of pan out, you can get a real kind of sense of the devastation. Now, we have been talking about this from Skyfox since about the first time we got to peek through that smoke to see some of these homes and some of these neighborhoods. Today, we're actually about 3,000 feet lower than we have been because air attack is here, but they aren't utilizing any of their aircraft. So they allowed us down about 3,000 feet, which is good. It's anything helps, and we can still get a better look at all those homes down there. It is still amazing to me when I look down there and you see. And the two things that really jump out at me are the fact that of that total devastation, where there are neighborhoods that are completely flattened, but then there's neighborhoods like this where homes are gone, and then right next door, other homes are standing. We've actually saw in one spot with that trailer park that's right there off of PCH, we thought that all the trailers were gone. There's actually one still standing. Now, I'm doing this because I do have some children of my own and some of my grandchildren, and I'm just going to say this out loud, is for all the children out there that have lost some things inside their homes, and one of those things might be stuffed animals. I have it on really good authority that all the stuffed animals got out of all the homes and they are safe someplace wherever they stuffed animals go. But you got to think that every time we pan through these neighborhoods, you see this. And these are homes, and we've talked about this in the past, the devastation, the loss that goes on down there, the personal items that will never be recovered. And people say that all the time. It's like, well, property can be replaced. Some things can be replaced, but they might not be that same thing that you had lost to begin with. Now, of course, we do know that there were lives lost out here in the Palisades as well, but considering the devastation, I think that those numbers remain relatively low. One would be more than enough, but we still hear about they are still doing searches down there. Hopefully those numbers will not get any higher. We haven't seen anything particularly like that, but getting back to that infrastructure right here, you can see the infrastructure is here, and there is something interesting as well. We're not on the ground, but those underground vaults right there, we've been watching as they've been taking the parts of the underground vaults, the transformers, and they actually bring them back to the command post area, and then they're basically taking them and going through them. I'm kind of curious what they're actually looking for, if they're looking for some sort of evidence of failure or possible or something else. But the winds right now seem to be very light. We know that there's that possibility that they are going to kick back up again, but you can see that shot right here, and I'm going to end with the shot of the burn area, because we did see that earlier in the morning, when it was late morning, when those winds were really starting to push a little bit. We saw a lot of dust coming off these hills, dust and ash. Right now, it's pretty clear out here, and I think that is a pretty good sign.
Those aerial shots just really take your breath away every time.
Yeah, it's so impactful to really see the scope and magnitude of what we're talking about here. And keep in mind, that's only the Palisades Fire. You have to think about the Eaton Fire as well, and all of those damaged properties, those lives changed forever, and we're still going to continue covering, of course, all of those stories that we hear. You know, each home has a story behind it, right?
Lots of resources out there, of course, with people who are trying to figure out what to do next, to start over in a way, right?
That's right, and Fox's Austin Westfield is live in Pasadena with much needed information to help those homeowners in need. Austin.
That's right, guys. A lot of people are feeling hopeless, and these are one of those places where you can get some help. Take a look over my shoulder. This is a busy place. FEMA's here. Cal OES is here. We do know that, as we were speaking earlier today with the Small Business Administration, people who have lost their businesses can get aid here. Anybody who needs any type of service, they can come by and they can see what type of assistance can be provided for them. We have some officials with the county here with us. Cal OES joining us right now. You know, both of you guys, Glenn with Cal OES and Gene with the county here joining me. First off, you guys are offering so many services, and I know you guys are working in tandem. So if you can, lay out the basic, what in general would you say our people are coming for? What help do they need from you guys?
I don't think everybody understands all the assistance that's here. Most of us don't use a lot of government services on a normal basis. And when this happens, you're learning about the county and you're learning about the state all at the same time. Everyone here is a whole of county, whole of state reaction and response to this. So we're trying to make sure there are all the options. So people who've lost their home, people who need to sign up for FEMA assistance. The city of Pasadena is here. The city of Sierra Madre is here. And we have a whole group of nonprofits that are more interested in meeting the long-term needs as people recover and find that pathway home.
When it comes to OES specifically, what services do you guys offer?
Yeah, so I completely agree. Not everyone knows exactly what they need. So Cal OES has mobilized really a whole of state government effort to bring government here to this disaster recovery center. So we have our Department of Public Health with vital records. We have the DMV to replace your driver's license. Really any state government service that you might need at this time, we're trying to centralize it here. We have a slew of state agencies wrapped around FEMA, wrapped around the county, and we just encourage folks to come out. We're here till 8 p.m. tonight. We'll be here every day, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. moving forward. Even if you're not sure what you need, check out the Disaster Recovery Center. There's almost certainly a service that could be helpful if you were impacted by these tragic events.
Do you guys find that there is a large percentage of the population that's been impacted by this that is feeling hopeless and doesn't feel like there's help out there? They aren't aware that these services are out there?
This is a very raw event. This is a lot of people haven't taken it in yet. We have behavioral health specialists here, not only from the state and from the county, but also from our nonprofits, just coping with the loss, beginning the grief process and beginning the recovery process. So it takes a while. Everybody has their own speed. Everybody has their own pace. I think it's really important to remember that. You don't have to come here to get most of these resources. You can do them online if you're more comfortable getting that information online. recover.lacounty.gov is one of those resources.
Yeah, you can also go to ca.gov/LA-fires for additional resources from the state side.
People want to come out here today. What do? Do they just show up? Easy as that?
Yeah. I mean, if it were me and I was advising a good friend, I'd say give it a few days. Let the steam come out a little bit. Let us get better at this and streamline the process a little more. And we're going to be here for a while. We're not going anywhere anytime soon. So take your time. Do it at your own pace. Do it at the speed that you need. And I would also recommend, if you've had a big loss, find a friend to be a navigator with you. This is really important. It's hard to take in a lot of information when your head is filled with what is going on in your life.
You talk about streamlining the process. Have you found that there's been challenges with the influx of help that's been needed as a result of the fires?
Honestly, we work with really wonderful people. I mean, Cal OES, we work together all the time. Our nonprofits, most of the nonprofits that work in a space where they respond to disasters all the time. NLED.org, which is our Emergency Network Los Angeles, is a network of nonprofits, and their mission includes a disaster mission. We know them. We knew them before the disaster. We know them now, and we'll know them afterwards. And that information and that relationship makes it easier for us to bring them in and to serve and play by the same rules. So honestly, no, these people need assistance and we need to do it. Our job is to make sure it's accessible.
Are there any common misconceptions people have about how you guys operate or what you guys do? Is there any common misconceptions about how people can get help? Anything you'd like to clear up about the process?
Well, there's a variety of ways you can access FEMA assistance. I'm not sure everyone understands that. You can go on FEMA's website, sign up there. There's a number available on FEMA's website as well, or you can come to one of these disaster recovery centers. I think we sometimes hear misconceptions about where people are in the process with FEMA. They know they've registered and they're not clear what the next step is. The FEMA team is doing a phenomenal job pushing out public information on this subject, but if you ever need to check your status, that's what these centers are for. And we'll have this disaster recovery center, we have another disaster recovery center, where even if you've already spoken to FEMA once and you just need to get more information about your individual case, you can talk to a FEMA person who understands the process, can pull up your individual case, and let you know where you stand.
Glenn, Gene, thank you guys.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. They're out here all day today. I will say also, this facility open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on the daily, they tell me. Let's put the address up on the screen because this is not the main Pasadena City College campus. What we're talking about here is the Community Education Center. This is their Foothill campus. So you can't go straight to the Pasadena City College. That's not where this is. This is at their Education Center. Again, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., 7 days a week. Send it back to you.
Great. Okay, 3035 East Foothill Boulevard, as you saw right there. Thank you so much, Austin. Yeah. And they're open till 8 p.m., which is a great
From 9 a.m.
resource.
That's amazing. Such important work they're doing, and obviously there's a huge need. So thank you, Austin.
All right, in just the last few hours or so, Mayor Karen Bass did talk to the media, and here's what she had to say about the process that the city is undergoing right now.
Let me start off by saying, for those of you, we had a press conference at 8 this morning, and we talked about the fact that we're still not out of this emergency. We know in the next 24, 48 hours, it is possible that there are fires that expand, that we have additional problems within the city, and Jim can go into that in a little further detail in a minute. And so my message to Angelenos is that everybody needs to stay safe. Please, please, please listen to instructions. If you are told that you are in a warning zone, it would be advised that you actually take that opportunity to leave. Get packed, get everything ready. If you wait until evacuation, then you might get caught up in traffic or you might have some other issues. And you know that a number of people who stayed behind for one reason or another have been severely burned. Some of them didn't survive. I believe that our Sheriff Luna gave some very graphic examples of people who didn't evacuate in time. Everybody wants to help the first responders. Everybody talks about the first responders. If you want to help the first responders, then please follow directions. But while we're going through what I hope is the final hours of this emergency, it's also time to begin to talk about our recovery. And so the first step of our recovery is opening this disaster assistance center for people to begin coming in now. As a matter of fact, this center will open up shortly. You know that everything is just being set up now. But we want people to come here. This is a one-stop shop. There are multiple local, state, county, and federal agencies that are here, and hopefully people will be able to get the services that they need. The other thing is that there is the disaster recovery, but then there's also the rebuilding. And so yesterday I issued an updated emergency declaration, and I also issued an executive directive that will help facilitate and fast track the building. I was here in 92, I was here in 94, and I know one of the ways that we were able to get out of that crisis was to do everything we could to help people who had experienced damage or had their businesses or homes destroyed get up and together and back on their feet by beginning the rebuilding process. I appreciated you, Mr. Fenton, when you talked today, this morning, about how there's all sorts of misinformation in terms of what FEMA has to offer, what SBA has to offer, and that is the point of this center, is to be able to clarify some of that to make it easier for people to recover. So with that, why don't I take some questions?
Mayor, to that point about misinformation, what exactly are people entitled to from FEMA, and what are they not entitled to?
Yeah, so the application process starts with individuals that evacuated or homes were damaged, be able to get serious needs assistance, which is a one-time grant of up to $770. That covers basic needs while you're evacuating, things like gas, water, food, maybe if you're a family, consumables, those kind of things. As you go through the application process, then, if you're insured, you should go to your insurance company, which could help you with most insurance policies will not only help you with home, but alternate living expense. If you're uninsured, you should keep on going into FEMA. FEMA could give you the 2 grants that I talked about. One is called Other Needs Assistance, which is a grant up to $43,600 that helps with personal property costs, medical and dental, transportation, funeral costs, and miscellaneous costs. The second grant is called Housing Assistance. And for the homeowners, it would help with repair, replacement, and lodging expenses reimbursement up to $43,600. In addition to those 2 grants, if you continue to be displaced longer and your house is destroyed, or whether it's a homeowner or a renter, you can get rental insurance, rental assistance from us, where we will provide rental assistance for you based on the family composition and size of your house for up to 18 months. And if we get to a situation where rentals are not available, we also have other forms and other programs where we either bring in housing or we lease with apartments and create housing that way. This is a decision that when we start getting to temporary housing and more of the longer-term housing needs that people have until we rebuild, these are decisions that we'll work out with the local community to see what fits best for the displaced population they have, and we'll turn on those programs as needed. Those temporary housing programs do not impact the $43,600. I think what's key is that individuals that are insured have to go to their insurance company first. If they're underinsured, they could then come back to us and seek additional assistance for the underinsurance. The other rumor that I talked about this morning had to do with the 100% cost share waiver of the president. So the president waived 100% of the costs for the firefighting costs and for debris removal, which is going to be important to start the rebuilding process. He's done that for 180 days. That 100% doesn't apply to our grant programs, so our grant programs to individuals are already 100%. It's a direct grant, but up to that cap of $43,600. The good news is in the state of California, when you get a max grant, adds $10,000 on top of a house repair grant. So that's what you get from FEMA. In some cases, it may not make you whole, but it's meant to jumpstart recovery. And then other programs such as SBA and other programs will help you to make those next steps along working with philanthropy, nonprofits, and other organizations.
You did mention CBS Mayor on price gouging. California bans price gouging on rentals, so a landlord can't ask for an increase that surpasses 10%. But a prospective tenant can offer whatever they want. So realtors tell me that what they're seeing, rents are doubling, rents are tripling, and that is completely legal. For Californians who are being priced out of the neighborhood because they can't.
All right, that was Mayor Karen Bass earlier, as well as representatives from FEMA giving people an idea of what they can do and some of the resources that are available for families that need it.
Well, there's an earlier press conference, by the way. We are waiting for another news briefing in the Palisades that's coming up in less than half an hour at 3 o'clock. So when that happens, we'll take you there. In the meantime, we're going to check in with Christy Fajardo, where a local school and church in Altadena is gone. The wildfires destroyed St. Mark's Episcopal last week, Christy.
It did, and it also destroyed Altadena Community Church, which is across the street. So there's a lot of devastation. And this fire really is touching every aspect of many people's lives. Not only have they lost homes, jobs, but also their places of worship. And we understand that St. Mark's is looking for another place to hold service. And we do plan to speak to people from the church later on today, but they cannot get in. And here's why. Down the street, you can see that there's a lot of work being done in the fire zone. And to tell us a little more about that, we are joined by Jay Tracy, who is actually with Fresno City Fire, and he's one of many firefighters down here now offering aid and assistance. And you were mentioning that this is a tremendous undertaking, all the work that needs to be done here.
Sure it is. It's a tremendous amount of work that's trying to happen in as little time as possible, so we can return people to their homes just as soon as we can.
And driving through here, I mean, we are seeing power crews, we are seeing investigators, we're seeing firefighters. There's a lot of resources that are coming in here and a lot of work that's being done.
That's correct. So there's a lot of teams that are doing a lot of work in these areas to make sure that if and when it's opened up to the public, that we can make sure that they return safely. And you said to me before we went live that they are doing weeks worth of work in a matter of days. Sure seems like it. I mean, with the resources that we have here, they're actually employing every single resource that they have. to make sure that we can get people back into their homes as quick as possible. So what would normally seem to take weeks it seems like it's taking days.
And people are understandably frustrated, and many want to go home, but you're asking that they be patient.
Sure, and I know it's got to be hard. I'm totally empathetic with what they're going through, and I can understand their frustration. But there's a lot of work that needs to take place prior to us allowing people to come back in and look at their home or get back into their home. And again, it's all because for their safety. So we want to make sure that the roads are open and clear. There's no down power lines, no down power poles, no down trees. And then when they get to their respective properties, that there's no hazards present there. Things, portions of the building that were maybe affected by fire but didn't completely get consumed could collapse. Swimming pools that are open, Tesla and lithium-ion battery walls are of a big concern as well. And all of that stuff happens, and it all takes time. But I don't guarantee much, but I guarantee there's 3,300 personnel or more that are assigned to this incident, working just as hard as they can to get the folks back into their homes.
Just standing here, I can see how exhausted you are. I can see the exhaustion. This is all taking a toll.
It does, but again, it's kind of what we sign up for. And I'm from Fresno, but I'm here today serving the Altadena community and Pasadena and the other communities as well. And I'm very blessed to be able to do that and utilize the skills and the training that I've received. And I truly feel God's gifts that I can employ those here to help people. And yeah, it is a big toll, but it's something that I'm glad I'm able to walk with these people as we get them back to their homes and do what we can and just tell them, it's going to be okay, and it may not be okay today or not even maybe tomorrow, but it's going to be okay. And just sometimes just listening to what they are going through and just being empathetic with them and just being the best stewards that we can to these communities it's very rewarding in the same sense that it is taxing.
And I've spoken to so many people, even those who have lost their homes, who are still thanking firefighters for what they do. What does that do for morale when you see that gratitude?
Well, I mean, it's awesome. Don't get me wrong. It's very humbling, and I don't know if embarrassing is the right word, but we're just doing our job. We love what we do, and it's an honor and a privilege to serve this community, and we're doing just the best that we can. And so when people say thanks, it just kind of bolsters, like you said, that morale and makes us want to continue working hard and dig a little deeper and just do the best we can for these people.
Well, Jay Tracy, thank you so much for talking to us, and thank you also for the work that you're doing. And as I mentioned, it is very hard to get up here, and the woman from St. Mark's Episcopal Church who was supposed to meet us up here couldn't actually get through the roadblocks. We even had trouble getting up here. There is a National Guard stationed, as well as CHP and sheriffs, and they are checking IDs, and they're not letting people in. So right now, if you're not supposed to be in this area, they are asking you to stay away, and you will not be let in. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Christy, thank you for that update. Let's check in with Star for the latest on the forecast and what things are going to be looking like as the evening comes.
Yeah, I can tell you that where our reporter stationed at there, we are seeing winds come in a little calmer, but also just to note that the Pasadena area and also Altadena not included in our red flag warning. So not just our high winds and also our humidity values, but also the dryness of our area is one of the reasons we are in this predicament. So just wanting to point out how much rainfall, precipitation we have received across the area just for this month so far. You'll see right there in those big green numbers there, 0. We have received nada. If you take a look at our average, we are usually close to about 3.5 inches. And to put things even further into perspective for you, January, this month that we are currently in, is usually our second wettest month of the year. So for this year to date, so from the start of our water year, which does only give us about 0.16 inches of rainfall there. So the average for the year, just over 5 inches, which does put us in a huge deficit. We are talking over 5 inches of rainfall. And so just for this water year alone, we are seeing it as being the driest on record here. And I checked over model after model, and I keep checking over with the National Weather Service as well. And as you can see, along the west coast here, we are continuing to see those dry situations in the area. So not just for today and tomorrow, moving through Thursday, Friday, and of course I checked into our weekend as well, and our models are indicating that we are due to remain precipitation free, although we do have a cooling trend that is expected to sweep into our area as early as the back half of this work week. Over the next several days, another model here checking in for you. This gray indicating that we are expecting to remain dry. Precipitation on this model looks like what's happening across the midsection of our country, where we do show a lot of the green. It would be awesome to see that happening here across the West Coast, but that is just not what is forecasted. Past 7 days, I went into the 6 to 10 day precipitation outlooks, and we are also trending drier than normal. Where you see here on this index, the browns as well as the yellows and the oranges, that's what's happening here across most of California, and Los Angeles to be included in that. I went ahead and checked in on the Altadena area, Eaton Fire here. We do see those sustained winds, not too bad, at about 2 to 10 miles per hour. A slight gust kicking up, but not too bad. Again, we are seeing a little bit of our wind calming down in that action there. Temperature-wise, we are in the mid-60s across the area. Humidity is still dry out there, coming in at about 14%, and that fire just still only about not fully contained there. For this water year, one more time, breaking it down for you, I just really want to drive the fact that we are so dry here across the area. Our season average is over that 14-inch mark, and you'll see, dating back to last month, we only received 0.02 inches, and the month before that 0.14, giving us a total of 0.16 just for this water year alone. That was not the case last season or this season before that. We had a surplus of rainfall come in and through the area. Taking you back to last year in particular, we saw over or close to 13 inches of rainfall for the area. So of course, going to drive our weather headlines for you once more here. We do continue with our strong Santa Ana winds through at least tomorrow. We do have that PDS, which is a particularly dangerous situation, and we have two areas that we're really watching where we could see those northeast winds getting as high as 40 miles per hour and the gusts still coming in at about 70 miles per hour. We did have a wind advisory or a high wind warning in place. It has been canceled, but we do still continue with our high wind or our wind advisory. Extreme wildfire danger does continue, not just for the potential for it to rapidly spread, but for also the growth of our fires with our winds pushing in and through a lot of our region. And so with that, we'll be watching once more for our power outages, but also those downlimbs. We checked in on the Eaton Canyon fire. Let's go ahead and do the same with Palisades. Winds across the area right now clocking in at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. Gusts going upwards of, I'd say, about 20 to 25 miles per hour. Temperatures there in the lower 60s. Humidity values also coming in the teens, and containment only at about 17%. We have that explainer for the rare PDS and what it means. It is a particularly dangerous situation. It is reserved for the most extreme events. The last time we had it issued prior to this month was in December and November of last year, and before this season was back in 2020, and I believe that was the first time it had ever happened here across the California area. PDS season, here's a look at that mountain fire from last year. We had it burn over 19,000 acres there. The Franklin fire burning close to 4,000. We are still in the thick of our Palisades and Eaton fires, not yet contained, both released in this season here alone. A red flag warning. Here's the area that it is covering. It does not expire until 6 p.m. tomorrow. So wanting to indicate that just because all of this highlighted area is covered in the magenta does not mean that a fire is definitely going to start in your area. It just lets us know that the ingredients are there, and if a fire does start, it could be dangerous. These are the areas that are excluded. All of our map are right here where we do not see the pink highlighted, so stretching through Gardena, Torrance, Lomita, Lakewood, Downey, stretching over into Whittier, also up and through portions of Inglewood, as well as Marina Del Rey. Most of the South Bay not included in this warning, stretching down our Orange County coastline as well, and through portions of our San Gabriel Valley, not to be confused with our San Gabriel Mountains. So Pasadena, Arcadia, Temple City, Baldwin, all the way through Alhambra, not included in our red flag warning. Pacific Palisades, as well as Brentwood and portions of Bel Air, you are going to be included in our red flag warning. Those particularly dangerous areas that we continue to watch are going to stretch through portions of Santa Clarita. So if you're traveling on the 14 freeway through the area, the 5 corridor, moving across the 101 or the 118 freeway, the San Fernando Valley. So San Fernando Valley, that includes portions of Reseda, Granada Hills, portions of Agora Hills, just to put things out there for you. Thousand Oaks, moving over through Ventura County, Oxnard included in that as well. We did have that wind warning expire. There's still the wind advisory in place. Winds could clock in at about 30 to 50 miles per hour, gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, and that does go through tomorrow as well. Let's go ahead and check in on our winds right now. Camarillo clocking in on this model here as one of the highest places, 23 for sustained winds, 23 miles per hour there, at about 5 to 10 miles per hour across most of the Los Angeles basin. Long Beach pretty quiet, Huntington Beach, Marina Del Rey pretty quiet, 9 miles per hour in Riverside. Corona coming in at 16 miles per hour. We did see a little bit of a break wind-wise for, I'd say, since about the noon hour, and it is currently 244, and we're still seeing things look okay. But moving us into a little bit later this afternoon and especially into our evening, moving into our overnight hours, and yes, tomorrow morning as well, we do still show those purple colors there. Purple meaning that our winds are kicking at about 35 miles per hour or higher, and you'll see that right there in Santa Clarita, but also stretching through Camarillo as well as Oxnard as well, where winds are close to that 45 mile per hour range. It's not until we get to the end of Wednesday and yes, into Thursday that our maps are all indicating that things will quiet down around here. Humidity wise, this is also a factor in our red flag warning. So winds and the dryness, we are clocking in at about, I'd say 8 to 20% across a lot of the area. So even if you are not in these fire burning areas, your air quality is something that I want to stress for everyone at home to watch. I've been checking for myself, and so I did check most of our area here, and our sensors are qualifying most of us under that good zone, so not too bad. But that does not mean that we do not have the dust blowing around, obviously, because our winds are still heightened. And yes, that does mean that we are going to have some of those harmful particles polluting our air. And so with that, the National Weather Service has put out an air quality alert. It is all of our gray region here, Ontario, Riverside, Santa Clarita, most of Los Angeles, Long Beach, stretching down through Orange County, Irvine, and portions of, I'd say, Oxnard or Ventura County as well. Temperatures not looking so bad right now, right around where they should be for this time of the year. That does put us in the 60s across most of the area. We do have things really cooling off across our high deserts, but also our mountains. Big Bear coming in at about 37 degrees. Down in Riverside at 66, Ontario at 66, Pasadena, you're at 63, and Long Beach at 71 degrees. Our 7-day forecast shows temperatures should be in the 60s for the next couple of days or so before we get to, I'd say, this weekend, and we really do see that cool down temperature-wise. And again, we are looking at a precipitation-free 7-day outlook. Even though we could use it, it is not forecasted to come across our area, but we do still have that red flag warning in effect, which means we will get windy conditions for not just today, but pushing into tomorrow. And with the winds, we will be tracking that wildfire smoke. I do have a model that does show the smoke blowing around, so I'm going to work on building that up for us here to show where that smoke is actually landing itself. But for now, back to you, ladies.
All right, Stars, such useful information. Thank you there. Now, the devastating fires have left many families struggling, but we've been seeing extraordinary outpourings of donations. At the YMCA in West LA, fire victims can pick up donations collected for them. The parking lot is full of everything from pet supplies to baby food to clothing and toiletries, shoes, you see right there, boxes and boxes of things and donations. The YMCA is also offering showers, Wi-Fi, and a safe space.
Happening right now, Santa Monica College's Bundy campus hosting a donation drive until 5 p.m. This is at 3171 South Bundy Drive. They're looking for things like clothing, sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear and socks. They do emphasize that for the undergarments, they obviously would prefer and they would like you to bring new unused undergarments. Also, baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothing, formula. Pacifiers are welcomed. Blankets and phone chargers are also needed. These are some of the basics that we need, right? Those phone chargers can be very important. So if you want to donate money, you can also do that in a form of a gift card. You can find the donation link on our website, foxla.com/links.
All right, there are also so many other resources for victims of wildfires. We're talking about the nitty-gritty, all the paperwork that now is going to start. Fox's Austin Westfall is live in Pasadena with people trying to sort it all out. Austin.
There are so many people here that have lost so much. Many of them don't want to speak on camera. I did speak with one man who lost everything. He assumes he lost everything. He hasn't been able to go back into his home in Altadena to actually lay eyes on it, but he says every indicator says that he believes he lost his home, and he's working with the FEMA officials behind me right now. FEMA's here, the Small Business Association is here. We've been hearing from Cal OES as well. The governor's office is also in attendance as well. Josh Friday is here with me. Josh, thanks for being here. What are the priorities of the governor's office this week?
Well, first and foremost, to make sure that people in LA are safe, the people and structures from the fires. So we're deploying every asset possible to these fires to make sure that we can keep them under control. We're also making sure that we're getting resources to everyone who's been impacted by these fires. It's why we're here at the Pasadena Disaster Resource Center. It's why we're opening up one today in UCLA to make sure that we're getting resources fast into the hands of the people who need it. And then we're also laser focused on making sure that we're cutting through the red tape and we're ready to rebuild fast and rebuild strong.
California volunteers, it says on your jacket. Volunteer efforts are critical during times like these. How have you guys been helping to coordinate?
They are critical, and at a time when all of our hearts are broken by the disasters, the way this community has come together is lifting all of our spirits in an incredible way. So we're seeing thousands of volunteers across LA play really critical roles, doing things like helping at distribution centers, working at the food bank, making sure people have meals, making sure people have donations that have been given for those who have lost everything. So we're seeing volunteers step up, we're seeing neighbors help each other in really inspiring, beautiful ways. And then we're also deploying the California Service Corps here at the Pasadena and UCLA Disaster Resource Center, at the food banks, at our organizations like YMCA and others who have stepped up in such a significant way.
You mentioned the importance of cutting red tape. What red tape has been cut in order to make this as efficient as possible?
Well, we've seen the governor issue an executive order on some environmental regulations to make sure that we can build back fast and strong. We're also seeing I saw an executive order today to give students and schools more flexibility to be able to meet the needs of our students. So we're looking under every rock. The governor is taking this extremely seriously and acting with a lot of urgency to make sure that we're helping everyone in Los Angeles.
You were with me yesterday as the first partner was touring through a donation center in West LA. Where is the first partner today? Do you know where the governor is today? Do you know what they're up to?
They're all over the place. They're everywhere. The governor and the first partner have been meeting with victims, have been meeting with organizations, asking what help they need. They've been up in the hills patrolling the fires, making sure the fires are under control, and making sure the organizations from CAL FIRE to our fire departments to our food banks and everyone else has every possible resource that they need to help the people of Los Angeles.
What message do you have to folks who want to volunteer, who want to help the cause?
Message is we need you. This is a time when for everyone who's lost everything and for everyone who's been impacted by this, which is almost everybody, you're not alone. And this is a time for us to come together to show the best of California, which is that we love each other, we support each other. People from all the different backgrounds can come together, serve together, help each other. You can go to californiansforall.ca.gov, learn how to make a difference, and we need you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we are going to be hanging out here all afternoon. This is a critical operation that they're running here. As I mentioned, FEMA, Small Business Administration, Cal OES. There's a lot of other charities that are in the area as well. With the proximity to Altadena, most of the people that are coming out here are folks that have been impacted by the Eaton Fire. We'll keep you posted. I'll send it back to you guys for now.
All right, as you look at the address right there on your screen, if you want to head out there, they are open until 8 o'clock with all of those resources all week long. Thank you so much, Austin. And do join Fox's support of families impacted by the California wildfires. You can see right here, your donation enables the Red Cross to respond to and help people recover from this disaster. So you can visit go.fox/Red Cross to support these efforts, or scan the QR code on your screen.
All right. You know, a lot of people looking for help and want to get help out there, but there's also the whole concern about people taking advantage. Maybe this happens all the time when there's a disastrous situation. You have the good and the bad. And so you will run into issues, for example, like price gouging, perhaps, right? And LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says that he's aware this is happening, and there are scams out there that are related to the fire recovery effort. The DA's office says it's investigating reports of price gouging for housing, medical items, other things. You do need to know and be mindful of the fact that California law does prohibit raising the cost of goods and services over 10% during a time of an emergency. The law also covers things like hotel rooms and rental housing. Penalties for such a thing includes fines of up to $10,000 or up to a year in jail, or perhaps even both. So if you suspect that you are being taken advantage of, what you can do is call that number right there, 1-800-593-8222, 1-800-593-8222. You can also notify local law enforcement and the U.S. Attorney General as well. There are a lot of resources out there. And donations, look at this, pouring in at West Side Food Bank in Santa Monica. It's partnering with Santa Monica College, trying to collect as much supplies as needed to help those in need. Listen.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive taking place right now until 5 p.m. That's at Santa Monica College's Bundy campus. The address is 3171 South Bundy Drive. They're looking for clothing, sweaters, jeans, new packaged underwear, socks, lots of baby supplies needed too, like lotions and wipes, baby diapers, formula, diapers. Baby medicine was another one, right? Pacifiers, blankets, phone chargers, that's also needed. So if you'd like to donate, you can do that, or you can also do a gift card, which will be useful as well. The donation link is up on our website. If you go to foxla.com/links, you can get connected there.
I know some people were getting frustrated because a lot of these donation centers were overloaded and not taking any more donations, but now a lot are up and running, and they have a system going, and they are welcoming your donations. Veterinarians who lost everything in the Palisades fire, they're also still providing that life-saving care to animals who need it.
Stephanie Weaver has this remarkable story.
Yes, here at the Pasternak Veterinary Center, the business owners have been living here after their home was burned down just last week in the Palisades Fire. But their story is a true testament to helping their community and the pets that they serve. The Pasternak Veterinary Clinic has been fundamental to many West Los Angeles pet owners, caring for dogs and cats and providing support to the community. But last week, the owners faced a heartbreaking loss when their home was destroyed in the Palisades Fire.
I didn't think I would ever lose my childhood home, and all my childhood memories and all my friends' homes are gone. My high school that I went to, my elementary school I went to, my preschool I went to. This is my whole entire childhood and most of my adulthood.
And how many days have you been here now?
Oh God, what is this, day 5 or something, or day 6?
Despite losing everything in the fire, Dr. Henry Pasternak and their family have refused to close their doors. And as you can see, they've literally been sleeping in this office space for the last couple of days with some of their pets and also some of the pets who have been displaced in the fire. The clinic is currently taking donations from the community, from dog beds, collars, and bags of food.
There's a lot of opportunities to volunteer right now, and there's a lot of places that there are like shifts that are full, but like, for example, I never would have known that this place needed help right now. So I think just like really trying to get involved and just like looking around more for things to do to help.
But the Pasternaks have made it clear that they won't stop serving the community and the animals that they love.
We've been taking in pets. They're allowed to board here. I mean, we have some empty cages here, and we even have some runs in the back where the dogs can, move around, and, they get walked and they can sleep here.
A true image of resilience and dedication, the clinic says they are still taking in pets who have been impacted and displaced by the fire and accepting donations to continue supporting its displaced pets. And all day long, we've seen the community showing up and showing their support. Even a retired firefighter showing up and giving the family a mattress to sleep on in their office. And of course, in a couple of days, they say they will have a temporary home to go to. From West Los Angeles, I'm Stephanie Weaver, Fox 11 News.
All right, let's go straight to Star in the weather department for an update on this PDS that we're hearing about. Star?
Yes, that PDS did start this morning in the 4 a.m. hour, and we're expecting it to stretch through tomorrow at noon. We do have a red flag warning across the entire area. Again, wanting to stress that that PDS is going to be for our highlighted pink areas, so all of the areas that are circled within that magenta color. Again, until tomorrow at noon. Outside of that area, all of the magenta area that's highlighted is currently in a red flag warning until tomorrow afternoon at 6 p.m. We have a wind advisory still in place. This advisory is going to go through tomorrow as well. It is because we are expecting our northeast winds to go anywhere from 30 to 50 miles per hour, and those gusts up to 60. Temperature-wise right now, we are in the 60s across a lot of the area. We do have a few 70s across the coastline there at Long Beach at 71. Santa Monica 62. Pasadena, you're at 63 degrees. Let's go ahead and check back in on our winds. Still, one of those areas that we are highlighting is going to be across portions of the 101. So if you're driving up and through Camarillo, Agora Hills, Thousand Oaks, Hidden Hills, we want to stress that winds are calming down, but still expecting to be one of those areas where we do get them gusting out the most. 16 miles per hour in Ventura right now. Santa Clarita, we got our eyes on you as well because you are included in portions of that PDS. Currently sustained winds at about 11 miles per hour. The Los Angeles area, a big portion of it. I know you're saying, hey, we don't have any windy conditions here. This is what the area is looking like. Pretty calm out there. 5 to about 10 miles per hour, but we do have areas that are really kicking up, and one of them is going to be across portions of Corona there. 17 miles per hour for you. Riverside and Ontario just under that 10 mile per hour range. Moving into later this evening, into and through tonight, overnight, and even tomorrow morning, while we are still under not just this red flag warning, but also that PDS, the rare situation. All eyes across the San Gabriel Mountains, but also the Santa Susana Mountains, where we're seeing our winds go as high as, according to this model, 45 miles per hour. Again, we do still have that wind advisory in place. That advisory is letting us know that the gusts could get upwards of 60 miles per hour in that time range. The back half of Wednesday, tomorrow, and moving into Thursday, we do show things really turning around here. Winds should return to a good speed there at about most 5 to about 20 miles per hour. Our humidity values still pretty low on our models here. This has been going on for several days. It not just goes through the rest of your Tuesday, but rolling into tomorrow as well. Our humidity values in that PDS is going to be 8 to 15%. And outside of that, we are still seeing very low humidity values. This is our relative humidity at about 10 to 15%. Not just the winds and the humidity that is putting us into that red flag warning that has all our eyes across the weather, but also our air quality. Reminding you that although it is coming in the green across the area, we're still urging you to close your windows, get those humidifiers, but also wear your mask, bring in your pets, and of course, close the windows because the dust does have the ability to move around. And that puts me right into one of the reasons we do have this air quality alert in place. It is stretching across a good portion of the region. You'll see across areas where those fires are not burning, we do still have this alert in place. It does go through the remainder of your day. Our forecast moving into tomorrow, temperatures will be in the 60s across the coast portions of the Orange County inland area. The valleys we're expecting to hit the 70s, so a little bit of a warm up tomorrow. Speaking of the valleys, we not only see a warm up through tomorrow, but through our Thursday as well. By the time we get to the this weekend across the valleys, but also portions of inland Orange County area, we do get a cool down. So that cool trend that we've been forecasting is due to arrive, but it is coming in not with a lot of moisture, so not too much of that moving into the area. So we are watching wildfire smoke or windy conditions for as long as that red flag warning is in place. For now, I'm going to go ahead and toss things back to you, ladies.
All right, Star. Thank you. And we are taking a live picture right now. This is a live look. I'm trying to figure out what we're looking at as we try to zoom in here. If anyone in the booth can help me out here, that would be helpful.
As Skyfox continues to give us aerial look at Dodgers Stadium right here, where we are seeing kind of the traffic situation there, as well as I believe just kind of the indication of the winds. You can't see any of those winds picking up, as Star was mentioning, but clearly it could shift at any point, especially in that zone, as she highlighted, in that pink zone. That's the area where that PDS warning is in effect.
Well, and things are changing, and you know, that doesn't mean just because we're not feeling the impacts right now. You know what? We actually are going to go to that news conference right now. This is in Palisades, the command center. Let's listen in.
We're finished with all the handline and uniform right here, which we're calling, but it's in the area by Topanga Parks and to the right of Sylvia Parks, and securing those edges deeper and deeper interior and then back up to the top of the map that you see there. We still have resources working on the outside, building contingency line. What that is, just another layer that will help us for any adverse effect of fires with this wind. So we're always preparing, right? I always say we plan to keep the fire small, but we prepare for any other event that happens. We're also staying vigilant and having resources available and identified to respond to any kind of new starts in the area. But also, if it's outside of the area, we still want to help the public with the wind. So we're going to respond and help in any way we can. We still have a robust air fleet out there that we can deploy at any time to respond to any kind of heat or smoke and help the ground resources so we can pinpoint that activity in there. Everybody's working really hard and safe. Thank you for allowing us to serve the public. Thank you.
Next up, our incident meteorologist.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. Weather-wise, when this fire broke out 1 week ago, the area was experiencing what was one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events we've seen in recent memory. Those historic Santa Ana winds, combined with extremely dry fuels out there, extremely dry vegetation, led to very extreme fire weather conditions across the incident there last week, and that allowed the fire to grow very explosively and very rapidly in the first couple of days of the fire. After those first couple of days, the area has remained under a persistent weak to moderate Santa Ana wind flow pattern, and so that's going to continue for one more day. We still have expectations of some moderate Santa Anas developing across the fire tonight and during the day tomorrow. That's going to maintain the critical fire weather conditions across the area, and therefore that's why we have a red flag warning still in effect for this area until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. So again, critical fire weather conditions, red flag warnings in effect until 6 p.m. Wednesday evening. Now, by Wednesday evening, Wednesday night, I expect the critical conditions to diminish, and then for Thursday into the weekend, we're actually get back to a more normal weather pattern here for this part of the country, kind of a nice onshore sea breeze during the day, bringing cooler temperatures, higher humidity, which will all help with the firefighting and fire control efforts. But then, unfortunately, looking into next week, we have another round of Santa Ana winds potentially affecting the area. But definitely, at least for the weekend, we should get a couple of days respite from these Santa Ana winds.
Now I'd like to invite all of our speakers up to the stage. Los Angeles Fire Department.
Good afternoon, everybody. Joe Everett, part of the incident command team representing Los Angeles City Fire Department. I just want to thank the public. The amount of resilience you've shown as the dust settles is unbelievable. I've had people of the public, I know that their house burned down, and they're asking me what they can do to help. But, you know, the better question is, what can I do to help? Or even the better question, how can we help each other? The second, just small story I want to tell you. I had some business here in base camp today with a member of our public safety partners with the Los Angeles County lifeguards running a vital role in the base camp today. I asked him how he's doing, and he said good, despite the fact that his house burned down, and so did his parents. And he's in there working because it means more to him to be a part of this community and rise above the ashes than anything else right now. It helps him get his mind off it. On to business. LAFD repopulation is our top priority right now. Our top priority is a safe return back home, okay? So doing that, what we're doing is we're conducting thorough damage assessments, and we're in partnership with our USAR teams, our hazmat teams, and LAPD. The second thing is once we complete that, we're going to collaborate with city entities, those being Department of Water and Power, Gas Company, Public Works, LA City Building and Safety, just to name a few. We'll keep you updated because I believe that's vital information. Again, I want to thank you for your support throughout this tough situation. Also, for the most up-to-date info, I'd like to give you 2 emails. We'll also discuss it again as we move through this press conference. That's emergency.lacity.gov, and the second one that you may be familiar with, LAFD.org. Please go to those for your most up-to-date information. Thank you.
Los Angeles County Sheriff.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Commander Christine Coles. I'm with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, serving as the Unified Incident Commander from the Sheriff's Department Incident Management Team for the Palisades Fire Response. I'd like to provide you an update on our operation. We currently have over 100 Sheriff Department personnel, including search and rescue personnel and National Guard personnel assisting with the operation. Our department personnel are currently deployed on missions which include looter suppression, evacuations, road closures, humanitarian relief, and roving and security patrols. Currently, no new evacuations are being performed. As of this afternoon, we have made 7 arrests related to the Palisades Fire involving looting, unauthorized entry into an emergency area, battery on a peace officer, and additional charges for weapons and narcotics possessions. We currently have 5 confirmed deaths as of this afternoon within the LASD jurisdiction due to the Palisades Fire, and there are currently 3 missing person reports. The curfew was established earlier over the weekend and is still in effect from 6 p.m. till 6 a.m. and until further notice. The curfew will be strictly enforced, and we urge all individuals to comply with the curfew to avoid the affected areas unless you're authorized personnel. Any unauthorized personnel will be subject to arrest. In collaboration with LA County Fire Urban Search and Rescue Team and multiple other agencies, search and rescue operations are being conducted in designated areas which have been affected by the fire. The goal of the searches is to ensure the areas are made safe prior to entry and to ensure that every resident is accounted for. I know that community members are very anxious to return to their homes, but your safety has to be our primary concern. There are many areas where fire personnel are still working and search and rescue operations are ongoing. There is damage to roads and guardrails and large debris blocking the roadways. Thorough searching must be conducted to render these areas safe and to provide conclusion for those that have been reported missing. We're in constant discussions to determine whether repopulation is possible, but we do not currently have any firm dates for the opening of any of the affected areas. We appreciate any patience and understanding that you have for us during this tragedy. Thank you.
Los Angeles County Fire.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Harris. I'm Deputy Chief, Los Angeles County Fire Department. I oversee the Central Operations Bureau, and I'm also one of your Unified Incident Commanders. I'd like to give you our damage assessment report numbers. As of today, 35% of the damage inspections have been completed for the Palisades incident. For residents seeking that information, please go to recovery.lacounty.gov to view the map showing our current damage assessments. Please note that this information is updated on a daily basis. As indicated by our meteorologists, severe fire weather will continue through tomorrow. Therefore, these winds will produce hazardous fire behavior situations for our firefighters on the line. We ask for the patience of our residents as we continue to hold our current posture as far as preparedness for this fire behavior. We understand that the shutoff of the power can be of inconvenience to our residents, but we ask that you please be patient and understand that the shutoff of the power is necessary to prevent the growth of any large fires. We also ask that our unhoused neighbors do not start any warming fires during this fire weather event. Anyone experiencing homelessness shall seek shelter through the Los Angeles County or the city so that we can ensure that you have housing during this period. Repopulation, again, as been stated, will not occur until all areas are deemed safe. Your safety, again, remains our primary concern. Resources for residents impacted in the fire areas are available at lacounty.gov/emergency. On another note, I am happy to share that our LA County CL-415 that was struck by a drone earlier during the firefight has been repaired and is now available for response. In order to prepare our residents, we just would recommend that our residents go to fire.lacounty.gov/RSG for ready, set, go, and set to leave, and be ready to leave in the event of an evacuation and or order. And also, we would encourage you to double check to make sure that your cellular device is not set to prohibit any type of alerts in the event of an evacuation or evacuation warning or order. Lastly, I'd like to continue to recognize just the support that we continue to receive from Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, all city, state, and local officials, and our public safety partners that have been steadfast in their leadership and support through this unprecedented disaster. And to our first responders, we want to just say thank you for your continued dedication, resilience, and courage, and your commitment during this catastrophic event. Thank you.
Los Angeles Police Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Commander Steve Embrick. I'm the LAPD Incident Commander assigned to the Palisades Fire. I want to let the public know that as we enter into another period of dangerous high winds, we remain deployed, ready to assist with any additional evacuations should the need arise. While peak winds are not expected to be as strong as the last week's wind event, they still pose a threat. If you are asked to evacuate, please listen to all evacuation orders as if they are a life-saving measure. As has been the case over the last few days, the LAPD is focused on maintaining your safety and the safety of your properties as we move forward. LAPD officers are still performing increased patrols in the areas impacted by the fires, and we ask that for your continued support and cooperation, especially with our officers who are deployed at various checkpoints throughout the evacuation zones. We understand the public's frustration and your desire to see your homes firsthand. Until CAL FIRE tells us that the impacted areas are safe for repopulation, we cannot allow you to return. I am pleased to announce that the LAPD will be partnering with Team Rubicon, which is a non-governmental organization. Volunteers from Team Rubicon will be present and available at our traffic control points through the Palisades Fire impacted area to provide and share information to the community members and to the public at large. For the upcoming 24-hour period, LAPD will continue to deploy approximately 500 officers to the impacted areas with the support of the Los Angeles Airport Police, Port Police, and National Guard, who have deployed over 500 soldiers who are assigned to the Palisades incident. We are very grateful for their support. We are supporting the fire area with these badly needed resources. We'll continue to respond to calls throughout the city. I would like to thank our LAPD officers who are working hard on overtime away from their homes and families, going the extra mile to keep Los Angeles safe. We are actively investigating all reports of missing persons and have dedicated resources to these efforts. As of this morning, we have 35 reported missing. 20 of those have been found safe. 2 have been found deceased. 13 remain unaccounted for. However, none are presumed to be deceased, but have yet to be positively identified. Arrests. Total number of arrests in the Palisades related to the Palisades Fire incident are 14. 3 are for failure to obey curfews, 1 for impersonating a police officer, 1 for impersonating a firefighter, 2 unauthorized entry into closed emergency, 1 DUI, 1 vandalism, 1 possession of ammunition and burglary tools, 2 for burglary, 2 for conspiracy to commit burglary. We have 3 noteworthy arrests throughout the outside fire zone, very significant to our efforts as we continue to battle fires that threaten our community. On Sunday night, our North Hollywood officers responded to a call of a possible arson suspect who was using a barbecue lighter to light fires. Officers arrived on scene, and the suspect was arrested for an outstanding felony warrant for arson and booked into Valley Jail Section. On Monday, 2 additional suspects related to the fires. The first took place at 5700 block of Van Nuys Boulevard at approximately 1630 hours. Our West Valley officers responded to a radio call of an arson suspect who had ignited nearby brush. Upon the officers' arrival, Los Angeles Fire Department was at scene, extinguished the fire, and directed the officers to the possible suspect, who was taken into custody without incident. That suspect was also booked at Valley Jail Section. Looting is not just a crime against property. It also takes away any sense of security from evacuated residents, and it will not be tolerated. LAPD officers are working around the clock to prevent looting in the impacted areas, and we identify and apprehend those responsible. However, we cannot do this alone. We need your help. We are asking that members of the community to join us in the effort by reviewing your personal security footage, whether from Ring cameras, home security systems, or other recording devices. Even seemingly small details like this can make a big difference in our investigations. If you notice anything suspicious or potentially connected to these incidents, please report it to us immediately. You can do so anonymously through Crime Stoppers by calling Los Angeles Area Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-TIPS. or by visiting lacrimestoppers.org. You can also provide information regarding the Palisades Fire by submitting tips by texting ATFLA to 63975, then follow the link to create a report. Our collective safety depends on the partnership between the police and the community. Together, we can ensure that those responsible for the crimes are brought to justice and our neighborhoods remain safe. Animal Services started their efforts to support residents and would like to check on pets who have been left behind. To help residents gain access to pets that were left behind, Animal Services is accepting calls by creating a list for CAL FIRE to assist with facilitating reunification with pets. The phone number is 888-452-7381. You will need to follow the menu options to place your request. Additionally, between 8 and 5 p.m., you can call 311 and ask for the West Los Angeles Animal Shelter to check on a pet. You can also go to the shelter in person, which is located at 11361 West Pico Boulevard in Los Angeles, California, or to the command post located at Zuma Beach and request to speak to the law enforcement liaison officer. This shelter will require you to provide identification and authorization to enter your residence, as well as a key or key code to gain access. In closing, I want to reiterate that our department is committed to the recovery efforts for however long that takes. We will continue to work alongside our partners and to make sure that the community has the resources you need to recover and ultimately rebuild. Thank you for all your patience and cooperation during this difficult time.
Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Good afternoon. My name is Jose Medina, M-E-D-I-N-A, and I'm the acting special agent in charge of the LA Field Division. I would first like to send my condolences to all the Angelenos during this tragic time. These wildfires have caused immeasurable heartbreak and incomprehensible losses. As many of you already know, due to the size and scope of the Pacific Palisades Fire, ATF was requested to lead the origin and cause investigation alongside our partners. ATF possesses unparalleled expertise in determining the origin and cause of fires, even under the most complex and challenging conditions. ATF had certified fire investigators on scene providing initial assessment on Friday. During that survey, we determined we would bring out an additional expertise. We activated ATF's National Response Team, which we refer to as the NRT. This is the 7th NRT activation this fiscal year and the 927th time since the program began in 1978. The NRT offers a comprehensive set of resources for fire investigations, including certified fire investigators, chemists, electrical engineers, accelerant detection canines, and state-of-the-art fire research laboratories. The NRT is comprised of 3 regional components, organized geographically to cover the United States. The team provides an immediate and sustained nationwide response capability, deploying within 24 hours of notification. Approximately 20 individuals arrived from around the country over the weekend. In addition, we have 10 additional agents from ATF's Los Angeles Field Division dedicated to this investigation. The NRT is also supported by ATF's intelligence research specialists, digital media specialists, and other technical experts within ATF. The NRT also has individuals who possess wildland fire investigator certifications. Yesterday morning, we had our initial briefing and began collaborating with our partners from LAPD, LA Fire, CAL FIRE, U.S. Forest Service, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, along with the District Attorney's Office. Within ATF personnel and our partners, together there are about 75 dedicated personnel. The NRT started by breaking investigators down into 2 components, a group that processes the scene and a group that follows investigative leads. The team processing the scene went out yesterday and was out there again this morning at 8 a.m. The team processing the leads has been gathering video and photos from residences in the area, as well as video and photos from social media, along with conducting critical interviews of witnesses and first responders. We are going through all the 911 calls and talking and interviewing residents. Daily, the components come back together in the evening to share information and ensure investigative continuity. All of this is going to take time. We know everyone wants answers, and the community deserves answers. ATF will give you those answers, but it'll be once we complete a thorough investigation. We have no timeline on when this will occur. There have been many theories floating around in the media, and I won't get into those because they are all theories at this time. ATF and the NRT and our investigative partners need to remain objective, follow the scientific method, and follow systematic approach to this wildfire investigation. We are following all the leads and processing all the physical evidence. ATF is determined to leverage every available resource to deliver a thorough and transparent investigation. When we have more information, we will provide you those facts. If you, the public, have any information to provide regarding the Pacific Palisades Fire, please submit tips by texting the code ATFLA to 63975 and then follow the link to create a report. Tips can remain anonymous. Thank you.
City of Los Angeles Emergency Management Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Silverman. I'm a captain with the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and I'm here on behalf of the City of Los Angeles Emergency Operations Center, or EOC, as the Assistant Joint Information Center Manager. The EOC for the City of Los Angeles serves as a centralized facility, a nerve center located in downtown Los Angeles. During small emergencies and large disasters, both natural and human-made, it provides multi-agency coordination, information, and resources necessary for disaster response as well as recovery. The goal of the EOC is to coordinate the overall city effort to support field operations, restore essential infrastructure and services, and return the city to normal operations. It also oversees the recovery efforts within the city. At each step along the way, it also coordinates support from and to county, state, and federal emergency management agencies. The EOC functions under the guidelines of the National Incident Management System, or NIMS, and is managed by the city's Emergency Management Department, EMD, which plans for and responds alongside the LA City and Police Departments, LA City Fire and Police Departments, to complex incidents and disasters that affect communities of Los Angeles. While our EOC was initially activated to support emergency operations since the onset of this incident, we have fortunately now been able to shift our focus to the recovery phase. As you have heard from all of our representatives, it will be a long road to recovery. However, we want to assure everyone that the City of Los Angeles is here to support you every step of the way. Some initial steps you can take if you were impacted by this disaster. Visit lacity.gov for information and resources related to recovery. You can start a damage assessment claim. This can also be accessed by visiting lacity.gov and accessing the LA Wildfire Recovery Resource 2025. Assistance for individual families, property owners, businesses, and housing service can be found there as well. The City of Los Angeles is partnering with the state and FEMA to provide a disaster recovery center. This is a one-stop information and resource center designed to assist those who have lost vital records, which could include birth certificates, death certificates, driver's licenses, social security documentation, etc. They also will help those who have experienced loss or damage to their homes or businesses with such tasks as applying for disaster relief loans. It also provides referrals to mental health counseling and other services. As of now, since the opening of the Disaster Relief Center located within the City of Los Angeles at 1 o'clock this afternoon, we've already assisted over 55 households with that recovery process. That Disaster Recovery Center will remain open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and will remain open as long as necessary to provide services to those impacted by the Palisades wildfire. Again, for more detailed information, such as locations, hours of operation, please visit lacity.gov. Thank you.
CAL FIRE.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Jim Hudson. I'm the Incident Commander for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 and Unified Incident Commander for the Palisades Incident. I've had a productive 24 hours. I'm happy to report that today the fire has remained in its footprint with no growth. Crews continue to reinforce the lines, build contingencies. If there's a need for them, we will be prepared. And we are surging resources across this fire as necessary to respond to any hotspots on the perimeter or in and around or near the structures. A lot of crews, as you heard earlier, and we will continue to work 24-hour clock around the clock. Our air assets are been flying as much as possible and available. We've had good response from them and availability based on the weather, and will continue to do so, and that includes night flying aircraft. As you heard earlier, the DINS is damage inspections is occurring. We still have 25 teams deployed working as fast as possible to summarize and give a final report. When prepared, that'll be released. We also have our Watershed Emergency Response Team, or WERT, on scene. They continue to conduct soil burn analysis, and they expect that sometime late this week or the weekend we will see a field assessment completed, so that is positive also. Regionally, we are prepared for these winds. We have surge and resources into the Southern California, into the region with pre-positioning. We've also stood up a mobilization center in Beaumont, and those resources are prepared to respond to any new and emerging fires. We will continue to provide information as we get it from the incident for our fact sheets. We are making gains. You can look at our website, fire.ca.gov, for real-time updated information that is updated throughout the day. And for preparations, you can go to readyforwildfire.org to see what you can do to prepare for any new fires. Thank you.
United States Representative Brad Sherman.
Sit it up right here. As close as you can to me. Hello, I'm Brad Sherman. I represent this area in Congress, including the Palisades, Malibu, Brentwood, all of the areas affected by the Palisades Fire. If you could bring that just a little closer here, a lot closer. Okay. AccuWeather is estimating the cost of these fires at between $250 and $275 billion. That will make it perhaps the second largest disaster in the history of America. I'm here to focus on the federal issues, but first I want to thank our first responders who are all here and have done so much to keep us safe. The focus here is on aid to those who have been hurt. You've got to go to disasterassistance.gov to see what FEMA can do. The first thing that will happen if you have any insurance at all is that you will get this letter. This letter is misleading. I have talked to the FEMA director 3 times. They are trying to fix it, but until they fix it, you will get this misleading letter that will tell you that assistance not allowed. Don't believe it. Assistance will be provided after you provide information about your insurance coverage. But until FEMA can determine what is your uninsured loss, the only thing they'll disperse to you is $770. Now, that amount would be dispersed right away. The rest will require them gathering information from you about whether what you're insured for, whether your insurance covers temporary housing, etc. Now, when a lot of folks are underinsured, and they are going to have be eligible for a certain amount from FEMA. First, the $770 it's special. Then $43,600 to $43,500 to rebuild your home and to deal with housing issues. And if you qualify for that, the state of California will automatically add another $10,000. You can get, and these are grants, these are not loans, this is money you keep, for other purposes, including replacing your car, up to another $43,600. And that is a total of $97,970 in grants. That's a good chunk of change, but it's not what you need in order to rebuild a home if you're substantially uninsured. That's why our entire Los Angeles congressional delegation is going to be fighting to try to get those grants increased. Now, in addition to the grant program, the Small Business Administration has loan programs. For homeowners, they'll loan up to $500,000. And then if you have losses that are non-real estate losses, they'll loan up to an additional $100,000. It's a 4% loan, and payments are deferred for your first 12 months. For businesses and nonprofits who have been affected in the area, the loan amount, and the loan can be for physical damage or for economic damage, such as lost sales. The maximum loan is $2 million. The interest rate is 4%. The payments are deferred for 12 months. If, however, your business is one that's quite profitable and you could get the loan from the private sector, the interest rate is higher. But for most businesses, it's going to be a 4% loan. On the postal side, you can go to any post office, fill out the form, show the ID, and get your mail forwarded to anywhere you want. And then if your situation changes, you can have it sent somewhere else. From the IRS perspective, the IRS has, for all of LA County, whether you're affected by the fires or not, extended virtually every payment date and filing date all the way to October 15th. So check with your tax professional, but you may be in a position to make payments quite a bit later than you otherwise would figure you would. We have a telephone town hall, It's tomorrow. You dial in that number, which I'll leave there for a second. And as the other speaker pointed out, we have a center, and people are going to wonder where it are. It's the old West Side Pavilion on Pico. It's now a UCLA facility, but it's not quite at the UCLA campus. It's open from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. And finally, to get information, you can go to bradsherman.house.gov. Thank you. Look forward to working with you over the long haul.
California State Assembly Member Jackie Irwin.
Well, thank you very much, Congressman Sherman. That was very informative. My name is Jackie Irwin, and I represent the Palisades and Malibu in the State Assembly. I want to start off by saying it was a week ago this morning that we saw the first flames, the first smoke from the Palisades Fire. And I want to thank our first responders who have been fighting in 24-hour shifts this fire for a week. In unsafe conditions, they have saved many, many homes. And I want to thank their families also. I also want to thank the public safety, sheriff, and deputies. But what a lot of the public doesn't see is we have all these logistic folks and support folks that are right here at the command center who have been supporting the firefighters. I also want to thank the PIOs who have kept our population informed. And finally, we have our firefighters from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation who have been out there, and we're very happy to report that the fire camps in LA will be staying open. I'm just going to cover a couple of quick things that we think are very important. I've mentioned before price gouging. A lot of the residents I'm speaking are trying to find rental housing or buying something, and they're seeing the prices double and triple. It is unethical, it is appalling, it is illegal, and you can report that to the Attorney General, but in our office you can also call us and we can file a report with the Attorney General and prioritize it to make sure that this practice stops. Debris cleanup. Many folks in the affected area want to know about debris cleanup. The state or the federal government is going to be covering it, but it will be covered. And we, as your state representatives, Assemblymember Gabriel, Senator Ben Allen, we will make sure that this gets done as quickly as possible so you can move on to the next step in your life. We are also talking about a legislative package. I think what's really important is to make sure to streamline development as much as we can. And I am introducing a bill with the Assembly member that represents the Eaton burn area for mortgage forbearance. So we are going to make sure that your community can be built back as rapidly as possible. Finally, I want to say there's an incredible amount of generosity in this community and, frankly, across the United States. And I want to thank all of you for your offers of food and diapers. I think for a lot of the foundations, they're at the point where they would really appreciate cash donations that can directly go to the victims of these fires. So there are community foundations and other groups that are collecting money that will directly go to the victims. And finally, you've heard a few times already about the Assistance Center. It is very confusing out there to navigate all the aid that is available. So there is the West Side Assistance Area, but for those of you that are watching, it might not be close to that. The East Side location is at the Pasadena City College Community Education Center, and there are at least 20 different groups that can help you with all your questions. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have the Colonel for the California National Guard.
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Areno, Commander of Task Force 143 with the California National Guard. We are here to support the state and local law enforcement officers and emergency response partners, including LAPD, Santa Monica PD, the Sheriff's Department, and the California Highway Patrol in response to the Palisades Fire. Our battalion has over 600 soldiers on the ground performing various tasks and functions throughout the area of operations. We have traffic control points and robin patrols. These key functions allow emergency responders unimpeded access within the fire perimeter. It further provides responders this function by keeping civilians to return to evacuated residential areas before it can be made safe to do so. In addition, our presence prevents looting and other criminal activity from occurring on unoccupied neighborhoods. Soldiers from Task Force 143 are also assisting to secure critical emergency response infrastructure and staging areas, and are prepared for additional missions as requested by our partner agencies. You can expect to see uniformed California National soldiers and our tactical vehicles positioned throughout the area. I understand the feelings of frustrations and anxiety many are experiencing as they are prevented from returning to their homes. Please know that our soldiers live and work in the communities we support, and they are here to help by ensuring safety and the security of everyone. On behalf of the entire task force, I want to express my deep gratitude for the kindness and cooperation we've received from the community. The resilience and understanding of the people of LA inspire us to serve with greater purpose. Thank you for your patience and trust as we work together to get through this challenging time.
California State Assembly Member Jesse Gabriel.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Jesse Gabriel, really proud and grateful to represent the San Fernando Valley in the California State Legislature. Let me begin by extending our sincere gratitude. We can't say it enough to the firefighters, to the first responders who are so ably serving our communities. Their dedication, their professionalism is next level. And I want you to know from the folks in the Valley where you are holding the line at Mulholland, we are unbelievably grateful for the work that you have done over these past couple days. And just thank you for everything you're doing. I do want to speak specifically to those who have been evacuated in Encino and Tarzana in the South San Fernando Valley. I was among those who got a mandatory evacuation order. I know that it can be stressful and scary to put your kids in the car at night and to pack up your bags and leave. But I just want to thank everybody who followed those evacuation orders and got out of harm's way. And I can empathize with folks who want to get back into their homes. I am very eager to get back into my home. My kids are eager to get back into our house. But I want to assure you that our communities are safe, thanks to the incredible work of the guards. And you heard from the colonel over here, the National Guards men and women who are positioned there on Ventura Boulevard. There's a very heavy LAPD presence. I was able to go a couple days ago and drive through the neighborhoods that are still closed to the public. There is a very heavy presence from law enforcement there. The community is safe. It is calm. Your homes and belongings are well protected. And so I just want to thank LAPD and law enforcement and the guards who are keeping our community safe and reassure everybody that it is the right thing to do to have followed those evacuation orders and to thank them for their patience. Let me say one other thing about drones. Please, please, please do not fly a drone. When you put a drone in the air, you are putting our firefighters at risk. You are putting your neighbors at risk. You are putting our community at risk. And these amateur drones can and will, and we have seen this impact the ability of our first responders to fight these fires. And so if you fly a drone, you're going to be found. I know that the FBI is on the ground here in Los Angeles. You will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Do not put a drone in the air. I also want to let folks in the Valley who have been impacted by any of this know that they can call our district office in Encino at 818-380-2460. Again, let me say that again, 818-380-2460. My staff is here and we're available to help Valley residents with any of the issues that you may be dealing with as we work together as a community through this challenge. Finally, let me say one thing in my capacity, not only as a representative of the San Fernando Valley, but also as chair of the State Budget Committee. I know that we have a big rebuild ahead of us, and I want to assure folks in the Palisades and in all of the impacted communities, the communities that are impacted by this fire, that the state of California is going to be part of that rebuild. The state is working to provide resources for LA's recovery. You saw the governor yesterday announce a proposal that we're going to work through in our special session of a minimum of $2.5 billion in aid and recovery aid coming down here to Southern California. We're grateful for the governor's proposal. We're going to make sure that Assemblymember Irwin and others who are representing the communities that have been directly impacted by this have a seat at the table and are part of crafting that package of state aid that is going to come down here. And all of us, irrespective of where we live, we are Californians, we are Angelinos, we are Americans, we are in this together, and the state of California is going to be there with all of you, with all of the impacted communities for the long haul. So I want to thank everybody for their resilience. I want to thank them for listening to the first responders, for following their instructions. Thank the first responders again for their heroic work, and please stay safe. Thank you.
Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Horvath.
For the current state of this incident, the response is strong, it is sophisticated, and it is second to none. I extend my deepest gratitude to the more than 15,000 people who are on the front lines fighting this fire, and all of their families who provide them the support they need to continue this fight. I especially want to acknowledge the leadership of CAL FIRE on this incident, the excellence of Los Angeles County Fire, and the dedication of Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. Currently, I know there are many people who are ready to be in the stage of recovery. For information from Los Angeles County on recovery, you can go to recovery.lacounty.gov. We also have a disaster response center at the UCLA Research Pavilion, formerly known as Westside Pavilion. You can go there this evening until 8 p.m. and it will be open tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and going forward. We also know that we aren't out of danger yet. In preparation for the winds that are coming this evening, there may be power shutoffs for your safety. If you have power now, charge your phones, charge your batteries, and be prepared to be without power, potentially, in order to save lives and protect those who are on the front lines. I know many are tired. Your spirits may be weary, but we will not break in Los Angeles County. We're here for you.
Mayor of Malibu, Doug Stewart.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Stewart of the City of Malibu, and I'd like to thank you for being here as we provide an update on the city's response to the Palisades Fire. First and foremost, I want to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the first responders, the emergency crews, and all the agencies and organizations who have been working tirelessly during the crisis. Your bravery and commitment in the face of such immense challenges is deeply appreciated, and we are forever grateful for your service. To our residents, I want to acknowledge the frustration and hardship you are experiencing. Many of you are understandably anxious to return to your homes. We hear you, and we're doing everything in our power to make that happen as quickly and safely as possible. However, we remain in the midst of an active fire incident. Red flag and extreme weather conditions are expected to persist through tomorrow, and crews are continuing their critical work to address multiple hazards in the affected area, such as gas leaks, hot spots, and smolders, addressing down power lines, and ensuring overall safety. We know there's a perception that the city isn't doing enough. I want to assure you that your city staff has been working around the clock, along with our partners, to respond to this historic and unprecedented event. We are inspecting infrastructure, clearing streets of debris, assisting with damage assessments, and stabilizing the area to pave the way for a safe re-entry, while simultaneously getting everything in place for expedited rebuilds. We ask for your patience and understanding as our teams, along with law enforcement, fire crews, and utility providers, continue this vital work. We also need to address and dispel a rumor circulating in the community. There is no permit for expedited re-entry into an evacuation zone. Any claims or offers to provide such a permit are false. Additionally, we are aware that some residents have hired private contractors who are requesting access to the evacuation zones. Private contractor access is not permitted at this time. We urge all residents to adhere to the evacuation orders for their safety and the safety of the crews working in these areas. Damage assessments are ongoing, and residents in mandatory evacuation zones can visit recoverla.gov to access updates. This website is being updated with photos of properties as our partners, CAL FIRE, complete their assessments. By entering your address, you can see if your property has been evaluated and access available information. Southern California Edison continues to monitor conditions closely. SCE will re-energize circuits when it's safe, even if only for a few hours, to provide temporary relief to our residents. We encourage everyone to use these windows of power to charge your devices and prepare for eventual other outages. SoCal gas crews are actively working in Area 1. This is north and west of Pepperdine University. As of this morning, they have restored service to an additional 71 customers, bringing the total to 678 restored out of approximately 13,600 initially impacted. Restoration efforts will continue tomorrow in the northwest Malibu area. Residents can also visit SoCal Gas Community Information Booth at the Pavilions Grocery Store at 29211 Heathercliff Road from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. for updates and assistance. It's important to emphasize that access into the mandatory evacuation zones is not authorized at this time. This restriction is in place to protect both residents and the emergency crews working tirelessly in the area. If you have critical needs, we encourage you to call 310-456-2489. That's the city hotline. That's 310-456-2489 to provide your information. In addition to our immediate response, the city is committed to long-term recovery. Our team is also participating in the Disaster Recovery Assistance Center at Westside Pavilions, 10850 West Pico Boulevard. We have scheduled a town hall meeting for Malibu residents next Tuesday, January 21st at 6 p.m. at Malibu High School. This will provide an opportunity to hear updates, ask questions, and learn more about the ongoing recovery efforts. Again, access to the evacuation zones remains prohibited at this time. If you have critical needs, such as pet recovery or medications, our city team is working with Incident Command to compile a list. We know this fire has taken a profound toll on our community. I want to take a moment to acknowledge those who have suffered unimaginable losses. To the families who've lost loved ones and to those still searching for missing family members, please know that our hearts are with you. We grieve alongside you and stand ready to support you in any way we can during this incredibly difficult time. For ongoing updates specific to Malibu, we encourage everyone to follow the City of Malibu on our official channels, Facebook, Instagram, and X at City of Malibu, or visit our website, malibucity.org/Palisades Fire. For residents and our local businesses needing financial assistance, please visit recovery.lacounty.gov or the Disaster Resource Center. Thank you for your strength, your patience, and resilience during this incredibly challenging time. Together, we will overcome this crisis and we'll rebuild stronger than ever here in Malibu. Thank you.
That concludes our formal presentation portion. We'd now like to open it up to questions from our media partners. If you have a question, raise your hand. If you could state your name and agency in question, and my partner, Andy Van Skyver, will bring the mic over to you. Okay, seeing no questions, we'll close it out. Thank you very much for joining us, and a reminder that there will be a virtual community meeting tonight at 6:30. Thank you.
All right, you have just been listening to nearly an hour-long update from officials about the Palisades Fire, and the other fires in general. I think the number one thing you want to hear today is what we heard from Cal Fire, and that is, he says it is, quote, a productive day, and that there was no new fire growth in the Palisades fire. So it remains at that 23,000 plus number in terms of acreage that you see on your screen, 17% contained. I'm Marla Tejas, joining the coverage now alongside Alex Michelson. And Alex, the other thing was, a lot of people want to know about when can I go home? And LAPD and LA County Fire both said, look, that's on Cal Fire. And until they deem the entire area safe, you cannot return home. We know you're frustrated, but it's going to be some time. So until we get that green light, we can't allow you to go home.
Yeah, and yesterday when the LA fire chief was asked about that, is it going to be days, is it going to be weeks, is it going to be months, she said, it's not going to be days. And when you look at these pictures, you get an understanding of just how bad the damage is. The good news when you look at these pictures, when we had that forecast of a particularly dangerous situation, which by the way was not forecast for this area of Malibu, you don't see the dramatic winds that would lead to a lot of fire danger in this particular area. Although, as we know, most of this particular area has already burned. As we approach the top of the hour, we want to bring in Star Harvey to talk about the weather. We've been worried about the weather so far. The good news is so far today, no major fires, but we're not out of the woods when it comes to the winds.
We are not out of the woods. And, you know, just as you heard there in that presser, but also if you didn't, I'm here to let you know some updates on our red flag warning, but also that PDS that we've been talking about. So we do have portions of the area that were under a red flag warning, still under a red flag warning that will extend. This is going to be an extension until now Thursday in that 3 o'clock hour. Now the extensions do include the western San Gabriel Mountains, but also the 5 and 14 freeway corridors. We also had some cancellations. That red flag warning has been canceled. We've been forecasting this at least since noon, that cancellation is going to be happening in the San Gabriel Valley. So portions of Pasadena, Altadena not included in this red flag warning. We also have some updates to our PDS, our particularly dangerous situation. It is going to be all of the highlighted areas that are circled. So this light pink circle that stretches across a good span of the area, the National Weather Service is saying, hey, we are going to have that go into effect at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. We are seeing that winds are a lot weaker, but also moderate at times through the area. And so again, just holding off on the PDS until we arrive at tomorrow morning. That does not mean that the red flag warning that we have in place is not a thing. It is still in place. In fact, still across the highlighted magenta areas here. This is going to be in effect until tomorrow at 6 p.m. I want to once more stress the fact that portions of the San Gabriel Valley have been excluded from this red flag warning. You'll see here stretching from Pasadena through Arcadia, all the way through Duarte, down through Alhambra, Montebello, Pico Rivera, through Hacienda Heights, Huntington Park included in this cancellation, or excuse me, not in this red flag warning. Willowbrook through portions of Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, Carson, not just the South Bay, but also pushing into portions of Orange County. You are not included in this red flag warning. So once again, breaking that down for you, we are expecting our winds to pick right back up tonight. They will carry through portions of tomorrow, especially during those morning hours. Red flag warning not expiring until the afternoon tomorrow. That PDS, particularly dangerous situation, those areas that we are really watching for these high winds and low humidity, are in effect at 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. And once again, that red flag warning for some of the area is in effect until Thursday at 3 p.m. If you're not familiar with the word PDS, or particularly dangerous situation, it is a rare red flag warning. We use it in the most extreme events here. The last time we saw one for this season was back in December, but also November. And previous to this season, the last season we saw it was back in 2020. Again, wanting to remind you how rare these things are. Typically, we see them once every 5 to 10 years, but we have seen 4 of them in the last 3 months here. So we still have a lot to get through. That red flag warning across some of the area, again, extended until Thursday at 3 p.m. Back to you guys.
Star, thank you. Millions of Southern Californians are in a state of alert at this hour as Santa Ana winds return to our region a week after deadly and devastating wildfires erupted.
Much of the county remains under a red flag warning, a particularly dangerous situation, as you just heard Star talk about. This took effect this morning, but the winds have been slow to develop, leading weather officials to push back the PDS to Wednesday from 3 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Welcome inside for our continuing coverage of the Southern California fire disaster. I'm Alex Michelson.
Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Marla Tejas. Here is the latest on that fire disaster. The largest, of course, is the Palisades Fire. That one is burned almost 24,000 acres. It is 17% contained. As we heard, though, there was no new growth today, so that is good news. The Eaton Fire acreage burned has remained steady, about 14,000 plus acres. Containment there is up to 35%. 12,000 structures have been either destroyed or damaged in both of those fires.
At least 24 people have died in the two fires, 8 in the Palisades Fire, 16 in the Eaton Fire. More than 80,000 people still without power, and about 88,000 people remain evacuated. In those evacuation zones, an overnight curfew remains in place from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. In the last hour, we got an update on the Palisades Fire fight.
Of course, so many people need help when it comes to resources and starting over.
Fox's Austin Westfall live for us tonight in Pasadena with much needed information. Austin.
Guys, people are feeling hopeless, and places like this give them some hope, and they give them some clarity, some direction as to what they can do from here. What you're seeing over here is a line of people, and they're sitting at these booths. Ultimately, they're working with FEMA officials, and they're just trying to figure out what the next steps are. For many of those people, those steps are going to be different depending on situation to situation, but that's what they're here for. They have a lot of questions. FEMA doing what they can to give answers and give some sort of comfort, some sort of clarity during these horrible times. We do have Nicole with FEMA standing by. Nicole, if you will. First off, you guys cover so many disasters. What's unique about this one?
Oh, you know, this disaster was catastrophic. So many homes lost, so many people impacted by the fires that we saw that started last week. And so I just want to make sure that people understand that FEMA is here. We're on the ground. We're going to be here as long as it takes to get the recovery up and running. And we want people to know that FEMA offers assistance to help in that process.
So, as I mentioned, case by case will look different, but in general, how are people being helped? What are you finding people need help with the most?
So many things. As you mentioned, everybody's story is different. Everybody no one has the same level of disaster per se, because their individual situations are going to vary. But FEMA can help in so many different ways. In the immediate time span, we can help people buy food, water, clothes. So many people left with just the clothes on their back. Diapers, formula for their baby. We can do that in the immediate. We also provide assistance to help you pay for the hotel costs that you are incurring. If you're staying on the couch of a friend or a family member displaced from your home, we can help cover some of those costs. If you find a place to rent, we can help with some rental assistance there. And of course, FEMA does offer financial assistance to help make repairs to homes, even that can help go towards replacing a home.
We hope this doesn't happen, but if flare-ups were to continue, if we were to see more destruction, how is FEMA prepared for that? How do you guys, what kind of calculus works into that as you're already so busy at places like this?
Sure, FEMA is here. We are going to be here as long as it takes to support this community. As you mentioned, winds may flare back up. The best thing for people to do is listen to local officials. If they get an order to evacuate, please evacuate. Listen to those orders. As you've seen, as we've all seen, that not listening can be very, very detrimental. So that is very important. But FEMA is here. We're going to be here, and we are going to continue working very hard on behalf of the people here to provide assistance. As of this morning, we had already put more than $8 million into the hands of the survivors who were impacted by this fire. Our teams are working very hard every day to work through those applications to continue to get more people approved, more funds approved, so people can jumpstart their recovery.
I've been here all afternoon, and this place has been packed all afternoon. How many people roughly have you guys serviced? Not only at this location, but I think you have some numbers about how many people have been serviced as a result of this entire situation in SoCal.
Sure. I don't have specific numbers about how many have come out to the DRCs today. But as you mentioned, it's been nonstop. People are here. They need the help. I can tell you that more than 33,000 people have submitted applications for assistance. Our teams continue to work through those applications to get people approved and get them on the road to recovery, get very much needed financial assistance into their hands.
What do you find people don't know who have been impacted by this? What do they not know? If you had to share any final message for anybody that's watching that may need help, maybe they know somebody that needs help, what do you need to know? What message needs to be passed along?
First, again, we're here. We're going to be here. But I think the most important thing that people need to know is if you have insurance, file a claim with your insurance provider first. That way you can get the ball rolling on any financial assistance they may be able to provide, because by law, FEMA cannot duplicate benefits. So we need to see a determination letter from your insurance company before we can finalize your application. And so if insurance covers some things but not other things, FEMA will work very hard to provide some supplemental assistance to help you cover what they did not cover.
Nicole Wilson, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. So this event is open 7 days a week, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. for the foreseeable future, they tell me. This is at Pasadena City College. Not at the main campus. I want to stress that. This is not the main campus. Where we're at, I believe, this is the Foothill campus. It's called the Community Education Center. The Community Education Center is where they're all stocked up. Not only is FEMA here, but the Small Business Administration is here. We saw Cal EOC is here as well. The governor's office was here earlier today. So not only FEMA, but there's charities that we've seen here. So much help for so many different people that have so many different stories to tell. Send it back to you guys for now.
Austin Westfall, thank you for that. Now we go to St. Mark's Episcopal Church, one of the spots that was burnt down during this.
Yeah, it was a school as well. Well, church, no, you're right, church and school. And we have Christy Fajardo out there on scene with all the damage behind you. Christy?
Yeah, Alex and Marla, people here in Altadena are realizing that this fire has touched every aspect of their lives. They've lost their homes, they've lost the businesses they frequented, and in this case, they've also lost their church. Walk with me. This is what's left of St. Mark's Episcopal Church. It was a beautiful church, I'm told, and people came here to celebrate. It was also a place of solace, but more importantly, it was a place of community. And the head of the school tells me a church is more than a building, and she says they will rebuild. Take a look. I want to show you what it looked like a week ago. It was surrounded by trees and each day welcomed about 325 students. Now it's in rubble. The head of the school, Jennifer Tolbert, says St. Mark's is looking for a new building with about 15 classrooms to accommodate students preschool age through 6th grade. Tolbert is doing the search even while she herself lost her home to the Eaton Fire. She says so did many of her students, and she says they need to be together. But even in the devastation, she is finding signs of hope. Last Monday, she tells us she did a walkthrough on the preschool, which was just completed. It is now the only building standing.
For our community, that is giving us a ray of hope. This school started as a preschool, and then we built over time up to 6th grade. And so the fact that it's still standing, we're kind of going back to the beginning, and we have at least one building to help get us started.
And you can see the building there, but again, they are looking for another building that can accommodate about 15 classrooms and 325 students. They're also asking that officials step in and clear some of the red tape that could be an impediment to getting the school back up and running. She says these kids really need each other right now, and she says the teachers and the staff need them too. Live in Altadena, I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
Christy, thank you so much. You know, we've had our photographers out throughout this, and some of the most remarkable work has been done by Tony Butita, who works our overnight shift and is usually with Gigi Graciette and really has done incredible work.
So he put together this piece to showcase all of the destruction in the Palisades fire. Here's a look.
do what you can, but get out. Get your go bag and get out. Don't underestimate the ability of the fire to jump from house to house to house.
This is on Sunset Boulevard at Rustic Lane, and what you are watching, unfortunately, are multiple homes that are now burning and are going to be a total loss. The embers are just continuing to fly. Well, firefighters have told me they have no water on this block, and you may be able to make out the ember storm that we're in the middle of right now. This house going to be a total loss. They have no water to put on this fire. Tears to your eyes.
Yeah, I'm sad. I'm saddened, and I'm gonna miss the stuff. I'll never forget the memories.
Dude.
Wow, some extraordinary pictures there from our photojournalist Tony Butita. Thanks for putting that together, and thanks for being out there and capturing all of that. Donations are pouring in at the Westside Food Bank in Santa Monica, which is partnering with Santa Monica College to collect much-needed supplies for people who are devastated by the fires.
We just got a call from a lady in Aspen. We got a call from Pittsburgh. We're getting calls from everywhere. Everybody wants to donate, and we're just so appreciative of it.
Another donation drive taking place right now until 5 p.m. That's at Santa Monica's College's Bundy campus at 3171 South Bundy Drive. They're looking for clothing like sweaters, shirts, jeans, new and packaged underwear and socks, also baby supplies like lotion, wipes, bottles, baby clothes, formula, pacifiers, blankets, phone chargers also needed. If If you want to donate money, they'll accept gift cards. Find the donation link on our website, foxla.com/links.
Okay, about the air quality, free N95 masks are now available across Los Angeles. The city is handing out hundreds of thousands of masks at public libraries, recreation centers, senior centers, and local nonprofits to help protect people from that poor air quality. Officials recommend wearing the masks outdoors if you smell smoke, if you see ash, or when air quality is bad. To find a location near you, you can visit foxla.com. In response to the Palisades Fire, the LA Fire Department has issued parking restrictions. They apply to Topanga State Park and West Ridge Canyon Back Wilderness Park, with warnings issued for surrounding areas. The move is aimed at ensuring emergency vehicles can access critical areas quickly and safely. Fire crews are still battling hot spots and working to prevent the flames from spreading. A strong Santa Ana winds pick up throughout the week. Authorities are urging residents and visitors to adhere to these restrictions to help protect lives and property.
Well, just the last few hours, Mayor Karen Bass talked with the media. Here's some of what she said about the rebuilding process. I was out at this press conference at a FEMA Disaster Assistance Center at the old West Side Pavilion in West LA.
Let me start off by saying, for those of you, we had a press conference at 8 this morning, and we talked about the fact that we're still not out of this emergency. We know in the next 24, 48 hours, it is possible that there are fires that expand, that we have additional problems within the city, and Jim can go into that in a little further detail in a minute. And so my message to Angelenos is that everybody needs to stay safe. Please, please, please listen to instructions. If you are told that you are in a warning zone, it would be advised that you actually take that opportunity to leave. Get packed, get everything ready. If you wait until evacuation, then you might get caught up in traffic, or you might have some other issues. And you know that a number of people who stayed behind for one reason or another have been severely burned. Some of them didn't survive. I believe that our Sheriff Luna gave some very graphic examples of people who didn't evacuate in time. Everybody wants to help the first responders. Everybody talks about the first responders. If you want to help the first responders, then please follow directions. But while we're going through what I hope is the final hours of this emergency, it's also time to begin to talk about our recovery. And so the first step of our recovery is opening this disaster assistance center for people to begin coming in now. As a matter of fact, this center will open up shortly. You know that everything is just being set up now. But we want people to come here. This is a one-stop shop. There are multiple local, state, county, and federal agencies that are here, and hopefully people will be able to get the services that they need. The other thing is that there is the disaster recovery, but then there's also the rebuilding. And so yesterday I issued an updated emergency declaration, and I also issued an executive directive that will help facilitate and fast track the building. I was here in 92, I was here in 94, and I know one of the ways that we were able to get out of that crisis was to do everything we could to help people who had experienced damage or had their businesses or homes destroyed get up and together and back on their feet by beginning the rebuilding process. I appreciated you, Mr. Fenton, when you talked today, this morning, about how there's all sorts of misinformation in terms of what FEMA has to offer, what SBA has to offer, and that is the point of this center, is to be able to clarify some of that to make it easier for people to recover. So with that, why don't I take some questions?
Mayor, to that point about misinformation, what exactly are people entitled to from FEMA, and what are they not entitled to?
Yeah, so the application process starts with individuals able to, that evacuated or homes were damaged, be able to get serious needs assistance, which is a one-time grant of up to $770 That covers basic needs while you're evacuating, things like gas, water, food, maybe if you're a family, consumables, those kind of things. As you go through the application process, then, if you're insured, you should go to your insurance company, which can help you with most insurance policies. Will not only help you with home, but alternate living expense. If you're uninsured, you should keep on going into FEMA. FEMA could give you the 2 grants that I talked about. One is called Other Needs Assistance, which is a grant up to $43,600 that helps with personal property costs, medical and dental, transportation, funeral costs, and miscellaneous costs. The second grant is called Housing Assistance. And for the homeowners, it would help with repair, replacement, and lodging expenses reimbursement up to $43,600. In addition to those 2 grants, if you continue to be displaced longer and your house is destroyed, or whether it's a homeowner or a renter, you could get rental insurance, rental assistance from us, where we will provide rental assistance for you based on the family composition and size of your house for up to 18 months. And if we get to a situation where rentals are not available, we also have other forms and other programs where we either bring in housing or we lease with apartments and create housing that way. This is a decision when we start getting to temporary housing and more of the longer-term housing needs that people have until we rebuild. These are decisions that we'll work out with the local community to see what fits best for the displaced population they have, and we'll turn on those programs as needed. Those temporary housing programs do not impact the $43,600. I think what's key is that individuals that are insured have to go to their insurance company first. If they're underinsured, they could then come back to us and seek additional assistance for the underinsurance. The other rumor that I talked about this morning had to do with the 100% cost share waiver of the president. So the president waived 100% of the cost for the firefighting costs and for debris removal, which is going to be important to start the rebuilding process. He's done that for 180 days. That 100% doesn't apply to our grant programs. So our grant programs to individuals are already 100%. It's a direct grant, but up to that cap of $43,600. The good news is in the state of California, when you get a max grant, adds $10,000 on top of a house repair grant. So that's what you get from FEMA. In some cases, it may not make you whole, but it's meant to jumpstart recovery. And then other programs such as SBA and other programs will help you to make those next steps along working with philanthropy, nonprofits, and other organizations.
You did mention CBS Mayor on price gouging. When California bans price gouging on rentals, so a landlord can't ask for an increase that surpasses 10%. But a prospective tenant can offer whatever they want. So realtors tell me that what they're seeing, rents are doubling, rents are tripling, and that is completely legal for Californians who are being priced out of their neighborhood because they can't outbid their neighbors. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, anybody that would take advantage of the desperation that people feel right now, I just think is shameful. In the last couple of press conferences that we did, the 8 a.m. press conference, our DA was there, and he was very clear, and I've also spoken to our city attorney. Both of them are very clear that they are going to be on the lookout for this type of thing. I also want you to know that the city council is meeting right now, and I know they're going to take up this issue. And so it's something that we really have to go into, because we just can't allow that to happen. First of all, the rents are too expensive to begin with, and the idea that somebody would gouge folks at this point in time, I think, is shameful.
But it's not gouging. It's legal if the prospective tenant offers to pay more, if they bid it, if the landlord doesn't get them to do that, if they tell them. I think that that's an important legal issue that needs to be looked at. Possibly nothing. But I know one thing in my executive directive that I signed yesterday. It turns out that we had 1,200 units of housing that was ready to be occupied, but was stuck in the bureaucracy. So one of the things that my executive directive does is gets that online. So hopefully we should have 1,200 units of housing available in the next
week or so. So looking for those things that get stuck in the bureaucracy. I mean, first of all, you know that I've been trying to deal with the bureaucracy from the beginning, and I feel like we've moved the needle forward a little bit, but not enough. And so this crisis that we have now that we're dealing with, we've just got to be able to get past this red tape. It hurts people. Thank you. Yes, Josh.
This began about a week ago. Some of our viewers, people who lost their homes, people that are evacuated, they've told us that they feel as though you've been in the background. We know that you've been into the fire zone. We haven't seen you in the fire zone. We haven't seen you with evacuees. We haven't seen you with people who lost their home. We haven't seen you at the checkpoints. What is your response to that? Is this tragedy just too big?
Oh, no. Let me just tell you, I don't always bring cameras with me where I go. But I have met with evacuees. I have been in the fire zones. But I've also been trying to do everything that the city needs to respond to this as well. And so what are they telling me? Oh my God. I mean, the absolute devastation. I met with a family a couple of days ago. And, you know, I mean, when people are in the middle of grief, they're angry, the shock. Just when I went up, for example, yesterday in the helicopter, and you could see the devastation, it's unimaginable. And so to sit and talk to a family that left, didn't even plan to, you know, they thought they were going to leave for a little while. They didn't think that the fires were going to
All right, well, you just heard the mayor being asked about price gouging. That leads us to this. Well, many of us are looking to help those affected by the wildfires. Some people are looking to make a quick buck. LA County District Attorney Nathan Hochman says he is aware of price gouging and scams related to the fire recovery effort. The DA's office says it is investigating reports of price gouging for housing, medical items, and other supplies. California law prohibits raising the cost of goods and services over 10% during an emergency. That law also covers hotel rooms and rental housing. Penalties include fines up to $10,000 or up to a year in jail or both. If you suspect you are being taken advantage of, you can call 800-593-8222.
During the 3 o'clock press conference, California Congressman Brad Sherman from the 32nd District, which includes Pacific Palisades, shared some important information about those misleading letters that people have been sent by FEMA.
Here's what he had to say.
Go to disasterassistance.gov to see what FEMA can do. The first thing that will happen, if you have any insurance at all, is that you will get this letter. This letter is misleading. I have talked to the FEMA director 3 times. They are trying to fix it, but until they fix it, you will get this misleading letter that will tell you that assistance not allowed. Don't believe it. Assistance will be provided after you provide information about your insurance coverage. But until FEMA can determine what is your uninsured loss, the only thing that they'll disperse to you is $770. Now, that amount would be dispersed right away. The rest will require them gathering information from you about whether what you're insured for, whether your insurance covers temporary housing, etc.
So good information there from Brad Sherman, the congressman. We encourage you to donate however you can. I know a lot of people are looking for a good place to donate, and we at Fox are partnering with the American Red Cross. You can see the QR code there on your screen. If you'd rather go to a website, go to go.fox/redcross, and we appreciate you thinking about that.
All right, we just got this latest update from the LA County Medical Examiner about the death toll. Yesterday it was at 24. Now the medical examiner says it has risen to 25. 17 deaths in the Eaton Fire, 8 deaths in the Palisades Fire.
Check in now with Star Harvey. The big story that we've been talking about all day is the winds.
Yeah.
Are we seeing that in certain areas?
You know, in some areas, yes, and in others, things are moving through pretty calmly. I do want to touch on the fact that we have had some changes happen to some of our watches and warnings. So I'm going to start with that red flag warning. It is still in place. We've had it expire for or cancel through some of the region, but also extend through others. And we did get rid rid of that high wind warning in place, and instead we do still have that that wind advisory in place. Winds still expected across our PDS areas to gust upwards of 70 miles per hour. We continue with this watch over the extreme wildfire danger, with the cases of it being able to grow or also spread in other instances. Aside from the fire danger, we also are continuing to look at our air quality, but also the likelihood of some of those power outages, but also our down trees and power lines. Here's a look at our red flag warning. We did have some extensions happen, and these extensions will go through Thursday at 3 p.m. This is going to include the western portions of the San Gabriel Mountains, but also portions of the 5 and 14 freeway corridors. Again, those areas extended through Thursday at 3 p.m. We also had the San Gabriel Valley be canceled from this area. Here's a look at our red flag warning. It is going to include all of the highlighted magenta area here, but wanting to focus our eyes on these circled regions. So the circled areas that are in that pink highlighted color there, this is going to be our PDS, our particularly dangerous situation. And those areas are expected to experience those advisories as early as tomorrow morning in the 3 a.m. hour. Now, outside of that PDS, we do still have the red flag warning, which does go through Wednesday at 6 p.m. So again, it's all of this highlighted area here, with the exclusion of what's happening here. This is a portion of the area that is not included. It does include some of the Los Angeles area, but also portions of the San Gabriel Valley, where that Eaton Canyon fire is currently active at. Other than that, we have a wind advisory still in place. This is for our northeast winds moving across the area as high as 50 miles per hour sustained, and those gusts pushing out as high as 60 miles per hour. Currently checking in on our winds. You know, we've seen things fairly calm here. I'd say weak to moderate throughout most portions of our Tuesday afternoon. We are likely, according to the National Weather Service, to see things picking back up moving into tonight, and yes, through portions of tomorrow as well. I can tell you that some of these areas, less than I'd say an hour or two ago, were coming in at about 25 miles per hour. We do show across our map here winds under about 20 miles per hour. Los Angeles area, including Beverly Hills, Malibu Hills, Santa Monica, portions of Burbank up there, as well as down into Compton, our winds are moving at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Out to the east of that, moving across Fullerton, we're pretty calm. Across portions of the Inland Empire, we're going at about 5 to 16 miles per hour. Now, here's a look at our future gusts getting into later today. If you take a look here, the 8 p.m. hour, I do have some of those purples still highlighting our San Gabriel Mountains there, and this is going to be the case throughout tonight and pushing, yes, into tomorrow as well. We do show a greater portion of the area starting to get into those purples. The purple meaning that our winds are going upwards of 35 miles per hour or higher, and we'll continue to keep our eyes across, again, the 5 corridor, but also the 14. The 14 pushing through Santa Clarita, portions of Acton, and also through portions of Camarillo, Agora Hills, Hidden Hills, and Thousand Oaks, moving over into Ventura County as well. We'll, of course, be here to break down not just the winds for you, but our advisories and watches and warnings that are expected to remain in place for some of you through at least Thursday. Back to you.
Star, thank you. Earlier this afternoon, our Stu Mundell was out checking on how things look from Skyfox. Here's some of what he found.
Well, you can see those fire trucks making their way through that devastated Palisades area and some of those neighborhoods. Now, all of them are coming from a command post that's right here off of Pacific Coast Highway. They get their orders, and then they basically make their way out to these neighborhoods. They're probably looking for hot spots and maybe some other types of incidents out there. Also checking property to make sure that the portions that are standing will be safe for others to get there later on. We're also starting to see a lot of infrastructure trucks down there. You know, you can see some of these vehicles right there. I venture to say, well, those are actually the fuel trucks for the fire trucks that are down there. But then we also see a lot of the DWP trucks down there, and also water trucks, and they are starting to work on those utilities as well. As I kind of pan out, you can get a real kind of sense of the devastation. Now, we have been talking about this from Skyfox since about the first time we got to peek through that smoke to see some of these homes and some of these neighborhoods. Today, today we're actually about 3,000 feet lower than we have been because air attack is here, but they aren't utilizing any of their aircraft. So they allowed us down about 3,000 feet, which is good. It's anything helps, and we can still get a better look at all those homes down there. It is still amazing to me when I look down there and you see the two things that really jump out at me are the fact that of that total devastation, where there are neighborhoods that are completely flattened, but then there's neighborhoods like this where homes are gone, and then right next door, other homes are standing. We've actually saw in one spot with that trailer park that's right there off of PCH, we thought that all the trailers were gone. There's actually one still standing. Now, I'm doing this because I do have some children of my own and some of my grandchildren, and I'm just going to say this out loud, is for all the children out there that have lost some things inside their homes, and one of those things might be stuffed animals. I have it on really good authority that all the stuffed animals got out of all the homes and they are safe someplace wherever they stuffed animals go. But you got to think that every time we pan through these neighborhoods, you see this, and these are homes, and we've talked about this in the past, the devastation, the loss that goes on down there, the personal items that will never be recovered. And people say that all the time. It's like, well, property can be replaced. Some things can be replaced, but they might not be that same thing that you had lost to begin with. Now, of course, we do know that there were lives lost out here in the Palisades as well, but considering the devastation, I think that those numbers remain relatively low. One would be more than enough, but we still hear about they are still doing searches down there. Hopefully those numbers will not get any higher. We haven't seen anything particularly like that, but getting back to that infrastructure right here, you can see the infrastructure is here. And there is something interesting as well. We're not on the ground, but those underground vaults right there, we've been watching as they've been taking the parts of the underground vaults, the transformers, and they actually bring them back to the command post area, and then they're basically taking them and going through them. I'm kind of curious what they're actually looking for, if they're looking for some sort of evidence of failure or possible or something else. But the winds right now seem to be very light. We know that there's that possibility that they are going to kick back up again, but you can see that shot right here, and I'm going to end with the shot of the burn area, because we did see that earlier in the morning when it was late morning, when those winds were really starting to push a little bit. We saw a lot of dust coming off these hills, dust and ash. Right now it's pretty clear out here, and I think that is a pretty good sign.
Yeah, amazing how different it is from just a few days ago, Marla.
Oh, night and day.
Yeah.
I mean, really, we were dealing with ferocious winds, and at least in the LA Basin, it's really calm right now.
Yeah.
Feels nice.
Testament to the firefighters doing some quick work there.
Yes.
So those wildfires have leveled homes, as we know, leaving thousands of residents with more questions than answers.
But how can victims ensure that their insurance company pays what they owe? Well, here's insurance lawyer Michael Cohen.
Maria, thank you. The wildfires have leveled homes, as you have seen, leaving thousands of residents with many more questions than answers at this point.
Yeah, especially how can victims ensure that their insurance company pays them what they owe? Let's bring in insurance lawyer Michael Cohen this morning to kind of get things straight for us and answer some of these tough questions. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so what are some of the immediate steps that victims should take with their insurance companies? Because the need is immediate for a lot of these families.
Right. One of the first things, and it sounds trivial, but it's actually quite important, start with find a notebook or a notepad to keep detailed notes of everything to do with your claim. Start with that, because everything going forward, you need to have it in one place. Like the couple you had on earlier from Altadena, and they talked about losing everything. People are disoriented. They've got too much to worry with. They're worried about their children, how they're going to rebuild their lives. And you need to have one place where all the information is contained. For example, every time you talk to the insurance company, you want to keep detailed notes of that. So get one notebook or one notepad where you keep track of everything to deal with this loss. The second thing that I urge homeowners to do is don't wait. Go ahead and submit a claim to your insurance company. I've had people call me and said they're worried about if they contact the insurance company too soon or if they should wait until they know more. The answer is don't wait. go ahead and submit a claim to the insurance company so that you can start the claim process. Don't wait for something or don't wait for more information. Now, there's a couple of important provisions in the law that people should know about when they're talking with their insurance companies about their claims. Because this was an officially declared emergency, there are some provisions in California law that help homeowners by getting more money into their pocket sooner rather than later. So when you're talking to your insurance company, one thing that you should do is ask for an immediate advance for the additional living expenses. The additional living expenses is part of the homeowner's coverage. And if your home was burned to the ground, it's called a total loss. But if your home was burned to the ground, then what you need to do is ask the insurance company to advance at least 4 months of the additional living expenses portion of your insurance. That's what the law requires, California law requires, at least 4 months of an advance. Now, if your home wasn't completely destroyed, for example, if your home was near the fire and maybe it's contaminated by smoke, or if you aren't allowed to go back to your home because the authority said that you can't go back there yet, California says that the insurance company must provide at least 2 weeks of your additional living expense in advance, and they have to give you more depending on what's called good cause, meaning if, for example, the authorities said that you need to be gone longer, you can't get back for another week or 2 weeks, the insurance company is obligated by California law to provide you that additional time and additional money for your additional living expenses. So that's one thing that homeowners should ask about up front when they first communicate with the insurance company, is how quickly can they get that advance on additional living expenses. There's another provision in California law that's also very important that helps get money to people's pockets sooner rather than later. Ask your insurance company to give you at least 30% of your contents limit. Contents is your stuff, your furniture, your clothing, everything inside the house. That's all part of the contents coverage in the homeowner's policy. And because this was an officially declared emergency, California law requires the insurance companies to offer at least 30% of the contents limit without any kind of detailed inventory or anything like that.
Wow.
So you should ask for that 30% as soon as possible. Ask them how quickly they can get that in your pocket. Now, for this to happen, your house has to be a total loss, and it has to have been furnished at the time of the loss. But for most people, that's not a problem if they had a total loss. It's a little bit different if your home wasn't burnt to the ground, but if I were a homeowner affected in any way by these wildfires, I would ask for that 30% because I'm aware of at least in a few instances where some insurance companies are providing that 30% even to people who didn't lose their home completely, which is great. I'm glad the insurance companies are doing the right thing in that instance.
And we just showed you, we just showed all the tips you're mentioning right there. And the last one, as you were going to mention, are keep receipts, right? That's so important for detailed records. Thank you so much for all of this important information. People can see it right there on the screen. Take a picture of that and make sure that you use all of this useful information. Thank you so much, Michael Cohen. We'll be right back.
Or not. That was a clip from earlier today, Araxia and Sandra there during our Good Day LA hours. Now we are moving into our afternoon hours, and part of that is a look at all the need and the help that people are getting out in Pasadena.
Yeah, especially as it relates to if you have a small business. I'm sure you have questions if it was damaged or destroyed. Let's check in with Fox's Austin Westfall. He is there with more. Austin.
Hey guys, so we're still out here in Pasadena. We're at an area where so many government agencies are coming to help out. FEMA's been out here, the Small Business Administration is out here. Speaking of the Small Business Administration, I do want to bring you in here. So ultimately, we talked with you a couple hours ago, and I understand you have some new information to share with us.
Yes, I do. For some of those victims who lost their entire primary residence, SBA, when they're approved for the loan, offers something called relocation, and that means they can take their disaster damaged eligibility from the primary residence that was damaged or destroyed destroyed and move out of the area to another location if they don't feel safe here, or if they want to just get away from the numerous wildfires that have happened over the years. SBA also offers refinancing if approved for the loan as well. That means we can incorporate your high mortgage interest rate and bring it down to that 2.563%. Once again, Austin, no payments for 1 year, no interest for 1 year. It's a great way to get back on the road to recovery. So those are just two of the things. Plus another thing is mitigation. We offer mitigation measures with 20% additional to the SBA disaster assistance loan, so they can build a firewall, they can put tiling on the roof that's fire retardant, they can do a bunch of different things, get that brush cleared from around their home within 50 to 100 yards, so that this doesn't happen again, because the last thing we want to do is come back to an area like this again and again and offer SBA low-interest disaster loans. We want to do it just one time.
Disaster assistance is something that you guys are all too familiar with, but what's different about this one? Have you guys seen anything like this before, responded to anything like this before?
No, not since Hurricane Katrina have we seen something with over 10 or 12,000 structures damaged or destroyed, most of them probably destroyed or damaged. And one of the good things about SBA is we do uninsured losses. So a lot of the folks that did have their insurance canceled or don't have any insurance, SBA will still come in. We will not penalize them. We'll still offer them that low interest loan up to $500,000 with that refinancing. If they want to relocate out of the area, that's as well, they can do that as well. It's a great program to get in, and what we're trying to do is to make them whole again. As FEMA usually does sanitary, safe and sanitary, SBA makes you whole again the day before the disaster. Now, we recognize that $500,000 probably won't build some of the houses back, but it's a start to get them on the road to recovery.
So I got to ask, so going forward here, what message do you have to anybody that may be watching this, or anybody that knows anybody impacted by this? How can they come through and get help? How long are you guys here for? What do they need to know?
We're here for the long term. We'll be here for months and months and months. Once again, they come down to this Pasadena College Recovery Center out here at the Education Center, apply one-on-one with customer service reps. They can also go online, sba.gov/disaster, and apply that way as well. But the key thing is apply, apply, apply. Get into the system. We'll be here as long as necessary. There's two cutoff dates, though. For the physical loss, the damage is March 10th, but I'm sure that will be extended. And for economic injury, what I was talking about earlier, October the 8th. Key, apply, apply, apply with SBA.
Kevin Wynn is with the Small Business Administration. Thank you for being out here. So ultimately, what we're talking about out here, guys, and the reason why it can be confusing, and the reason why we're looking up at this building every so often when you come out to us, is because it can be confusing. This is not Pasadena City College. It's call it a satellite campus, if you will. What this building is called is the Community Education Center. It's out here. It's their Foothill campus, and we almost got a little confused when we first headed out here because we went straight to the main campus, but all the help is at the Education Center. That's where you want to be if you want to get the help you need. FEMA is out here. The SBA is out here, as we've been showing you all day. I mean, take a look. We've been here now at this point 5-6 hours, it seems. People have been flowing in and out. Steady stream of people since we got here. And it's new faces. I mean, I've been kind of watching the line, and it's been moving. We spoke with one woman who lost it all. Most people, as you can understand, don't want to speak with us on camera, but coming up at 5 p.m., we did speak with one woman who lost it all. She will be detailing with us how she's getting through it. She actually watched her home burn live on TV. We're going to be sharing her story in the 5 o'clock news. For now, I'll send it back to you. I did lose connection with my earpiece, so I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Austin Westfall, thank you so much. Meanwhile, containment of that Eaton Fire is growing to 35%. The progress coming a little too late for families. Some of those Austin is talking to, and including Jessica Dupnack, who is joining us as well, our coverage. She's live in Altadena.
Yeah, we're here in Altadena, one of the hardest hit areas from that Eaton Fire, just a few blocks that way. All the devastation that we've been looking at really for the last few days now. We are at a checkpoint that's being manned by the National Guard, California Highway Patrol, and sheriff's deputies. Now, where we're standing right now at Woodbury and Lincoln here in Altadena is a totally closed off zone, which means the dozens and dozens of people that we've been seeing over the last couple of hours come up, try to get to the home, see if they even have a home. They have
have been turned away. The National Guard telling me that they're under orders not to let anybody in this specific area for any reason whatsoever, and it's for their safety. Right now, you're looking at some power crews that have been up there trying to restore power to the area, lots of down lines and that kind of thing. So another reason why they're not letting folks go back. Now, we did talk to a woman earlier who half of her family stayed to try to save the home with garden hoses. The home was saved. Half of the family evacuated. She tells her story.
Yeah, so I got home probably like around 10 p.m. on Tuesday night, and we could see the fire, but we didn't think that it would reach us. Probably around 5 a.m., the fire was all over us. There was embers flying everywhere. There was our house to the right was on fire. 2 houses in front of us were on fire, and we just started watering. We just kept on watering. My dad has COPD, so I instantly called he's in hospice. I instantly called hospice and asked them, like, how can I get my dad out of here? Because he's in a wheelchair, he's blind, has Alzheimer's, dementia. So they sent an ambulance right away for him. They took my mom and my dad out. It was probably like around, they got there pretty fast. They got there like in about 20 minutes. And we have 4 cats and a dog. And so while they were taking my parents out, we were trying to round up all the animals. And I couldn't catch 2 of the cats. And so, you know, we probably stayed for about an hour and a half after my parents left, and we just kept watering. My boyfriend made a moat around the house as best as he could, and he just left the water hose going with the water just flowing. And so we finally left. Maybe we were gone for about an hour and a half with the animals. I still had 2 cats inside. I said we have to go back. We have 15 oxygen tanks in there because my dad has COPD, and we have 2 cats that are still in there. So we came back and we just kept fighting. And we still haven't caught the cats. They're terrified. And today we are waiting for the people to pick up the oxygen tanks because they came yesterday. They wouldn't let them in. And so they're allowing us to pass them over the barrier right now.
The woman you just heard from there, Lola, her dad actually has COPD, and they were transporting oxygen tanks that were actually in her home, kind of over what they're calling the border here at this checkpoint. But everyone that comes up has the same question: when can we get back into this area? The National Guard, the police officers that are on scene, they have no news for them. It's a decision that they're not making out here on the ground, but simply have to enforce it. For now, reporting in Altadena, Jessica Dupnack, Fox 11 News.
All right, let's go ahead and check in with Star Harvey for a look at the forecast. And the winds, they're not as bad as anticipated at this point, but still more to come.
That's right. You know, we did have the National Weather Service say that our PDS are a particularly dangerous situation due to arrive as early as tomorrow during that 3 a.m. hour. So just slightly pushed off because our winds are coming in a little weak to moderate, not so much on the strong side. Our red flag warning has also been extended for a portion of the area. This is not including everyone. That original red flag warning in place until tomorrow at 6 p.m. But for those of us that have been extended, it does go until 3 p.m. on Thursday. It includes the western San Gabriel Mountains and also the 5 and 14 freeway corridors. We have had our red flag warning canceled for the San Gabriel Valley. Of course, I want to go ahead and check in on some of the weather conditions surrounding our fires that are still active out there. So in Altadena, the Eaton Fire, the sustained winds out there moving at about 5 to 10 miles per hour. So on the calmer side, this is the case with our gust as well. Gusts just pushing out at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. Temperatures in the area clocking in the lower 60, and the humidity value still pretty low out there, still coming in the teens across the area. Our containment still at that 35 percentile and has burned over 14,000 acres there. The Palisades Fire in Pacific Palisades, the winds pretty calm out there as well. This area is included in our red flag warning. Our winds still on the calm side, 5 to about 10 miles per hour. Gust calm as well, 5 to about 15. Our temperatures in the low 60s right now in the area. Humidity wise, we are seeing that it is still dry out there, and our containment only at that 17%. Here's a look at our red flag warning. I want to focus on our PDS areas, and this is going to be the highlighted pink zone. So up in 3 through portions of the 5 and 14 through Santa Clarita over into Acton, but also below that, we are going to see portions of the 118 freeway included in this, so as well as the 101. So this is going to include portions of the San Fernando Valley, stretching through, I'd say, portions of Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Oxnard, Ventura County, and yes, stretching over through portions of areas west and east of that. We also have that red flag warning that does go to the 6 p.m. hour. Wanting to show you portions that are excluded from this red flag warning. Once again, the San Gabriel Valley. And so again, this is where that we have the Eaton Canyon fire burning. And so they're so good to see that they're not included in this. And we have El Monte not included, Diamond Bar excluded, portions of, I'd say, Huntington Park here, as well as the South Coast and portions of Orange County. So we are going to continue with weather coverage here. Our chief meteorologist, Adam Kruger, is in, and he's going to be taking over from here. But for now, back to you guys.
All right, Sarah. Well, thanks for all of your forecasting today. Jose Andres' World Central Kitchen sends its network of chefs all over the world to feed people after a crisis. And our Bob DeCastro has more on these efforts from Pacific Palisades.
For many, many years, World Central Kitchen has responded immediately after there is disaster, and this time it is no different. Their chefs, their cooks, their whole operation have fanned out all across the fire zones here in Los Angeles County. You could see all of the first responders here. We are in the Palisades along PCH, and one of the folks responding and feeding these first responders is Chef Daniel Shemtab. He's going to show us a little bit more. You brought out the truck, the lime truck. People are familiar with the green truck. How has it been over the past couple of days, just responding to what has been just an incredible amount of first responders and firefighters out here on the front lines?
It's been really intense. I mean, we've scrambled